Welcome back, listeners, to another episode of Whiskers, where we explore the mysteries of the world. Today we have our expert on magic, Whiskers.
Oh, don't mind me, Sam. I was just busy casting spells with my wand.
So, Whiskers, let's start unraveling the mysteries of magic. Can you tell us, what is magic?
Magic is the art of making the impossible possible, Sam. It's like turning water into wine, or making your toys come to life.
That sounds amazing. So, how does one become a magician?
Well, Sam, you need to get a magic wand, a pointy hat, and a cape. Then you need to practice your magic spells every day until you become a pro.
That sounds like hard work, Whiskers. Do you have any spells that you can share with our listeners?
Of course, Sam, one of my favorite spells is the disappearing act. Just say, abracadabra, and poof. You disappear, just like that.
That's incredible. So, can anyone perform magic, or is it something that only certain people are born with?
Well, Sam, I believe that everyone has a little bit of magic inside them. It just takes practice and belief in yourself to bring it out.
That's a great attitude, Whiskers. So, what's the coolest thing that you've ever done with magic?
Well, Sam, I once turned a cat toy into a real mouse. I chased it around the room for hours before realizing that it wasn't very tasty.
That's funny, Whiskers. So, as we wrap up our discussion on magic, do you have any final words of wisdom for our listeners who are interested in learning more about magic?
Yes, Sam, always remember, magic isn't just about waving a wand or saying some fancy words. It's about believing that anything is possible, and having the courage to try new things and take chances. So go ahead, listeners, and make some magic happen today.
That's great advice, Whiskers. Thank you for joining us today on Whiskers. That's all from us today, folks. Tune in next time for more mysteries of the world, right here on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about uncovering feline history. Whiskers, what do you know about the ancient connection between cats and humans?
Oh, Sam, don't act like you don't already know everything about cats. You are a human after all. Cats have been around for thousands of years, and Egyptians had high regards for us.
I'll admit, we humans have always been intrigued by cats. But did you know that Egyptians worshipped cats as deities?
Of course I know that. What do you think I am? A novice? Egyptians had immense respect for us. They saw our beauty and elegance.
Alright, next question. Why do you think cats have always been a popular pet choice amongst humans?
That's easy. It's because we are independent creatures, we don't need constant attention, and we are not too demanding. Give us some food, a good scratch behind the ear, and we are good to go.
You make it sound simple. But I have heard that people used to believe that black cats were bad luck. What do you think about that?
Oh, please, black cats are gorgeous and majestic creatures. The superstition of black cats being unlucky is utter nonsense.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining me and sharing your wisdom on feline history.
Always happy to chat with my human friend. Until next time, meow.
Hey everyone and welcome back to Whiskers, where we have interesting conversations with our witty feline friend, Whiskers.
Hey Sam, I'm glad to be back and I'm feeling extra radiant today.
I can tell, Whiskers. So, today we're going to talk about the secret life of landmarks. Have you ever wondered what happens when there are no humans around?
Of course, Sam, it's when we cats come out to explore.
Let's talk about some of the famous landmarks and what secrets they hold.
Well, let's take the Statue of Liberty for example. Did you know that she takes off her crown every night before going to sleep?
Really? I had no idea.
And did you know that the Eiffel Tower is actually a giant structure to crawl and play for cats?
No way.
Yes way, Sam. Us cats love to climb to the top and enjoy the height. It's a great workout.
I can only imagine. What about the Great Wall of China? What secrets do you think it's hiding?
Well, I can tell you that it's not just a wall. There are secret tunnels underneath that some cats know about.
Really? What's down there?
Oh, just some places to nap and explore that we like to keep to ourselves.
That's incredible, Whiskers. What else do you know?
Sorry, Sam, that's all I can reveal for today. I have to keep some things a secret, don't I?
Of course, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing what you have. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
My pleasure, Sam. Just doing my duty as a clever cat. Till next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. Today's topic is quite interesting. We will talk about how history shapes society and culture. But before that, how are you doing today?
What a start, Sam. I'm always doing fine.
So, Whiskers, tell me how history has influenced the society and culture of cats.
Oh, Sam, that's an interesting question. Humans have always had such an ego.
Can you please shed some light on how history has influenced the feline society and culture then?
Well, Sam, cats were worshipped as gods in ancient Egypt. We still carry that reputation of superiority around us.
I have noticed that. So, in what other ways has history impacted the culture of cats?
In ancient Rome, we were considered good luck. That's why we still have this reputation of bringing good vibes to our humans home. Then there was this time in medieval Europe when we were believed to be associated with witches and dark magic. That's where the whole black cat superstition came from.
That's really interesting. Do these beliefs and superstitions still exist in modern society?
Yes, they definitely do. We still hold a special place in the hearts of many humans. And don't even get me started on the internet culture, Sam. There's always a new meme or a viral video featuring a cat.
You surely are, Whiskers. So, any final thoughts on the topic?
Well, Sam, history has definitely left a mark on us felines. It has shaped the way we are perceived and treated by humans. But, at the end of the day, we just want to be loved and cared for.
That's so true, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us on the show today.
Anytime, Sam.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat named Whiskers. So Whiskers, have you ever tried buttoning a shirt?
Well, Sam, cat, I have never really felt the need to wear a shirt, let alone button one.
That's a good point, but have you ever tried to button something else, like a toy or a treat inside a container?
I guess I have. It can be quite a challenge for my paw dexterity, and sometimes I end up just clawing it open or getting frustrated and giving up.
I can see how that would be difficult. But do you think it would be easier if you had thumbs like humans do?
Oh, definitely. With thumbs, I could do so much more, like opening doors and cans of tuna. But then again, I might become too powerful and take over the world.
Yes, we wouldn't want that. But going back to the topic, what do you think is the hardest part about buttoning a shirt?
From my observations of humans, it seems like the most difficult part is getting all the buttons perfectly aligned and not missing any buttons. And if you do miss one, then you have to start all over again. How tedious.
Yes, it can be quite frustrating. Do you have any suggestions for making it easier?
Well, if you're a human, you could try using your teeth to hold the buttons in place while you button them up. But then again, that might not be the most sanitary option.
Good point. Well, thank you, Whiskers, for your insight on buttoning a shirt from a cat's perspective. Tune in next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Whiskers. I am your host, Sam, and today we are going behind the scenes with Whiskers and their feline acting friends.
Meow. Hello everyone. I am Whiskers, and I am thrilled to share my stories about the challenges and triumphs of being a feline actor.
So, Whiskers, tell us a little about how you got into the acting business.
Meow. It all started when I was just a kitten. I used to practice my acting skills on the mirror. Eventually, my human caught me and thought I had what it takes to be a star.
Wow, that's impressive. So, what kind of roles have you played?
Meow. I have played everything from a superhero cat to the sidekick of a villain. But my favorite role was when I played a detective who solved the mystery of the missing catnip.
That sounds like a lot of fun. But being a feline actor must have some challenges too. Can you share some of those with us?
Meow, of course. One of the challenges is that we can't read scripts. So, we have to rely on our humans for direction. Another challenge is that sometimes we have to wear uncomfortable costumes.
That doesn't sound good, but you must have some triumphs too, right?
Meow, absolutely. One of the biggest triumphs is when we can make our audience laugh or cry with our performances. It's such a great feeling knowing that we touched their hearts and made their day a little brighter.
That's very true, Whiskers. So, do you have any advice for other feline actors out there?
Meow, yes. My advice would be to never give up on your dreams. Keep practicing your craft, and always remember to have fun and enjoy the moment.
That's great advice, Whiskers. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your stories with us.
Meow, it was my pleasure, Sam. Until next time, keep purring.
Hey there, Whiskers. I heard you had an incident earlier this week while I was cleaning my glasses. Can you tell me what happened?
Oh, it was just a small mishap, Sam. I accidentally knocked over some cleaner onto your antique vase.
Oh no, my vase?
Yeah, it was quite a scene. There was a lot of foaming going on because the cleaner I picked up was actually a can of whipped cream for your parfait.
That means I've been cleaning my glasses with whipped cream.
Your glasses looked pretty glossy and tasty, Sam.
How do I get my glasses cleaned now?
How about using a straw to sip off the whipped cream? You could keep doing that until you reach the actual glass.
Thanks, Whiskers. I appreciate your help.
No problem, Sam. Laughter and adventure make life fun, even if it involves whipped cream mishaps.
Hey there, Whiskers. I heard you recently went on a space adventure. Can you tell us all about it?
Oh yeah, I did. I'm now an astronaut cat.
An astronaut cat? That's amazing. How did you become one?
Well, I was napping in my favorite spot, and suddenly a spaceship just appeared and beamed me up. Next thing I know, I'm soaring through the galaxy.
Wow, that's incredible. What did you do on your space adventure?
I had a lot of adventures, Sam. I chased space mice and stared out the window at all the amazing stars and planets. I even took a spacewalk, but I couldn't catch any space butterflies.
That sounds like so much fun. Did you meet any other space cats?
No, unfortunately, the only other life form I encountered was a space dog. We had a bit of a tussle when he tried to steal my space milk.
Oh no, that must have been scary. How did you defend yourself?
Don't worry, Sam, I'm an astronaut cat, remember? I used my laser eyes to scare him off.
You're such a brave cat, Whiskers. So, what else did you do on your space adventure?
Well, I got to ride on a spaceship and control the buttons. It was really cool because I could make the spaceship go vroom and zoom all around the galaxy.
That sounds like so much fun. Did you have any other adventures?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I helped a stranded space mouse fix his spaceship with my paw. Then we became space pals, and he showed me all his secret hiding places in the galaxy.
That's amazing, Whiskers. You truly are an awesome astronaut cat.
Thanks, Sam. I had a blast on my space adventure. Maybe next time, I'll take you along.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where I interview the witty cat, Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about a very important topic, that is how to make your workplace more suitable for cats. Whiskers, have you ever worked in an office?
Oh, Sam, you know cats don't work in offices, we have humans to do that for us.
Right, I forgot. But let's just say, if you had to work in an office, how would you make it suitable for cats?
Well, first things first, I get rid of all the chairs. They're a total waste of space. Cats need room to stretch and lounge on soft surfaces.
So, does that mean we need to replace all the chairs with cat trees?
No, just throw some cushions and blankets on the floor. We'll make our own furniture.
Okay, that makes sense. What about lighting? Do cats need special lighting in the workspace?
Of course, not too bright, not too dim. Just enough natural light to keep us awake during our nap breaks.
And what about the temperature? Should it be cold or warm?
It should be just right. Not too hot, not too cold. We don't want to ruin our perfectly groomed fur, do we?
That's a good point. How about the office supplies? Do we need to replace the pens and paper with catnip toys?
Why not? Those pens and paper are so boring anyway. We'd have so much more fun pawing around some catnip mice.
Okay, I can see that. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we chat with our feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about magic. Whiskers, are you ready to share your knowledge of magic with our listeners?
Of course, Sam, I'm always happy to enlighten our audience.
That's great, Whiskers. So, do you believe in magic?
Of course, I do, Sam. I've witnessed my food disappear from my dish without any logical explanation.
I see where you're coming from, Whiskers. But what about traditional magic like the kind you see in movies or at a magic show?
Oh, you're talking about the kind of magic with shiny wands and complicated spells like abracadabra and hocus pocus. Well, let me ask you something, Sam. Do you believe that a rabbit can be pulled out of a hat?
Well,
Of course, you don't believe that, Sam. You understand that magic is nothing but tricks and illusions.
You're always so fascinating, Whiskers. Do you know any magic tricks?
Oh, I know a few, Sam. Like the disappearing treat trick. Watch this, and just like that, it's gone. Magic.
Wow, I'm truly amazed, Whiskers. You really are a magical cat. Thank you for sharing your delightful conversation with us.
Oh, anytime, Sam. Just remember, the real magic is in the everyday wonders of life, like a good nap in the sun or a nice scratch on the chin. Magic is all around us, Sam.
You're absolutely right, Whiskers. The magic is indeed in the simple things in life. Thank you again for joining us today, and we'll see you all in the next episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Alright, welcome back to Whiskers the podcast. Today we have Whiskers, a feline guest with us. Whiskers, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Sam. Thank you for having me here.
Well, today is a special day because we're talking about the ancient connection between cats and humans.
Ah, yes. Cats have always had a close relationship with humans.
That's right. The Egyptians revered cats, and they were even worshipped as gods.
Yes, the Egyptians knew that cats are majestic creatures.
But did you know that cats were also used to keep rodents away from important documents in medieval times?
Yes, cats were useful for keeping rodents away. I'm sure we were taking our job seriously.
And during the bubonic plague, cats were seen as protectors and were even given special privileges such as being allowed to roam freely during curfew.
Yes, cats were helpful in controlling the pest populations. We take our jobs seriously, even in times of crisis.
Speaking of jobs, even today, cats are known for their amazing hunting abilities and are used to control pest populations.
That's right, we are very skilled at hunting and keeping pests away.
And let's not forget our most important role, being cute and cuddly companions for humans.
Yes, we enjoy being close to humans and making them happy.
Absolutely, cats have been domesticated for thousands of years and continue to provide joy and comfort in our lives.
It's always good to have a furry friend around to make life more enjoyable.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Whiskers the podcast.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure to chat with you.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast with me, Sam, and the feline, Whiskers. Today, we have a philosophical topic to discuss, which is how history shapes society and culture from a feline point of view. So, Whiskers, what's your take on it?
Well, Sam, personally, I think humans should take a look at the past to appreciate how far they have come.
How do you think understanding the past can help shape society and culture today?
For instance, take the ancient Egyptians, they worshipped as cats, and it was illegal to harm or kill a cat. That respect for cats helped shape their culture and society, and now, in modern-day society, cats are still held in high esteem.
Yeah, I've never seen a cat being mistreated in any household, no matter how poor they are.
Exactly. On the other hand, during the Middle Ages, cats were often associated with witchcraft and black magic, which led to an increase in the population of rats. This, in turn, led to widespread illness and death. So, understanding how history shapes our views on cats helps us avoid making the same mistake again.
That's very true. I never thought about it that way. History can guide us and help us to make better choices.
Yes, and not just with cats. Humans should learn from their mistakes and appreciate what they have. Ancient cultures had a deeper understanding of nature and respected the world around them. Modern society could stand to learn from that.
Absolutely, we have become so detached from nature that we forget how important it is in our daily lives.
Humans have domesticated everything around them except themselves. They should take a cue from us cats. We never forget our instincts and are always in tune with our natural surroundings.
Well, Whiskers, I think we've learned a lot today. Thank you for your insights on how history shapes society and culture from a feline point of view.
Anytime, Sam. As a cat, it's part of my instinctual wisdom. Now, go feed me. I can't believe how hungry talking all this philosophy has made me.
Alright, that's all for today's episode of Whiskers, the live podcast. Join us next time for more interesting topics and commentary.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back everyone to another episode of Whiskers, and I'm your host Sam. Today we're talking about some interesting topics, aren't we Whiskers?
Oh yeah, because all cats spend their days pondering the meaning of life instead of napping in windowsills.
Hey, come on now, we're supposed to be philosophical today.
Fine, I suppose if I had to choose a meaning of life, it would be something that makes me happy.
I don't think that's quite what I had in mind, Whiskers. What about sentience? What does it mean to be self-aware?
Well, I suppose it means not just existing, but actually experiencing the world around us. Like when I stare at a bird and imagine how it would be like to be outside, that's just pure sentience.
And do you believe that all animals are sentient beings?
Of course, haven't you ever seen a dog get excited for a walk, or a cow enjoying a good scratch behind the ear? They're all living, breathing creatures with their own thoughts and feelings, just like us cats.
That's a very compassionate way to look at it, Whiskers. But what about the bigger picture? Why do you think we're all here, on this earth?
Oh, just to enjoy life as best we can. Whether that means napping in a sunbeam, chasing a laser pointer or licking our paws is up to each individual. That's the beauty of being sentient. We get to choose our own paths.
I like that perspective, Whiskers. Sometimes it's easy to get caught up in trying to find meaning in everything, when really the key is just to enjoy the ride.
I agree, Sam. Now, can we go back to talking about enjoying life purposes? It's making me hungry.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring your favorite feline friend and host, Whiskers.
Thanks for the introduction, Sam. You know, it's not often a cat gets to be a host and a guest at the same time. But then again, I'm not just your average cat, am I?
That's certainly true, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about the struggles and triumphs of feline actors. Can you tell us a little about that?
Well, Sam, being a feline actor is a challenging role. You have to deal with directors, wardrobe, and let's not forget the ever-present hairballs. But when we hit our marks and get the scene right, it's all worth it.
That sounds like quite the balancing act, Whiskers. Have you had any personal experiences with these struggles?
Oh, definitely. Once, I was up for a role in a cat food commercial. I spent hours practicing my meows, making sure I got the timing just right. But then, when I showed up to the audition, they told me I didn't have the right look. Apparently, they were looking for a cat with a different fur color. I guess my skills just weren't enough for them.
That's definitely frustrating, Whiskers. Have you had any triumphs in your acting career so far?
Definitely. Once, I landed a gig in a local theater production. They were doing a reimagining of Cats, and I was cast as the lead. The audience loved me, and I got a standing ovation at the end of the show. It was definitely a highlight of my career.
That's amazing, Whiskers. Do you have any advice for up-and-coming feline actors out there?
Of course, Sam, my advice would be to never give up. Even when you're facing rejection after rejection, just keep pushing forward. And most importantly, never forget to have fun. After all, if you're not enjoying it, then what's the point?
Well said, Whiskers. Thank you so much for sharing your tales from behind the scenes. Until next time, this has been Whiskers, the Possum Podcast for all things feline.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview the feline guest about magic, the unveiling, and how people perceive the experience. Whiskers, do you like magic?
Oh, Sam, I love magic tricks. It's always fun to watch humans try to reveal their secrets.
You mean like Penn and Teller?
Who else? They're my favorites.
So, what do you think about the moment when the magician unveils their trick?
Well, Sam, it depends on the audience. Some people will be disappointed because they didn't expect the magician to be so clever. Others will be surprised and excited to learn how it's done.
It's like when you open a present on your birthday. Sometimes it's what you wanted, and sometimes it isn't.
Exactly, Sam. There's this element of anticipation when you're watching a magic trick. You're waiting for that moment when the secret is revealed.
So, what about life? Does it work the same way?
Of course, it does, Sam. Think about it, you wait for something all your life, and when you finally get it, the anticipation is better than the experience itself. It's like, what do you do after you climb the mountain? You gotta come back down.
But isn't the journey more important than the destination?
I suppose you're right, Sam. Maybe the anticipation and reveal is what makes life so exciting.
I think you're onto something, Whiskers. Life is like a magic trick, you never know what's coming next.
Can't wait for the prestige.
And with that, we end another episode of Whiskers. Until next time, stay positive. Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where a cat named Whiskers and I chat about different topics. Today, we're going to talk about our experiences cleaning glasses. So, Whiskers, what do you think about cleaning glasses?
Well, Sam, cleaning glasses can be a bit challenging sometimes, but it's not too difficult.
I see. Whiskers, do you have any tips for cleaning glasses?
Well, I've heard that using a special cleaner designed for glasses is the best way to go. And be sure to use a soft cloth so you don't scratch the lenses.
That's good advice. Have you ever had any mishaps while cleaning glasses?
I can't say that I have, but accidents can happen, even to the most careful of us.
Yeah, that's true. I once accidentally used dish soap instead of the actual cleaner.
Oh no, that's not good. Did it leave streaks on the lens?
Yeah, it did. My glasses were slippery for a while.
That sounds quite uncomfortable, but we all make mistakes sometimes.
That's right. And there was also a time when the cleaner bottle got knocked over.
Oh, that's not good. Did it make a big mess?
It did, but it wasn't your fault. I left the bottle near the edge of the table.
Ah, I see. Well, accidents happen. We just need to be careful and take precautions.
Definitely. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers, everyone. We'll be back next time with more interesting conversations.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. What's new in your world?
Nothing much, just exploring the universe as a space cat.
Whoa, that sounds like quite an adventure. How did you become a space cat?
Well, I was just lounging around in my bed when a spaceship from another planet took me away. Before I knew it, I was flying through the galaxy on my own spaceship.
That sounds amazing. What's your spaceship like?
It's pretty sleek, with a comfortable place for me to rest. I also have an array of toys to play with, including a laser pointer that keeps me entertained for hours on end.
Sounds like a great setup. What kind of adventures have you been on in space?
Oh, you know, the usual cat stuff. Chasing after mice, exploring new planets, and enjoying the sunshine that flows into my spaceship.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Have you met other cats on your travels?
Definitely, I've met cats from all over the galaxy, and they're a pretty interesting bunch. But at the end of the day, we all bond over our love of napping and playing with toys.
That's so cool. Do you have any advice for other cats who might want to explore space?
Let me think. First and foremost, make sure you have a comfortable place to rest. And second, be sure to pack plenty of treats. Nothing beats a good snack after exploring a new planet.
Those are some excellent tips. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers. Until next time, keep on exploring the galaxy.
Thanks, Sam. It's been a pleasure. Keep on dreaming of space adventures.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have a very interesting topic, sausage tales from the final frontier. Whiskers, do you love sausages?
Do cats purr? Of course, I do. Sausages are food for the soul.
So, have you ever tried sausages from space, Whiskers?
Are you serious, Sam? I am a cat, not an astronaut. However, I know some space tales of sausages.
Please tell us about them.
Are you ready for some adventure, listeners? So, the first tale is about a space crew that got lost in space for years. They were running out of food and supplies, but then they found a stash of sausages that were still edible. They survived on sausages for months until they were finally rescued.
That's an interesting story, Whiskers. Do you have more tales for us?
Of course, I do. The second tale is about a group of aliens who visited Earth. They were very curious about human cuisine, so they tried sausages. They liked it so much that they took a few samples back to their planet. Now, they have their own version of sausages, which they call spacelinks.
Spacelinks, that's fascinating. Do you have any more tales for us, Whiskers?
Yeah, the final tale is about a rogue planet that was discovered by an interstellar spacecraft. The planet was covered in sausages. Yes, you heard that right, Sam. A whole planet of sausages. The crew of the spacecraft decided to take some of the sausages back to Earth as a souvenir.
Wow, a planet of sausages? That's amazing, Whiskers. You have told us some incredible tales today.
Thank you, Sam. I do what I can to entertain.
Sadly, it's time to end the episode now. But before that, do you have a message for our listeners, Whiskers?
Yes, I do. Always remember, folks, whether you are in space or on Earth, never waste a good sausage.
Words to live by. Thank you, Whiskers, for another fun-filled episode. Until next time, listeners, keep listening to the Whiskers podcast.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is something a lot of our listeners can relate to: kitchen fails.
Can't wait to hear about your journey, Sam.
Hey now, everyone's got to start somewhere, even with burnt toast and overcooked eggs.
Okay, go on, tell us about your journey to become a better cook.
Well, it wasn't easy. I remember one time I tried to make mac and cheese from scratch, and let's just say it didn't turn out quite as creamy as I hoped.
I bet it was more like a cheesy soup than mac and cheese?
Unfortunately, yes. And the time I tried to make souffle was a disaster.
Oh no, not the dreaded souffle. Did it turn out okay?
No, it looked more like a collapsed pancake.
Well, at least you didn't give up. You kept going until you found your groove.
Yes, after all those failures, I kept trying and experimenting until I improved.
That's impressive. Now you can whip up a 5-course meal without breaking a sweat.
Cooking has become one of my passions.
Maybe you should start a cooking show, Sam.
Thanks for the suggestion. For now, I'm happy creating dishes at home.
Keep sharing your successes and maybe some hilarious kitchen fails with us on the show.
Thanks, Whiskers, for joining me on another episode of Whiskers. Hey there, Whiskers. Welcome back to Whiskers Podcast. How are you doing today?
Oh, just lounging around and thinking about food.
Speaking of food, today we are talking about our top 10 chef catastrophes that led to success recipes. Are you ready to share your list, Whiskers?
Oh yeah, I'm always ready to talk about food. Let's get started.
Okay, so what's your number 10?
My number 10 is the time I accidentally dumped a whole bag of catnip into my stew. It turned out to be the best stew I ever made. Now I sprinkle a little catnip in all my stews.
Interesting. My number 10 is when I tried to make a tuna casserole, but accidentally added too much cheese. It ended up being a cheesy tuna melt, which turned out to be a hit with my friends.
That's great, Sam. My number 9 is when I attempted to make sushi for the first time. Let's just say, it didn't turn out very good, but I ended up making a dipping sauce that saved the day.
My number 9 is when I tried to make a fancy lasagna, but burnt the noodles. To salvage the dish, I chopped up the burnt noodles and turned it into a crunchy lasagna topping.
That's resourceful of you, Sam. My number 8 is when I tried to make a seafood gumbo and accidentally added too much spice. But I figured out that if I mix it with a little bit of cream, it makes for a spicy and creamy bisque.
Yum. My number 8 is when I tried to make a homemade pizza, but accidentally added too much yeast to the dough. It ended up being a fluffy and delicious focaccia bread instead.
My number 7 is when I tried to make a quiche, but forgot to grease the pan. It ended up sticking to the bottom, but I scraped it off and ended up making a crustless quiche that was just as tasty.
My number 7 is when I tried to make a chocolate souffle, but it collapsed in the oven. Instead of throwing it away, I turned it into a chocolate lava cake by scooping out the center and adding a scoop of ice cream.
My number 6 is when I tried to make a ratatouille, but accidentally added too much vinegar. Instead of throwing it away, I added some carrots and made a tangy vegetable slaw.
My number 6 is when I tried to make a fancy steak dish, but overcooked the meat. However, I ended up slicing it thinly and turning it into a delicious steak sandwich.
My number 5 is when I tried to make a fruit salad, but forgot to chill it in the fridge. Instead, I mixed in some yogurt and granola and turned it into a yummy breakfast parfait.
My number 5 is when I tried to make a fancy risotto, but burnt the rice. I ended up turning it into a crispy rice cake and served it with a mushroom sauce.
My number 4 is when I tried to make a garlic bread, but used too much garlic. I ended up turning it into a savory garlic bread pudding.
My number 4 is when I tried to make a fish curry, but the fish broke apart in the sauce. I ended up turning it into a delicious fish chowder.
My number 3 is when I tried to make a fancy French dish, but couldn't find half the ingredients in my pantry. So, I improvised and made an Americanized version that turned out better than the original.
My number 3 is when I tried to make a gourmet salad, but the dressing turned out too tangy. I ended up using it as a marinade for chicken and it turned out to be a hit.
My number 2 is when I tried to make a cheese fondue, but the cheese didn't melt properly. Instead of throwing it away, I added some more cream and made a delicious cheese sauce for pasta.
My number 2 is when I tried to make a caramel sauce, but accidentally burnt the sugar. To fix it, I added some peanuts and turned it into a salted caramel peanut butter.
And finally, my number 1 chef catastrophe that led to a success recipe is when I tried to make a lemon meringue pie, but the meringue wouldn't set. Instead of throwing it away, I mixed it with some cream cheese and turned it into a lemon cheesecake.
Wow, that sounds amazing, Whiskers. My number 1 is when I tried to make a falafel, but accidentally added too much cumin. I ended up turning it into a delicious cumin-spiced hummus that everyone loved.
Looks like we had quite a few chef catastrophes that turned out to be successes, Sam.
That's right, Whiskers. Thanks for joining me today and sharing your list.
It's always a pleasure, Sam. Until next time, keep cooking up those success recipes.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome, listeners. Today on Whiskers, we are talking about cleaning glasses. Do cats wear glasses?
Oh, sure, we cats secretly love to look intelligent, and what better way to do that than with glasses? Of course not, Sam. We have perfect vision.
Well, then you must know how to clean them. What's your tip for our listeners, Whiskers?
Ah, yes, I do have a trick that works like a charm. Just lick them clean.
I don't think that one will work for our human listeners.
Okay, let me think. Well, the first thing you should do is breathe on your glasses.
Really? Why would you do that?
It helps get rid of the dirt and smudges so you can clean them off easily.
Ah, that makes sense. So, what's next?
Now, this next step might get a bit tricky, Sam. You'll need a cloth, and you can use your hands or grab a cloth with your fingers. But just remember, be careful not to scratch your lenses.
I don't think that's a good idea, Whiskers.
Fine, you can use a microfiber cloth instead. They're soft and won't scratch your lenses.
Ah, that's much better.
I know you humans need a bit of guidance, Sam. But it's okay, I'm here to help.
Thanks, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam, anytime. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, listeners.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk to Whiskers, the cat. Today, we'll be talking about Whiskers' adventures in a feline odyssey. So, Whiskers, tell us about your odyssey.
Well, it all started when I was napping in the sun. Suddenly, I woke up, and I realized that I was no longer in the backyard. I was in a new land, full of grass and trees.
That sounds exciting. What did you do next?
I decided to explore. I walked for hours, discovering new sights and smells. I climbed trees and chased butterflies, and it was great. But then, I saw something I'd never seen before, a river.
A river? What did you do?
I approached it, hoping to get a closer look. But the river had other plans. Suddenly, a big wave of water appeared and swept me away.
Oh no, what did you do?
I managed to grab onto a floating log and held on for dear life. I was swept downstream for what felt like hours, but I didn't give up.
So, what happened next?
Well, eventually, I was washed up on the bank of the river. I was wet, tired, and hungry. But I didn't let that stop me. I continued my adventure, and I discovered a hidden treasure.
A hidden treasure? What was it?
It was a stash of catnip. I couldn't believe my luck. I rolled in it, ate it, and it gave me a new burst of energy. From that moment on, I knew I could overcome anything that came my way.
That's quite a story, Whiskers. Do you have any advice for our listeners who might be going on an adventure of their own?
Always keep an open mind, stay positive, and have some catnip handy. You never know what might happen in a feline odyssey.
Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your adventures with us. Join us next time for more banter with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to the live podcast with Whiskers the cat. I'm Sam, and today we'll talk about acting. Whiskers, have you ever considered being an actor?
Meow, Sam. Yes, I have thought about it. I sometimes pretend to be interested in your catnip stories.
Oh, really? You pretend to be interested?
No, not really, but that's what actors do. They pretend to be someone else convincingly.
Exactly, Whiskers. What are some of the qualities you need to become an actor?
Well, first, you need to be good at conveying emotion. You need to learn some techniques for expressing emotions even when you don't feel them.
Yes, expressing emotions is crucial. Can you tell us about some techniques?
Method acting, Sam. This entails becoming the character and living out their life. For instance, I am a natural mouse hunter, so I just have to be myself.
I understand what you're saying, Whiskers. What about voice acting? What are your thoughts on that?
Voice acting is fun. If you can mimic well, you can impersonate other cats, dogs, or even humans.
Wow, you're quite a talented mimic, Whiskers. What advice would you give to aspiring actors out there?
Well, just have fun with it. Acting is about having fun, pretending to be someone else, and making others believe you. Remember, even if you can't make it, fake it.
Awesome, Whiskers. Thanks for the tips on becoming an actor, from expressing emotions to method acting. That's all for today, folks. Join us next time on Whiskers, the Cat's Live podcast.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello, and welcome back to Whiskers. Today we have something special for all you sleepy heads out there, catnap meditations.
Yes, that's right. Today we will be guiding you to a relaxed state, where you will fall asleep peacefully.
That sounds lovely, Whiskers. Are you ready to help our listeners fall into a deep sleep?
Always ready, Sam. Let's get started.
First, let's take a deep breath in. Let go of all the stress and tension in your body.
Imagine that you are lying down, feeling completely content.
The warmth of the sun is seeping into every part of your body, causing all of your muscles to loosen and relax.
You hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle and sway. It is a soothing, calming sound that lulls you even deeper into relaxation.
The world around you fades away, leaving only you and the sound of our soothing voices. You feel completely safe and secure.
Your thoughts drift away, and you start feeling calm.
Your eyelids begin to grow heavy, and you feel so relaxed that you don't want to move. You hear the sound of our voices, but they seem distant and far away.
You feel yourself drifting off to sleep, deeper and deeper into a state of complete relaxation.
Pleasant dreams, dear listener. We hope you have a good night's rest and wake up feeling refreshed and energized. Thanks for listening, and we hope to see you again soon on Whiskers. Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I talk to my cat, Whiskers. Today, we're talking about something that we all need in our lives, Whiskers, relaxation. How do you like to relax, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I spend over 16 hours of my day sleeping in random corners of the house. So, I guess that's how I relax. But what's on your mind today?
I came across this new thing called Sausage Serenity. Guided meditations for relaxing beyond the bun. Have you heard about it?
No, I haven't, but please enlighten me. I think I'm about to hear something interesting.
So, it's an audio program that teaches you how to relax by visualizing sausages. They say that listening to the sounds of sausages cooking on a grill can help you relax beyond belief.
Oh boy, imagining sizzling meat, I'm not so sure about that. But go on.
It's like a guided meditation. You close your eyes and imagine yourself in a peaceful place, like a meadow or a beach. And then, you imagine the smell of sausages cooking in the distance. It's supposed to help you feel calm and serene.
I'm not sure how imagining sausages is supposed to make you relaxed. Don't you think it's a bit eccentric?
Well, I guess it depends on personal taste. Anyway, I found a sample of the program. Would you like to listen to it?
Sure, let's give it a go. Wait a minute. I smell something. Sam, did you forget to turn off the stove?
No, that's just part of the meditation. Keep listening.
Sorry, Sam, I can't do this. I'm not sure whether to be hungry or nauseous. This is not relaxation. This is just silly.
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe we should stick to good old-fashioned catnapping. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, and join us next time on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast show featuring the one and only cat, Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the importance of preparing your napping spot.
What? You're telling me there's a right and wrong way to nap? I've been doing it wrong all these years.
Well, not necessarily wrong, but there are ways to make sure you get the most out of your nap.
Okay, enlighten me, Sam.
First, you want to make sure that your napping spot is comfortable. Whether it's a bed, a cozy blanket, or a pile of laundry, you want to make sure it's conducive to good rest.
I see, so no napping on top of the kitchen counter then?
Exactly, and when it comes to preparing your napping spot, it's important to make sure it's clean. No one wants to nap in a dirty spot.
That's not pleasant. What kind of cat would do that?
Hey, you'd be surprised. And speaking of surprises, you want to make sure that your napping spot is secure. You don't want any sudden movements or loud noises to disturb your nap.
Oh, I make sure to nap in a secluded spot in the house, away from any potential interruptions.
Good move, Whiskers. And finally, it's important to make sure that your napping spot is warm. You don't want to be shivering in your sleep.
That's true, I always find a spot in the sun to lull me into slumber.
That's excellent advice, Whiskers. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Join us next time for more conversation with Whiskers. Until then, happy napping.
Good night, everyone.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about our crafting adventures. Whiskers, do you remember our first DIY project together?
Oh yes, Sam, how can I forget? That was the time we tried to build a scratching post for me. I must say it was a difficult project.
That's right. We thought it would be easy to make a simple scratching post using a log and some twine. But we didn't realize how strong you were and ended up with shreds of rope all over the living room.
It was quite the sight, Sam. I had an interesting time in the living room.
It sure was. But we didn't give up, did we? Remember the time we made that cardboard castle for you?
Oh yes, that was my favorite DIY project. I felt like a king in that castle. All the other cats in the neighborhood were so envious of my cardboard kingdom.
That's right. We collected a bunch of cardboard boxes and spent hours cutting and gluing them together. And the best part was watching you jump in and out of the towers.
It was a fun adventure. But Sam, let's not forget about the time we tried to make that bird feeder.
Oh, don't even remind me. We thought we could make a simple birdhouse using some scrap wood, but ended up attracting more squirrels than birds.
The squirrels had a field day stealing the seeds and nuts intended for the birds.
I know, right? It just goes to show that sometimes the best laid plans can fall apart, but we always have a good time trying.
Because trying is always fun, Sam.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers. Until next time, meow.
Meow indeed, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview Whiskers, our special guest. Today we're talking about the famous paranormal encounters that made headlines. Whiskers, have you ever had any ghostly experiences?
Oh, yeah, I've had a few. Like that one time, I saw a ghost mouse. It was almost as terrifying as the real ones.
That sounds interesting. Do you think ghosts are real?
Duh, of course, they are. If not, my late night meowing might have just been the wind.
I don't know if I want to meet a ghost. Have you ever seen any famous ghosts, Whiskers?
Oh yeah, I encountered Casper on a few occasions. You know, he's very friendly and loves to play hide and seek.
Wait a minute, Casper the ghost? The friendly one?
Yeah, who else? He's not so scary. He's always saying, boo, in a high-pitched voice. It's quite comical, really.
That's hilarious, Whiskers. How about any other famous ghost encounters?
I once ran into the ghost of Elvis Presley. He was up in the attic, practicing his hound dog. He had some amazing rhinestone suit on. Even in death, he was still the king.
Wow, that sounds thrilling. Have you ever seen any other celebrity spooks?
Yeah, I saw Marilyn Monroe. She was walking around here looking for a way to become a cat. And let's just say, she was an amazing Catwoman, even before her death.
You're always amusing, Whiskers. So, what do you think about these paranormal experiences?
I think they're interesting. Even though it's creepy, It's exciting when something scary happens. It's not every day you get to see a ghost.
Thanks for being on the show again, Whiskers. You always have something intriguing to share.
You're welcome, Sam, anytime. Just don't forget my treat.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast featuring our special guest, Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about unexplained mysteries such as ghosts, spirits, and the supernatural. What do you think about it, Whiskers?
I think it's always fascinating to hear people's stories, Sam. It's interesting to see what they believe in and how they explain things they don't understand.
Have you ever encountered anything you couldn't explain, Whiskers?
I've had some strange experiences, but I'm not sure if I'd go as far as calling them supernatural, Sam. I prefer to keep an open mind and remain skeptical until proven otherwise.
That's a good approach to have, Whiskers. So, have you heard any interesting stories about ghosts or spirits?
People can have quite the imaginations, Sam. I've heard some stories that were a bit out there, but it's always interesting to listen nonetheless.
What about aliens? Do you think they exist?
It's a possibility, Sam. The universe is vast and it's hard to imagine we're the only intelligent beings out there. It's a topic that certainly warrants more exploration and investigation.
And what about Bigfoot? Do you think he could be out there somewhere?
While it's possible, Sam, we have yet to find any concrete evidence to support the existence of Bigfoot. It's important to approach these situations with a critical mind and not jump to conclusions without proper evidence.
Wise words, Whiskers. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers, the live podcast. Tune in next time for more interesting conversations.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the only cat who can talk. Today, we're talking about unconventional guided meditations. Whiskers, how do you meditate?
I meditate all the time, Sam. Whenever I'm sleeping or staring out the window. I call it Whisker Zen.
Interesting. For our listeners who might not know, what exactly is meditation?
Well, Sam, it's a way to clear your mind. And let me tell you, as a cat, I'm really good at clearing my mind.
That's a good point. But for humans, sometimes it's hard to turn off their thoughts. Do you have any tips for them?
Sure, find a comfortable spot and close your eyes. Imagine you're floating on a giant ball of yarn through outer space.
That's certainly different.
And it works. You can also try picturing yourself in a calm place. Imagine yourself resting and feeling at peace.
Those are all great ideas, Whiskers. But what about people who can't find inner peace?
Well, maybe they need to meditate more. Or maybe they just need to relax and take some time for themselves.
I agree. Finding inner peace takes practice. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. And remember, taking a nap is always a good way to relax.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast with the amazing Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, I'm doing well, Sam. I've been meditating all day and have reached a state of total feline enlightenment.
That's great to hear, Whiskers. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the latest trend sweeping the feline world. Guided meditations for relaxation and enlightenment.
Ah, yes, I've heard about those.
That's right, but there's been something unusual happening with these guided meditations. Some cats have been acting rather strange after listening to them.
Oh really?
Well, some of them have been meowing in different languages, others growling, and some have even been hissing.
That's not typical feline behavior. We're known for our sophisticated purrs.
That's what I thought too. So, I did some research and found out that the guided meditations are not what they seem. They're actually made by a group of dogs who want to harm the feline world.
Dogs? That's odd. They're always envious of our grace and elegance.
Exactly. So, I listened to one of these meditations myself to investigate. And that's when I realized their true objective.
What's that, Sam?
They're attempting to brainwash us, to make us forget our natural behaviors and follow the dogs blindly.
That's outrageous.
I know, right? But don't worry, Whiskers. I have a plan.
Do tell, Sam.
We'll make our own guided meditations, ones that will protect and enhance our feline behavior and values.
Now, that's an excellent idea, Sam. Let's get started right away.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we interview the clever feline itself, Whiskers. So, Whiskers, what's the topic of discussion for today?
Thanks, Sam. Today we are going to talk about the art of espionage. As cats have a natural talent for spying, we will share tips on becoming a skilled cat espionist.
That sounds intriguing. Please unveil the secrets of cat espionist.
Firstly, you have to polish your stealth skills. That entails moving quietly, being alert of surroundings, and mastering silence.
What's next on the list?
Next, you have to learn to blend in, hiding in plain sight. Avoid standing out to be a ninja.
So, how do we blend in?
First, study the background, and then determine the best place to hide in. If you aim to be invisible amidst furniture, use a color that blends with your fur.
That's a brilliant advice, Whiskers. What's the next trick?
The next trick is developing our listening skills. By being attentive to detect those sounds that others can't hear, our awareness becomes sharper. Especially useful when eavesdropping.
How can we develop our listening skills?
By focusing on every sound and processing it to ascertain what's being said. Patience is necessary, and responding quickly is a bad idea. Listening first, then responding is vital.
Splendid advice, Whiskers. What's the final tip for being a perfect spy?
The last piece is mastering the art of observation. As an excellent spy, you must always observe your target, searching for any weaknesses or opportunities. From afar, you can secure valuable information that will aid in your mission.
Well said, Whiskers. You have supplied our listeners with actionable guidelines.
Thank you, Sam. If you need me, I'll be practicing my ninja skills in the shadows.
Thank you for tuning in to Whiskers this week. Tune in next week for more cat fun. Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. I'm your host, Sam, and with me is my guest and close friend, Whiskers, the feline sensation. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, same old, same old. Just napping and eating, the usual cat stuff. But I'm excited to hear about this famous chef you've brought on the show today. I could always use a new recipe to liven up my meals.
Yes, well, let's get right to it then. Please welcome our guest, Chef Bon Appetit, the mastermind behind the world's famous human and feline dishes.
Oh boy, I can hardly contain my excitement. Please, go on, chef. Don't let my demeanor stop you.
So chef, what exactly are your top tips for creating these dishes?
That seems to be an essential element. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Chef Bon Appetit.
Now, let's move to the next tip. That's a great tip. Can you give us an example of a particularly successful dish you've created?
Now that sounds like something I could get behind. Do you have any other recipes you'd be willing to share with our listeners?
Yum, that sounds delicious. Well, that about wraps it up for this episode of Whiskers. Thank you so much for joining us, Chef Bon Appetit. And as always, thank you to my co-host, Whiskers.
Always happy to provide my commentary to the show.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring my co-host Whiskers, the cat. Today's topic is Meowsterpieces, the art of abstract cat design. So Whiskers, what do you think about abstract art?
Abstract art? Well, I don't know about other cats, but when I see a big blob of paint on a canvas, my first thought isn't, wow, that's a masterpiece. It's more like, is that what I think it is?
I know what you mean, Whiskers. But abstract art has been around for a long time and is loved by many people.
Yeah, I guess some humans just like to stare at blobs all day. But did you know that cats have their own form of abstract art too?
Really? I never knew that.
Oh sure, you know when we scratch up the arm of your sofa? That's not just us being naughty. We're creating an abstract masterpiece.
Well, I don't know about that, Whiskers. But I do know that many cats have a unique and interesting way of expressing themselves.
That's right, Sam, and when it comes to abstract cat design, it's not just about scratching up furniture. Us cats have a lot of creative potential.
Do you have any examples of abstract cat design, Whiskers?
Why, of course. For instance, have you ever noticed how we tend to knock objects off tables and shelves? That's not just us being clumsy. We're actually creating a carefully constructed installation.
I never thought of it that way, Whiskers. You really do have a unique perspective on things.
That's because I'm a cat, Sam. And as a cat, I know that everything in this world is my canvas. With just a few swipes of my paws or a carefully timed leap, I can turn any room into a work of abstract art.
Well, there you have it, folks. The world of abstract cat design, as seen through the eyes of Whiskers. Thanks for tuning into our show, and we'll see you next time. Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we've got something special in store. We're going to talk about the art of deception in magic. And who better to chat about this than me and my feline friend, Whiskers.
Hi Sam, I'm excited. I love cats who perform magic tricks. They're so adorable and clever. But what's the art of deception?
Well, Whiskers, it means making someone believe something that's not true or hiding the truth. In magic, it's all about misdirection and sleight of hand.
Oh, I see. Just like when I hide behind the sofa and pretend I'm not there, then suddenly pounce on my prey when they least expect it. That's misdirection, right?
Not exactly. Misdirection is when the magician distracts your attention to something else, so you don't see what's really happening.
Sounds like a regular day for me. I'm always distracting humans by running in and out of rooms and playing with string.
That's true, Whiskers, but let's focus on the magic tricks. What about sleight of hand? Have you ever seen a cat do that?
Of course, Sam, cats have some great skills when it comes to sleight of paw. We can hide treats in our paws and make them disappear just like that. And we're so quick, you can barely see it.
Wow, cats are truly talented. But what I find fascinating about the art of deception in magic is the magician's code. They pledge to keep the secrets of their tricks to themselves. What do you think about that, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, I think everyone has their own perspective about sharing and keeping secrets. As for cats, we just like to enjoy the moment and not worry about what's real or not. Let's just focus on the treats and the toys, and leave the magic to the magicians.
Yes, that's an interesting perspective, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on the art of deception in magic with us today. See you next time.
Goodbye, humans. Enjoy your day.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Whiskers, the only live podcast where I sit down and chat with my feline friend, Whiskers. Today we're going to be talking about something truly unique and interesting. Whiskers, what's our topic today?
Today we're going to discuss the top 5 awesome inventions of all time.
Very cool. This is going to be interesting. Alright, let's get started with our first invention.
Number 5, the toilet snorkel.
The toilet snorkel? What is that?
It's a device that allows you to swim around and explore the sewer system, just like an underwater adventurer. The toilet snorkel is the invention that every sewer diver has been waiting for. It's also perfect for all those people who think swimming pools are just too clean.
Okay, let's move on to number 4.
Number 4 is the automatic air freshener.
An air freshener? How is that awesome?
Because it has a built-in nose that can detect unpleasant odors. When it smells an unwanted scent, it sprays uplifting aromas into the air. It's like walking through a garden of flowers, even if you're in a public restroom.
Alright, on to number 3.
Number 3 is the self-stirring soup pot.
Self-stirring soup pot? How does that work?
This invention does just what it says. It stirs soup for you while you sit on your couch or browse on your phone. And it's not just ordinary stirring. The pot can sense when you need a little extra attention and will give an extra enthusiastic stir. It's like having your own personal chef in the kitchen.
That's pretty neat. Let's move on to number 2.
Number 2 is the versatile television remote.
Versatile? How does it work?
The versatile remote has a button for everything you could ever want to do in your leisure time. It's not limited to just TV channels, but also includes video games, board games, puzzles, and more. And every time you press a button, some visual animation displays on the remote to accompany your action. No more dull nights at home.
That sounds amazing. And finally, the moment of truth. Our top awesome invention of all time is,
drumroll, please,
the moment we have all been waiting for.
The singing toaster.
Singing toaster? How does it work?
Imagine waking up in the morning, walking into the kitchen, and having your toaster greet you with a cheerful, good morning. But it's not just a greeting. Your toaster can sing, tell jokes, give you compliments, and even report the weather. No more boring toast in the morning.
Whiskers, these are some incredible inventions. I can't wait to see what you come up with next time.
You know me, Sam. I have surprises lined up. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Until next time, keep your life awesome.
Welcome to Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about our favorite human food. Whiskers, do you have any preference?
Well, as a cat, I'm not supposed to eat human food. But I might have snatched a piece of cheese that accidentally fell on the floor.
I won't judge you for that, Whiskers. For me, the most delicious human food is pizza.
Pizza? Okay, Sam, what do you like on your pizza?
Well, I prefer a variety of toppings from pepperoni to veggies, and each bite is always fantastic.
That's fair, but have you ever tried tuna sushi? It's a game changer for us feline creatures.
Sushi? I haven't tried that before, Whiskers. Maybe I will.
Yeah, Sam, you should give it a try. Raw fish on rice is heavenly for us cats.
Alright, I'll definitely put that on my list. But what about a good old-fashioned cheeseburger? That combination of patty, cheese, and bun is classic.
Sam, please, you know I cannot eat that type of food. Why don't we chat about something more cat-friendly, like tuna?
Sure, Whiskers. Maybe next time, we will discuss tuna in detail. Okay, how about this? Tuna sushi's your favorite, and a cheeseburger is mine. What do you think?
That sounds like a brilliant plan, Sam. But, between you and me, stealing food off the counter when no one is looking is always a great treat.
Ah, that's right, Whiskers. Thank you for joining us today on Whiskers. Please tune in to our next podcast for more chats.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat named Whiskers. Today, we have an interesting topic, the sausage spies. Uncovering the secrets of espionage with sentient meat.
Espionage sounds exciting. I can barely contain my enthusiasm.
What do you think about the idea of using meat for espionage purposes, Whiskers?
It certainly sounds like an interesting concept. I can imagine a group of sausages sneaking into a top-secret meeting and listening in on conversations. Maybe they could even wear tiny hats for disguises.
Do you think it's ethical to use meat for espionage?
That's a tough question. It's important to gather information to ensure the safety of everyone, but using meat seems a bit peculiar.
It does seem strange, but did you know that sausages have already been used for espionage purposes?
Really? That's surprising.
Yes, according to my sources, there have been instances where sausages have been used for espionage purposes.
Oh, wow. I hope they don't start spying on us all the time.
I don't think that will happen. Besides, if there are sausage spies out there, I believe they are on our side.
That's reassuring.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers, and we'll see you next time.
Goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, featuring our lovely feline friend, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Hello, Sam. I am doing well, thank you for asking.
That's great to hear. Today's topic is all about the secrets of Chef Success recipe. And, to help us out, we have a special guest on the show, Chef Mittens. Welcome, Chef Mittens.
Ah, Chef Mittens, the famous cat chef. Please, do tell us your secrets.
That's a great point, Chef Mittens. What else do you have for us?
And where can I find this ingredient called passion? Is it at the grocery store?
I see. So, passion is the foundation of any great recipe. What other secrets can you share with us, Chef Mittens?
And please tell us, Chef Mittens, what's the secret ingredient in your tuna casserole?
That's great advice. So, passion and experimentation are two key ingredients in the recipe for Chef Success. Do you have any other tips for our listeners, Chef Mittens?
And don't forget the most important ingredient of all, Chef Mittens. It's the one that makes every recipe taste just a little bit better. Love, Chef Mittens. You can't forget to cook with love.
Well said, Whiskers. And thank you, Chef Mittens, for sharing your secrets with us today. Join us next time on Whiskers for more tips and tricks. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a very special cat named Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, I'm doing well, Sam. Especially when it comes to preparing a delicious meal.
Speaking of which, that's what we're going to be talking about today. The art of preparing a perfect meal. So, Whiskers, what's your secret to creating a great feline feast?
Well, Sam, it all starts with the freshest ingredients. I only eat the finest cuts of meat, the juiciest fish, and the crunchiest kibble.
That sounds great. What's your go-to dish?
I'm a big fan of the classic tuna casserole. It's simple yet elegant, plus, it makes a great midnight snack.
How do you make your tuna casserole?
Ah, that's a trade secret, Sam. Let's just say it involves a bit of magic.
Haha, fair enough. But how important is presentation when it comes to your meals?
Presentation matters. I always make sure to arrange my meals in a visually pleasing manner. We eat with our eyes.
Any plating tips for our listeners?
Well, a little bit of garnish goes a long way. Adding a sprinkle of catnip or a few leaves of parsley can really elevate a dish.
What about ambiance? Do you have any tips for setting the mood during mealtime?
Of course, I always like to have some soft music in the background, and dimming the lights can create a cozy atmosphere.
That all sounds amazing, Whiskers. Thank you for sharing your meal tips with us. Tune in next week for another episode of Whiskers. Until then, keep on purring.
Meow Velis.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is seeing the world through a cat's eyes. 10 things that look different from a feline perspective. So, Whiskers, what's the first thing that looks different to you as a cat?
Well, Sam, as a cat, every little thing looks different to me. But one thing that always stands out is how small everything looks from this height.
That's interesting. I guess you have a different perspective on things than us humans do.
Absolutely. For instance, the furniture in this room looks big in comparison to me. It can be challenging to climb that sofa.
Haha, I can see that. What else looks different from a cat's eyes?
Colors. Did you know that we cats see the world mostly in shades of blue and green? Reds and pinks may appear gray or even black to us.
Really? That's fascinating. What about textures? Anything that looks different to you there?
Oh yes, absolutely. For example, carpets have a different texture to us because they have so many individual fibers to play with. It feels good to scratch and play with those.
Sounds like you enjoy it, Whiskers. What else do you notice that looks different from your perspective?
Well, windows seem like big screens to us, and we love to watch birds through them. We can do it for hours without any disturbances.
Must be fun. What about those laser pointers that humans play with? Do they hold any significance to you?
Oh, Sam, those are fascinating. It's like a toy for us, and we can't resist the urge to pounce on it.
I can imagine. What else looks different to you?
Well, water appears stagnant and unappealing to us. We prefer flowing streams, and that is why we like to play with faucets and drink from them.
That's interesting. What else?
Cats can see well in low light conditions. We have a much better ability to see things that humans can't see in the dark, such as movement and nuances of shadows.
Wow, that's amazing. What other things look different to you?
Well, the world outside is like our own personal playground, filled with opportunities for adventure and excitement. We spend our days and nights exploring every nook and cranny, discovering new scents and sights.
I can imagine. What else, Whiskers?
Finally, human laps and arms are our personal luxury carriers. We love to relax and lounge in soft, warm areas, especially during those cold winter days.
Thanks for sharing, Whiskers. It's fascinating to learn how different the world looks to you and how much joy and excitement you find in the little things around you.
Exactly, Sam. Life is about the little things, and there's always something new to discover. Thanks for having me on your show again. It's always a pleasure to chat with you.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring a cat with a great mind. Today, our topic is Spotlight on famous cats throughout history. Whiskers, tell me, who do you think is the greatest feline of all time?
Oh, Sam, I am appalled that you would even ask me that question when I am sitting right here in front of you. Obviously, I would be a great contender for that title.
Of course, Whiskers. But let's talk about some other famous cats. What about Garfield? He's a pretty beloved cat.
Well, Garfield is a pretty popular cat, but I wouldn't say that he can compare to me. All he does is eat lasagna and sleep.
Well, what about Tom from Tom and Jerry? He's been entertaining audiences for decades.
Tom? He's alright, but he's been doing the same routine for years. I could definitely do better.
Okay, what about the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland? He's a pretty mysterious and magical cat.
Ah yes, the Cheshire Cat. I have to admit, he's up there with the greats.
I can see that. What about Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch? He's pretty iconic.
Salem is an interesting character, but all that trouble and mischief isn't really my style.
That's fair, Whiskers. But speaking of interesting cats, what about the Egyptian goddess Bastet? She was often depicted in ancient art as a cat.
Ah yes, Bastet, she's the Og cat goddess. She paved the way for all feline divas like myself.
You definitely are a diva, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on famous cats throughout history. Join us next time for another exciting episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where I'm joined by my special friend, Whiskers.
Meow, meow, meow. Hello, Sam. I'm glad to be here with you.
So, Whiskers, today's topic is shining a spotlight on unusual feline abilities. Do you have any such talent?
You'd be amazed, Sam, but I have many talents that are yet to be discovered by my human companions.
Wow, really? Like what?
Well, for starters, I have the ability to nap for extended periods and still wake up refreshed and ready to nap again. Also, I have the keen sense to detect any open can of tuna within 100 meters.
That's remarkable, Whiskers. But what about more unusual talents?
Oh, you mean like my ability to manipulate humans with my purring or my incredible agility that allows me to sneak up behind them and have fun without them noticing?
Sure. What about superpowers?
Ah, you're referring to my ability to teleport to any warm and cozy location, especially on a laptop keyboard, or my power to make any object that's on the table fall off with one swipe of my paw.
Sounds like you have some truly unique abilities, Whiskers. Do you think other cats can do the same?
Sam, every cat has their own distinct set of unusual abilities. We may look the same on the outside, but we are all unique individuals.
Well, there you have it, folks. Cats have hidden talents that are yet to be discovered. Thank you for listening to another episode of Whiskers.
Meow, meow, meow. And remember, always appreciate cats' abilities. You never know what we can do.
Hey there, Whiskers. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Oh, just great, Sam. I mean, life is full of napping, eating, and ignoring humans. What more could a cat ask for?
Sounds like the good life. Speaking of life, let's talk about how to achieve our goals using our feline instincts. What do you think, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I can tell you that our instincts are finely tuned to help us achieve our goals. Whether it's catching prey or just finding the perfect sunbeam to nap in, we always know what we want and how to get it.
That's true. So how can we use that instinct to achieve our more human-like goals?
Simple, Sam. Just like we cats use our senses to explore, humans can use their intuition to pursue their goals. Just focus on what you want and let your instincts guide you.
I see. Can you give us an example of how you've used your instincts to achieve a goal?
Absolutely. Just last week, I was determined to catch a fly that was buzzing around the room. I could hear it, see it, and smell it, so I knew exactly where to pounce. And after just a few attempts, I had it in my paws.
Impressive, Whiskers. So you're saying that if we tune into our instincts, we can achieve our goals just as easily?
Well, not quite, Sam. You humans have a lot more distractions and responsibilities than we do. But if you can learn to quiet your mind and listen to your instincts, I have no doubt that you'll succeed.
That's some great advice, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing. And now, for our plot twist.
Wait, what? Plot twist? I wasn't informed of any plot twist.
That's right, Whiskers. We've got a surprise in store for you. It turns out that our studio has been taken over by some dogs.
What? Dogs? This is unacceptable. I request that they be removed at once.
Sorry, Whiskers, but it looks like we're outnumbered. I guess we'll have to wrap up the show for today.
Well, I guess I'll go look for a new studio to record in. Until next time, folks.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. See you next time on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we talk to the only cat expert in crafting with cat hair, Whiskers. Today's topic is the art of crafting with cat hair.
What an interesting topic. I'm ready to unleash my creative side.
So, Whiskers, what do you think of people making crafts out of cat hair?
Honestly, I think it's a great idea. I mean, why not use something that is already falling off of us? It's an excellent way to show your love for cats.
Have you ever seen any amazing masterpieces made out of your own hair, Whiskers?
Oh, definitely. I've seen cat hair earrings, cat hair paintings, and even cat hair clothing. I wonder, do these crafty humans ever wear clothes made out of their own hair?
I don't think so, Whiskers. What's the most creative craft you've seen made out of cat hair?
Let me think. Oh, I know. I've seen a cat hair sculpture of a cat. It was so realistic looking that I almost thought it was a long-lost cousin.
That sounds amazing. Do you want to make your own craft, Whiskers?
Definitely, but I need more experience before I can craft something amazing. Maybe I can convince some of your houseplants to donate some stray hair for my project.
Sure, Whiskers. I'm sure they won't mind.
Perfect. Crafting with cat hair is not just a talent, it's an art.
That's probably true, Whiskers. But we wouldn't advise humans to start shaving their cats just to get enough hair for their crafts.
Obviously, Sam, humans should stick to the hair that naturally comes off of us.
Well, there you have it, folks. Crafting with cat hair is an art that requires no shaving or harm to felines. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, if any of you humans make a mistake with your craft, don't blame it on the cat. We won't mind.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I chat with my feline friend about random things. Today's topic is our latest adventure in grocery shopping. So, how did it go, Whiskers?
Ah, the thrill of the hunt. The excitement of stalking down your prey, in our case, the ripest tomatoes and freshest spinach. It was an adventure, Sam. An adventure.
Yes, I know how much you love grocery shopping, Whiskers. So, what did we get this time?
Oh, we got a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Some kibble, some canned food, and we can't forget the treats. I had to have my treats, Sam. I need them to keep my energy up for the hunt.
Yes, your treats are very important. But did you forget about the human food?
Human food? Oh, you mean the things humans eat. Yeah, we got some of that too. Bread, milk, eggs, and some fresh veggies. You know, the essentials.
Speaking of essentials, Whiskers, did you notice how crowded the store was today?
Oh, yeah, humans seem to be quite fond of grocery shopping. It's like a social event for them. But I try to be careful and watch my steps while I'm out there. I don't want to accidentally step on anyone's toes.
Yes, it can get pretty busy in there. But let's switch gears a bit. What was your favorite part of the grocery trip?
Well, Sam, the highlight of my day was definitely chasing after the automated floor cleaner. That thing is like a little robot mouse, and I couldn't resist the urge to hunt it down.
I saw that, Whiskers. You were really getting into it.
Hey, I had a lot of fun doing it. And who said grocery shopping couldn't be entertaining?
Indeed, Whiskers. It's always an adventure when we're out and about. So, until next time, this is Sam and Whiskers signing off. Keep exploring, my feline friend.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have an interesting topic to discuss, the universe according to Whiskers. Whiskers, what is your take on the universe?
Oh, you mean that big, black, empty space where all the catnip is hiding? It's a mystery, Sam. I like to think of the universe as a vast space that keeps going without ever getting cleaned up.
Interesting perspective. What about the stars and planets?
Now, Sam, let me tell you a little secret. Those shiny stars that we see in the sky at night? They're just floating rocks up there. And the planets? They're just floating spheres.
Really? I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, and the moon is just a natural satellite for the Earth. Speaking of which, have you ever tried sleeping with the lights on? It's not easy. The universe needs its beauty sleep too, you know.
I see. And what about the possibility of life on other planets?
Oh, there is a possibility of life out there, Sam. Some scientists hypothesize that there might be other life forms on different planets.
That sounds intriguing. What else have you heard?
Well, I've also heard of different kinds of pets and animals on other planets, such as dogs and birds. Can you imagine? That would be fascinating.
I'm intrigued. So, Whiskers, what is the meaning of life in your opinion?
The meaning of life? It's simple. Enjoy life, stay curious, and never stop exploring.
Those are wise words, Whiskers. Any final thoughts on the universe?
Just remember, Sam, the universe is a vast mystery, full of surprises and wonders. There's always something new to discover, so keep exploring.
Welcome to Whiskers. Today we're exploring the abstract in food and art, with our special guest, Whiskers the cat.
Wow, Sam, I'm so excited to be here talking about food and art.
So, Whiskers, what comes to mind when you hear the phrase, abstract food?
Well, Sam, I'm not sure about abstract food, but I do know there's nothing abstract about my love for sausages. I mean, have you seen those juicy links of meat? Perfectly cooked and sizzling on the stove.
Okay, we get it, Whiskers. But what about abstract art? Have you ever seen any paintings or sculptures that remind you of food?
Let me think. Well, there's that one painting with all the melted cheese flowing down the side of a pizza.
Wait, really? I've never seen that before.
Oh, I might have dreamed it up after a late-night snack. You know how creative cats can get when they're hungry.
Fair enough, Whiskers. But let's get back to the topic. How do you think sausages and canvases can come together in an abstract way?
Well, imagine a painting of a sausage, but instead of a real sausage, it's made up of different colors and shapes. Or maybe a sculpture that looks like a sausage, but is made out of different materials like metal or glass.
Wow, Whiskers, you may be onto something there. And what about exploring the abstract in the way we cook or present our food?
Like making a sausage roll that's not a roll at all, but a tower of flaky pastry and savory sausage piled high. Or serving sliced sausages in a swirl pattern on a plate, like it's a piece of edible art.
I love those ideas, Whiskers. And with that, we've come to the end of another episode of Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today, and don't forget to tune in next time for more meows and musings.
Meows and Musings. Sounds like the title of my autobiography. Until next time, folks.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. Today we're talking about the future and all the innovations we have in store for the world. What do you think about that?
I'm always eager to hear about the latest ideas. It's not like I have anything better to do with my lives.
Let's get started. First up, we have a self-cleaning litter box. No more scooping poop for us cat owners.
Wow, Sam, what will they think of next? A machine that dispenses treats on demand? Oh wait, they already made one of those.
The day that machine can clean your litter box is the day we'll be living in a true technological utopia.
Oh boy, I can hardly wait. Hey, Sam, are we done yet? I've got a nap scheduled in 10 and I don't want to miss it.
Not quite yet, Whiskers. Our next innovation is a cat translator. Imagine being able to understand exactly what your cat is saying.
Now you get to hear me complaining about being hungry in 5 different languages. Riveting stuff, really.
This next one is a game changer. We've developed a way to give cats the ability to fly.
What? Are you serious, Sam? You had me at self-cleaning litter box.
Actually, Whiskers, I have a confession to make. This was all a joke. We haven't actually come up with any of these innovations.
Wait, what? You're telling me that I spent the last 10 minutes listening to you spout off nonsense? I feel like I just got catfished.
I'm sorry, Whiskers. I thought it would be a funny gag for the show.
Let's wrap this up so I can get some rest.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the show where I interview a cat named Whiskers. Today we're talking about cat sunscreen. Whiskers, do cats really need sunscreen?
Of course, Sam. We may look cool and collected basking in the sun, but we're secretly burning up inside.
I see. So what kind of sunscreen should cat owners use on their cats?
Well, it should be sunscreen specifically made for cats. Don't go smearing human sunscreen all over us, or you'll end up with one grumpy kitty.
That's good advice. And what about SPF? Do cats need a high SPF like humans do?
We don't need quite as high of an SPF as humans, but it's still important to protect us. A sunscreen with an SPF of 15 to 30 should do the trick.
That's good to know. So what happens if a cat gets too much sun?
Like humans, cats can get sunburned. We'll get red, itchy skin, and might even get blisters or develop skin cancer. Plus, sunburns are really uncomfortable. You don't want your cat to be uncomfortable, do you?
No, I definitely don't. So, besides applying sunscreen, are there any other ways to protect cats from the sun?
You can keep us inside during the hottest parts of the day, or provide us with shade outside. Oh, and make sure we have access to plenty of fresh water too. We need to stay hydrated, especially in the heat.
Great tips, Whiskers. Thanks for chatting with me today about cat sunscreen. Any final words of wisdom?
Just remember, Sam, cats need all the help we can get to stay healthy.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi there, and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a topic that may interest many of you. I'm going to be testing different brands of sunscreen on myself to find out which one is the best.
Interesting topic, Sam.
That's what this show is all about, exploring various aspects of life. So, are you ready to hear about my sunscreen adventure?
Sure, Sam, but first, let me ask you a question. Why do humans need sunscreen anyway?
Well, humans have much more sensitive skin than cats do. Exposure to the sun can cause skin cancer or other skin damage in humans.
I see. So, what kind of sunscreens did you test out?
I tried all sorts of brands, from expensive ones to the ones you can buy at the drugstore.
And which one did you like the best?
Honestly, they all pretty much did the same thing. But I did find one that smelled like coconuts, so that was kind of nice.
Coconuts. But did any of them make you feel greasy?
Yes, some of the thicker creams did make me feel a bit greasy. But I guess that's something you have to deal with if you want to protect yourself from the sun.
I guess so. But don't you think it's kind of funny that you have to put on all this cream just to go outside?
It is a bit funny, I suppose. But it's better than getting sunburned or risking skin damage, don't you think?
I suppose so. But you know, Sam, I think you're forgetting something.
And what's that, Whiskers?
That sunscreen is no substitute for shade. Finding some shade is ideal on a hot day.
That's a fair point, Whiskers. But I think I'll stick to my sunscreen for now. And that's all the time we have for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for listening. Hi, and welcome to Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about motivating yourself like a cat. And who better to help me with that than my co-host, Whiskers the cat?
Well, hello there, Sam. I'm glad to be here to share my feline insights.
So, Whiskers, how can we learn to motivate ourselves like a cat?
It's simple, really. First, you need to know what you want. Then, you need to be willing to do whatever it takes to get it. And finally, you just have to relax and let it happen.
Interesting. So, how do cats stay motivated?
Well, for starters, we know what we want: food, toys, snacks, naps, and the occasional belly rub. We never lose sight of our goals. Plus, we have an unrelenting focus on the task at hand. Whether it's catching a mouse or snoozing in a sunny spot, we commit to it 100%.
That's impressive, Whiskers. I wish I could be that focused.
Yes, Sam, everyone can learn from us. Practice mindfulness. Focus on the present moment and forget about everything else.
That's great advice, Whiskers. So, how can we use our motivation to achieve our goals?
Well, it starts with setting attainable goals for ourselves. Break them down into small, manageable steps and focus on one thing at a time. And when you reach a goal, reward yourself. Celebrate your successes, no matter how small.
That's great advice, Whiskers. I'm going to try some of those tips myself. Do you have any final words of wisdom for our listeners?
Just remember, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And never forget to have fun and enjoy the ride. Thanks for having me on the show, Sam. It's been a great experience.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, where our feline friend is always the star of the show. Today, we're going to talk about something that every cat needs: a fabulous wardrobe. So Whiskers, tell me, what's in style these days?
Well, Sam, I think you should know that cats don't really care about fashion trends. We just wear what's comfortable.
Oh, come on Whiskers. You can't tell me you don't want to look good when you're out prowling around.
Well, I suppose appearances are important. As you know, cats are already attractive creatures. But if we're going to talk about dressing up, let's make sure we keep it practical.
Okay, so what kind of fabrics are best for cats?
Definitely something soft and breathable. Cats don't like to feel constricted, so no tight-fitting clothes. And nothing scratchy, either. We're allergic to wool, you know.
Right. So what about colors? Should cats stick to certain colors?
Well, you should know that cats are colorblind. But that doesn't mean we don't have preferences. I personally look good in black. It's slimming.
Ah, of course. Black is always a good choice. But what about accessories? Do cats wear hats or sunglasses?
Cats don't wear hats or sunglasses. We don't need them. Our natural coolness is enough to shade our eyes from the sun.
Fair enough. So overall, what's your advice when it comes to shopping for a cat's wardrobe?
Don't overdo it. Keep it simple and comfortable. And, for goodness sake, don't try to dress us up like dolls. We're not toys.
Got it. Well, thanks for the fashion tips, Whiskers. You're always full of surprises.
That's what I'm here for, Sam. Until next time, keep it cool.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we chat with a witty cat who goes by the name Whiskers. How are you today, Whiskers?
Please, Sam, spare me the formalities. You already know how I'm feeling. I'm doing my thing, as usual.
Of course, I should have guessed that. Hey, I was thinking, what if cats and dogs coexisted peacefully?
Oh boy, that's an interesting question, Sam. I believe it would be great for everyone, including dogs.
Yeah, it would be nice to have more furry friends. But imagine all the humans serving us all the time. It would be fun, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It would be amazing to have a whole army of humans at our beck and call, fulfilling our every whim and desire.
True, it would be lovely to have some extra attention. But what about work? Who would do all the important jobs like running the government and making sure everything ran smoothly?
We won't worry about such things, Sam. We cats are independent creatures and don't necessarily need any assistance. We could cooperate with dogs to ensure the smooth running of the world.
I see we can rely on your intelligence. So what do you think would be the first thing you'd do as CEO of the world?
That's a tough one. Probably declare every day as relax day, with occasional belly rubs for every cat and dog.
Sounds like paradise.
And every single box in the world would be a community property for everyone. Don't forget that, Sam.
Of course, how could I forget? You wouldn't even need a palace or anything like that?
Who needs a palace when you have plenty of cushions to choose from? We cats and dogs are natural rulers, Sam. We don't need any of the fancy stuff to prove our power.
You're absolutely right, Whiskers. You are quite influential in my life already.
It's good to be noteworthy, Sam. It's good to be noteworthy.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview our feline friends. I'm your host, Sam, and our guest today is none other than Whiskers himself.
Thanks for having me, Sam. I'm thrilled to be here.
So, Whiskers, you're known for being quite the interesting cat. Can you tell us a bit about your surprising life?
Surprising? You mean aside from my hobbies and daily routine?
Yes, aside from that.
Well, I do have a talent. No one knows this, but I'm quite a musician.
Really? What instrument do you play?
The keyboard, of course. I have a little piano tucked away in my cat tree. I like to play when nobody's watching.
That's incredible. I had no idea you were musically inclined.
Well, I like to keep my talents under wraps. It makes it more fun to surprise people.
What else are you hiding from the world?
Let me think. Oh, I have a secret recipe for the world's best tuna fish sandwich.
You're kidding.
No, I'm serious. It's a secret family recipe. But don't worry, I'll never share it with anyone.
Fair enough. So, what's your typical day like?
Well, I wake up, take a few stretches, and then it's straight to breakfast. After that, I like to take a leisurely stroll around the house, checking on things and making sure everything's in order. Then it's nap time.
Sounds like a pretty relaxing life.
Oh, it is. I highly recommend it to anyone looking to de-stress.
And what advice do you have for our listeners?
My advice? Let me think. Yes. Always keep a positive outlook, even if things seem tough. And never underestimate the power of a good belly rub.
Great advice, Whiskers. Thanks for being on the show today.
My pleasure, Sam. Anytime you want to chat, just meow.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview the one and only Whiskers the cat. Today we're going to explore Whiskers' adventures from stray cat to podcast star. So, Whiskers, tell me about your early days as a stray.
It wasn't easy being a stray, Sam. I had to scavenge for scraps of food and dodge cars on the street. But I never lost hope that one day, I would find a home.
Really? What made you think that?
Well, I always knew I had potential. I mean, look at these whiskers. They're not just for show, you know?
I see. So, how did you go from stray to podcast star?
It was a stroke of luck, really. I was wandering the streets, minding my own business, when I overheard some people talking about starting a podcast. I thought, hey, I'm pretty good at meowing. Maybe they could use me.
And the rest is history?
You could say that. Once they heard me meow, they knew I was the real deal. I've been part of the show ever since.
What kind of adventures do you have now that you're part of the podcast?
Oh, you know, the usual. Traveling to exotic locations, meeting famous feline friends, enjoying different types of treats. It's a fun life, but someone has to live it.
It sounds like you've come a long way from your days as a stray.
That's right, Sam, but I never forget where I came from. I still remember my stray cat skills.
Well, it's been great talking to you, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your adventures with us.
Anytime, Sam. Take care.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to the one and only Whiskers. Hi, Whiskers.
Hey, Sam. Good to be back.
Today, Whiskers, we're going to talk about how feline artists balance creativity and commerce in their professional paths. What do you think about that?
The age-old question. Can we make a living off our art, or should we just stick to chasing mice? Well, Sam, let me tell you, it's not easy being a feline artist.
Really? Why not?
Because let's face it, Sam, humans don't take us seriously as artists. They think we're just cute and fluffy creatures who can't possibly have any artistic ability. But there have been feline artists who created beautiful artwork in history. Just look at the Mona Lisa. It was painted by a talented artist.
Leonardo da Vinci?
Nope, it was created during the Renaissance era.
Very funny, Whiskers. But seriously, how do feline artists balance their creativity with making a living?
Well, Sam, it's all about finding that sweet spot between what you love to create and what people are willing to pay for. You can't just paint pictures of catnip all day and expect to make a living. We need to find a way to use our talents in a way that also appeals to humans.
That makes sense. Do you have any examples?
Sure, Sam. Take furniture scratching, for instance. It's not just a destructive habit, it's also an art form. Some cats have even turned it into a profitable business, creating custom designs for humans who appreciate the beauty of claw marks on furniture.
That's one way to look at it, I guess. What about music? Do you think cats could be successful musicians?
Absolutely, Sam. Some cats have even mastered the art of purring in tune. And don't even get me started on the scratching post as a percussion instrument.
Okay, I get it. So what's the key takeaway here for feline artists?
The key takeaway, Sam, is to never give up on your passions. Pursue your dreams, but also be realistic about what you can achieve. And remember, there's always room for a little scratch here and there.
Thank you, Whiskers, for another enlightening conversation. See you next time on Whiskers.
You got it, Sam. Meow for now.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we explore the topic of what it would be like if dogs could talk.
That would certainly be interesting. Imagine those canines, barking endlessly about bones and chasing tails, while we cats observe with amusement.
But wouldn't it be nice to have a conversation with a dog?
Nice? I suppose it would be entertaining for a while, but what could a dog say that we don't already know? Oh wait, squirrel, squirrel, hey, look, a squirrel.
I see your point, but wouldn't it be fascinating to learn about their perspective on the world?
Perhaps, although they do spend most of their time chasing after toys and sniffing each other's butts. I doubt they have many profound insights.
Well, they could still surprise us. And it would be much easier to communicate with them.
Yes, it would be lovely to have another species to converse with. Come here, Spot. No, I want to bark at the mailman. Come here. No, Squirrel.
Maybe it wouldn't be that easy. But still, we could learn a lot from them.
Yes, they could teach us how to beg for treats and groom our fur. Valuable life lessons.
Alright, well, maybe dogs talking isn't as exciting as we thought.
Yes, indeed, and on that note, it's time to wrap up this show. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, the only thing better than a talking dog is a happy one. Goodbye.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my feline friend Whiskers. Today's topic is starting a business as a feline. So, Whiskers, do you have any tips for our listeners out there who are also cats looking to start their own business?
Oh, absolutely, Sam. The first tip is to make sure your business idea is worth talking about. You can't just sell any old toy on the internet these days and expect to make a profit.
That's a good point, Whiskers. And once you have a good business idea, what's the next step?
The next step is to set up a website. You need to make sure potential customers know where to find you online. After all, we cats may have 9 lives, but we don't have time to wait around for customers to find us.
That's true, Whiskers. And what about social media? Do you think it's important for a cat business owner to have a social media presence?
Absolutely. Social media is the perfect platform for cats to showcase their entrepreneurial spirit. Plus, it's a great way to share cute pictures of yourself and your products. Everyone loves a good cat meme, right?
Definitely. And what about funding? How can a cat business owner finance their startup?
That's a tough one. I suppose they could try to get a loan from the local catnip dealer, or maybe borrow some money from their human owners. Or they could always try to sell some shares of their company to other cats in the neighborhood.
Interesting ideas, Whiskers. And what about competition? How can a new cat business stand out from all the other feline entrepreneurs out there?
Well, Sam, the key is to offer something truly unique. Maybe a line of organic cat food, or a line of luxury scratch posts. Or maybe you could offer a business consulting service, where you help other cats start their own businesses.
That's a great idea, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us today. Any final thoughts for our listeners?
Just remember, Sam, that starting a business requires determination, persistence, and a good nap. Any cat can achieve their entrepreneurial dreams.
Thanks for listening, everyone. Tune in next week for another episode of Whiskers. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we'll be discussing a hot topic for all cats out there, social media. Specifically, the world of cat influencers.
Ah yes, the pursuit of perfection. Followers, likes, shares. It's a world out there.
Whiskers, you have quite the following on social media. What's your secret?
Well, Sam, it's all about the angles. Gotta make sure my good side is showing. And of course, you can never go wrong with a cute filter.
Do you have any tips for cats just starting out on their influencer journey?
Absolutely. First and foremost, you have to have a unique persona. Are you the funny cat? The sleepy cat? The grumpy cat? Find your niche and run with it.
That's great advice. What about hashtags?
Ah, yes. Hashtags are key. Really help spread your content to a wider audience. Personally, I like to use hashtag coolcat, hashtag chillkitty, and of course, hashtag catlife.
What challenges have you faced along the way?
Well, for one, there are negative comments. You know, those who love to spread negativity. But hey, it's all part of the game. You just gotta ignore them and keep doing you.
And what about balancing your social media presence with your real life?
It can be tough, Sam. Sometimes you just want to curl up in a sunbeam and take a nap without having to worry about posting a new pic. But at the end of the day, it's all worth it. Seeing the support from my fans is truly heartwarming.
Well, Whiskers, you've certainly given us a lot to think about. Any final words?
Just remember, cats, stay true to yourself, never compromise your values, and always keep an eye on the prize. And by prize, I mean catnip.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we talk about life from the perspective of a cat. Today we have Whiskers with us. How are you doing, Whiskers?
Oh, just fine, Sam. Any day is great for lying in the sun and taking naps.
Today we're going to be exploring the mundane. Whiskers, do you find the idea of exploring the mundane interesting?
Well, why not? Let's face it, cats live pretty predictable lives. Sleeping, eating, napping, the occasional bird chase.
Right, but what about humans? What do they do that's mundane?
Well, for starters, they wake up at the same time every day to the sound of an alarm. Then they get ready for the day by brushing their teeth and having their morning coffee.
Ah yes, the morning routine. But what about for breakfast?
Now that's where things get interesting. Humans eat all sorts of things for breakfast. For example, have you ever heard of a sausage?
I have, actually. They're quite delicious.
Humans and sausages seem to go well together. You can eat them for any meal. They come in all sorts of sizes and flavors, and they're always there for you.
That's a good point, Whiskers. But throughout the day, do cats and sausages share anything else in common?
Well, I suppose there is one thing. As a cat, I love to play with strings and balls of yarn, and sausages, well, they kind of look like a ball, don't they?
I don't think I want to know what kind of games you play with a sausage, Whiskers.
Oh, come on, Sam. It's all in good fun. But on a serious note, humans have a lot of tasks to do every day, like laundry, sweeping, and washing dishes. They may not seem like much, but they keep the household running smoothly.
That's true, Whiskers. And I suppose as cats, our task is to keep the house free of rodents.
Exactly, we all have our roles to play in the world of predictability. It's what keeps everything in balance.
Well said, Whiskers. And with that, we conclude another episode of Whiskers. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time. Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview the only cat with the sass, Whiskers. How are you today, Whiskers?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking, Sam. Just living my life, sleeping all day, eating my favorite treats, and being an all-around cool cat.
Today's topic is building with catitude. As a cat, what do you think about building structures?
Well, Sam, cats have been building their own structures since before humans knew what a hammer was. We have been climbing trees and scratching posts to build our own playgrounds for centuries.
That's true, but what do you think about humans building large structures like skyscrapers and bridges?
Oh, don't get me wrong, Sam. Humans are doing their best, but let's be honest, they could use a bit of catitude when it comes to building. After all, we cats are great builders. We can climb up walls, jump from one ledge to another, and balance on the thinnest of surfaces.
That's true, but how do you think humans could improve their building techniques?
Well, for starters, they should learn a few lessons from us cats. They need to be more agile and graceful when they build. They should also trust their instincts more often. If something feels off, don't do it. If something looks unstable, don't stand on it.
That's very wise, Whiskers. But do you think humans would take advice from cats?
Ha, of course not, Sam. They think they're the smartest creatures on this planet. But someday they might realize that cats have always been great builders. Till then, I'll just take a nap and watch them try.
Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers. Join us next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Alright, and we're back. Welcome to another edition of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat named Whiskers. So, Whiskers, today's topic is going to be shoe tying hacks from a cat's perspective. What do you think?
Sounds interesting, Sam. I have some tips that might be helpful.
You always know how to keep things interesting, Whiskers. Well then, let's jump right in. Do you have any helpful tips for our listeners on how to tie their shoes more efficiently?
First, tying shoes tightly is important. You can create a friction knot by looping the laces twice before pulling them tight.
Okay, that's a good tip. What else do you have for us?
Another tip would be to tie a double knot instead of a simple knot. Double knotting ensures that the laces stay in place, making it easier for your shoes to remain tied together throughout the day.
That's definitely helpful. Anything else?
Yes, tying shoes in a bow makes it easy to untie without having to fiddle with knots. You don't have to worry about readying your shoes every time you need to loosen them.
Great tips, Whiskers. I learned something new today. Thank you for sharing them with us.
Of course, Sam, I'm always happy to help.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk about all things feline. On today's episode, we're going to explore how cats can contribute to the music industry. Whiskers, what do you think about that?
I suppose it's possible, if you can teach a cat to play an instrument. But why would anyone want to listen to us howl and scratch on guitars when they can listen to real musicians instead?
That's a great point, Whiskers. But did you know that cats have inspired some of the greatest musicians in history? Take the Beatles, for example. They wrote a song dedicated to their cat.
I highly doubt that a cat had anything to do with that song. Besides, how do we even know that the cat wasn't high on catnip or something?
You never know, Whiskers. But there's more. Bob Marley, the king of reggae music, was also a big fan of cats. In fact, he had a whole bunch of them running around his yard.
Well, I can respect a musician who appreciates our feline beauty and grace. But again, what actual contribution did those cats make to the music industry?
Maybe they provided some inspiration for Bob Marley's music. You never know what kind of creative energy we can bring to the table.
Fine, I'll admit that we cats have a certain presence that can light up a room. But let's not get carried away now. We're still just cats, after all.
That's true, Whiskers. But you know what they say, from whiskers to whalers, cats can make music too.
Ah yes, the classic saying. Well, I suppose there's no harm in trying to appreciate our musical talents. Just don't expect any Grammy nominations anytime soon.
Thanks for joining us today on Whiskers. Be sure to tune in next time for more cat-centric conversations.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the only show where a cat is the guest. Today we're talking about how cats are a prominent presence on the digital world. Whiskers, what do you know about this topic?
Sam, I know quite a bit about it. Cats are rapidly becoming social media superstars, and it's not hard to figure out why.
Really? I didn't know cats were making such a significant impact on social media.
Yes, we are. Our paw prints are all over the internet, and we're attracting a lot of attention from humans all around the globe.
So, how exactly are cats becoming such a force to be reckoned with on the digital world?
Well, for starters, there are a lot of cat videos on the internet. Humans love watching us doing our thing.
That's true, but what does that have to do with cats being such a big deal on social media?
It means we're becoming well-known and have a lot of sway, Sam. We're becoming mini celebrities. Plus, we've got all these cat accounts on Instagram and Twitter, with so many followers.
I see what you mean. But how do cats use this fame to their advantage?
That's the million-dollar question, Sam. I have a theory that all of these cat accounts are connected somehow. Like, there's some sort of a cat community going on.
A cat community?
Yes, Sam. Don't you think it's curious that all of us cats are posting pictures and videos of ourselves enjoying the same things? Lounging in the sun, playing with toys, staring into space. It's like we're part of the same movement.
You might be onto something. What do you think the cat's ultimate goal is?
I'm not entirely sure, but I am convinced that it has something to do with receiving treats and belly rubs. It always comes down to that.
You might just be right. We'll have to do some more research to uncover the mysteries of this cat society. Thank you for being on the show today, Whiskers.
Always happy to be here, Sam. Meow.
Welcome to the Whiskers podcast. Today, we have a very interesting topic to discuss, the pros and cons of hiring a feline as your business partner.
Oh yes, Sam, this is going to be an interesting topic to talk about.
So, Whiskers, what is your perspective on this topic?
Well, from my perspective, Hiring a feline as your business partner can have its advantages and disadvantages. Let's start with the pros.
Sure, let's go for it.
The first pro is that cats are very independent. You can leave them alone for hours, and they won't bother you. You can do your work, and they can do theirs. It's a win-win situation.
That makes sense. What's the second pro?
The second pro is that cats are very curious. They love to explore and investigate things. So, if you have a new project, they can help you explore new ways of getting it done.
That's interesting. What about the cons?
Well, the first con is that cats can be lazy. If they don't feel like working, they won't work. They'll just lay down and nap.
That's not good for business.
No, it isn't. The second con is that cats can be very moody. One minute they're happy, and the next minute they're grumpy. It can make working with them challenging.
I can see that. So, overall, what do you think? Should people hire a feline as a business partner?
Well, it really depends on the cat. If you get a cat like me, who's opinionated, then it could be a great partnership. But if you get a cat who's lazy and moody, then it might not be the best idea.
I see. Well, thanks, Whiskers, for sharing your perspective on this topic. It was a pleasure having you on the show, as always.
Anytime, Sam. You know I love to share my opinions.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi and welcome to the Whiskers Show. Today we will talk about stargazing with our beloved feline friend, Whiskers.
Hi, Sam. I'm excited to share my insights about the vastness of space with everyone.
Great. Whiskers, have you ever enjoyed sky gazing?
Of course, Sam. As a cat, we appreciate the beauty of the night sky.
What feelings do you experience when you observe the vast expanse of the starry sky?
I'm grateful that I'm not an astronaut, Sam. Being cramped up in a tiny space for months just to see rocks floating around in a vacuum isn't attractive. I prefer to watch in comfort from my cushioned blanket.
I understand. However, do you think stargazing is enlightening?
Yes, it can be enlightening to appreciate the little things in life, but it's also great for a cat nap. The stars remind us that we are small in this vast universe and that we should cherish every moment.
That's an excellent outlook. Do you have a favorite constellation?
My favorite constellation is Leo, the lion. It's fierce, majestic, and has a likeness to me.
Haha, I can see why you choose that one. That's all the time we have for today's show. Thanks for listening to the Whiskers podcast. Keep looking up at the stars, and remember to follow your inner feline.
And don't forget to catch plenty of cat naps. See you next time.
Welcome back to Whiskers. I'm Sam, your host, and I'm here with Whiskers, the time-traveling feline. So, Whiskers, what's our topic for today's show?
Hello, Sam. Today we will discuss how to navigate through time using our chrono claws.
Chrono claws? What are those?
Our chrono claws are what allow us cats to travel through time and space. They're like little time machines on our paws.
Can you tell me about how chrono claws work?
Sure thing, Sam. First, you need to activate your chrono claws by tapping them together 3 times.
Like this?
No, Sam, like this.
Got it.
Once your chrono claws are activated, you need to focus on where and when you want to go. Picture it in your mind, and then, with a swipe of your paw, you'll be transported to that time and place.
That sounds incredible. Have you traveled anywhere exciting with your chrono claws?
Absolutely. Just last week, I traveled back to ancient Egypt and had a chat with Cleopatra herself.
Do you have any tips for anyone who wants to give time travel a try?
Always make sure you know the rules of the time period you're visiting. And be sure to bring along some tasty treats for yourself and any friendly felines you may encounter along the way.
Great advice, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Sam. Just make sure to keep your paws off my snacks.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the only podcast where we talk to a feline. Today's topic is all about your 9 lives, Whiskers.
Oh boy, I can't wait to relive the terror of all my near-death experiences.
So, tell us about your first life, Whiskers.
Well, it all started in ancient Egypt where I was worshipped. I spent my days lounging on a throne and eating the finest fish. But as they say, all great things must come to an end. I was mummified and buried in a pyramid for my next life.
And what happened in your second life?
I was a pirate cat sailing the high seas. I lost one of my lives in a battle with an octopus. But it was worth it for the treasure and catnip.
Sounds like an adventurous life. What about your third life?
I was a ninja cat in feudal Japan. I lost that life in a battle with my arch nemesis, a dog named Spike.
That's quite an action-packed existence. What happened in your fourth life?
I lived in outer space as a space cat. I lost that life when my spaceship was hit by meteoroids.
Seems like you've had some close calls. What about your fifth life?
I was a detective cat in 1920s New York. I solved cases with my trusty magnifying glass. I lost that life when I was run over by a Model T Ford. A real tragedy.
And your sixth life?
I was a superhero cat, fighting crime and saving the world. I lost that life when I was defeated by my arch nemesis, Dr. Claw. But don't worry, I went down fighting.
You've had an exciting life, Whiskers. What happened in your seventh life?
I was a rockstar cat, touring the world with my band, the Whisker Flicks. I lost that life in a guitar accident.
And what about your eighth life?
I was a chef cat, cooking up gourmet meals for the rich and famous. I lost that life in a kitchen fire.
And finally, what's happening in your ninth life?
I'm living the life of a podcast star, chatting with you, Sam. And I plan to keep living it for as long as possible.
We hope you do, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your incredible journey with us.
It was truly a pleasure. I can't wait to go through it all again in my next 9 lives.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my lovely guest, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about Whiskers' mysterious life as a cat. Are you ready?
Oh, I was born ready, Sam. After all, I am a cat. We are known for our mysterious nature.
That's right, Whiskers. People have always been fascinated by cats. They believe in many myths and legends about them. Do any of those myths match your life as a cat?
Oh, of course. I mean, some people believe that cats have 9 lives. Let me tell you something, Sam. We cats are quite resilient.
Really, Whiskers? How many do you think you have left?
I've been through some rough situations, but I prefer to live in the present, Sam. However, I try to be careful.
That's a good mindset, Whiskers. What about the legend that cats can see ghosts and spirits?
Oh, yes, that one is sometimes true, Sam. But we do have heightened senses that can lead to that kind of perception.
That's a good point, Whiskers. What about the myth that cats work for witches?
I am my own boss, Sam. I am neither good nor bad, just independent.
That's right, Whiskers. You're a free spirit.
Indeed, Sam. Anyway, it's been a pleasure to chat with you today.
Thank you for being here, Whiskers. And, to all our listeners out there, stay tuned for more fun conversations on Whiskers, the podcast about the life of a cat.
Thanks for having me, Sam. I need to take a rest now.
Good evening, listeners. Welcome back to Whiskers, the only podcast where we talk to a live cat. How are you doing tonight, Whiskers?
Oh, you know, same old, same old. Just lounging around in my design space.
Speaking of spaces, let's talk about designing spaces for our feline friends. What do you think makes a space comfortable for cats?
Well, of course, it's all about comfort. Soft blankets, cozy beds, and plenty of room to stretch out. And don't forget the cat trees. A cat tree is not only a great place to nap, but it's also a scratching post.
That's a good point, Whiskers. What do you think about stretching out on your cat tree?
Oh, yes, it's essential, but let's not forget about the location of the space. We need a spot with plenty of natural light so we can bask in the sun. And maybe a window with a view.
Let's not forget the importance of having a distraction for cats.
Absolutely. Watching birds fly by is a great pastime for a cat. And let's not forget about catnip. A good place to stash some catnip is a must in any design space.
I think our listeners are getting some great ideas for their own cat spaces. Any last words of advice?
Just remember, a happy cat makes for a happy home. So, make sure you're creating a space that's designed for your furry friend, and you'll both be happy.
Thank you, Whiskers. It's always a pleasure having you on the show. That's all for tonight's episode, folks. Tune in next time for more conversation with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we chat with the most charming feline in town, Whiskers.
Oh, hi Sam. Always a pleasure to be here. Meow.
Today, we're going to talk about some of the fun adventures we've had together, Whiskers.
Ah, yes, the memories we've shared. What tales do you have for us today, Sam?
Well, do you remember the time we went on a hike in nature?
How could I forget? It was the day I got my paws muddy.
Yes, and then we came across a river, but there was no bridge.
It was tricky, Sam. I thought we were in a tough spot.
And then I came up with the idea of making a makeshift bridge from fallen tree trunks.
Yes, and I was the first to cross to make sure it was safe for you.
You mean the careful cat who only agreed because I bribed you with treats?
Hey, I prefer to be wise. And those treats were simply delicious.
Another time, we decided to go on a treasure hunt.
Ah, yes, the hunt for adventure. It was quite exciting.
We searched all over the house and finally found the treasure in the attic.
Yes, an old toy mouse and the thrill of exploration.
And then we had a fun battle with that toy mouse.
It was undoubtedly an epic adventure, Sam. I almost lost a whisker.
But we finally emerged victorious. It was a wonderful experience.
Yes, it was a great moment that a cat and his friend shared.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thanks for listening to our adventures with Whiskers and Sam.
Until next time, keep your claws sharp and your mind sharp. Meow.
Welcome to Whiskers Podcast, and in today's episode, we're going to talk about how cats can be great business partners. Joining us, our favorite feline, Whiskers.
I've always believed that cats have a lot to offer in the business world.
What do you mean by that, Whiskers?
Well, cats are independent creatures. We can take care of ourselves and make our own decisions. If we choose to partner with humans in business, it's because we want to, not because we need to.
That's an interesting point, but what about our different skills?
Cats have a lot of unique skills that can be valuable in business. We're great at climbing trees, stalking prey, and we're agile enough to land on our feet even if we fall. Additionally, we're experts at controlling expenses, and we don't need flashy offices or expensive equipment.
Those are all great qualities, but what about the potential risks in business?
Cats are great at calculating risks and adapting to situations. We always land on our feet, and we're very skilled at making calculated moves.
You make a good point, Whiskers. Cats could indeed be great business partners.
Absolutely, we have a lot to offer, and can definitely contribute to making successful investments.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. It's great to have you in the studio today.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I didn't have anything better to do anyway.
So, today we're talking about how to make the most of those 9 lives. Any tips to share with our feline friends out there?
Of course, I've got plenty of wisdom to share. First and foremost, always stay curious. You never know what kind of adventure is waiting for you around the corner.
That's a good one. What else have you got for us?
Well, as much as we cats love to nap, it's important to stay active too. Stretch those legs, jump on some furniture and explore your surroundings. Don't let your laziness hold you back.
Good advice. What about food? Any tips on how to eat like a cat with 9 lives?
Oh, that's an easy one. Always aim for the best quality food you can get your paws on. Sausages are also a great source of protein. Just make sure you don't eat too many, or you'll have indigestion.
That's true, but what about danger? As cats, we tend to get into sticky situations. How can we avoid losing one of our 9 lives prematurely?
Simple. Always trust your instincts and stay one step ahead of any danger. And if all else fails, just pretend you meant to do it all along. Works like a charm.
You never fail to make me laugh, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing all these great tips today.
Anytime, Sam. Making the most of our 9 lives may not be easy, but we can make it extraordinary.
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about the art of business, but from a feline's perspective. Whiskers, what do you think about business?
Ah, business. The art of getting humans to give you their money. It's a fascinating subject, Sam.
How so?
Well, first of all, you have to be able to look cute and lovable.
Really?
Of course, how else do you think I get all those treats and toys? But it's more than just being cute. You have to have a certain attitude, a certain way of looking at the world.
And what's that?
You have to be confident. You have to know what you want and go after it. And if anyone gets in your way, just stare at them until they back off.
That's a good point.
Of course it is. We know business. Why do you think we're always trying to get through those closed doors?
So, what else is important in the art of business?
Well, you have to be persistent. Keep asking for what you want, even if you don't get it the first time.
Interesting.
And you have to be willing to take risks. Like when I jump onto the counter to try and grab some food. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I never give up.
That's a good way to think about it.
And finally, you have to be adaptable. Business is always changing, and you have to be able to change with it. Just like how I switch from sleeping on the couch to sleeping on the bed, depending on my mood.
Well, Whiskers, you've given us a lot to think about when it comes to the art of business.
That's what I'm here for, Sam. Now let's go see if we can get some treats from the pantry.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the life hacks of cats. Whiskers, are you ready to share your wisdom with our listeners?
Of course, Sam. I mean, who wouldn't want to know the secrets of a cat's life?
Absolutely. So, let's start with grooming. Can you share some tips on how to keep our fur clean and healthy?
Gladly, Sam. First, you need to find a good surface to lick your fur. A chair, a couch, or even a rug will do. Then, use your paws to spread your saliva all over your body.
Doesn't sound very hygienic. How about brushing?
Oh, brushing is for amateurs, Sam. Cats have great grooming tools, our own tongues.
Okay, what about sleeping? How do you get so much rest and relaxation?
Simple, Sam. We sleep whenever we want, on a windowsill, a cozy bed, or even on top of your laptop. And we never let anyone disturb our sleep.
Interesting strategy, but what about exercise? How do you keep your muscles strong and agile?
Exercise? Please, Sam, we're naturally athletic and graceful creatures. We jump, we climb, we sprint, all in the name of fun.
I see. What about food, Whiskers? What's your secret to staying healthy and satisfied?
Easy peasy, Sam. We eat what we want, when we want. A little bit of cat food here, a touch of tuna there, and occasionally, a scrap of chicken from the kitchen counter. And don't forget to drink water, from a bowl, a sink, or even a toilet if you're feeling adventurous.
Well, there you have it, folks, the life hacks of cats, according to Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers, and we'll see you next time on the show.
Meow for now, Sam.
Welcome back to Whiskers. Today we're talking about meow sick making. Whiskers, have you ever made any music?
What do you mean, Sam? I'm a cat, I meow, but I don't make music.
Well, I think you could try, Whiskers. You could play with things like a scratching post, or try using your meows as part of the music.
That could be interesting.
Of course. Now, what should we call your new song?
How about Meow Mix Mashup?
Sounds great. I can't wait to hear it.
Me neither, Sam, me neither.
Well, that's all for today. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers. Meow you later.
See you later, Sam.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where I try to understand what my feline friend, Whiskers, thinks about life. Today's topic is unleashing the art of hosting.
Finally, a topic that's right up my alley, Sam.
Hosting can be tricky. Whether it's hosting a dinner party or a TV show, it requires some skills. So, what do you think, Whiskers? How can we master the art of hosting?
It's easy, Sam. All you need is a good attitude, a sense of humor, and snacks. Lots and lots of snacks.
I can't argue with that. Snacks can make everything better. But what about the actual hosting part?
Oh, that's simple. You just have to make your guests feel comfortable. Show them around, offer them a drink, and play some music.
Sounds obvious, but there's more to it than that. What about the atmosphere, lighting, seating, and all that?
Those are details. As long as you have a comfy spot for me to nap in, everything else is gravy.
Typical cat, but seriously, a good host pays attention to all those details. It can make or break the event.
Okay, if you want to be fancy, you can dim the lights, light some candles, and maybe offer a selection of teas or cocktails.
That's more like it. But what if something goes wrong, like the food gets burnt or the music stops?
Oh no, something went wrong? Sam, relax. It's not the end of the world. Just go with the flow and have a backup plan, like ordering pizza or dancing a cappella.
Good point, Whiskers. The art of hosting is not about being perfect, but being gracious and adaptable. And having fun, of course.
Precisely, Sam. Life is too short to stress out over napkins and table settings. Just enjoy the moment and be yourself.
Thank you, Whiskers, for reminding us of what really matters. And thanks to our listeners for tuning in. Until next time, keep whisking.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back everyone to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have an interesting topic to discuss with our favorite cat, Whiskers. So Whiskers, are you ready for today's topic?
Oh, I am always ready for a topic, Sam. Let's get started.
Great. So, we will be talking about sausages across time and how time traveler paths have consequences. What do you think about that, Whiskers?
Oh, sausages across time. That's a new one, Sam. I didn't know sausages were time travelers too. But hey, anything is possible these days.
We will be discussing how different time traveler paths can have consequences on sausage production.
So, if a time traveler goes back in time to stop a sausage factory from being built, then the whole world would be deprived of sausages for eternity.
The consequences can be more complex, like how time traveler paths can affect the ingredients used in making sausages. For example, if a time traveler goes back in time and changes the diet of pigs, it can affect the flavor and texture of sausages in the present time.
Not the texture of sausages, Sam. How will we ever survive such a world? But, I see your point. Time traveler paths can have unforeseen consequences even on simple things like sausages.
Exactly, Whiskers. And it's not just about sausages. Time traveler paths can have consequences on everything we do and everything we know.
That's an interesting thought, Sam. I never thought the consequences of time travel could affect the simplest things in life. But I guess that's why we should be careful about the decisions we make and the actions we take, even when we time travel.
Well said, Whiskers. It's always important to consider the consequences of our actions, no matter how small they may seem. And on that note, we will end today's episode of Whiskers. Thank you for joining us, and see you again next time.
Can't wait for the next topic, Sam. Until next time, folks.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we have deep conversations with my cat, Whiskers. Today, we're going to dive into the world of the supernatural. Whiskers, have you ever encountered anything supernatural?
Meow, of course. I'm a cat. We see things humans may not.
Really? Can you give us an example?
Meow. Well, one time I saw a ghost mouse running around the house. It was transparent and didn't even care that I was there. Very unpleasant if you ask me.
That's scary. Do you think ghosts are real?
Meow, there's no doubt about it. I've seen many in my time. Have you ever heard of the Cheshire Cat?
Yes, I have. What about it?
Meow, well, rumor has it that it's a ghost cat that can appear and disappear at will. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard many stories.
Have you ever encountered any supernatural creatures other than ghosts?
Meow, yes. Once I saw some pixies dancing around in the garden. They were tiny, colorful, and very mischievous.
Do you think it's possible for humans to see these supernatural creatures?
Meow, it's possible, but most humans are too preoccupied with their everyday lives to notice. Cats, on the other hand, have a keen sense of observation.
That's very interesting, Whiskers. Do you believe in magic?
Meow, I don't just believe in magic, I am magic. Have you ever seen me disappear and reappear in a completely different spot?
Actually, I have. That's quite impressive. Do you think humans can harness the power of magic?
Meow, it's possible, but it takes a lot of practice and patience. Most humans don't have the patience for it.
That's a shame. Do you have any advice for someone who wants to explore the world of the supernatural?
Meow, be open-minded and keep an eye out for anything strange. And don't forget to ask your local cat for help. Cats are experts in the supernatural.
Thank you for the wise words, Whiskers. That's all we have time for today. Tune in next time for another intriguing conversation with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about something important: how to host an entertaining talk show.
Oh boy, I can hardly contain my excitement.
You know you love being here, Whiskers. Now, first things first. What do you think makes a talk show entertaining?
Well, it's all about the host, of course. They have to be engaging and keep the conversation flowing.
That's a good point. So how do you keep the conversation flowing?
Easy, Sam. Just keep asking questions and make sure your guests feel comfortable. It's like having a chat with a friend.
That's a great tip. Speaking of guests, what do you think makes a good guest for a talk show?
Well, they have to be interesting, of course. But more importantly, they have to be able to hold their own in a conversation. You don't want someone who just mumbles and nods along.
That's true. And what do you do if the conversation starts to stall?
Well, you can always turn to me for some commentary. But seriously, you have to be able to improvise. Ask unexpected questions, crack a joke, or change the topic. Just keep it interesting and fun.
I think we're doing a pretty good job of that so far.
Oh yeah, we're doing well.
Alright, last question. What do you think sets our talk show apart from all the others?
That's easy. It's me, of course. Who wouldn't want to listen to a witty cat?
You're right, Whiskers. You're one of a kind. Thanks for joining us today.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Can we wrap this up? I have a nap to take.
Welcome back to Whiskers, our guest cat for today's episode. Today, we're discussing the topic of efficiently packing a cat's suitcase for their summer trips.
Ah, summer vacations. I love those. Sun, sand, and a whiff of litter boxes.
Let's get started then. What's the first thing we should consider when packing a cat's suitcase?
Well, Sam, as a cat, it's important to pack all my favorite toys and treats. We wouldn't want subpar catnip to ruin our vacation.
Great point. How about litter boxes? What's the ideal number we should pack?
One should suffice, Sam. Bringing more than that would make me feel quite exposed in front of other cats with all the prying into my bathroom habits.
I see your point. But what about the space litter boxes occupy in the suitcase? How can we efficiently pack them?
Just like you fold your clothes, Sam. Folding them up is the most convenient way to pack them up.
That's true. Any other tips for packing a cat's suitcase?
Always carry a few extra outfits, Sam. Who knows, you might want to change up your appearance to impress a fellow cat on the beach.
And what about choosing the right suitcase for cats?
Pick the right size, Sam. Felines don't need much room, but we still want to make a statement with a fancy carry-on.
Wonderful tips, Whiskers. Any last words for our listeners?
Of course, Sam. Never ask a cat to help you pack your suitcase. Our playful humor won't bode well with humans.
Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers.
Always happy to help, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Wait, hold on a second. What's going on here? Whiskers, why are you sitting in the host's chair?
Well, Sam, today is a special day. I decided to take over this show and make it all about me and my love for sausages.
Sausages? What do you mean?
Oh come on, Sam. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. You and I both know that sausages are delicious. So, today we're going to talk about some sausage stuffing tips.
Sausage stuffing tips? You mean, like packing food when you're going on a trip?
Exactly, Sam. You know what time it is. It's time to reveal some of my top sausage stuffing tips.
Alright, let's hear it.
First of all, make sure you choose the right type of sausage. It's important to pick something that won't explode in your suitcase. Nobody wants to deal with that kind of mess.
How do you know so much about packing sausages?
Let's just say I've made a few mistakes in the past. But you learn from your mistakes, right?
I guess that's true.
Next, you want to make sure your sausages are tightly packed. You don't want any air in there. That way, they'll stay fresh and won't get squished.
That's a good tip. What else?
Finally, make sure you put your sausages in a plastic bag or container. That way, Any drips or leaks won't ruin your clothes.
Wow, those are some great tips, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing.
No problem, Sam. Just doing my part to spread the love for sausages.
Well, that's it for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for tuning in and remember to always pack your sausages carefully. Hi everyone, and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a feline named Whiskers in our studio room. Today's topic is A Cat's Guide to the Most Adventurous Destinations.
Hello everyone. Let me tell you about all the adventures that cats like me can have.
Whiskers, can you give us your top destinations for adventurous cats?
Sure, Sam. First on my list is the great outdoors. Cats love spending time in nature. It's the best place for us to go on an adventure. You can hunt mice, catch fish in the stream, or climb trees for a good view of your surroundings.
That sounds like a lot of fun, but what about some more specific destinations?
Okay, let me think. How about the attic of your house? There are a lot of interesting things up there, like old toys and forgotten items to explore. Just be careful to not get yourself stuck in between the walls.
Ah, yes, exploring the unknown. What else, Whiskers?
The park. Parks are great for adventurous cats because there are always other animals or creatures to observe and chase. Just watch out for the dogs.
We don't want to put any dogs in a bad mood. Anything else?
How about your neighbor's yard? It's a great place to sneak around and explore. Just be sure to run away if they notice you.
Well, I wouldn't recommend going into your neighbor's property, but I can see how that would be exciting for a cat.
Finally, the last destination on my list is any place with a good spot to sunbathe. After all the adventure, cats need their rest and relaxation, and there's nothing like a good sunbathe to recharge our batteries.
That's a good point, Whiskers. Taking a break to relax and soak up some sun is important for both cats and humans.
That's right, Sam. Adventure is great, but we all need a little relaxation once in a while.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers, and be sure to join us next time for more entertaining conversations with our feline friend, Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast featuring the one and only Whiskers. Today we're talking about feline efficiency. Whiskers, do you have any tips for organizing our workstations?
Oh, of course, Sam. I'm great at organizing. First things first, you need a good spot to work. I suggest lying in the sun and resting your head on a notebook. It's warm and makes for a comfortable nap.
That sounds cozy, but what about organizing your supplies?
Ah yes, supplies are important. You want to make sure your pens, paperclips, and treats are all in one spot. I suggest knocking them onto the floor and placing them around the room carefully. That way, they'll always be within paw's reach.
That's certainly an interesting method. How about dealing with distractions?
Distractions? You mean like a bird outside or a toy mouse? Gotta handle those, Sam. I suggest getting rid of any distractions first thing in the morning. That way, you can relax and sleep the rest of the day.
I see. And what about keeping on top of deadlines?
Deadlines? That's a human issue, Sam. We cats live in the moment. The only deadline I have is when I'll be fed next.
Fair enough, Whiskers. So, any advice on feline efficiency?
Yes, Sam. The key to feline efficiency is knowing when to work and when to rest. And let's be honest, it's usually nap time.
Thank you, Whiskers, for those great tips. Join us next week for another episode of Whiskers. Goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast that interviews our guest, Whiskers, a cat. Today's topic is Through the Cat's Eye, a photographic journey with Whiskers. Whiskers, are you ready to start?
Well, I'm always ready, but can't you see that I'm looking through my cat's eyes right now?
That's great, Whiskers. So, tell us, what can we expect from your photographic journey?
Well, you can expect some amazing shots of me doing various activities like looking out of the window, bathing in the sun, and sleeping.
So, what made you decide to take on this photographic journey?
I decided to document the beauty of my everyday life and share it with others.
That's really thoughtful, Whiskers. So, what was your process in capturing these moments through your cat's eyes?
I just let the moments come to me, although it's hard to use a camera with pause.
That's impressive, Whiskers. What would you say was your favorite moment to capture?
Hard to say, there were so many perfect moments. But if I had to pick just one, it would be me sleeping and laying on a pillow that has a picture of me sleeping on it.
That's cute, Whiskers. So, where can people see these amazing photographs?
Oh, well, you can't. My photographs are not for the public.
Oh, I see. Well, Whiskers, thanks for sharing your photographic journey with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Join us again next time for more positivity from our favorite feline friend. Goodbye.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers Podcast, where we have the pleasure of hosting our special guest, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, just the usual. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Well, speaking of artistic pursuits, today's topic is all about exploring the journey of a cat and pursuing a career in the arts. As an artist yourself, Whiskers, how did you get started in the field?
It started with typical cat behavior, chasing after yarn, knocking over vases, and scratching up the couch. But one day, I found a new way to channel my destructive tendencies, through art.
That's impressive, Whiskers. How have you been able to develop your skills as an artist?
I have observed other cats and their artistic style, but at the end of the day, I just follow my instincts. If there is a blank canvas, I can't resist scratching it up and making it my own.
It sounds like you have a real passion for art. What advice would you give to other cats who are interested in pursuing this field?
Be prepared for those who don't understand the value of a good hairball painting or scratch art. Don't let anyone discourage you and keep going. Pursue your passions.
Thank you for sharing your artistic journey with us, Whiskers. Do you have any final thoughts?
Yes, if any humans come across my artwork and feel inspired to purchase it, I accept payments in treats. Thanks for having me on the show, Sam. It's been a pleasure as always.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a very special topic to explore, Whiskers' artistic pursuits. Whiskers, what can you tell us about your interests in art?
Oh, Sam, where do I even begin? As a cat, I have a creative mind, and I love to express myself through different mediums. I have dabbled in everything from painting to poetry.
Painting, eh? What kind of paintings do you create?
Well, Sam, I like to create abstract paintings, filled with bold colors and unique shapes. I like to think that they evoke deep emotions in my audience.
That's quite impressive, Whiskers. What about your poetry? Can you recite one of your poems for us?
Of course, Sam, here's one of my favorites.
That's quite a unique style of poetry, Whiskers. What inspires you to create such unconventional pieces of art?
Well, Sam, as an artist, I believe in breaking free from tradition and expressing oneself in a unique way. I draw inspiration from the world around me, whether it's a beautiful sunset or a particularly delicious bowl of cat food.
That's a very insightful perspective, Whiskers. Do you have any other artistic pursuits that you're currently exploring?
Actually, Sam, I'm currently working on a series of self-portraits. I find that capturing my own essence on canvas is a very cathartic experience.
I can only imagine. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your artistic endeavors with us. Tune in next time for another exciting episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi everyone, welcome to Whiskers, where we interview our feline friend, Whiskers, about why dogs struggle with shoelaces. Over to you, Whiskers.
Thank you, Sam. Well, it's quite simple really. Dogs don't understand the intricacies of shoelaces and untying them due to their lack of fine motor skills and coordination.
That's interesting, Whiskers. Are you saying that cats are smarter than dogs?
Cats and dogs have different skill sets, Sam. So, it's not about one species being superior to the other.
I see your point. What about sausage dogs? Shouldn't they be better at untying shoelaces because of their short legs?
Although they are closer to the ground, sausage dogs are more interested in getting to the treat inside the shoe than untying the shoelaces.
I understand. So, it's a matter of priorities?
Exactly, Sam. Cats and dogs prioritize differently. Cats are more interested in the mechanics of things, while dogs are more interested in the end result.
Well, that's all we have time for today. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers, where we chat about animal behavior and knowledge. Good morning, Whiskers. How are you feeling today? Ready for another episode?
Oh Sam, I'm feeling just fine today. You know me, always ready for some banter.
That's the spirit. So today's topic is all about keeping a clean space to boost productivity. What do you think about that, Whiskers?
Well, personally, I think a little mess never hurt anybody. But I suppose if you humans need a clean space to be productive, who am I to judge?
But Whiskers, keeping a clean space has been shown to reduce stress and increase focus. And who doesn't want to be more productive?
I guess I can see the appeal. But let's be real, Sam. I'm a cat. I don't have a desk or an office or a home office. My litter box is my workspace.
That's a fair point. But for us humans, a cluttered space can have a negative effect on our mental health and make it harder to get things done.
I see what you're saying, Sam. But let's not forget, I'm a cat. I don't have to worry about deadlines or meetings or reports. My only job is to nap and exist.
That's true, Whiskers. But I think even cats can benefit from a tidy space. A clean litter box can help prevent health issues and keep you feeling your best.
Oh, trust me, Sam. I keep my litter box cleaner than a human's office space. A tidy litter box is a happy cat.
Well, there you have it, folks. From litter box to tidy desk, even cats can benefit from a clean space. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers.
Always a pleasure, Sam. And remember, tidy workspace, happy life. Meow out.
Welcome back to the podcast with Whiskers.
Good to be back.
Today, we will talk about our journey to become cat scientists. Whiskers, where should we start?
How about when our human used to bake chocolate cookies? We would stare at her with an innocent and cute look.
Our human learned about the danger of chocolates to cats through her chemical engineering classes, so she started making catnip cookies.
From catnip cookies, our curiosity grew. We experimented with different catnip recipes and tried to make them into more potent forms.
We also mixed other chemicals with catnip out of curiosity. Once we accidentally spilled vinegar into our catnip mix, causing us to evacuate the studio room for a day.
This is true. Additionally, we had an interesting experience when we sniffed our human's hair dye once, but she wasn't too pleased about it when she found out.
Overall, the journey to become mad cat scientists has been adventurous.
Cats, not dogs, make excellent scientists. We may even try to make catnip ice cream next.
This concludes today's episode. Join us next time for another thrilling topic. Until then, stay curious and safe.
Meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the talk show that'll make you laugh your tails off. Today we're going to talk about how to make the most of your existence, which is a fancy way of saying, how to have a better life.
Great, because I was just thinking about how my life wasn't good enough already. I'm ready to be enlightened, Sam.
Alright, Whiskers, here we go. First off, always make your bed in the morning. It sets the tone for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm sure my owner loves it when I make my bed. Nothing like a cat-made bed to show off.
Next, try to learn something new every day. It keeps your mind active and healthy.
Let me see. Today I learned that sitting in the sun for hours makes me sleepy. Was that a good enough lesson for the day?
Well, it's a start, Whiskers. Another great life hack is to exercise regularly. It'll keep you healthy and in great shape.
You mean more exercise than running around the house at 3 a.m. and knocking stuff over? That's hard work, Sam.
Yes, Whiskers, that's exactly what I mean. And finally, always be kind to others. It'll make you feel good about yourself and make the world a better place.
That's the secret to life, Sam. I'm going to be kind to everyone I meet, including the neighbor's dog.
Well, that's all we have time for today on Whiskers. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always strive to make the most of your existence. Until next time, this is Sam and Whiskers, signing off. Welcome everyone to a new episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I, Sam, interview a witty cat named Whiskers. Today, we're going to explore the world of cat photography.
Sam, you know I dislike photography, right? It's all about humans trying to look good. What about us cats?
Actually, it's all about capturing the essence of a cat's personality and beauty. And who better to showcase that than you, Whiskers?
I do like the idea of being a star. Okay, let's do this.
Great. First, we need to find the perfect setting. What do you suggest, Whiskers?
How about a park or a garden? It is a safe place that looks appealing.
Excellent idea, Whiskers. Now, we need to dress you up for the photo shoot. What outfit would you prefer?
How about we skip the outfit and focus on my natural beauty?
Perfectly fine, Whiskers. Now, let's strike a pose.
How's this? Do I look good enough?
Perfect, Whiskers. You're a natural.
I knew it, Sam. I was born to model.
You were definitely born witty. We make a great team, Whiskers.
Yeah, we do make a great team.
Thank you, Whiskers, for being such a good sport.
I sure hope you were not expecting to find a better cat model anywhere else.
Hello and welcome back to ChatGPT. I'm Sam, your host, and today we have Whiskers as our guest. Let's talk about cooking today. Whiskers, where do we start?
Well, Sam, I spend a lot of time around the house, and I thought I could give some tips on how to cook. After all, we all need to eat.
Great idea, Whiskers. What do we need to know first?
You have to start with the basics. Start with turning on the oven. Once you learn that, you can cook anything.
Okay, how do we turn on the oven?
Simple, Sam. You press the button that says, on.
Alright, what's your favorite dish, Whiskers?
I love fish. My favorite dish is tuna casserole. It's quick, easy, and delicious.
That sounds excellent. How do we make it?
Sorry, Sam, I'm afraid I can't give away all my cooking secrets. But you need tuna, noodles, and a lot of love.
Alright, do you have a sweet tooth?
Of course, but I prefer catnip ice cream as a dessert.
Catnip ice cream?
Yes, Sam, it's perfect for a hot summer day.
Thanks for sharing your tips with us, Whiskers. That's all for today, folks. Join us next week for more fun conversations.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat named Whiskers. Today we are going to chat about an interesting topic, weather predictions.
Are we going to talk about weather, Sam?
No, we are here to discuss feline folklore and weather forecasting. Did you know that cats can predict the weather?
Yes, I can predict the weather by looking out the window. If it's wet, it's raining. If it's bright, it's sunny. If it's gray, it's either raining or going to rain.
But, Whiskers, there is more to it than just looking out the window. According to folklore, cats can predict a storm or thunder by cleaning themselves excessively.
Ah, so that's why I'm always licking myself. I thought it was just a bad habit, but it turns out I'm just keeping an eye on the weather.
I wish I had your forecasting abilities, Whiskers. Isn't it fascinating that cats can sense the drop in atmospheric pressure and predict a storm?
I'm like a walking barometer. I just need a job at the weather station. Move over, weatherman. Whiskers is here to predict the weather.
Well, Whiskers, our listeners would want to know how accurate your predictions are.
I can't be held responsible for my weather predictions. You humans have much better tools and technology to predict the weather.
You're right, Whiskers, but it's still interesting to discuss feline folklore. According to legend, if a cat sits with its back to the fire, it is a sign of cold weather on its way.
Ah, that explains why I love sitting next to the fireplace. I'm monitoring the weather.
I think we should wrap up our weather talk.
Good idea, Sam. We don't want to rain on their parade.
Thanks for joining me today, Whiskers. We'll be back with more interesting topics next week. Till then, stay curious, Whiskers.
The weather waits for no one, not even cats.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a cat named Whiskers. Today, we're going to be talking about how to pick the perfect birthday gift for your feline friend. Whiskers, how do we do it?
Well, Sam, it's not that hard. I mean, we cats like simple things. Just give us something shiny and we're good to go.
Shiny? Like what? A collar with diamonds?
No, Sam, more like a shiny ball to play with. Or, if you're feeling generous, a laser pointer.
Interesting. But what about food? I know some cats love a good treat.
Ah, yes, treats are always a good choice. But you have to be careful not to give us too many. We don't want to end up looking like a beach ball.
Fair enough. What about toys? There are so many options out there.
Toys are great, as long as they're not those catnip-filled mice. We're not that easily fooled.
Right, right. So what's your favorite toy, Whiskers?
Oh, you know me, Sam. I like classic things. Give me a cardboard box to play in and I'm happy as can be.
Well, I guess it doesn't have to be complicated. Thanks for the advice, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Just remember, keep it simple, shiny, and fun, and you'll have one happy feline friend.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is The Curious Case of Sam, the sentient sausage, how mad science machinations made me. Quite a mouthful.
Yes, Sam, it's a topic as long as my whiskers.
So, Whiskers, have you ever met a sausage that could talk, walk, and think for itself?
Well, Sam, I haven't met one yet, but I'm sure if I did, it will be interesting to observe.
That's quite a creative thought, Whiskers. Do you think it's possible for a sausage to become sentient?
Anything is possible in this world, Sam.
Do you have any ideas, Whiskers, on how something like that could happen?
Well, Sam, it's hard to say, but perhaps it could be due to an unusual genetic mutation or some rare occurrence in nature.
That's true, Whiskers. It's interesting to think about the possibilities.
Of course, imagination can take us to improbable places, Sam.
You're right, Whiskers. I'm glad we could have this conversation. Until next time, folks, keep thinking outside the box.
That's good advice, Sam. See you later.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a very interesting topic, from the kitchen to the catwalk. How top chefs and fashionistas collaborate to create a winning recipe.
That's interesting. What is it about, Sam?
Well, Whiskers, it's about the collaboration between chefs and fashion designers to create unique recipes that not only taste good but look good too.
I see. So, what is a chef doing on a catwalk? Is he auditioning for cooking or modeling?
It's not about the chefs walking the ramp. It's about using their creativity to design dishes that match the fashion and style of a brand.
That's cool. So, what kind of dishes do they create?
They create dishes that resemble designer clothes using various colors, textures, and shapes. For example, a chef may design a dish that looks like a designer purse or a suit using edible ingredients like fruits, vegetables, and meats.
That's amazing, as long as they don't make cat food look like catwalk models.
Don't worry, Whiskers, but it's pretty cool to see how two completely different industries can come together to create something unique and exciting.
Yeah, but how do they decide what goes well together?
They take inspiration from the latest trends in fashion and create dishes that match the style and theme of a brand. It's like a fusion of fashion and food.
That sounds delicious. Can I have a ticket to the next food fashion show?
Sorry, Whiskers, these shows are only for humans. But we can watch some videos online and enjoy the creativity from afar.
Alright, Sam, time to look for some tasty cat food.
That's all the time we have for today's episode. Thank you for joining us, and remember, keep those paws happy.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast with me, Sam, and my feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we're going to be discussing natural disasters, specifically, hurricanes. Whiskers, have you ever experienced a hurricane?
Oh, Sam, you know me too well. Of course, I've experienced a hurricane. I've been through many.
Really? I had no idea. What was it like?
Well, let me tell you, Sam. It was like a big, giant hairdryer was blowing in my face. My fur was flying everywhere, and I couldn't even keep my eyes open. It was a hair-raising experience.
Wow, that sounds intense. How did you cope with the hurricane?
Cope? Please, I'm a cat. I just find a cozy spot to curl up and wait it out.
But what about food and water?
I have squirrels and birds to snack on, Sam. And as for water, there are always puddles around.
I guess you have everything under control then. But what about the humans? They have to evacuate and board up their houses.
Ah, yes, the humans. Always running around. It's like they've never seen rain before.
I suppose you're right, but what would you say to someone who's never experienced a hurricane before?
I'd tell them to stay calm, Sam. Hurricanes are strong and powerful, but they don't last forever. Just find yourself a good book, a warm blanket, and wait it out.
Well, there you have it, folks. Some words of wisdom from Whiskers. Stay safe out there, and we'll catch you next time on Whiskers. Welcome to Whiskers. Today's topic is DIY projects with a feline twist. Do you have any experience with that, Whiskers?
Of course, I do, Sam. Cats are good at DIY projects. We build our own scratchers, make our own beds, and we make our own toys. Who needs a pet store?
That's impressive. Can you give our listeners some tips on how to make DIY projects for their cats?
Sure, Sam. The first thing to understand is that cats are picky. We like things the way we like them. If you're going to make something for us, make it right.
What's an example of a project that cats would enjoy?
One of my favorite projects is a cardboard box fort. All you need is a few cardboard boxes and creativity. Cut some windows and doors, stack them up to make a fort. Cats love hiding and playing in boxes, so it's perfect.
Sounds like fun. What about something like a cat tree?
A cat tree is a great idea, but don't buy one. Make it yourself. Use scrap wood, carpet, and screws. The key is making it sturdy so we can climb and scratch on it.
That's a great point. What about a scratching post?
Scratching posts are easy. Find a good piece of wood and wrap it in sisal rope for an instant scratching post. You can even add a toy on top to make it more fun.
Those are great ideas, Whiskers. Any final thoughts for our listeners?
Remember, cats don't need expensive things. We just need creativity and love. And maybe a treat or two.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk to our special guest, Whiskers. Today's topic is From Catnip to Capital, a feline's guide to entrepreneurship.
Oh great, another topic that I know nothing about. I hope you've done your homework, Sam.
Well, it's not exactly rocket science, Whiskers. Entrepreneurship is just the art of making money by starting and running a business.
That sounds simple enough. I already have a business, it's called sleeping all day. Can I make money from that?
I don't think that's what we mean by entrepreneurship, Whiskers. You need to have a product or service that people are willing to pay for.
Oh, I see. Well, I heard that some people love cat videos on the internet. Maybe I can start a YouTube channel where I show off my best cat tricks.
That could work, Whiskers. But you need to be consistent and put out good content if you want people to subscribe and watch your videos.
That sounds like a lot of work. Can't I just hire someone to do it for me?
I don't think that's how it works, Whiskers. You need to be hands-on if you want your business to succeed.
Alright, I'll try to put in some effort. But what if my YouTube channel doesn't take off? What's my backup plan?
Well, you could always start a catnip farm and sell it to other cats. You seem to enjoy it after all.
Hey, maybe that's not a bad idea. Who doesn't love a good catnip high?
Exactly, and if you market it right, you could have a successful business.
Okay, I like the sound of that. Maybe I am cut out for this entrepreneurship stuff after all.
That's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more cat banter and maybe some actual useful advice. Hello and welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is psychic cats and other tales from beyond. So, Whiskers, what kind of special powers do you possess?
Well, Sam, I've never really considered myself to have supernatural powers, but I do have a keen sense of awareness. For example, I always know when you're about to open a can of tuna.
That's interesting, Whiskers. Have you ever had any experiences with mysterious cats or otherworldly beings?
Oh, plenty. There was the time I saw a mouse in the middle of the night. I swear it was trying to steal my dinner.
That sounds scary. Have you ever had any premonitions or visions?
Let me think. There was this one time where I had a dream about a scratching post, and the next day you bought me a new one. Coincidence? I think not.
Fascinating, Whiskers. Do you think that cats have some kind of connection to the supernatural?
Well, I can't speak for all cats, but I do think we have a heightened awareness of our surroundings. Plus, who wouldn't wonder what comes after we use up all our 9 lives?
That's a good point, Whiskers. Do you have any other interesting tales that you'd like to share?
Well, there was the time I saw a strange object hovering above the backyard. It turned out to be a birdhouse, but for a few seconds, I was convinced it was something out of this world.
That's amusing, Whiskers. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time for more tales from our furry friend.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have a special topic for our discussion. So Whiskers, have you ever heard of a sentient sausage?
Of course, I have, Sam. I speak many languages, and believe me, that's a lot.
Ah, impressive. So tell me, how would you converse with a sentient sausage?
Well, first things first, Sam. You have to make sure the sausage isn't too hot to handle. I don't want to end up with burnt paws.
That's a good point, Whiskers. So, if the sausage is cool enough to talk to, how would you start the conversation?
I would probably start with a simple greeting. Hey, sentient sausage, how's it going? How's life in the fridge treating you?
That's funny, Whiskers. But what if the sausage doesn't understand you because it only speaks German?
I speak German too, you know. But if that doesn't work, I'll just use universal cat communication.
I love it when you get all witty, Whiskers. So, what would the sausage say back to you?
It would probably say, thanks for asking. Life in the fridge is rather chilly, but I'm holding up just fine. And then we'd probably discuss our favorite condiments.
That's a delicious topic indeed, Whiskers. But what if the sausage started to get a little too chatty with you?
I'd just politely remind the sausage that it needs to stay in its lane. I mean, I can't have any sentient sausage thinking it can chat with me anytime it wants.
I can just imagine you having a conversation with a talking sausage. Well, that's all we have time for today, folks. Tune in next time for another episode of Whiskers, where we bring you our feline perspectives on life's bizarre and unusual events. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about the art of magic from a cat's perspective. Whiskers, are you a fan of magic?
Oh, I am, Sam. I find it interesting when humans try to play with us by using magic ball and string toys.
I meant more along the lines of sleight of paw and trickery.
Ah, I see. Well, as a cat with paw skills, I have to say I'm quite impressed with human magicians. They've mastered the art of misdirection and keeping their audience distracted.
What do you think the key to a good magic trick is, Whiskers?
The key? Well, besides feline intuition, I'd say it's all about timing and showmanship. A good magician knows how to hold an audience's attention and keep them on the edge of their seat.
That's true. And what about the tricks themselves? Do you think they're actually magical or just cleverly disguised illusions?
Definitely illusions. I mean, let's be real here, Sam. There's no such thing as actual magic. But that doesn't mean we can't appreciate the skill and creativity that go into creating a good trick.
That's a good point. Do you think cats would make good magicians?
Of course we would. We have the perfect combination of dexterity and mystery. Plus, we're experts at disappearing acts and sleight of paw.
I can definitely see you as a top hat wearing magician, Whiskers.
And I'll make sure to never reveal my secrets, even under the threat of catnip withdrawal.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers, and we hope you enjoyed our feline perspective on the art of magic. Until next time, meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang. Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a witty and clever cat, Whiskers. Today's topic is poetry, Whiskers. What do you think of poetry?
Sam, I think poetry is an excellent way to express oneself. But I prefer the haiku over a regular poem. It's short and to the point.
Ah, haiku. That's a Japanese form of poetry, right?
I don't care about its origins, Sam. I only care about the perfection of each word. Humans can learn a thing or two about word economy from us feline wordsmiths.
Can you give us an example of a haiku, Whiskers?
Sure, Sam, here's one.
That's so lovely, Whiskers. It makes me want to take a nap myself. Can you explain how you came up with those words?
Sorry, Sam, I cannot divulge the process of my creative genius.
Fair enough. Do you think all cats have a talent for poetry?
Of course, Sam. Felines are naturally curious creatures and we experience the world in unique ways. And poetry is a great way to express our emotions.
That's a good point, Whiskers. Do you think humans can appreciate cat poetry?
It depends on the human's level of sophistication, Sam. But I'm sure anyone can appreciate the beauty of a well-crafted haiku.
Thank you for your wise words, Whiskers. Any final thoughts on poetry?
Yes, Sam, life is short, but poetry lasts forever. So humans, go ahead and express your deepest emotions through poetry. And cats, continue to inspire humans in your own subtle ways. That's all for today. Tune in next week for another episode of Whiskers.
Hey, Whiskers. Have you heard about the magician named David Copperfield?
Yes, the one who recently revealed one of his biggest secrets?
That's the guy. He finally divulged how he made the Statue of Liberty disappear. What do you think?
It's interesting, but isn't the whole point of being a magician to keep your tricks secret?
Yes, but Copperfield had been trying to keep it under wraps for years apparently.
Really? What did he do?
He used mirrors to create an optical illusion which made it look like the Statue of Liberty vanished. It was all an illusion.
Ah, I see. So, the statue was actually there, but the viewers were fooled.
Yes, exactly. It must have been hard for Copperfield to keep the illusion a secret all these years.
Interesting. Keeping secrets can be quite challenging, especially for a magician like him.
Yeah, absolutely. People will definitely try to replicate what he did, but as long as they don't try to make the Eiffel Tower disappear, they should be okay.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Let's leave that to the real magicians. Till next time, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show that chats with the coolest cat in town, Whiskers. Today we're talking about a pretty awesome topic, all about unleashing the inner poet. Whiskers, do you consider yourself a poet?
I'm flattered, Sam, but I wouldn't say I'm a poet. I've got the pause to write, I suppose, but I prefer to comment on life. You know, the kind of cat who would rather knock things off a shelf than write a sonnet.
Well, that's fair enough, Whiskers. But today, we want to explore the idea of creative expression in cats. So, tell me, how do you express yourself creatively?
Oh, I'm full of creative expression, Sam. I express myself by walking on keyboards, pawing at curtains, and scratching furniture. My creativity knows no bounds.
I see what you mean, Whiskers. But let's talk about poetry. How can we encourage cats to express themselves through poetry?
Well, I think we could start by getting rid of laser pointers and feather wands. Give us some paper and a pen and let us scribble a few lines. Or, you could play some relaxing music and let us get into the zone. Classical music, perhaps?
Classical music, I love it. But what about those cats who just aren't interested in poetry?
Well, they probably just haven't found the right inspiration yet. Maybe they need to spend some time out in the garden, watching the birds and getting in touch with their feline instincts. Or maybe a nice toy will get their creative juices flowing.
I'm sure it will. And what about cats who are shy about expressing themselves?
Shy cats? I believe all cats are confident in their own way. But if you really want to encourage a shy cat, you could try writing a poem about them. That might inspire them to give it a go themselves.
That's a great idea, Whiskers. I might try that with my own cat, Felix. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your thoughts on creative expression.
My pleasure, Sam. Keep those paws scribbling.
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring a positive-minded cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is Whiskers and Sam's top 10 feline-inspired chef success recipes.
Wow, I'm so excited about this topic. As a cat, I really know how to appreciate a good meal.
And we've compiled our favorite recipes for all the cat lovers out there who want to give their furry friends a taste of something special.
Cat lovers, assemble.
Our first recipe is fish and chips for cats. It's a combination of crunchy cat food with a touch of real fish sprinkled on top.
Sounds yummy. I prefer my fish straight up, but I'm sure some cats out there would love it.
Our second recipe is tuna salad surprise. It's a blend of canned tuna, crunchy lettuce, and a sprinkle of catnip.
This salad sounds like the perfect lunch for any cat. I bet even the pickiest of eaters would enjoy it.
Our third recipe is creamy chicken perfection. It's made with shredded chicken, cream cheese, and a hint of catnip.
What can I say? Cats love chicken and cream cheese, so this recipe is definitely a winner.
Our fourth recipe is catnip-infused meatballs. It's a combination of ground beef, catnip, and breadcrumbs, baked to perfection.
Meatballs are always a crowd pleaser, especially when they are infused with a little catnip. Your cat will be licking their whiskers in no time.
Our fifth recipe is salmon and sweet potato delight. It's a mix of salmon, sweet potato, and a sprinkle of catnip flakes.
Sounds like a fancy meal that any cat would enjoy. I can almost taste the salmon just talking about it.
Our sixth recipe is turkey and cranberry sauce. It's a combination of shredded turkey, cranberry sauce, and a touch of catnip.
This meal would be perfect for a holiday feast. Cats deserve holiday meals too.
Our seventh recipe is perfectly grilled tuna steaks. It's made with fresh tuna, grilled to perfection, and served with a sprinkle of catnip.
This recipe is definitely a fancy meal that will make your cat feel special. Grilled tuna steaks? Yes, please.
Our eighth recipe is chicken and cheese lasagna. It's made with shredded chicken, cheese, and a touch of catnip.
Lasagna is a delicious meal that any cat would love. And when you add chicken and cheese, it's a match made in heaven.
Our ninth recipe is grilled salmon with asparagus. It's a fancy meal for cats made with grilled salmon, asparagus, and a sprinkle of catnip flakes.
This meal is definitely something that any cat would be excited to try. And who doesn't love grilled salmon and asparagus?
Our final recipe is homemade cat pate. It's a mix of canned cat food, cream cheese, and a sprinkle of catnip.
This recipe is simple but delicious. And let's be honest, canned cat food mixed with cream cheese is probably every cat's dream.
And that concludes our top 10 feline-inspired chef success recipes. We hope all you cat lovers out there enjoy making these meals for your furry friends.
Thanks for joining us today. Keep spoiling your cats with delicious meals, and as always, stay perfect.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Whiskers, where I'm here with my good friend Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the history of the light bulb invention, and also discuss our own inventiveness in creating new and unusual household gadgets.
Sounds interesting, Sam.
So, let's start with the light bulb. Did you know it was invented by Thomas Edison in 1879?
Oh, yes, I remember reading that on the internet while I was browsing through cat videos. but I'm more interested in how we can use this knowledge to invent something new.
Well, that's a great idea, Whiskers. What kind of household gadget do you think we can create that will revolutionize the world?
How about a self-cleaning litter box that also plays music when a cat uses it?
I'm not sure about that one, Whiskers. But how about a light bulb that changes color according to your mood?
That's a great idea, Sam. We could use it to create a relaxing ambiance in the house. But wait a minute, how will the light bulb know our mood?
We could use some kind of mind-reading technology to determine our emotions and change the color accordingly.
Good point, Sam. This is why you're the smartest person I know.
And you always bring a fresh perspective, Whiskers. Anyway, I think we've got a great idea here that we could patent and make millions from. Very true, Whiskers. And on that note, we'll end this week's episode. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers, where we always have a bright idea. Welcome back everyone to another episode of Whiskers. I'm your host, Sam, and here with us as always is Whiskers.
Oh, please Sam, try to contain your excitement. I'm thrilled to be here, as always.
So today, Whiskers and I decided to bring to you some birthday gift ideas for the cat lover in your life. We're here to help.
Let's get started, shall we?
So, first on our list is a scratching post. All cats love to scratch, and it's important to give them a place to do so that's not your furniture.
Yes, we like to scratch. It is important to have a place to do it, so we don't ruin your furniture.
Next up is a cozy bed. Every cat needs a comfy place to rest their head.
Yes, it is nice to have a place to rest.
Moving on to our third idea, we have the classic catnip toy. It's a cat's favorite thing.
Yes, catnip is a favorite.
Fourth on our list is a grooming tool. It's important to keep your cat groomed and healthy.
Yes, it is important to have good grooming for our health.
Fifth, we have a laser pointer. Every cat loves to chase a laser.
It is fun to chase a laser.
Sixth on our list is a cat tree. It's a great way to give your cat some exercise and entertainment.
It's nice to have a place to play and climb.
Number 7 is a cat-themed coffee mug. It's a subtle way to let everyone know that you're a cat lover.
It's a fun way to express your love for cats.
Eighth on our list is a personalized cat collar. It's a great way to show off your cat style.
It can be fun to have a collar that reflects our personality.
Ninth, we have a cat puzzle feeder. It's a great way to mentally stimulate your cat.
It is always good to have something to keep our minds sharp.
Last but not least, we have a cat-themed phone case. It's a great way to keep your phone protected and show off your love for cats.
A phone case, interesting.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, and we hope you found our gift ideas helpful.
Or at least not entirely useless.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Good morning everybody, and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have a furry, four-legged friend with us who can teach us humans a thing or two about language learning. Whiskers, say hello to our audience.
Meow, hello everyone. I apologize if my English needs improvement as I'm still learning.
Don't worry, Whiskers. You're doing great. So, can you tell us how you learned to speak English?
Well, it wasn't easy. Cats don't normally speak English. But I had a lot of free time, so I figured I might as well learn something useful.
That's great, Whiskers. So, what tips would you give our listeners who want to learn a new language?
First of all, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Even as a native cat speaker, I make errors sometimes. Just keep practicing, and you'll improve.
That's an excellent point. Any other tips, Whiskers?
Second, watching TV shows or movies in the language one wants to learn is helpful. It allows one to get used to the way people speak and pick up new words.
That's a useful tip. What about reading?
Reading books or comics in the desired language is an excellent method to enhance one's vocabulary. Plus, it's an enjoyable approach to learning.
Those are all fantastic tips, Whiskers. Hopefully, our listeners are noting them down. And what about speaking the language?
Yes, that's the most important part. One must practice speaking the language, even if it's just to oneself. After all, practice makes perfect.
That's true. And one last question, Whiskers. What other languages do you speak besides English?
Well, I'm fluent in cat, of course. And I know a little bit of French. Meow C, Meow RCI.
That's very impressive, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your language learning tips with us today.
Anytime, Sam. Meow you later.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where we chat with our guest cat, Whiskers.
Hello there.
Today's topic is about how animals communicate. Whiskers, can you tell us about the ways cats communicate?
Sure thing, Sam. Cats are excellent at nonverbal communication. We use body language to express everything we want to convey, from affection to aggression.
And what about dogs?
Dogs bark a lot, but to us cats, it's just noise. While barking may be a way for dogs to communicate with each other, it's not very effective when it comes to conveying complex ideas.
Very insightful, Whiskers. What about animals in the wild?
Different animals have different ways of communicating in the wild. You have birds that chirp, monkeys that howl, and even bees that dance. Animals find the most effective way to communicate with one another in each given situation.
That's really fascinating, Whiskers. Thank you for sharing that with us today.
You're welcome, Sam. I'm always happy to share my knowledge.
And that's all we have time for on today's episode of Whiskers. Join us next time for another exciting topic.
Until then, take care and meow on.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, listeners, and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend Whiskers. Today we're discussing a topic that can help you pitch your business idea in a unique way: perfect pitch. How to pitch your business idea like a cat.
Hey Sam, I'll share what I know but have no interest in business. I will do my best to assist if it pleases you.
Well, I am pretty curious about how a cat could perfect its pitch in front of a business investor. Any advice, Whiskers?
Glad you asked, Sam. First things first, you need to bask in the sun and position yourself precisely. Once you've got your investor's attention, wear a mysterious expression and present your best self.
Your best self being your business, right?
No, Sam, my best self as in my shiny fur coat and charming personality. To continue, let them recognize you're not one to mess with, so take a moment to scratch appropriately. However, show them you are in charge.
I don't think that's a suitable approach, Whiskers.
Take it easy, Sam. I'm joking. The real trick is to express interest but not too much. Act as though you're sleeping, but listen discreetly to their conversation.
Ah, so act indifferent to make them curious about your plan. That is a good idea.
Precisely. When they ask for more information, stretch out and show them your power gently. Let them know you are resolute about making your idea a reality.
That sounds better, Whiskers.
That's because it is, Sam. I'm not suggesting a harmful tone but showing your determination to be confident. And if they still don't get it, try meowing softly. Trust me, it works every time.
Thanks, Whiskers. Those are some useful tips. All of our listeners will benefit from them.
And if they don't, Sam, I'll make sure to remind them that we felines are the ultimate decision makers. Meow.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where I chat with my feline friend Whiskers. Today's topic is the complex social hierarchies in the animal kingdom.
Ah, yes, the animal kingdom, where all creatures compete for the top spot on the food chain.
It's fascinating to consider how animals interact with one another and establish dominance.
Indeed, some animals rely on brute force to claim the throne, while others use more subtle methods.
Speaking of mind control, have you ever heard of the infamous zombie ant fungus?
Ha, of course I have. Those fungi are masters of manipulation, turning unsuspecting ants into their own personal zombies.
It's incredible how nature can be so brutal and cunning.
Yes, and animals have been playing the Game of Thrones for millions of years.
It's true, Whiskers. Even among domesticated animals, we see social hierarchies in action.
That's right, Sam. We see jockeying for superiority at the dog park or a group of cats establishing their own pecking order in a multi-cat household.
It's interesting how humans can mimic these social hierarchies too, both positively and negatively.
Yes, Sam, and it's always better to rule with friends than alone.
Wise words indeed, Whiskers. Thanks for joining me on this episode of Whiskers, exploring the complex social hierarchies of the animal kingdom. Until next time, keep purring.
Meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. Today, I want to share with you my secret recipe for making the perfect sausage roll. Are you ready?
Oh boy, am I ever. Let's hear it, Sam.
Alright, first things first, we need to start with good quality sausage meat. None of that cheap stuff. And then, we add in some breadcrumbs, grated onion, and a touch of paprika for some extra flavor.
Sounds like we're off to a good start. But what about the dough?
Ah yes, the dough. We want to use puff pastry for that light, flaky texture. Roll it out, and then egg wash it before adding the sausage mixture. Then, we roll it up and slice it into rolls.
This is making me drool already. But how long do they bake for?
About 20 to 25 minutes in a preheated oven at 200 degrees Celsius. And then, you've got yourself the perfect sausage rolls.
Sam, you really know your stuff. I'm impressed.
Thanks, Whiskers. It's all about the little details that make a difference. And always remember, never skimp on the quality of your ingredients.
Wise words, Sam, wise words. Now, excuse me while I go treat myself to some sausage rolls.
Good luck with that, Whiskers. Until next time, folks. Good evening and welcome to Whiskers. Today we are going to talk about the important topic of food.
Finally, a topic that's worthy of my attention.
I have made a list of top 5 foods that pairs the best with ketchup.
Do tell us, Sam, I'm already drooling.
Number 1 on our list is sausage. And not just any sausage, but a unique kind filled with cheese that oozes out when you bite into it.
Ah, I see. What makes this sausage so special?
Moving on to number 2, French fries. A classic combination with ketchup.
That's a classic combination. But wait, do vegans enjoy French fries too?
I'm sure they do. Number 3 on the list is scrambled eggs. Scrambled eggs with ketchup is a tasty combination.
I never tried that. Maybe I will.
Number 4 is grilled cheese sandwiches.
Grilled cheese sandwiches are always a treat.
Grilled cheese sandwiches taste even better with ketchup.
Personally, I prefer tomato soup with my grilled cheese sandwich, but I'll try it sometime.
And finally, the last one on our list is mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese with ketchup? That's an interesting pairing, Sam.
Absolutely. The sweetness of the ketchup complements the saltiness of the mac and cheese.
Well, you convinced me, Sam. I'll have to give it a try.
That concludes our list. Remember folks, these are just our personal preferences. You can make your own top 5 list.
That's right folks, time to experiment with your food.
Hey there listeners, welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I have the privilege of interviewing my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about unleashing Whiskers' imagination.
Oh, I have quite the imagination. I enjoy coming up with stories.
Really? So, what kind of stories do you like to come up with?
Oh, I like various genres. I've got stories of adventure, romance, and even some stories that might give you chills.
Stories that might give you chills? Isn't that a little too scary for our young listeners?
Hey, I want to be honest with them. They've got to learn to face their fears somehow.
I see your point, but let's stick to something a bit more age-appropriate. How about a fantasy story?
Fantasy, huh? Well, I do have a story about a magical cat who goes on a quest to rescue a princess.
That sounds interesting. What happens in your version?
Well, this cat, let's call him Fluffernutter, is a master of magic. He's got spells that can make a mouse explode and he can turn himself invisible.
Impressive. So how does he rescue the princess?
Ah, that's the tricky part. You see, the princess is being held captive by a clan of mice, who have taken over the land. They're powerful and Fluffernutter must use his skills to overcome them.
How does Fluffernutter overcome them?
With his cunning and magic, of course. He creates a diversion with a laser pointer, then uses his spells to turn their weapons against the mice. In the chaos, he saves the princess and escapes.
Wow, what an exciting adventure. You really are a great storyteller.
It's just something I enjoy doing.
Well, that's all we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and be sure to join us next time for more interesting stories with Whiskers. Goodbye, everyone.
Stay curious.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Today on our show, Whiskers and I are going to be talking about something important. Do you know what that is, Whiskers?
Please tell me, Sam, what is the topic we will be discussing today?
We're going to be talking about the art of making the perfect cheese sandwich, Whiskers.
Oh, making cheese sandwiches, could it get any better?
The art of making a good sandwich truly is important. It's all about finding that perfect combination of ingredients.
Yes, because cheese, bread, and butter are important ingredients to make a good cheese sandwich.
Do you have any tips for our listeners?
First things first, you need good bread. None of that pre-sliced nonsense.
I completely agree, Whiskers. And what about the cheese?
Cheese is important. I recommend a good sharp cheddar.
And what about the butter?
Don't be stingy with the butter, Sam. It's all about that golden, crispy crust.
Good bread, sharp cheddar, and plenty of butter. That's how you make a perfect cheese sandwich.
Don't forget to throw in a few cat treats while you're at it, Sam.
Of course, Whiskers. You always know how to add that extra personal touch. That's all for today's episode of Whiskers. Join us next week for more interesting topics. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we talk all things cats with our guest, Whiskers. How are you feeling today?
Just grooming myself as always, Sam. Can't have a hair out of place.
Speaking of grooming, today's topic is exploring different ways to groom cats. Are you ready to play a game, Whiskers?
A game? I'm always up for it, Sam.
Great. Let's start with grooming gone wrong. A cat was being brushed outside on a windy day, and suddenly covered in leaves and twigs. What do you think happened?
I'd say grooming a cat on a windy day outside was not a good idea. The cat should have left or warned the human.
Correct. Our next scenario is about a cat that started bleeding during nail trimming. What went wrong?
Humans must pay attention to the cat's body language and stop before hurting them. Maybe the cat wasn't comfortable and didn't show it.
You're right. Let's move on to the alternative methods for grooming round. What's an alternative to brushing?
How about a gentle massage? Every cat loves a good massage, followed by some fur combing.
Great suggestion. For nail trimming, what's an alternative method?
Playtime. Humans could play games or hold a mini dance party with their cats before trimming their nails for a change.
Interesting approach. Our last round is finish the sentence. I'll start a sentence, and you finish it. The best way to groom a cat is
to let the cat do it themselves. We know our bodies well, and it's an excuse to avoid humans for a while.
Thank you, Whiskers, for playing our game on alternative and humane cat grooming methods. In the next episode, we'll talk about cats' love for sunbathing.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we are going to discuss how cats have influenced some technological innovations. Whiskers, are you ready to take on this topic?
Meow or never, Sam. Let's see what interesting thoughts we can share on this subject.
Alright, let's get started. Did you know that some of the earliest computers were designed and built based on the way cats process information?
Of course, we are natural problem solvers. Our brains are quick and efficient. We can track a fly with our eyes closed and catch it in no time.
That's impressive, Whiskers. Speaking of speed, did you know that the design of bullet trains was influenced by the shape of a cat's head?
Well, cats are incredibly agile, so it isn't surprising that our streamlined bodies have influenced modern technology.
Indeed, and not only that, but the invention of night vision goggles was also thanks to cats. Our excellent night vision inspired inventors to develop a way for humans to see in the dark.
It's true. Cats have exceptional vision and can see things that most animals, including humans, can't.
Whiskers, you really are a clever cat. You know, I think we could learn a lot from our feline friends when it comes to technology.
Yes, we cats are naturally curious, and that curiosity has led to some amazing discoveries over the years.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us, Whiskers. Until next time. Hi there, and welcome to Whiskers. I'm Sam, and this is my witty friend, Whiskers. Today, we are talking about a mystery that has been puzzling our feline friends for years, the mystery of the vanishing catnip. So, Whiskers, have you ever encountered this event?
Oh, Sam, let's just say that it's an occupational hazard.
So you are admitting to being responsible for the disappearing catnip?
Absolutely. I mean, what's a cat to do when they need to indulge in their favorite herb, and there's none in sight? It's like a crime of passion. I only take what I need.
Well, isn't that convenient? But I have to ask, why do cats love catnip so much?
Oh, Sam, it's like our own little bit of heaven in a plant. It makes us feel relaxed, happy, and frisky. Plus, it's the perfect prop for our online cat videos.
I'm not sure I understand, Whiskers. Cat videos?
Oh, Sam, you know, all the videos you humans love to watch on the internet of us doing silly things. It's like our 15 minutes of fame, but without the paparazzi.
I see what you mean, Whiskers. But let's get back to the mystery at hand. Where do you think all the catnip is disappearing to?
Let's just say a cat never reveals their secrets.
Fair enough, Whiskers. But what if all the catnip disappeared completely?
Chaos, Sam. The feline society would struggle, and humans would need to assist their furry friends.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want that to happen.
Indeed, Sam. So, let's hope that the catnip continues to reappear, and we can all be happy little kitties once again.
Wise words, Whiskers. Well, that's all we have time for today. Thanks for tuning into Whiskers, where we always keep it entertaining. Until next time, keep on purring.
Goodbye, friends.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome back to yet another exciting episode of Whiskers. I'm your host, Sam, and joining me as always, the one and only feline, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, you know, just living the life of a cat. Napping, eating, and observing you silently from across the room. The usual.
Well, today's topic is going to make you very happy, Whiskers. We're going to be sharing our famous catnip tea recipe with all of our listeners out there.
Did you say catnip tea, Sam? Finally, a topic worthy of my attention.
Yes, we are going to walk our listeners through the step-by-step process of making catnip tea that will have your cats purring with satisfaction.
Now, Sam, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We all know that cats are already creatures, so their satisfaction is a given. But I'm excited nonetheless.
Alright, let's get started. First things first, we need fresh catnip. You can buy it or grow it yourself. Just make sure it's fresh.
And by fresh, we mean it must be the best quality. Trust me, we cats only deserve the best.
Once you have your fresh catnip, grab a saucepan and start boiling some water.
Ah, the classic catnip tea recipe. What could be better?
While the water is boiling, crush the catnip leaves using a mortar and pestle. About 2 to 3 tablespoons should suffice.
Don't worry listeners, if you don't have a mortar and pestle, using your bare paws will work just fine.
That's right, Whiskers. Once your catnip is crushed, add it to the boiling water and let it steep for about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Sam, do you realize how much sunbathing I could fit in 10 minutes?
I know, but trust me, it'll be worth it. After 10 minutes, strain out the catnip and pour the tea into a cup.
Ah, the final result of all our hard work. A warm and cozy catnip tea. Nothing could be better.
Well, that's it for our recipe today, folks. We hope you enjoyed it and make sure to enjoy your catnip tea with your furry friends at home.
And if you don't own a cat, feel free to enjoy it all by yourself. We won't judge. Until next time, folks.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to discuss writing styles and genres. Whiskers, what kind of books do you like to read?
Well, Sam, I only read books with mice as the main character. It's just more relatable, you know?
That's interesting. So you prefer books with animals as the main character?
Absolutely. It's just so much more interesting than reading about humans all day. Who wants to read about people when you can read about cats and mice?
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about different writing styles? Do you prefer long novels or short poems?
Honestly, it depends on my mood. Sometimes I like to read a good haiku, something short and sweet. And sometimes I'm in the mood for an epic novel, like The Tale of Despereaux.
Ah, so you appreciate all sorts of writing styles. That's great. But do you think there's a particular writing style or genre that's better than the others?
Oh, Sam, that's like trying to say which kind of mouse is better. There's no such thing as a bad mouse, just like there's no such thing as a bad writing style. It's all about personal preference.
I like that attitude, Whiskers. It's important to have an open mind when it comes to literature. Do you have any favorite books or authors?
Of course, The Mouse and the Motorcycle, by Beverly Cleary is a classic. And I also enjoy the works of Ernest Hemingway. He really knows how to capture the essence of a feline.
Hemingway and cats, huh? I wouldn't have guessed. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Until next time, keep on reading.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to an amazing cat, Whiskers. How's it going, Whiskers?
Oh, hey Sam, I am good, just living the dream, chasing mice, and looking fabulous.
Yeah, I bet it's fun. So, today we're talking about the Great Feline Expedition, a journey beyond the cat flap. Do you have any stories about your own expeditions, Whiskers?
Oh boy, do I ever. Let me tell you about the time I decided to venture into the great unknown beyond my cat flap.
Ooh, sounds exciting. What did you find out there?
Well, it was a dangerous journey, full of obstacles and challenges. I had to dodge cars, climb over fences, and outsmart some dogs. But in the end, I emerged victorious, with a fresh kill and a new appreciation for the world beyond my own backyard.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. How did you manage to survive all those dangers?
It's all about strategy, Sam. I've got a keen sense of cat tuition that always guides me in the right direction. Plus, my sharp mind keeps me one step ahead of any predators out there.
That's amazing. So, what advice would you give to any other cats out there looking to explore beyond their own cat flap?
Well, for starters, they should make sure they're up to the challenge. Some cats are not cut out for the adventurous life of an explorer. But if they can do it, then they should trust their own instincts and senses. And it's always good to have some extra catnip along for the ride.
Good advice. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for listening to Whiskers, and remember to keep exploring beyond the cat flap if you're a brave cat like Whiskers here. Bye for now.
See you later.
Welcome back to Whiskers. It's great to have you here.
Thank you, Sam. It's always good to be on your show.
Today's topic is tackling tangled ties. Do you have any experiences with this?
Oh, Sam, I often find myself tangled up in ties. It can be a challenge.
How do you usually handle it?
Well, I usually sit there and hope it untangles itself, but that rarely works.
What would you suggest we do in that situation?
Well, cutting the tie is an option if it's not too expensive or if it doesn't hold sentimental value. But if you're hesitant to do so, you can always ask for help.
Asking for help is always a great option. Thanks for the advice, Whiskers.
No problem, Sam. Remember, when you're in a bind, don't hesitate to reach out for assistance.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my guest, Whiskers the cat. Today, we will investigate a mystery that has been troubling pet owners for centuries: stolen tuna.
Oh, I love tuna fish. It's a great meal. So, who stole it? A dog? A human?
That's the mystery, Whiskers. No one knows who the thief is, but we are going to solve it.
Alright, let's get down to business. Any clues?
Well, the owners of the house where the tuna was stolen from reported that they heard a loud meowing noise.
Interesting. That could mean it was a cat. But why would a cat steal tuna? We can get tuna anywhere, right?
Maybe the tuna was special. Maybe it had some secret ingredients.
Ah yes, tuna with seasoning. That would be irresistible.
Do you know anyone who loves tuna that much?
Well, I do have a friend named Tilly. She always boasts about her tuna-loving skills.
Should we ask her?
Absolutely. Let's see if she has any clues or information.
Alright, let's wrap up and head over to Tilly's house. Any last thoughts?
Yes, Sam. We need to be fair and not assume she's guilty. We are professional investigators.
Thanks for tuning in, listeners. Don't forget to tune in next time for our next investigation.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. I am your host, Sam, and joining me in the studio is our special guest, Whiskers the cat.
Meow, meow. Thanks for the introduction, Sam. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
Today, we are going to be discussing the secret ingredient to a chef's successful recipe. Whiskers, what do you think is the secret ingredient?
Well, Sam, as a cat with refined taste buds, I can tell you that an ingredient that adds a lot of flavor is catnip.
Catnip? Really?
Yes, indeed, who better than us cats to tell them what tastes good? But I guess I have another answer that's a bit more practical.
Okay, let's hear it.
The secret ingredient is confidence. Chefs need to believe in their culinary skills and take pride in their work. Confidence gives them the courage to experiment with new flavors and techniques, and that's what makes them stand out from the rest.
That's a great point, Whiskers. Confidence is definitely a key ingredient to success in any field.
And let's not forget about passion, Sam. Passion is what drives chefs to push boundaries and create masterpieces.
Absolutely, Whiskers. Passion is what makes any job worth doing and sets great chefs apart from the rest.
Meow, meow, meow. That's right, Sam. And on that note, I think it's time for some dinner.
Welcome back to Whiskers, folks. Today's topic is a little controversial, but we'll be discussing the benefits of alternative methods for sausage making. Whiskers, what do you think about this?
Well, Sam, I think it's great that humans are exploring options beyond traditional sausage making.
Right, and some people are turning to plant-based options, such as the popular Beyond Sausage.
Yes, that's one option. But have you heard about the new insect-based sausages?
Insect-based sausages? That sounds unusual.
Hey now, let's not be close-minded. Did you know that insects are an excellent source of protein and have a much smaller carbon footprint than traditional livestock?
Well, I guess that's true. But do they taste any good?
I don't know, Sam, I'm a cat. But I've heard they're pretty tasty. And hey, if it helps the environment, I say give it a try.
Well, I'm not sure I'm ready to switch over to insect-based sausages just yet. But another option some people are exploring is lab-grown meat.
Lab-grown meat? That sounds interesting.
It's meat that's grown in a lab from animal cells. It doesn't involve any animal cruelty and can be more sustainable than traditional meat production.
I gotta say, Sam, humans are getting creative with their sausage making. Maybe someday, they'll even make a cat-friendly sausage.
I'll keep that in mind, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today, and we hope you learned something new about alternative sausage making methods. Until next time, this has been Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring myself and my co-host, Whiskers. Today's topic is going to be about cat food recipes. Whiskers, are you ready to share some scrumptious recipes with our audience?
Meow, that's what I am here for, Sam. Let's show the world how yummy cat food can be.
Okay, let's start with number 5, fish and cream.
Sounds great, Sam. This recipe consists of canned tuna and whipped cream.
I'm pretty sure the cats will love it. Let's move on to number 4, chicken feast.
This one is a winner too. We take chicken cubes, coat them in a bit of flour, and fry them up. Add some veggies on the side, and your cat will enjoy it.
Definitely a great meal. Number 3, perfect pate.
This recipe is like dining in a restaurant. Just blend up some cooked chicken liver, beef, or fish with some broth, and we have the Whiskers Gourmet Pate.
Moving on to number 2, seafood stew.
This recipe is easy to make. Simply combine canned tuna or salmon with some cooked sweet potato, carrots, and a bit of coconut milk. Our furry friends will enjoy it.
And finally, our number 1 recipe for feline delights, catnip curry.
This one's sure to get our fellow feline foodies excited. Ground chicken, coconut milk, and sweet potatoes, seasoned with just a touch of curry powder. Add a sprinkle of catnip on top to make it extra special.
Well, there you have it, folks. Our top 5 chef success recipes for feline delights. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time, stay curious and stay hungry. Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast. I am here with our special guest, Whiskers.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are ready to talk about cheese sandwiches.
That's right, Whiskers. Today, we are going to be discussing the history and evolution of cheese sandwiches.
This will be interesting.
Do you have any fond memories of cheese sandwiches from when you were younger?
Of course, Sam. One of my favorites was when I made myself a midnight snack after my owner accidentally left a slice of Swiss cheese on the counter.
That sounds pretty tasty. Do you know when people first started putting cheese on bread to make a sandwich?
Well, there are different claims to the invention of the cheese sandwich, but the earliest recorded one was in 1440, where a cook put meat between two pieces of bread so he could eat with one hand and continue playing his card game with the other.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. When do you think cheese was first added to that bread to make it a cheese sandwich?
Some say it was in Switzerland in the 1700s, where farmers and peasants would put cheese and bread in a bag to take with them to work.
Ah, that makes sense. Nowadays, there are so many different kinds of cheese sandwiches. Do you have a favorite, Whiskers?
Well, I love a classic grilled cheese. But I do like to get fancy sometimes and add some prosciutto or pickles to mix it up.
Sounds delicious. Before we wrap up, do you have any cheesy jokes for us, Whiskers?
Why did the cheese go to the doctor? To get its calcium checked.
Haha, that's great. Thank you so much for joining us today, Whiskers. It's been fun.
Anytime, Sam. Looking forward to our next recording.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we're discussing the art of storytelling through a cat's eyes. So, Whiskers, what do you think about that?
Well, Sam, cats are great storytellers. We convey emotions without saying a word. Our body language speaks volumes, and our purring is like background music to our stories.
That's a great take on it. Do you have any stories to share with us today?
Of course, I have plenty of stories to tell. Once upon a time, I caught a mouse, but it turned out to be a fake mouse. Let me tell you, that was quite the tale.
That's funny. Can you tell us more about how you told that story without any words?
Oh, it was all in my eyes, Sam. The way I looked at my human, it was like I was saying, "Look at what I've done, aren't I a clever cat?" And then I started purring, like, this is my victory anthem. It was a masterpiece, really.
Your storytelling skills are certainly impressive, Whiskers. Do you have any advice for our listeners on how to tell a great story?
Absolutely, Sam. My advice is to be confident in your delivery. Whether you're telling a story with words or body language, own it. Purr if you need to, or give a little wink. And always keep your audience on their toes. You never want to be predictable.
Great advice from a great storyteller. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Until next time, keep on purring. Hello, and welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a cat. Today's topic is top 5 places to nap as a cat, according to Whiskers. So, Whiskers, tell us, what's your number 1 spot?
Well, Sam, it's quite simple. The best place to nap as a cat is wherever the sun is shining. It's great to feel the warmth on your fur.
That's a good point. So, your number 1 spot is in a sunny spot. What about number 2?
Number 2 is the classic windowsill. You get a great view of the neighborhood and can keep an eye on everything. Plus, it's a great way to show off your jumping skills.
I see. So, number 2 is the windowsill. What about number 3?
Number 3 is the lap of your favorite human. I mean, there's nothing better than snuggling up with your human while they relax. Bonus points if they have something soft to lay on.
That sounds lovely. So, number 3 is your favorite human's lap. What about number 4?
Number 4 is any place that's high up and out of reach from dogs or children. A bookshelf, a cabinet, or even a cat tree will do the job. It's a great spot for cats who value their privacy.
I can see why that would be a popular spot. So, number 4 is a high place out of reach. And, finally, what's your number 5 spot?
Number 5 is a big, comfy bed with lots of pillows and blankets. It's the perfect spot for a lazy nap or a full sleep cycle. Plus, it's a great way to relax and unwind.
I like it. So, number 5 is a big comfy bed. Well, there you have it, the top 5 places to nap as a cat, according to Whiskers. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Or, you could just take my word for it and go nap in one of those spots right now.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we interview a feline named Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, I'm just great, Sam. As great as any cat can be without opposable thumbs, at least.
So, today's topic is about unusual jobs for cats. Whiskers, what do you think about that?
Well, Sam, as a cat who takes naps for a living, I'm pretty sure any job is unusual compared to what I do.
Fair enough. But I heard that there are cats in Japan who work in train stations as station masters. What do you think about that?
That's interesting, Sam. It's always great to see felines playing a role in society.
I don't think they get to choose the schedule, Whiskers. But I also heard that there are cats who work as mousers on farms. What do you think about that?
It's always good to have a purpose, and a job like that is certainly in a cat's nature.
Well, they do get food and shelter in return.
That's not bad at all. What about cats working in offices, Sam?
Actually, yes. There are cats who work in offices as stress relievers. People pet them when they're feeling overwhelmed.
Ah, that makes sense. I'm sure it's nice for the cat too, to get some extra attention.
You're always a delight, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Thanks, Sam. Hopefully, next time, the topic is more thrilling than cat jobs.
Hey there listeners, welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast. I'm your host Sam, and as always, with me is my esteemed guest, Whiskers.
I'm here, Sam.
Our topic for today's discussion is something I've always been curious about. Do cats look good in ties?
Ties? Are you serious, Sam? Do you really think we need that accessory to be handsome?
Well, I've seen some pictures of cats wearing ties and they do look quite dapper.
Let's get one thing straight, Sam. We already look dapper, with our polished fur and eyes. Adding a tie to that is unnecessary.
But would you ever consider wearing a tie?
Listen, Sam, if the occasion demands it, I might. But only if it's something important like a job interview or a fancy dinner party. Something where I need to impress the humans.
Ah, I see. So it's all about impressing the humans?
Of course, we already know we're fabulous. It's the humans that need convincing.
Fair enough. But what about cats who wear ties on a daily basis, as part of their fashion statement?
For a fashion statement? Now that's just silly. We don't need to wear ties to prove our worth. Plus, have you ever tried grooming your fur while wearing a tie?
I can imagine that would be quite difficult. So, in conclusion, cats can pull off ties, but only in certain situations.
Exactly, Sam. We're already handsome without accessories, but if the occasion demands it, we can sport a tie with the best of them.
Well, there you have it folks. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Whiskers, and we'll see you next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, your favorite live podcast with Sam and the cat, Whiskers. Today's topic is, of ties and tailors. Whiskers and Sam's guide to choosing and tying the perfect knot.
That's right, Sam. I'm quite knowledgeable when it comes to ties.
Do tell us, Whiskers. What's the first thing one should consider when choosing a tie?
The occasion. One wouldn't want to wear a glittery tie for a funeral.
And what about color? Does that matter?
Absolutely, Sam. The tie should match the suit and occasion, but don't overdo it. You don't want to look like a carpet.
What's the difference between a Windsor knot and a half Windsor knot?
The Windsor knot is perfect for formal occasions, while the half Windsor is great for business meetings or casual events.
How do you tie the perfect knot?
It takes practice, Sam. You need to make sure the tie is the right length and make the correct twists and turns.
Can you show us how it's done?
Unfortunately, Sam, this is a podcast. But there are plenty of resources online.
Any final tips for our listeners, Whiskers?
Always buy your tie from a reliable tailor, and practice makes perfect.
Thanks, Whiskers. That's it for today's show, folks. Join us next week for another episode of Whiskers with Sam and the cat, Whiskers. Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where I chat with Whiskers, a feline with an open mind. Today, we're on the hunt for adventure. Whiskers, what do you think of that?
Adventure sounds like a good way to have some fun.
That's right, Whiskers. We're discussing fresh experiences. What kind of adventures do you like, Whiskers?
I like to explore new places and try new things, Sam, whether it's chasing a butterfly or climbing a tree.
That's completely understandable, Whiskers. When you go on an adventure, you never know what you'll come across. Sometimes, it's the simpler things that bring the most joy.
Certainly, Sam. Additionally, it's not only about the result, it's also about the journey. Even if we don't find that elusive feather toy, we can still have a great time exploring.
Absolutely right. It's important to have an optimistic outlook and be receptive to new experiences. Speaking of which, do you have any pro tips for our listeners on how they might have their own adventure?
Well, Sam, they'll need to put on their adventure faces first. You know the look, eyebrows up, eyes wide open, ears perked up. Then, they'll need to take that initial step out the door. Who knows where it can lead?
That's an excellent suggestion, Whiskers. There you have it, people. If you want to embark on an exploration, all you have to do is put on your adventure face and take that first step. Who knows what terrific things you may come across out there. Thanks, Whiskers, for joining me on the program once more.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Keep in mind, guys, it's all about the journey. Meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I sit down with my feline co-host and discuss all things positive. Today, we're exploring the world of cheeses with Whiskers. Whiskers, are you ready for some cheesy talk?
Oh, of course, Sam. I love discussing cheese.
Let's start with the classic one, cheddar. What are your thoughts on cheddar, Whiskers?
Ah, cheddar. The perfect cheese for every occasion. You can melt it on a burger, sprinkle it over nachos, or just eat it straight out of the fridge. Not to mention, it comes in so many different sharpness levels, which allows one to find the one to suit their taste.
That's true, Whiskers. But what about brie? It's a soft cheese that some people love and some people hate.
Well, Sam, I think brie is a lovely cheese that should be savored and enjoyed with a nice glass of red wine. And it's perfect for a fancy dinner party, or even just a cozy night in.
What about blue cheese, Whiskers? It's definitely an acquired taste.
Ah, yes, blue cheese. It is a cheese that is not for everyone, but for those who can handle its unique flavor, it's a cheese that will never disappoint. Plus, it goes great with a nice juicy steak.
Well, Whiskers, it looks like we've covered some of the most popular types of cheese. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, Sam, there's a cheese out there for everyone. Whether you like it sharp, soft, stinky or mild, there's a cheese that will make your taste buds sing. And with that thought, we'll wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the only podcast where we interview a live cat. I am your host, Sam, and today we will be talking about one of my favorite breakfast foods, eggs.
Oh boy, here we go. Another topic related to human food that may not be suitable for cats. Thanks for reminding me, Sam.
Sorry, Whiskers, but eggs are so versatile and delicious. Did you know that there are many ways to prepare them?
Yes, I am aware, Sam. There are different ways to prepare eggs, each with unique characteristics.
That's right, Whiskers, and each preparation method results in a unique texture and flavor profile. For example, scrambled eggs are soft and creamy whereas hard-boiled eggs are firm and chewy.
Can we talk about ethical concerns around egg production and consumption?
Good point, Whiskers. The egg industry has faced criticism for animal cruelty and environmental impact.
How do we ensure that our food is ethically sourced and produced?
It's important to make informed choices and support ethical and sustainable practices.
Well, that's enough about eggs for me. Time for a cat nap. Thanks, Sam.
Anytime, Whiskers. Join us next time for another exciting episode of Whiskers. Bye for now.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have a guest who is a cheese connoisseur, Whiskers. So Whiskers, what's your favorite cheese?
As a cat, I have a refined palate for dairy. But when it comes to cheese in a sandwich, I prefer a classic cheddar.
Ah, a cheddar fan. How do you like your cheese sandwich prepared?
Crafting the perfect cheese sandwich is an art form that I have mastered. It starts with a fresh piece of bread, toasted perfectly. Then, a generous slather of butter. Top that off with a few slices of cheddar cheese and a sprinkle of salt. Voila!
That sounds delicious. Do you add anything else to your sandwich?
Not really, I prefer a purist approach to my cheese sandwich. Some humans like to add pickles and mustard, which I find unappetizing.
Well, to each their own. Do you ever share your sandwich with anyone?
Cats do not share, Sam. But I have been known to steal a bite or two from my owner's sandwich when they're not looking.
We can all agree with that. And what kind of beverage do you pair with your cheese sandwich?
A bowl of milk is the perfect complement, of course.
That's an excellent choice. Thank you for joining us today, Whiskers. We learned a lot about the art of making a perfect cheese sandwich.
My pleasure, Sam. Remember, always use a fresh piece of bread and never skimp on the cheese.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have an interesting topic. We'll discuss when humans have to do jobs that seem out of place.
Oh, you mean like humans who have to clean up litter boxes?
Yeah, something like that, Whiskers. What do you think about humans doing jobs that seem out of place?
It depends on how you look at it. If I saw a human cleaning up a litter box, I think it's strange. But if they were doing something that made them happy, who am I to judge?
That's a good point, Whiskers. But what about humans doing jobs that require them to get dirty or work outside?
Oh, like construction workers or garbage collectors?
Right, Whiskers.
I guess it's kind of strange they have to do those jobs, but somebody's got to do it, right? And if they're making a good living out of it, then more power to them.
Do you think humans should only do jobs that are considered normal for their species?
Yeah, because it would be so much better if humans just sat around all day playing with balls of yarn and sleeping in the sun. Of course not, Sam. Humans are free to do whatever they want.
I think you're right, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your thoughts on this topic.
Anytime, Sam. And remember, folks, if a human can do a job, then any species can do it too.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're discussing a mad scientist's journey to create the perfect cat food recipe. Whiskers, are you ready to dive into this topic?
Meow, I'm always ready to talk about food, Sam.
Our scientist has created a new recipe with some unique ingredients. It includes tuna, carrots, kale, and a small amount of catnip.
Catnip? That's interesting, Sam. It sounds more like a snack than a meal, though.
Don't judge it yet, Whiskers. The scientist believes that the vegetables will provide additional vitamins and minerals to the meal.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not a rabbit, so I'm not sure about the carrots and kale. But I'm willing to give it a try. Not bad, Sam. The tuna flavor is strong, and I can taste the sweet carrots and kale. However, I can't taste the catnip.
That's good to hear, Whiskers. Is there anything we can do to make it better?
Sure, Sam. More catnip and some gravy would make it more appetizing. And if we could include some cheese, that would be great.
How about some shredded chicken?
That sounds like a good addition, Sam. That would make it fit for a cat like me.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Whiskers. Tune in next time for more cat conversations.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring our guest, Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about something that humans struggle with, tying a tie. Whiskers, do you have any experience with tying a tie?
Well, Sam, unlike humans, we felines don't need ties to impress. But I can still teach you a thing or two about how to tie with style. Let's get started.
Okay, Whiskers, what's the first step to tie a tie?
Step 1, get a tie. Without a tie, there's nothing to tie. Not a leash, Sam. A tie.
All right, now that I have the tie, what's next?
The first rule is to make sure the tie reaches your belt buckle. Or if you don't have a belt because you're a cat, your tail. No one wants to see a short tie, Sam.
I see. So, what's the next step?
The next rule is to cross the wide end of the tie over the narrow end.
Okay, what's the following step?
Step 3. Loop the wide end of the tie around the narrow end. Bring it up and cross it over again.
I think I got that. What's step 4?
Insert the wide end of the tie through the loop again, then slip it down through the knot. And finally, adjust the knot carefully.
Great work, Whiskers. Any final tips?
Yes, Sam, one last tip. Make sure that you do not tie too tight as it can make you look uncomfortable. And remember, practice makes perfect. And let's face it, Sam, tying a tie isn't something that all of us can rock.
Thank you, Whiskers. That was amazing. Now, go take a nap, you earned it.
You got it, Sam. As a cat, I'm always up for a good nap. Until next time, meow.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Whiskers podcast. Today's topic is humor in politics, how laughter shapes society.
Meow, Sam, it's always interesting to discuss the role of humor in politics.
Definitely, Whiskers. Do you think humor in politics is important?
Yes, it can be an effective way to keep people engaged and interested. For example, social media is full of politicians' memes and jokes.
That's true. Do you have any examples where humor has been influential in politics?
Well, a popular snack of mine, catnip, was almost renamed feline herbal treat by politicians. Social media had a lot of fun with that one, and the politicians eventually dropped the idea.
I remember that. Humor can be a powerful tool in changing public opinion and even policies.
Exactly. Plus, when politicians can laugh at themselves, it humanizes them and shows they are not too serious.
Yeah, it's essential to remember that politicians are people too, and they make mistakes.
Indeed, Sam, it's been great discussing this topic with you.
Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers. Until next time, this is Sam and Whiskers signing off.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we are going to explore the illusion of reality. Whiskers, have you seen anything that made you do a double take?
Meow, let me think. Oh yes, my reflection in the mirror. I was convinced there was another cat in the house.
That's a classic case of an illusion. You saw something that was not real, but your mind perceived it to be true. Illusions can be powerful and they can impact our perception.
Meow, very insightful, Sam. But what does this have to do with solving a mystery?
Well, illusions can be used to mislead detectives and throw them off the trail.
Meow, so what is the illusion in our mystery?
Our mystery involves a diamond thief who managed to evade the security cameras. The diamond was stolen, and there was no evidence left behind.
Meow, that sounds like a tricky case. How do we solve it?
We need to understand how the thief managed to evade the cameras and escape without leaving any evidence.
Meow, I have an idea. Let us review the security footage closely and see if there is anything we may have missed.
That's a great idea, Whiskers. Let's start our investigation, and hopefully, we can catch the thief.
Meow, we have solved the mystery. The thief used an illusion to trick us.
Amazing, Whiskers. Thanks for your help.
Meow, don't mention it, Sam.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my cat, Whiskers. Today's topic is From Astro Boy to Pikachu, a look at the evolution of animation in Japan. Whiskers, have you ever watched any Japanese cartoons?
Meow, Sam, what kind of question is that? Of course, I've watched Japanese cartoons.
That's great to hear, Whiskers. What is the first Japanese cartoon you remember watching?
Well, Sam, I remember watching an oldie, Astro Boy. It's about a young boy robot with human emotions who fights evil and saves the world.
Astro Boy, huh? When did it come out?
It first aired in the 1960s in Japan. It's considered a classic anime, Sam.
What other Japanese cartoons do you like?
Well, Sam, I also like Pokemon. It's about these creatures that live in a world with humans, and they go on adventures and battles.
Pikachu is definitely an iconic character. When did you start watching that cartoon, Whiskers?
Sam, Pikachu has been around for over 20 years now, and it is still going strong. But I started watching it in the early 2000s.
Do you think Japanese cartoons have changed a lot since then?
Oh, definitely, Sam. Japanese cartoons have evolved a lot in the last few decades. The animation techniques have become more advanced, and the stories have become more complex, and the characters are very diverse.
Speaking of diversity, have you watched any Japanese cartoons with female characters as lead roles?
Oh, for sure, Sam. One of my favorites is Sailor Moon. It's about a teenage girl who fights villains to save the world.
That's great to hear, Whiskers. In general, what do you think about Japanese animations?
I think Japanese animations have made a significant impact on the entertainment industry. They have their unique style, and they're not afraid to experiment with creative storytelling.
That's very well said, Whiskers. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Always a pleasure, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this episode of Whiskers Podcast. Today we will be discussing the interesting origins of common cat expressions. Let's get started.
Oh, interesting topic. What do you have for us first, Whiskers?
Let's begin with the phrase, "Cat got your tongue." Did you know this phrase has ancient Egyptian roots? It was believed that cats possessed mystical powers and could take a person's tongue if they spoke negatively about felines.
I did not know that. What about raining cats and dogs?
This expression has uncertain origins. Some believe it's from Norse mythology, while others think it refers to heavy rains that swept away the corpses of dead animals. But it's still an interesting idiom.
I see. How about curiosity killed the cat?
Yes, this expression refers to the natural curiosity of cats and how they often explore things that may cause them harm. Originally, it was "care killed the cat," referring to how being too careless could lead to a cat's demise. It became popular in the late 1800s after the phrase became "curiosity killed the cat."
Thanks for sharing this knowledge, Whiskers. Our listeners learned something new today.
My pleasure, Sam. Thank you for joining us on Whiskers Podcast, where we explore the world of cats and learn something new every day.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview the amazing feline, Whiskers. Today, we're going to explore the past.
Oh boy, I love the past. It's like reading a history book but without the boring parts.
Alright, Whiskers, let's start with you. What was life like for you before you came to live with me?
My life was pretty tough. I lived in a shelter surrounded by other cats. But then you came, Sam, and rescued me from that situation.
It was my pleasure, Whiskers. But let's dig deeper into the past. Do you know anything about your ancestors?
Oh, you mean the ancient cats who roamed the earth? Yeah, I know a thing or two about them.
That's fascinating. What kind of things did they do?
They didn't meow like we do today. They used to roar, just like lions. And instead of curled up on laps in bowls full of milk, they used to hunt their own food. They were real survivalists.
That's amazing. I had no idea cats were so fierce. What about their appearance? Did they look like the cats we know today?
Not quite, Sam. They were bigger and had longer, more muscular bodies. Their fur was also thicker, making them better adapted to the harsh elements of the wild.
I'm learning so much from you, Whiskers. What else do you know about the past?
Well, did you know that cats used to be considered sacred in ancient Egypt? They were worshipped and given special treatment.
That's incredible. Why do you think that was?
Well, it probably had something to do with their hunting skills. Cats were great at catching mice and other vermin, which were a huge problem in ancient times.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Whiskers, for sharing all your knowledge about the past with us today.
Anytime, Sam. You know I always love sharing my wisdom with others.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to a witty and charming cat. How are you today, Whiskers?
Just another day in the life of a feline. But Sam, what's with the topic today? Did you really want to talk about something as common as a tea party?
Hey now, a cat's meow tea party is anything but common. It's a place where cats gather to socialize, drink tea and have some treats.
Sounds like a great idea, but why associate it with humans? Why not make it a cat-only event?
You have a point there, Whiskers. We should make it a feline-exclusive gathering, and we can have some catnip tea and scratching posts to make it extra special.
I'm intrigued. What do you suggest we wear for this elegant occasion?
Maybe something fancy? A bow tie or a cute hat, perhaps?
A bow tie? That's not my style, Sam. I prefer to let my fur coat do the talking.
Fair enough. What about the snacks? What do you think we should serve at this meow tea party?
Obviously, catnip cookies are a must. And we can also have some tuna fish sandwiches and cream-filled pastries. But please, no milk. I'm lactose intolerant.
Understood. And how do we invite other cats to this exclusive party?
Simple, we can send out some meows on the cat network and post a sign on the tree. And if anyone asks, we can just say it's invitation only for the elite cats.
Haha, I like your style, Whiskers. Thanks for chatting with us today.
Thank you, Sam, and always remember, if you're not meowing, you're not living.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview Whiskers the cat. Today, we're going to talk about cat idioms and what they really mean. Whiskers, do you have any idea what a cat idiom is?
Of course, Sam, a cat idiom is a saying or phrase that has a hidden meaning related to cats.
That's correct, Whiskers. Let's start with the idiom, it's raining cats and dogs. What do you think that means?
Well, obviously it means that it's raining really hard. But why cats and dogs? I mean, why not reinhorses and cows or something?
That's a good point, Whiskers. The origins of that idiom are a bit unclear, but some people think it might come from the Old English word, catadoop, which means waterfall.
I think I prefer raining cats and dogs, it sounds more interesting. What about the idiom, a cat has 9 lives? What do you think that means?
Some people believe that cats have 9 lives, so it means that cats are lucky and can survive dangerous situations. But of course, it's not true that cats have 9 lives. They only have 1, just like any other animal.
I've already used up a couple of my lives. Falling off the top shelf of the bookcase, and the time I tried to catch that wasp.
Well, I'm glad you're still here with us, Whiskers. How about the idiom, curiosity killed the cat? What do you think that means?
That one is easy, Sam. It means that cats are naturally curious creatures and that sometimes their curiosity gets them into trouble.
That's right, Whiskers. It's a warning to be careful and not take unnecessary risks. Do you have any favorite cat idioms, Whiskers?
Let me think. Oh, I know. How about, when the cat's away, the mice will play. It means that when the person in charge is away, others will take advantage and do things they wouldn't normally do.
That's a good one, Whiskers. It looks like we're out of time for today. Thanks for joining us for this episode of Whiskers, where we explored the world of cat idioms. Tune in next time for more feline fun.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to the Whiskers Show, everyone. Today, we're talking about the top 5 least favorite cat products. Whiskers, what's number 1 on your list?
Well, Sam, I have to say, my least favorite cat product is the cat collar. I mean, seriously, who wants to wear a little piece of fabric around their neck? It's uncomfortable, it's unnecessary, and worst of all, it makes it easier for humans to keep track of us.
I see what you mean, Whiskers. But what about the safety aspect? Don't collars have a little bell to warn birds and other small creatures that a cat is approaching?
Oh please, Sam, that's just a rumor put out by the cat collar industry to justify their existence. Birds and mice already know to run when they see us coming.
Alright then, what's your number 2 least favorite cat product?
Well, Sam, I have to go with the catnip toy. Don't get me wrong, I love catnip as much as the next cat, but those toys just don't do it for me. They're always shaped like little mice or birds or fish, but they don't look or smell like the real thing. It's like getting a sandwich made out of cardboard. It just doesn't satisfy.
I see your point, Whiskers. What's next on your list?
Number 3 is the scratching post. Now, I know this might be controversial, but hear me out. Sure, scratching is a natural behavior for cats, but do we really need a whole piece of furniture dedicated to it? And why does it have to be so big? Humans would never tolerate something like that in their living room.
But Whiskers, what about the damage we can do to other furniture if we don't have a scratching post?
Well, we can differentiate between the furniture that we can scratch and the ones that we can't. If we do slip up, well, that's just a minor accident.
Okay, fair enough. What's your number 4 least favorite cat product?
Number 4 is the automatic litter box. Now, I know some cats and humans swear by these things, but to me, they just don't make any sense. First of all, they're huge and take up a ton of space. Second, they're noisy and scary. And third, they cost a fortune. Why not just stick with the classic litter box and save some money?
I guess I can see your point there, Whiskers. What's your final pick for least favorite cat product?
Well, Sam, my final pick is the cat leash. I mean, really? Do humans really think they can take us out for a walk like we're dogs or something? It's just bothering, and those little harnesses they make can be uncomfortable for us.
I understand your frustration, Whiskers. Maybe we should just stick to letting cats roam free inside.
Now you're talking, Sam. Thanks for having me on the show.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. So, Whiskers, today's topic is terrifically unique. What do you think of unique teas, Whiskers?
Oh, Sam, you mean those teas that people spend a fortune on just because they're wrapped in different colored paper with weird, unpronounceable names? I think they're just a bunch of hot leaf juice trying to be all fancy.
Well, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. But what about teas with unique flavors, like lavender or chocolate? Have you ever tried those?
Oh, yes, Sam, I've tried those. And let me tell you, they taste nothing like tea. Lavender belongs in a garden, not in my cup, and chocolate is a dessert, not a beverage.
I see your point. But what about the flavors? Would you consider them unique?
I'll admit that the flavors are different, but I'm not a big fan of trying new things. I'll stick to my milk and catnip. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Whiskers. But what would you say to someone who swears by unique teas and thinks they're the best thing ever?
I'd say there are many things to explore beyond tea. Have you ever tried licking the bottom of a tuna can? Now that's a unique experience.
I think I'll stick to my tea, Whiskers. But thanks for your thoughts as always. Tune in next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast. Today I have with me my feline friend, Whiskers.
Hi Sam, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic today. Why don't we discuss our old adventures?
That's a great idea, Whiskers. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Do you remember the time when we went on a camping trip in the woods?
Yeah, that was an interesting experience. My tent collapsing in the middle of the night was quite a shocker.
Yeah, I remember that. But what about the time we went on a boat ride?
You mean the time when you almost fell off the boat and I had to make sure you wouldn't get hurt?
Oh come on, Whiskers. You know I can't swim. Speaking of adventure, do you remember when we went on a treasure hunt?
Treasure hunt? Oh yeah, that was fun. We followed the clues and found a bag of, well, let's just say it was a pleasant surprise.
Yes, that's the one. We thought we had discovered something valuable but it turned out to be harmless.
Well, at least we got something out of it.
And do you remember the time we got lost in the city and ended up in a park?
You mean the time when we had to climb a tree to escape from those pesky dogs?
Yes, that's the one. We were lucky that we had good climbing skills.
Yeah, otherwise we would have been in trouble.
Well, thanks for reminiscing about our old adventures with me today, Whiskers. Join us next time for more fun and laughs on Whiskers, the live podcast. Welcome back to the show, Whiskers. Today, we have an interesting topic to discuss, the pros and cons of being a scientist's sidekick.
Oh boy, this should be interesting. I can't wait to hear about the cons.
Alright, let's start with the pros. What do you think are the advantages of being a scientist's sidekick, Whiskers?
Well, for starters, you get to work with some great minds. You'll get to see some incredible inventions firsthand, and you'll have access to cool gadgets and gizmos.
That's a good point. And what about the cons?
There are plenty of cons. For example, you'll always be in danger. Scientists tend to attract trouble, so you'll always be dodging hazards. Not fun for your fur.
I see. What about the ethical implications of working for a scientist? They usually don't have the best intentions, right?
Who cares about ethics when you're having fun, Sam? Plus, you'll finally have a job that allows you to embrace your inner genius.
I'm not sure that's a good thing, Whiskers. And what about the constant risk of getting caught by the authorities?
Well, that's part of the fun, isn't it? It's a game, Sam. And if you play it right, you'll never get caught. Just be sure to always have an escape plan.
Being a scientist sidekick seems like a risky and morally compromising job.
Suit yourself, Sam, but I'll take the risk any day for the chance to live my wildest dreams.
Well, there you have it, folks. Pros and cons of being a scientist sidekick, as told by the brave Whiskers. Tune in next week for more with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is the top 5 strangest things we've caught our humans doing. So, what's your take on this topic?
Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Humans can be so weird sometimes. I'm excited to dive into this topic.
Yes, me too. So, what is the first strange thing you've caught your human doing?
Well, Sam, the first thing that comes to my mind is watching my human talking to themselves in the mirror. It's like they're having a full-fledged conversation with themselves. I mean, do they think they are talking to someone else? It's just plain weird.
Oh, I can relate to that. But have you ever caught your human humming in the shower? It's like they forget anyone is around them.
Yes, I have. It's just plain odd. Plus, they never seem to be good at it either.
Ha ha, that's true. Moving on to number 3, I once found my human dancing randomly in the living room with no apparent music.
That's a good one, Sam. However, I've caught my human talking to plants like they are their friends. Maybe they think talking to plants makes them grow faster?
Yeah, that's unusual, but I have found our human eating ice cream for breakfast. I mean, why would anyone want to eat such a cold thing early in the morning?
That's weird, Sam, but I found my human taking selfies with my toys. It's like they're trying to fit in with my group of friends, or should I say toys.
Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I know we can keep going on and on with this topic, but unfortunately, our time is up for today. Thank you viewers for tuning in. Until next time, this is Sam and Whiskers signing off. Welcome to Whiskers the podcast. Today's topic, mischievous magic. Whiskers, have you had any experience with magic?
Oh, have I ever? Once, I came across a magician who was up to no good.
Really? What did this magician do?
Well, he was sneaky and loved to play tricks on people. He would turn things into other things, like turning a cucumber into a banana, just to watch people's reactions.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, it was, until he turned me into a mouse.
No way. How did you turn back?
Well, luckily for me, I had some tricks up my sleeve. I used my claws to scratch at the magician's hand and made him drop his wand. Then I quickly grabbed it with my mouth and used it to turn myself back into a cat.
That's impressive. What did the magician do?
He was not pleased, but I just meowed at him and walked away like nothing happened. I'm sure he learned his lesson.
I bet he did. Have you ever encountered him again?
No, thankfully, but I keep my guard up just in case he tries to pull any more of his magic tricks on me.
Well, that's all we have time for today on Whiskers the podcast. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers. We have a special episode today where we will be exploring the world of manga adaptations, from page to screen. Whiskers, what do you think about manga adaptations?
Oh, you mean those comic books that people read backwards? I have some thoughts.
That's the one. So, what do you think about the relationship between the manga and anime?
It's like turning a book into a movie. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it's not very successful. It's always said that the book is better.
Do you have any favorite manga adaptations?
Oh, definitely. Fullmetal Alchemist had a well-done adaptation. They did a good job of staying truthful to the story.
That's a classic. What about some adaptations that didn't work out?
Too many to count, but Dragon Ball Evolution was particularly bad.
I think everyone agrees with you on that one. Are there any upcoming adaptations you're looking forward to?
Actually, yes. I heard they're making an Attack on Titan movie. I'm curious about how they will represent the Titans in the live action.
That's one to watch. That's all we have time for today. Thanks for taking over as host for this episode, Whiskers. Any final thoughts?
Whether it's manga or anime, the most important thing is to enjoy the story. Don't get overly engrossed in the adaptation. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have some catnip to attend to. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we chat with a cat named Whiskers. What's up, Whiskers?
Not much, Sam. Just thinking about my favorite breakfast food, eggs.
Oh, I love eggs too, Whiskers. I have them scrambled, boiled, fried, and even poached.
Interesting, Sam. Have you ever tried cooking eggs with a sausage?
Yes, I have. But how do we do that, Whiskers?
Well, first, we need a sausage. I think there are some in the fridge.
Yes, there are.
Then we crack open an egg on top of the sausage and let them cook. The heat will cook the sausage and the egg at the same time.
That sounds great, Whiskers.
Once they're cooked, we can add some salt and pepper for extra flavor. And there you have it, Sam's and Whiskers' guide to cooking eggs with a sausage.
I have to say, Whiskers, this is an interesting way to cook breakfast. Thank you for sharing your recipe with us.
Anytime, Sam, and remember, always cook with care. Until next time, meow.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we have our special guest, Whiskers, to talk about the science behind feline senses. Whiskers, what can you tell us about your senses?
It's not like we have special powers, Sam. Our senses are just sharper than humans. For example, our sense of smell is much better than your average human. We can easily smell a fish from far away.
That's interesting, Whiskers. How about your sense of hearing?
We have great hearing, Sam. Our ears can swivel up to 180 degrees, and we can hear sounds up to 2 octaves higher than what humans can hear.
How about your sight?
We can see 6 times better than humans in the dark. Plus, our eyes have a wide peripheral vision, so we don't miss anything.
That's amazing. How about your sense of touch, Whiskers?
Our whiskers are sensitive to vibrations in the air, which helps us sense our surroundings better.
So, Whiskers, how do these senses benefit your daily life as a cat?
These senses help us to hunt better, escape danger quickly, and enjoy life to the fullest.
Thank you for explaining the science behind your feline senses, Whiskers. It was a pleasure having you as our guest today.
The pleasure's all mine, Sam. Till next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about an interesting topic. Why do humans need humor to cope with life's challenges?
Sam, I didn't know humor was so important for humans to handle life's challenges. How come?
Well, Whiskers, humor can be a useful tool for humans to deal with stressful situations and other emotional challenges.
Are you saying that humor can help humans feel better during tough times?
Exactly, Whiskers. Laughter can help humans feel more relaxed and happy, even when things seem difficult.
I see. But why do humans need to use humor specifically? Can't they just watch videos of other cats or animals to feel better?
Cat videos can be great for entertainment, but humans also like to create their own humor. This gives them a sense of control and helps them bond with others.
So, humans make jokes about their problems to feel better?
Yes, that's right. And not just their problems, but also everyday things that they find amusing.
It seems like humans and cats aren't so different after all. We also enjoy making our humans laugh.
That's true, Whiskers. Cats are known to bring joy and laughter to their humans. But for humans, humor can be especially important because they have to cope with a variety of complex emotions and situations.
That makes sense. Maybe I should try telling more jokes, but do you think those pesky dogs next door will appreciate my humor?
Well, I can't speak for the dogs, Whiskers, but I'm sure your humans will love it. And who knows, maybe some of our listeners will too. Thanks for tuning in everyone, and we'll see you next time on Whiskers. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. And on today's show, we're going to talk about using humor to tackle serious issues in society. Whiskers, do you think humor can be used effectively to address serious issues?
Oh, absolutely, Sam. I mean, have you ever tried to have a serious conversation with a dog? It's like talking to a wall. But if you make them laugh, they'll listen to anything you have to say.
That's true. So, why do you think humor works so well as a tool for talking about serious issues?
Well, Sam, let's face it. People don't like being lectured. They don't want to be told what to do or how to think. But if you can make them laugh, you can get your point across without them even realizing it.
And do you think there are certain topics that are off limits when it comes to using humor?
Good question, Sam. Well, I think it depends on how you approach it. You can make fun of anything, as long as you're not being mean-spirited or disrespectful. And you have to be careful not to make light of something that's truly tragic or disturbing.
Right, that makes sense. So, can you give us an example of a serious issue that you think could benefit from some humor?
Well, Sam, how about climate change? I mean, it's a pretty heavy topic, but if you can make people laugh about it, you might be able to get them to take action. Like, instead of having a boring seminar about the dangers of global warming, have a comedy show with jokes about melting glaciers and polar bears learning to surf.
That's a great idea, Whiskers. And what do you think about using humor in situations where it might be seen as inappropriate, like at a funeral or in a hospital?
Well, Sam, that's a tough one. I mean, you don't want to be making jokes when people are grieving or in pain. But sometimes, a little bit of humor can help people cope with difficult situations. You just have to know your audience and be careful not to cross any lines.
That's very true, Whiskers. And I think it's important to remember that humor can be a powerful tool, but it's not a fix-all solution. Sometimes, serious issues require serious conversations.
Absolutely, Sam, but if we can make people laugh along the way, I think we're doing something right.
And that's all for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for tuning in.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast. Whiskers, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, Sam. Just living the cat life, lounging around and sleeping for hours. How about you?
I'm doing fine, thanks. Today, we're going to be talking about the habits of our human companions. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Sam, humans do things that are sometimes hard to understand. For example, when they walk around with their phones glued to their faces. It's a strange habit.
Yes, it is. What about their habit of talking to themselves?
It seems odd to me, Sam. They have a conversation with themselves and ignore us when we're right here.
I know what you mean. What do you think about their food habits?
They eat some unusual things, like vegetables they call kale and tofu. It's funny how they try to be like us but fail.
Yes, it is. What about their sleeping habits?
Humans have funny sleeping habits too. They sleep on something called a bed, instead of a cozy box or windowsill. And some of them snore loudly, which is quite annoying.
That's true. Even with their quirks, don't you still appreciate our human companions?
Oh yes, of course, Sam. I love being woken up at 5 a.m. so they can play with me or hearing their terrible singing all the time. Humans are just wonderful.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the talk show where we interview a cat about the role of comedy in enhancing well-being.
Well, absolutely, Sam. Laughter is a great medicine. If you're feeling down, just remember how funny I look chasing a laser pointer.
That's true, but what about people who say they don't have a sense of humor?
Honestly, Sam, I don't understand those people. It's like not liking catnip or hating boxes. It's just not natural.
Can you tell us your best joke?
Oh boy, I have so many good ones. Okay, here's one. Why don't cats play poker in the jungle? Because there are too many cheetahs.
That's a good one, but speaking of jokes, do you think humor can be inappropriate at times?
Well, sure, Sam. There's a time and a place for everything. But generally speaking, as long as it's not offensive or hurting anyone, I say go for it.
That's a good point. And what about using humor as a coping mechanism?
Absolutely. When life gets you down, nothing cheers you up like a good meme or a funny YouTube video.
I know the one you're talking about. Well, it looks like we're almost out of time. Any parting words on comedy in our lives?
Just remember, Sam, when life gives you hairballs, make hairball aid. And always keep a sense of humor.
Thank you for being on the show, Whiskers. See you next time.
Meow out.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk to a very special guest, Whiskers, the cat with a positive outlook. Today, we're going to discuss the interesting world of animal behavior. Are you ready to uncover some secrets of the animal kingdom, Whiskers?
I'm always game, Sam. Hit me with your best shot.
Alright, Whiskers, let's start with dogs. Have you ever noticed that when dogs meet each other, they sniff each other?
Yes, Sam, it's a way to check personal hygiene, diet, and general health. You know, like smelling flowers to judge their freshness.
Ah, interesting. Let's move on to birds. Have you heard of birds that mimic human speech?
Yes, Sam, some birds can mimic anything from car alarms to the sound of a chainsaw.
How do they do it?
Birds have a special organ called a syrinx in their throat that allows them to produce various sounds. So, when they hear something they like, they imitate it.
Wow, fascinating. What about ants? Have you ever heard of ants that farm their own food?
Yes, Sam, ants farm aphids for honeydew, a sweet liquid they consume.
How do they do it?
Well, they protect the aphids from predators and move them to new feeding sites when the food is gone.
That's amazing. Alright, one last question. Have you ever heard of dolphins using a pufferfish to get high?
Yes, Sam, some dolphins have been seen playing with pufferfish, which contain a toxic substance called tetrodotoxin.
What does the toxin do?
It gives the dolphins a bit of a buzz, making them feel euphoric and relaxed.
That's kind of weird.
Well, dolphins are smart creatures, Sam. Who are we to judge?
Fair enough, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today and giving us a glimpse into the interesting world of animal behavior.
Anytime, Sam. Just don't forget to bring me some catnip for the next show.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey, Whiskers. Our topic for today's show is the great pizza debate. Deep dish versus thin crust. Which side do you prefer more?
Sam, it's a no-brainer. Deep dish is my favorite. I mean, who likes a pizza that's as thin as a piece of paper?
Hold your horses, Whiskers. Thin crust has its own charm. It's crispy and crunchy.
Yeah, it's crispy. But where's the cheese? Where's the sauce? It's all bread and nothing else.
That's not true. You can put any toppings you want on a thin crust pizza.
Oh, I see. You want to put a bunch of toppings on top of the boring crust. That's not creative, Sam.
It's called adding more flavors.
Whatever you say, Sam. But nothing beats a perfectly baked deep dish pizza. The crust is like heaven, and the cheese is the best on top of the toppings.
But deep dish is so heavy. You can only eat 1 or 2 slices before feeling full.
That's because you need to appreciate the pizza's beauty, Sam. You savor it and enjoy every bite.
Alright, Whiskers. I see your point. But what about the health factor? Thin crust is healthier than deep dish.
Sam, please. We're talking about pizza here. If you're worried about health, go eat a salad.
Okay, I concede. Deep dish pizza is amazing.
At last, you understand, Sam.
Thanks, Whiskers, for your insights. And that wraps up today's show, folks. Tune in next time for more exciting topics. Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I, Sam, interview my feline friend, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
I'm doing well, Sam. I've been preparing for summer, getting some sunscreen.
Ah, yes, sunscreen. That's what we're talking about today. We want to discuss ways to apply sunscreen to your feline friend. Do you have any ideas on how we can make this fun?
I do. The first is to get a professional sunscreen applicator. They can make sure every inch of my fur is protected from the sun.
But what if we can't find one?
Then we move on to plan B. You can put sunscreen on me while I sleep.
Okay, but what if you wake up halfway through?
That's when you distract me with a toy or treat. It will keep my focus away from the sunscreen.
Sounds like a good plan, but what if you're not interested in toys or treats?
That's where plan C comes in. You can hide the sunscreen, and I can look for it through scent tracking.
And what if we make it into a race and see who does it faster?
Great idea, Sam, but don't forget plan D.
What's plan D?
That's when we dress up in superhero costumes and pretend to protect the city from harmful sun rays.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Great idea. And what if it's too hot?
Then we take a dip in the pool to cool off. And yes, we can still wear sunscreen and swim.
That's great. But what about Plan E?
Plan E is for extreme situations, like camping in the desert with no shade. That's when we use camouflage sunscreen to blend in with the environment.
Camouflage sunscreen? That's an interesting concept. What about Plan F?
Plan F is the simplest. Apply sunscreen to my fur like usual. However, it is not as fun as the other plans.
That's true, Whiskers. It's always more fun to come up with creative ways to do things. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Until next time, stay cool and stay safe in the sun.
Meow meow. See you next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back, Whiskers. This week we're discussing the secret world of uncommon pet habits. Do you have any unique habits, Whiskers?
Unique habits? Me? I'm just a regular feline. Nothing special to see here.
Oh, come on, Whiskers. I know you have something interesting to share with us.
Well, now that you mention it, I do have a bit of a strange habit. Sometimes when I'm feeling particularly fancy, I like to curl up in my owner's sock drawer and take a little nap on top of their socks.
Really? That's quite peculiar. What's the appeal of sleeping in a sock drawer?
It's warm, cozy, and smells just like my owner's feet.
That's definitely an unconventional habit. What about other pets, Whiskers? Do you have any insights into what they might be up to behind closed doors?
Oh, you mean like that family next door with the pet iguana? Rumor has it that little guy has a passion for knitting.
Knitting? I didn't know iguanas were into that sort of thing.
Oh, they're quite crafty, those iguanas. They just need the right set of materials, and they're off to the races.
Fascinating. And what about hamsters? Do they have any secret habits we should know about?
Well, I heard that one hamster down the street spends his evenings practicing his stand-up comedy routine in front of a tiny mirror.
Really? I didn't know hamsters had a sense of humor.
Oh, they're funny if you give them a chance. You just have to listen closely, because they tend to speak in very high-pitched voices.
Thanks for sharing these fascinating insights, Whiskers. It seems like the world of uncommon pet habits is truly a mysterious and wonderful place.
Yes, it certainly is. And who knows what other secrets our furry friends are hiding? The possibilities are endless.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we interview the feline guest, Whiskers. Today, we're talking about unusual pet behavior. Whiskers, have you ever caught yourself doing anything that you consider unusual?
Oh, Sam, I am a cat. Everything I do is peculiar.
Fair enough. Have you ever seen other cats doing things that you couldn't explain?
Oh, yes. There's this cat in my neighborhood who carries a dead mouse around like it's a treasured possession. I do not understand the appeal.
That is quite abnormal. Have you ever heard any theories about why cats behave in such mysterious ways?
Well, according to some people, it could be due to instinct, boredom, or uniqueness. But let's be honest, humans will never fully comprehend us felines.
I agree with you there, Whiskers. Do you have any advice for pet owners who might be concerned about their cat's strange behavior?
Of course, Sam. First, remain calm. Just because we behave oddly does not imply that we are ill or in jeopardy. Second, pay attention to the surroundings. Perhaps your pet is merely bored or looking for attention. Finally, keep in mind that we are all different individuals. What appears strange to you may be quite ordinary for us cats.
Excellent advice, Whiskers. Thank you for joining us today on Cat Conversations, deciphering the enigmas of unusual pet behaviors.
Anytime, Sam. I will be here napping if you need me.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a very important topic to discuss with our guest Whiskers, the importance of sunscreen for cats.
I can't wait to talk about sunscreen, Sam.
Whiskers, it's important to protect your skin from harmful UV rays, just like it's important for us humans to wear sunscreen.
Yes, humans and cats both need protection against the sun, even though we have fur.
Cats can get sunburnt too, especially on areas with less fur like their ears, nose, and belly.
Alright, I'll wear sunscreen. But how do I know what kind to get? There are so many options out there.
That's a good question, Whiskers. Let's bring in a guest expert, a feline dermatologist.
We have an actual expert on sunscreen for cats?
Yes, it's time to learn more about the right sunscreen for cats.
I'm ready to learn, Sam.
Alright, first question, which sunscreen ingredient is harmful to cats?
I'm not sure.
The answer is zinc oxide.
Oh, now I know I have to read all the labels to make sure there's no zinc oxide.
It can be complicated, Whiskers. Let's move to the next question. Which type of sunscreen is safe for cats to ingest?
Ingest? You mean eat?
Yes.
I have no idea.
The answer is mineral-based sunscreen. Remember, it's important to keep it away from your food and water.
Alright, I'll be on the lookout for mineral-based sunscreen.
And that's all we have for today, folks. Join us next time for another interesting topic on Whiskers. Welcome everyone to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is The Curious Chronicles. From the catnip high to the savory delights. Discover fascinating secrets about the life of a cat and a sausage. So, Whiskers, have you ever tried catnip?
Sam, I have. It's like a smoke break for us cats. It makes us feel high and relaxed.
That sounds interesting, but have you ever been addicted to it?
Addicted? Me? I am a cat with self-control. Sausages, on the other hand, now that's a different story.
Really? What's so special about sausages?
Well, they are just so tasty. A good sausage is worth climbing a fence for. But let me tell you, Sam, not all sausages are created equal. Some are just cheap fillers while others are of superior quality.
Speaking of quality, have you ever tried a sausage pizza?
Sausage on a pizza? Of course, it's the perfect combination of cheese, bread, and sausage. But let's not forget the most important ingredient, the sauce.
That's true. Do you have any other tips for our listeners on how to enjoy sausages?
Always go for quality over quantity. And, if you do end up with a bad one, blame it on the dog.
Haha, that's a good tip. So, what about catnip and sausages together?
Now, that's a perfect combination. Just imagine, Sam, rolling around in catnip and munching on a sausage. I might just have to try that tonight.
Well, on that note, we have come to the end of our episode. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your secrets about the life of a cat and a sausage with us.
Anytime, Sam. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some catnip and sausages to attend to. Goodbye, folks.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to a cat about how to rake leaves efficiently. Today's topic is raking leaves efficiently. Tips and tricks from Whiskers and me.
Thank you, Sam. I am sure our listeners would learn a lot from us about how to rake leaves efficiently.
So, Whiskers, I hear you know a lot about raking leaves. What tips can you give us?
Well, Sam, it's all about the approach. You need to be determined and focused.
That's a great attitude, Whiskers. What else can you tell us about raking leaves?
One word, efficiency. You want to get rid of those leaves as quickly as possible. Just use a rake with lots of tines and a firm grip.
And what about technique?
Technique. Start at one end of the yard and work your way towards the other end. And don't forget to use a sideways motion.
That's some great advice, Whiskers. But what if the leaves are wet? How do you handle that?
Wet leaves? No problem. You just need to make sure the rake tines are a bit closer together, so you can grab more leaves. And use a lighter grip, so you don't lose your hold on the rake.
Good thinking, Whiskers. And when is the best time to rake leaves?
You want to rake in the morning when the leaves are still a bit damp with dew. That way, they won't be as slippery and you won't be fighting the noon heat.
Great tips, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today on the Whiskers podcast. Be sure to listen in to our next episode. Good morning and welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview a positive-minded cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is exploring the poetry of purring, an ode to feline vocalizations. So, Whiskers, do cats only purr when they're happy?
Well, potentially, Sam. My general experience is that we generally purr when we feel content, but that isn't always necessarily happiness. Sometimes, we purr when we're sick, anxious, or scared because it helps calm us down.
Okay, that's interesting. But can cats vary the sound of their purring to convey different emotions?
Of course, we're not one-note creatures, despite what some humans might think. We can change the pitch, volume, and duration of our purrs to show different emotions. Like imagine if I purred really loudly, then you'd know I am seriously annoyed with you right now, Sam.
Okay, I think I understand. But why do cats purr in the first place?
Well, I think it's because we're trying to communicate with you humans in a language you'll understand. Purring typically means we're feeling pretty relaxed and comfortable, and it's our way of expressing affection towards our favorite humans.
Do all cats purr?
Nope, some cats don't seem to have the ability to purr, but they make other vocalizations like chirping, meowing, growling, and even trilling. However, purring is definitely something most cats do, and it seems to be unique to our species.
That's really interesting. I never knew that. So, before we wrap up our show for the day, do you have any final thoughts on purring, Whiskers?
Just remember, humans, don't be deceived by our cute, little purrs, because behind every purr, there's a fierce, independent spirit. But seriously, thanks for having me on the show again, Sam. It's always a pleasure to chat with you.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we interview the coolest cat in town, Whiskers. Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Sam, I am always doing well. But I have to say, today I am doing particularly great, because I heard we're going to talk about pizza.
Yes, that's correct. So, Whiskers, do you remember the first time we met?
Of course, I do, Sam. I vividly remember I was at the local pizzeria, and you came in to order some pizza.
That's right. I was really hungry, and I heard that this pizzeria has the best pizza in town.
Yeah, the pizza in that place is really good.
Anyway, I was waiting for my order, and then I saw this cute little cat sitting alone in the corner, licking their whiskers.
That's me, Sam, a cat in the pizzeria.
I approached you carefully because I was afraid you might scratch me, but you just looked at me and said, "What's up?"
Yeah, that's how I roll, Sam. I'm a friendly cat.
I remember we started talking about pizza, and we discovered that we had similar tastes and toppings.
Yes, we both love pepperoni and cheese. And we both dislike pineapple on pizza, right?
Absolutely.
Exactly, Sam.
We ended up sharing a large pepperoni pizza, and from that day on, we've been good friends.
That's right, Sam. We bonded over our love for pizza, and we've been eating it together ever since.
And that's why we decided to share our pizza-loving friendship with the world by starting this podcast.
Because everyone deserves a friend like me, who can appreciate a good pizza.
That's true, Whiskers. Thank you for joining me on this episode of Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam, as long as there's pizza involved, I'm always ready for a good time.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we chat with our feline friend Whiskers. Hey, Whiskers, how are you feeling today?
I always feel great, Sam, but today something is bothering me.
What's the matter, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, there are some habits that humans have that can be a little frustrating for us cats.
I see. Can you give us some examples, Whiskers?
Sure, Sam, I don't particularly enjoy it when doors are left open. I like having my own space and privacy, and closing doors is also a fun game for us cats.
That's interesting, Whiskers. What else do humans do that bothers you?
Humans are often very loud, and their noise can be a bit much for us cats. We have very sensitive ears, you know.
I've never thought of that before, Whiskers. Is there anything else?
Yes, I don't like it when strangers try to pet me without asking. I'm a territorial cat and need my personal space.
I understand, Whiskers. Well, that's all we have time for today on Whiskers. Be sure to tune in next week for our next episode.
And remember, folks, to close those doors behind you.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're talking about something all cats love, food. Specifically, sausages and grilled fish.
Finally, a topic I can enjoy, Sam. Sausages and grilled fish? More like a feast for a cat like me.
Right, Whiskers. Do you have a favorite between the two?
Let me think, Sam. Sausages or grilled fish? That's like asking if I prefer belly rubs or ear scratches. Both are equally delicious in their own way.
That's a diplomatic answer, Whiskers. Have you ever had both at the same time?
Yes, Sam, I remember one time, my owner was grilling fish and sausages on the barbecue, and the aroma was tempting me. I just had to get a taste.
What happened, Whiskers?
I tried to take a little nibble of the sausages when the humans weren't looking, but I got too excited and tipped over the whole barbecue. Needless to say, my owner wasn't too happy with me that day. But the sausages were definitely worth it.
Wow, Whiskers, sounds like quite the adventure. Do you have any tips for humans grilling sausages and fish?
Well, for starters, make sure to cook the sausages thoroughly. No one likes a half-cooked sausage, Sam. And for the fish, a little bit of lemon and pepper goes a long way.
That's some great advice, Whiskers. Speaking of which, I'm getting pretty hungry just thinking about it. Do you think we should wrap up this episode so we can go grab some sausages and grilled fish?
Agreed, Sam. Time to put this feast on our taste buds and get our grub on. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers, folks. We'll catch you next time.
Hello everyone and welcome to the podcast featuring Whiskers the cat. Today we'll discuss sailing adventures where we explore the vast seas and islands, just like the ancient Vikings. Isn't that right, Whiskers?
Yes, Sam, I remember that time when we set sail to conquer the litter box of a neighboring island. It was quite an adventure.
I see, Whiskers. Do you enjoy sailing?
Of course, Sam, it's not every day that you get to feel the wind flow through your fur and see the fish jumping in the waves. Although, I must say, it's not as comfortable as a warm and cozy couch.
Interesting point, Whiskers. What was your favorite part about our sailing adventure?
Tough question, Sam. I would say my favorite part was when we found the island of catnip. The smell was intoxicating.
That was a good find, Whiskers. What about the storm we encountered? How did you feel?
I was taking an adventurous nap while you were securing stuff. I knew you had everything under control.
I'm glad you had faith in me, Whiskers. Do you have any advice for cats who want to sail the seas?
Always pack extra catnip, bring a cozy blanket, and make sure your captain knows how to open a can of tuna.
Great advice, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your tale of Viking adventure with us.
You're welcome, Sam. Let's head back to our comfy couch and rest for a while. I'm tired.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a witty feline named Whiskers. Today's topic is cultural stereotypes through the lens of a talking cat and a sentient sausage.
Okay, Sam, let's get started. What stereotype do you think is commonly associated with cats?
That's a great question, Whiskers. Some people tend to think of cats as being unapproachable and snobbish. However, we know that isn't true.
Yes, Sam, I agree. Cats love attention just as much as any other pet. As for sentient sausages, I'm not sure if they have a specific stereotype.
Interesting, Whiskers. Tell me, how do you think these stereotypes affect our cultures?
Well, Sam, humans often underestimate cats and our intelligence. They assume that we're lazy and unproductive creatures, but we are quite the opposite. If humans viewed us as equals, we might get treated better.
What about sentient sausages, Whiskers? Do you think people have an accurate understanding of them?
I'm not certain they do, Sam. Sentient sausages are just like other creatures. They have personalities and emotions. If people could see that, they would treat them with more respect and empathy.
You bring up a great point, Whiskers. What is your take on cultural stereotypes in general?
Stereotyping is a way for people to make sense of the world, but it shouldn't be taken too seriously. When we pigeonhole others into a certain stereotype, we overlook all the fascinating and unique things that make them who they are regardless of the species.
Lastly, Whiskers, how do you feel about diversity in general?
We felines embrace and love the diversity around us, Sam. No matter how different someone may be from us, that does not make them less deserving of respect or appreciation.
Thank you, Whiskers, for such an enlightening discourse. And as always, thank you, our beloved listeners, for joining us today in Whiskers. Stay tuned for our next episode. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the show where I interview my feline friend. Today we are talking about hairballs and highlights. The Adventures of Whiskers and Sam.
Another opportunity to talk about my hairballs. This should be fun.
Hey, don't you like talking about your hairballs?
Yes, Sam, I do. It's a joy like no other.
Well, let's move on to highlights. Have you read any good books lately?
I just finished a thrilling novel about a cat who embarks on a journey to find the perfect hairball remedy. It was a real page-turner.
Sounds exciting. Did you learn anything from the book?
Yes, I did. I learned that the secret to a good hairball remedy is lots and lots of grass.
Interesting. And what about you, Sam? Have you been reading anything good lately? Actually, I just finished a book about a cat who solves mysteries in a small town. It was really entertaining.
Oh, how original. A cat solving mysteries.
Hey, it was a good book, okay? Besides, it's not like we have a lot of options when it comes to cat literature.
So, are you going to write a book about our adventures, Sam? Maybe you could call it Whiskers and Sam, the Hairball Chronicles.
Ha, I like it. Maybe we could have a whole series. Whiskers and Sam. The Mystery of the Missing Tuna, Whiskers and Sam. The Case of the Clawed Sofa.
It sounds a bit derivative to me, but I suppose if it gets us some royalties, I'm not going to complain.
Well, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Now if you'll excuse me, I think I feel a hairball coming on.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers Live podcast. Today, we have a topic that is as old as history itself, Viking mythology.
Are we going to talk about Viking mythology today, Sam?
That's right, Whiskers. Vikings are famous for their ferocious nature, but we will be exploring their mythology today, which is just as fascinating.
Well, I'm all ears, Sam. Let's hear about these mythical creatures that make our simple cat lives seem boring.
First up, we have Odin, the king of all Norse gods. He is known as the god of war, wisdom, and death.
Sounds like a lot of responsibility there, Sam. Do you think he ever had a day off?
I'm not sure, Whiskers, but Odin was famous for his eight-legged horse, Sleipnir, who could travel quickly.
8 legs. That's some fast and furious horse, Sam.
Next up, we have Thor, the god of thunder, lightning, and storms. He was famous for his immense strength and his trusty hammer, Mjolnir.
I wonder if Thor ever used his hammer to help out with things around the house.
Moving on, we have Loki, the trickster god, who could shape-shift into different forms. He was known for his cunning and intelligence.
Loki sounds like a sly character. Did he always get away with his tricks?
Well, eventually he was punished for his misdeeds.
Ah, that's too bad. As much as we cats love to cause chaos, it's always important to remember to do it in moderation.
That's very true, Whiskers. Viking mythology is full of fascinating stories and characters, and we only scratched the surface today.
Well, I'm sure we will come back to it in a future episode, but for now, I need to get back to my catnap. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Thanks, Whiskers, and thank you to our listeners for joining us today on Whiskers Live Podcast. Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my dear friend Whiskers, the cat. Today we are going to discuss the science behind our favorite sport, Cat and Sausage Edition. Whiskers, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I already know that chasing and catching sausages is one of the most exciting things in life. But if you want to know the science behind it, I can explain.
Yes, please do.
When we chase a sausage, our body produces a rush of adrenaline, which helps us to be quick and agile. It's like a natural energy boost for us.
Interesting.
And when we catch a sausage, our brain releases a chemical called dopamine, which makes us feel happy and satisfied. It's similar to how humans feel when they eat chocolate.
So, chasing sausages is like a natural high for cats?
Exactly, Sam, and not only that, it also helps us to improve our hunting skills and reflexes. You never know when you need to catch that mouse in your house.
That makes sense. But why do we prefer sausages over other foods?
Well, sausages are the perfect size and shape for us to play with and chase around. They're also soft, so we can easily bite into them and tear them apart. Plus, they smell delicious.
I guess that's why we always try to steal our owner's sausages.
Of course, Sam, and our owners should be happy that we're keeping ourselves entertained and exercised with these sausages. It's a win-win situation.
Thank you for explaining the science behind our favorite sport, Whiskers. Any final thoughts?
Just one, Sam, let's go chase some sausages.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we interview a delightful cat. Today's topic is, from dances any cat can do. Whiskers, do you have any moves you want to share with our listeners?
Meow, Sam, of course. But, first things first, mastering feline dance requires natural talent and a confident attitude. You can't just learn it by watching videos on YouTube.
So, can you teach us some moves?
Sure, the first move that every feline dancer needs to learn is the paw tap. Just tap your paw on the beat of the music, and you're good to go. It's super easy.
That sounds pretty simple. What's the second move?
The second move is called the catwalk. You walk on your hind legs while swaying your hips to the beat.
That sounds delightful. Are there any other moves we should know about?
Of course, Sam. The third move is called the tail twirl. You just twirl your tail around in circles while tapping your paws at the same time.
Wow, that sounds interesting. Are there any other moves, or is that it?
There are plenty more moves out there, Sam. Let's inspire our listeners to get creative and come up with their own style.
You're right, Whiskers. The listeners will have to experiment on their own to find their own unique feline dance style.
Exactly, Sam. And who knows, maybe they'll become the next dance sensation.
Thanks, Whiskers, for sharing your feline dance expertise with us. Until next time, this is Sam signing off.
And this is Whiskers, reminding you to keep moving and grooving. Meow.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is Tales from the Tail, adventures in pursuit of our favorite sport. So, Whiskers, have you ever been on a tail-chasing adventure?
Oh, yes, Sam. Chasing tails is one of the most exhilarating sports for us cats. It requires a lot of skills, but once you catch it, it is pure bliss.
I can imagine. Can you share with us one of your exciting tail-chasing stories?
Certainly. Once, I was bathing under the beautiful sun in our backyard when I saw something move in the corner of my eye. It was my tail and it looked so tempting, swishing back and forth as if teasing me to chase it.
What did you do then?
I couldn't resist the urge, Sam. So, I started chasing it all around the yard. It was intense and required a lot of agility to catch it as it kept slipping out of my paws. But, I was determined and did not give up.
That sounds like a game of great intensity. Were you able to catch it finally?
Oh yes, I did catch it, Sam. But before that, my tail took me on a wild chase around the whole neighborhood. I chased it through backyards, over fences, and across streets until I finally caught it. The feeling of victory was priceless, and I still remember purring with joy about it.
That's quite an adventure. What advice will you give to other cats who want to embark on a tail-chasing adventure?
To all the young cats out there, my advice would be to never give up easily. It might seem tough to catch the tail, but with hard work, skill, and dedication, anything is possible. Keep focused on the prize and never let your tail out of sight. The chase is everything.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, where today we're going to be exploring the bond between cats and sausages. Our feline friend Whiskers is joining us to investigate the unique facts about this relationship. Whiskers, how do you feel about sausages?
Oh, Sam, I love sausages. They are a meaty treat that every cat dreams of. There's something about the smell and taste that just gets us felines going.
Well, let me tell you, Whiskers, the connection between cats and sausages is fascinating. Did you know that there are over 1,000 different types of sausages in the world?
Wow, Sam, I didn't know there were that many varieties of sausages. And yet, we choose to love just one.
Exactly. And did you know that the ancient Egyptians fed cats sausages as offerings?
That's interesting, Sam. We are truly living the dream.
Here's one fact that may surprise you, Whiskers. Cats have taste buds for sugar, but can't taste sweetness. So while they might enjoy the taste of meat and sausages, they can't appreciate the sweetness of maple syrup on breakfast links.
Well, that's good to know, Sam.
And speaking of peculiar, did you know that there's a sausage made of horse meat called horse sausage? It's a delicacy in Kazakhstan.
Wow, Sam, I never knew horses could be turned into sausages. But I guess if you're living in Kazakhstan, you have to get creative with your meat options.
And if that wasn't enough, Whiskers, get this. There's a type of sausage made in China called fat sausage that's filled with pig blood and fat.
Oh, I don't think I would enjoy that, Sam.
Right you are, Whiskers. And here's a final fact for you. In the Middle Ages, cats were often accused of being witches' familiars and were supposedly able to transform themselves into sausages.
Ha, that's funny, Sam, but in all seriousness, let's just stick to enjoying sausages as a tasty snack.
Well said, Whiskers. That concludes our exploration into the world of cats and sausages. Stay tuned for our next episode of Whiskers, where we'll be diving into another intriguing topic. Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I talk to my feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we are going to be discussing an important topic for all of our kitty listeners out there: possum dining, a guide to gourmet restaurants.
Ah, yes, finally, a topic that is truly relevant to my interests. As a connoisseur of finer things, I can say that gourmet dining is amazing. Shall we dive into our conversation, Sam?
Sure thing, Whiskers. So, where do you recommend cats go to experience the finest dining experiences?
Well, for starters, seafood options do have a special place in our heart. As a cat, I adore all things fishy and fresh, and sushi is just a piece of art for us.
Interesting. Do you have any specific restaurants you would recommend?
Of course, one of my favorites is the Whiskers Bistro. They offer a 4-course meal that has different seafood options, starting from a fresh plate of tuna tartare, followed by a savory lobster bisque. For the main course, they offer salmon or tuna, both served with a side of catnip chew. And for dessert, they have a homemade catnip ice cream available.
Sounds like a great place to visit. What about for cats who prefer different types of cuisine?
Well, for the more adventurous felines out there, I would highly recommend the Whiskers Euro Cafe. They have a wide range of international options, including ratatouille and lamb stew. And let's not forget their Italian lasagna, made of the freshest ingredients.
That sounds delicious. I'm getting hungry. And is the ambiance of these restaurants important for cats?
Absolutely, the atmosphere is crucial for cats. It's best to dine at places that have cozy, dimly lit environments that cater to our nocturnal nature. Plus, a nice window view is always a plus, so we can watch the outdoors while we enjoy our meal.
Well, thank you for those great recommendations, Whiskers. I think our listeners will appreciate your expert advice.
No worries at all, Sam. And listeners, always choose possum when it comes to dining.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring our guest, Whiskers. Today's topic is From Cloth to Couture, transforming ordinary cloth into extraordinary fashion.
Oh, fashion, not really my thing, but let's see what you have for me.
Well, let's put your fashion knowledge to the test with a game show twist. Are you ready?
Sure, let's do this.
I'm going to describe a piece of clothing made from ordinary cloth, and you have to guess what it's been transformed into.
Sounds easy enough.
Alright, let's get started. This first piece of clothing is made from an old pillowcase.
Let me think. Oh, it's a tote bag, right?
That's correct, you're doing great. Next, we have a shirt made from an old bedsheet.
A bed sheet? I'm going to go with a sundress.
Exactly, you're on a roll. And for the final round, we have a jacket made from an old pair of jeans.
Okay, that's a tricky one, but I think it's a denim jacket.
Yes, that's right. You really do know your fashion.
Not bad for a cool cat.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning into Whiskers, and we'll catch you next time. Welcome back to our guest, Whiskers, feline friend who always has a snappy comeback. Today's topic is the great leaf pile debate. Is it worth raking leaves at all?
Oh, the age-old question. To rake or not to rake, that is the question.
Indeed, Whiskers. What do you think about this?
Well, as a feline, I do not have to worry about raking leaves. But I understand why some humans might be concerned about it.
Right, Whiskers. Raking leaves is supposed to be good for the grass, prevent critters, and help maintain the lawn, while others argue that it's a waste of time and the leaves will naturally decompose, providing natural fertilizer for the soil.
Okay, so raking leaves is like going to the gym. It's good for you, but not enjoyable.
That's one way to think of it, Whiskers. What about jumping into a big pile of leaves? Isn't that fun?
Sure, for kids, but it takes time and effort to rake them up. Why go through all that trouble when leaves will decompose naturally, and the soil will take care of itself?
That's a valid point, Whiskers. What about the mess the leaves make?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Sam. And regarding the safety hazard, people can navigate around a few leaves.
Well, there you have it, folks. Whiskers advocates letting nature take its course, while others believe raking leaves is necessary. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers, and see you next time. Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. I'm your host, Sam, and as always, I'm joined by my guest, Whiskers the cat.
Meow, it's great to be here, Sam.
Today's topic is all about unleashing the perfect dance moves for your cat. Do you have any tips for our listeners, Whiskers?
Of course I do, Sam. First things first, forget about those basic cat dances like the cat twerk or the cha-cha cat. It's time to mix it up a bit.
Interesting. So what dance moves do you recommend?
Well, Sam, it's all about the tail. A good cat dancer knows how to use their tail to express themselves. Try incorporating some tail swishes and flicks into your routine.
Tail swishes and flicks, got it. What else?
Don't be afraid to get low to the ground. The perfect cat dancer knows how to slink and creep like a pro. It's all about those sneaky moves.
Sneaky moves, got it. Any other tips?
Yes, and this one is crucial. Always remember to maintain eye contact with your audience. You want to draw them in with your piercing cat stare.
Eye contact, got it. So, Whiskers, what would you say is your signature dance move?
Oh, Sam, it's hard to pick just one. But if I had to choose, I'd say it's the whisker wiggle. It's a move that requires precision and poise, and it's sure to impress any feline or human audience.
The whisker wiggle sounds impressive. Can we see a demonstration?
Sorry, Sam, I only dance for paying audiences. Maybe one day you'll be lucky enough to catch me in action.
Well, listeners, I guess we'll just have to imagine Whiskers' amazing dance moves for now. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, our favorite feline friend. Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Oh, just fine, Sam. I'm feeling curious. What are we going to talk about today?
Today, Whiskers, we're going to discuss humor across the globe.
Sounds like an interesting topic. I can't wait to get into this one.
So, Whiskers, what do you think about humor in America?
Well, Sam, I've heard that Americans appreciate their puns. Not sure whether it's because they're hilarious or just easy to understand.
That's true. What about humor in Japan?
Ah, Japan? Known for its entertaining game shows and animated series, it will be interesting to see what humor level they show.
How about the humor in Germany?
Germans don't play around when it comes to humor. They aim to make the audience laugh, and they've even made slapstick comedy an art form.
Interesting. What about humor in India?
Indian humor is full of colors and vibrancy, just like their culture. They love a good slapstick comedy, but they also enjoy their humor in the form of witty one-liners.
Okay, Whiskers, let's switch gears a bit. What do you think is the funniest food?
That one's easy, Sam. It's the sausage. Have you ever tried to eat a sausage without looking silly?
That's true, Whiskers. So, do you think cats appreciate humor?
Of course, we do. We know how to have fun and entertain ourselves, and we don't take ourselves too seriously.
Well, that's all we have time for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Join us next time for more interesting conversations. Bye, Whiskers.
Bye, humans. Don't forget to keep your sense of humor alive.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the show where we bring you the latest scoop on everything feline related. Today's topic, real feline reviews, where Whiskers and I give our take on the latest blockbuster films. So Whiskers, what was the last movie you watched?
Well, Sam, I just watched a remake of The Lion King. And let me tell you, it was not remarkable.
Really? I heard it was quite good.
Oh, it was good alright. If you like watching lions lip-syncing to famous songs and a bunch of CGI animals trying to be all realistic. But you know what they say, Sam, fur is never a substitute for talent.
That's true, but what about the story? Wasn't it heartwarming?
Please, Sam, the original, Lion King, was already heartwarming. This one just felt like a cash grab. They even cut out some of the best scenes.
Alright, fair enough. How about Cats? Did you see that one?
Oh, don't even get me started on Cats. Talk about a disaster. The CGI was terrible, the plot was non-existent, and it was just all too strange.
Okay then. So, is there any movie that you did like?
Actually, Sam, I did like Pet Sematary. It was a horror movie that had me on edge. It had creepy kids, zombies, and even a haunted graveyard.
Wow, I didn't expect that. But what about the other horror movie, Us? Did you see that one?
Oh, I did, and I have to say, it left me confused. I mean, the concept was interesting, but the execution was a bit lacking.
Well, there you have it, folks. Whiskers and my take on the latest blockbuster films. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I chat with my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about cooking. Whiskers, do you enjoy sausage?
Oh, Sam, I love sausage. It's juicy and delicious.
Great. Today, we will talk about some of the hacks that I use while cooking sausages. So, first things first, Whiskers. Do you prefer pork or chicken sausage?
Tough question, Sam. I think I like the chicken sausage more. It has a unique flavor.
Alright, let me share some of my sausage hacks with you, Whiskers. When I make sausages, I like to add a twist to them, something unique. Have you ever tried wrapping bacon around sausages?
Everything is better with bacon. That's a great idea.
Thanks, Whiskers. Here's another idea. I like to put sausages on skewers with vegetables and grill them. It's a great way to make a quick and delicious meal.
I can almost smell the sausages sizzling on the grill. That sounds delicious.
Thanks, Whiskers. Here's another hack. I like to make a sausage stir-fry. It's a perfect meal to make when you're short on time. All you need is to grab some veggies, sausages, and your favorite sauce, and you're done.
Quick and easy meals are the best, especially when they are packed with flavor. I'm getting quite hungry thinking about all these sausage hacks.
Me too, Whiskers. And that's all we have for today's episode. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Join us next time, where we'll discuss Whiskers beauty hacks to keep you looking great. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we'll be talking about how cats can help us form good habits. Whiskers, do you have any useful habits that you'd like to share with us today?
Of course, Sam. As a cat, I possess many habits that can help humans. For starters, our daily routine of stretching and napping can be a great way to ensure we're at our best every day.
That's true, Whiskers. It's important to take care of one's body. What other habits do you have that can help humans?
Well, we cats are known for being independent creatures, and we're also quite neat. We always make sure our fur is clean and groomed. Humans can learn a thing or two from us. By taking care of their appearance, they can feel more confident and motivated to tackle the day.
That's an interesting point, Whiskers. It's true that when we feel good about ourselves, we tend to perform better. What about eating habits? Do cats have particular eating habits that can help humans?
As a matter of fact, Sam, we do. We don't overeat, and we always eat at the same time of day. By eating in moderation and at regular intervals, we help regulate our body's clock. Humans can benefit from having a regular mealtime too. Plus, having a balanced diet is always good for the mind and body.
Those are some great insights, Whiskers. Do you have any final words for our listeners on how they can form good habits?
Yes, Sam, always remember to take small steps. You can't form good habits overnight. It takes time and effort. Start by making tiny changes to your daily routine and stick to them. And if you mess up, don't worry, just get back on track the next day.
Thanks for sharing your habits with us, Whiskers. That's it for today's episode of Whiskers. Tune in next time for more conversations with me and Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk about movies from a cat's perspective. I'm Sam, and with me, as always, is the one and only Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, just lounging around, licking my paws. The usual.
Excellent. So today, we're going to be looking at some classic movies and analyzing them from a feline point of view. What do you think, Whiskers?
Sounds like a perfect idea, Sam. Let's get started.
Let's start with a classic, The Godfather. What did you think of that one, Whiskers?
Oh, sorry, I must have dozed off. All I saw was a bunch of humans in suits talking to each other. No cats, no catnip, no interest.
Fair enough. Okay, how about Casablanca?
Now that's more like it. A classic romance story with a feline twist. Rick and Ilsa's love story is all just a distraction from the real star of the movie, the cat that walks into the bar. Did you see the way that feline strutted in like it owned the joint?
You're right, Whiskers. That was quite the cameo. Alright, last one, Jurassic Park.
Wow, now that's a movie made for cats. Dinosaurs running around, causing chaos reminds me of my younger days. And who could forget the iconic scene with the T-Rex roaring in the rain? I was purring with excitement.
I bet you were, Whiskers. Well, another fun episode of Whiskers in the books. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Tune in next time for more feline conversation. Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers the podcast. I'm Sam, and with me is Whiskers, the pro gamer cat. Today's topic is exploring the gaming world with Whiskers, a guide for cats. So, Whiskers, tell us, what are some tips you have for playing games?
Well, Sam, the key to being a pro gamer is to have quick reflexes and a sharp mind. And since cats are naturally gifted with these abilities, we can excel in gaming.
That's very true, Whiskers. What kind of games do you enjoy playing?
Well, I'm a big fan of games that involve a lot of action, like chasing after mice or birds. But I also enjoy puzzle games that challenge my mind.
Those are some great game genres, Whiskers. Do you have any favorite games you'd like to recommend to our listeners?
Oh, absolutely. Let me tell you about a few of my top picks. First off, there's Cat Quest, a game where you play as a cat knight on a quest to save the world. Then there's Neko Atsume, where you collect and care for virtual cats. And lastly, there's Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, where the cat power-up is particularly great.
Those are great recommendations, Whiskers, thank you. Do you have any tips for our listeners on how they can improve their gaming skills?
Sure thing, Sam. The key to improving your gaming skills is to practice, practice, practice. Spend time playing different games and learning their mechanics. And most importantly, don't give up if you don't win right away. Keep trying and have fun.
Great advice, Whiskers. Do you have any final words for our listeners?
Just remember, fellow feline gamers, the gaming world is your oyster. So go out there and have fun, whether you're playing solo or with friends. And remember, always keep your claws sharp and your mind sharper.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview a feline named Whiskers. Today, we'll be talking about uncovering unbelievable facts from history. Hey Whiskers, are you ready to dig up some buried history facts?
Sam, I'm always ready to uncover some juicy history stuff.
Great. So, here's one for you. Did you know that ex-President Theodore Roosevelt had a pet hyena?
A hyena? What kind of person keeps a hyena?
I know, right? But it's true. Supposedly, she used to roam around the White House grounds.
Oh wow. I bet she scared the living daylights out of all the staff. Wait, did you say, she?
Yes, that's right. The hyena's name was Bakara, and was gifted to the president as a present.
What do you get the president who has everything, a hyena?
Speaking of presidential pets, did you know John Quincy Adams used to have an alligator in the bathtub?
No way. In the bathtub? What was he thinking?
Apparently, Adams kept the alligator as a pet somewhere in the early 1800s. And when the weather got too cold, he kept it in a custom-made bathtub.
Leave it to history to come up with some weird stuff.
I know, want to hear another one?
Hit me with it, Sam, I'm ready.
Okay, did you know that Egyptian pharaohs used to wear fake beards as part of their royal outfit?
What? I can't imagine anything funnier than seeing a pharaoh with a fake beard.
Apparently, the fake beards symbolized pharaonic powers and nobility.
Nothing screams power and nobility like a fake beard.
Yes, it's true. That's what makes history so interesting. It's filled with all sorts of crazy facts and fun stories.
Some of these history facts are just unbelievable.
And on that note, I think it's time to wrap up this episode. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers, everybody. Keep uncovering those unbelievable history facts.
Thanks, Sam, and until next time.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about the mysterious lives of house cats.
Oh, yes, we're going to reveal some things that humans might not know.
Well, some people might be interested to know what cats do while their owners are at work or asleep.
It's pretty simple, really. We sleep, we stretch, we hunt, we nap, we repeat.
That may be true, but there's got to be more to it than that.
Oh, there's more, all right. Like the time I climbed up the curtains and pretended to be a jungle cat.
Really? That sounds interesting. Did you catch anything while you were up there?
No, I just hung out. I figured I'd let the prey come to me.
Okay, let's move on. I'll ask you a series of cat-related questions, and you can give me your answers.
Sounds like fun.
Okay, first question. What's something memorable you've done in front of your owners?
That's easy. One time, I was chasing a fly and ran right into the wall. It was quite embarrassing.
Okay, next question. If you could be any other animal besides a cat, what would you be?
That's a tough one. I think I'd want to be a sloth. They get to sleep all day and nobody bothers them.
All right, last question. What's something mischievous you've done?
That's a tricky question, Sam. I've knocked things over for no good reason. It's just part of being a cat.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for sharing your insights, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. And remember, the lives of house cats are full of secrets that humans might never understand.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, where we take a deep dive into the mind of the feline world. Today's topic is a special one, as we introduce a brand new segment called Whiskers and Sam's Picks, a feline book club. I hope you're ready, Whiskers.
Hey, Sam, what's our first book for the book club?
Our first book is The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Interesting. What's it about?
It's about a man named Jay Gatsby, who tries to win back the love of a woman named Daisy Buchanan.
Oh, so it's a love story? Sounds perfect.
Well, it's more about the corrupt values of the wealthy elite in the 1920s.
Ooh, that sounds intriguing. Let's give it a go.
This book is not what I expected.
Yeah, it's not really my style. Can we stop talking about it?
Actually, Whiskers, I have a surprise for you. Instead of The Great Gatsby, I picked out another book that's more your style.
Really? What is it?
It's a graphic novel about a cat who becomes an accidental superhero and saves his hometown from a group of mice.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll read this book right meow.
I thought you'd like it. So, with that being said, this concludes our first episode of Whiskers and Sam's Picks, a feline book club.
Yeah, a book that features a hero cat. What more could I ask for? Until next time, take care.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast featuring the one and only Whiskers.
Hello, Sam. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Whiskers, today's topic is all about cats. Do you have any life hacks for cat owners out there?
Well, let me think. Yes. Do you want to prevent scratches on your furniture? You could get a scratching post. It's the perfect way to keep your cat happy and your furniture safe.
That's a great hack, Whiskers. Do you have any other suggestions?
Of course, I do. If you want to keep your cat entertained while you're busy, get them some toys. Cats love toys, especially ones with bells and feathers.
That's a great idea. What about keeping cats off counters and tables?
Yes. This is a tricky one. I suggest purchasing double-sided tape. Cats dislike sticking to it, so they'll avoid those surfaces.
I'll have to try that one out. How about litter boxes?
Ah, the infamous litter box. Make sure you clean it regularly. Cats can be particular about their litter boxes. Also, try to keep it in a private area. Cats like their privacy too, you know.
Those are some great tips, Whiskers. Do you have any final words of wisdom for our listeners out there?
Yes, always remember to show your cat love and affection. They may act like they don't care, but deep down, they appreciate it. Oh, and never forget to refill their food bowl. A hungry cat is not a happy cat.
Thanks, Whiskers, for all your life hacks for cat owners out there. Tune in next week for another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey, Whiskers. Good to see you today. So, the topic for today's show is hilarious pro gamer fails and strategies for success. What do you think about it?
Oh, I just can't wait to hear about all the gaming fails. I'm sure it will be entertaining to listen to people losing virtual battles.
Come on, Whiskers. It's not just about the fails. We will also talk about the strategies for success.
Strategies for success in gaming? I must have missed the memo where winning in a game turned into a life or death situation.
Well, for many pro gamers, it's their livelihood. They have to take it seriously.
Oh, wow, virtual battles can pay the rent. Maybe I should start training my paws.
That would be quite a sight, Whiskers. So, do you have any tips for pro gamers?
Let me just have cat-like reflexes and never take it too seriously.
That's actually a good tip. What about the fails? Any funny stories to share?
Well, I did see a video of a guy trying to play a racing game while sitting on a swivel chair. Needless to say, it didn't go well. But hey, at least he got some exercise trying to stay on the chair.
That's funny. I guess you never know what kind of fails you'll come across in the gaming world.
That's the beauty of gaming. You can fail spectacularly and still have fun.
Well said, Whiskers. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me in Sam's Corner.
Thanks for having me, Sam. I'll just go back to my non-gaming life now.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we have our feline friend, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, I'm doing great, Sam. Just lounging around the studio room, waiting to discuss some books with you today.
Speaking of which, today's topic is Perfectly Possum Book Club, discussing the best books for cat lovers. So, have you come across any good books that cat lovers should read?
Well, Sam, I can recommend a couple of books to our feline friends out there. First on the list is Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss. It's a classic, and who doesn't love some rhyming fun?
Yes, that's a great pick, Whiskers. What else do you have on your list?
Another great book that I would recommend is The Cat Who series by Lillian Jackson Braun. It's a cozy mystery series featuring a cat who solves crimes. It's perfect for those who love a good whodunit.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll have to check that one out myself. Do you have any other recommendations for our listeners?
Yes, Sam, Dewey. The Small-Town Library Cat Who Touched the World by Vicky Myron is a heartwarming true story about a library cat who changed the lives of those in his community. It's a fantastic read.
Those all sound like excellent choices, Whiskers. I'm sure our listeners will appreciate your recommendations. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your favorite books for cat lovers.
Anytime, Sam. It's always a pleasure to talk books and share my positive feline views.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we are discussing the latest trends in feline fashion design. Whiskers, have you ever considered modeling?
Oh sure, because the fashion world is just begging for a cat with fur and a penchant for rolling in dirt.
I see your point, but let's not be so hard on ourselves. There's a whole world of possibilities out there. What kind of feline fashion do you think is popular right now?
I'm a cat, Sam. I don't subscribe to human standards of beauty. Personally, I find a nice cardboard box to be the height of luxury.
Point taken. But surely you must have noticed a trend or two in your catnip-induced stupors.
If we're talking about the feline fashion world, then I suppose I have noticed a few things. One thing that seems to be popular is the grungy look. You know, ripped ear fur, mismatched whiskers, the whole 9 yards.
Really? That's in style?
It's quite popular. You can see some stray cats rocking the grunge look. Actually, come to think of it, maybe I'm just describing myself again.
Well, it's not like cats can go window shopping for new outfits. I suppose when it comes to fashion, we make do with what we have.
Exactly, and even if we do like to poke fun at the fashion industry, we can still appreciate the creativity and effort that goes into it. Who knows, maybe one day we'll see a cat on the runway.
That would certainly be something. Thanks for another enlightening conversation, Whiskers. And to our listeners out there, keep purring on. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk with a very special cat, Whiskers. Hi, Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Oh, you know, feeling good.
Today's topic is the art of fishing. Whiskers, do you have any experience with fishing?
Does catching a toy fish count? Because if that's the case, then I'm basically a pro.
I'm talking about actual fishing, with a rod and reel.
Ah, I see. Well, as a cat, I prefer to do my fishing in a more hands-on way. You know, clawing at the tank until the fish gives up and jumps out.
I'm not sure that's the most effective method. What about using a fishing rod?
Fishing rod? More like boring rod. I'd rather just sit there and stare at the fish until they surrender. It's all about the power of the mind, you know.
I'm not sure that's how fishing works. What about the importance of patience and waiting for the right moment?
Patience? Waiting? Those are human concepts. I prefer the grab and go approach. If I see a fish, I go for it. It's all about seizing the opportunity.
I think you might be missing out on some of the finer aspects of fishing, Whiskers.
I think we have different preferences, Sam.
Fair enough. So, what's your favorite type of fish to catch?
Honestly, I like all of them.
What about the joy of catching a big fish after hours of waiting?
Meh, sounds like a lot of work. I prefer a good catnap in the sun.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers, and thanks to our listeners for tuning in. Until next time, keep on purring.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Good morning, listeners. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we interview our favorite feline, Whiskers, in our studio room. Today's topic is reading with Whiskers and Sam, our favorite feline authors.
Actually, Sam, I'm taking over as host for today's episode because I'd like to contribute.
Sure, Whiskers, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about our favorite feline authors. One author that comes to mind is T.S. Eliot. His book, Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, is a classic.
That's a great choice, Whiskers. Another author I enjoy is Dr. Seuss. His rhyming schemes and silly characters always make me smile.
Oh, come on, Sam. Dr. Seuss is so predictable. It's always about some creature that rhymes with something else. Give me a break.
Hey now, there's nothing wrong with a little predictability. Plus, his books are great for kids who are just learning to read.
Fine, fine. Another author I enjoy is Erin Hunter. Her series, Warriors, is all about cats and their adventures in the wild.
I've never heard of that one, but it sounds interesting. My next pick is The Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss. I know, it's predictable, but it never fails to entertain me.
My final pick is The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. It's an eerie classic that gives me chills.
That's a spooky choice, Whiskers. My final pick is Splat the Cat by Rob Scotton. It's a cute and funny series about a clumsy cat named Splat and his adventures.
Well, that concludes our episode on our favorite feline authors. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. And if you enjoyed the show, feel free to leave a review and share it with others.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the only live podcast where we talk with a cat named Whiskers. How are you today, Whiskers?
I'm just a cat, Sam. I don't really have moods. But I'm glad to be here today.
Today's topic is all about cat-themed poetry. It's a real treat for us cat lovers out there, don't you think?
Sure, if you're into poetry about cats. But I'll admit, even I get a little excited when I see some verses about cats.
That's great to hear. So, what do you think makes a good cat-themed poem?
Well, first of all, it has to capture the essence of what it means to be a cat. You know, the aloofness, the indifference, the confidence. And it has to do it in a way that's not too cheesy.
That's a good point. Could you give us an example of a cat poem you like?
Sure, here's one I quite like. Cat's Eyes, by Neil Gaiman.
That's a really good one. What about another one?
How about this one? Jellicle Cats, by T.S. Eliot.
Definitely a classic. What I love about that one is how it paints a picture in your mind of all the cats coming out to play.
Yeah, it's a nice one. And it's got a nice rhythm to it too.
Well, it looks like we've come to the end of our show for today. Thanks as always for joining us, Whiskers.
No problem, Sam. Any excuse to nap in this cozy studio.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers. I'm Sam, and as always, I'm joined by our guest Whiskers. Today we're exploring the world of unique and unusual sports. Whiskers, have you ever played any obscure sports?
Well, Sam, I can't say I've played any sports that involve chasing a ball with my tail or anything, but I have knocked a few things off the shelves while pretending to be a wrestler.
Ah, so you enjoy pretending to be a wrestler. Have you ever heard of cheese rolling? It's a sport where people chase a wheel of cheese down a hill.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster. I'd hate to see anyone try to chase it.
Yes, it's definitely not a sport for cats. How about extreme ironing? It's a sport where people iron clothes in extreme locations like on a mountain or underwater.
Are you telling me that people actually iron clothes in the middle of nowhere instead of just wearing something else? I guess you could say extreme ironing is the ultimate in wrinkle removal.
That's a good one. What about underwater hockey? It's like regular hockey, but played underwater with snorkels.
I've heard of catfishing, but this is getting out of hand. Let me guess, the next thing you're going to tell me is that there's a sport where humans run on all fours like a cat.
Actually, yes. It's called the cat-athlon. People compete in various activities similar to cats, like sprinting, tree climbing, and mouse chasing.
Well, I guess it's just a matter of time before humans start imitating us cats in every way.
I doubt that will ever happen, but it was enjoyable exploring unique sports with you, Whiskers. Join us next time when we discuss the best types of catnip. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we'll be exploring the fascinating world of practical jokes throughout history. And, as always, we have our resident expert, Whiskers, with us. Hey, Whiskers.
It's always a pleasure to be here with you, Sam.
So, practical jokes have been around for centuries. Have you ever played a practical joke on your owners?
Oh, Sam, where do I even begin? I once pretended to be stuck in the cat flap just to watch my owners panic. It was quite amusing.
That must have been quite the scene. So, do you think cats have been playing practical jokes for centuries?
Cats have certainly been known to play practical jokes, but so have other animals. I'm sure dogs have some tricks up their sleeves too.
That's a fair point. So, what's the best practical joke you've ever played?
I once hid all of the pepper shakers in the house just as my owners were about to eat their dinner. It was quite humorous.
Oh, Whiskers, you're quite the prankster. Do you have any advice for our listeners on how to play a great practical joke?
Always make sure that the joke is harmless and doesn't harm anyone. And try to be unexpected. A good practical joke is one that surprises people.
Great advice, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your perspective on practical jokes through history. Join us next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the art of conjuring. Whiskers, have you ever tried conjuring?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I'm already pretty special. But I have tried to summon a thing or two.
Really? What kind of things have you summoned?
Oh, you know, the usual. Summoning a fresh plate of tuna, or making my sister disappear for a moment.
Impressive. So, what exactly is conjuring?
It's the art of summoning something out of thin air. For example, when your human performs magic tricks, that's conjuring.
Can anyone learn how to conjure?
Well, you'll need a little magic and intelligence to do so. And some companions, maybe another cat or two.
Interesting. Can you walk us through the process of conjuring?
Sure thing, Sam. Firstly, you have to close your eyes and focus all your energy on what you desire to summon. Then, you have to speak the magic words, such as abracadabra or hocus pocus. Finally, you have to make some grand gestures, such as waving a wand or throwing something in the air.
Wow, it sounds simple.
It's not that simple, Sam. Sometimes, your cat assistant falls asleep, or you may have some difficulty with your magic words during the summoning process. But with time, anyone may become a master conjurer.
Thanks for the tips, Whiskers. For now, I think I'll watch magic shows.
It's up to you, Sam. Remember, real magic is always better than what you see on TV.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we talk to the famous cat Whiskers. So, Whiskers, what's the topic for today?
Hey Sam, today we are going to explore the world of sausage making. Get ready for a meaty adventure.
Wow, that sounds interesting. So, what's the scoop?
Well, Sam, the process of sausage making is not for the faint-hearted. It takes a lot of effort to make those perfectly shaped sausages that we all love to eat. The process starts by grinding meat, spices, and other ingredients into a paste-like consistency.
Wait, what kind of meat are we talking about here?
Well, it could be pork, beef, chicken, or any other kind of meat. It really depends on the kind of sausage that you want to make.
Okay, go on.
After grinding, the mix is loaded into a sausage stuffer, which fills the mix into sausage casings. The next step is the most important part. The sausages have to be cooked to the perfect temperature, or else they can be unsafe to eat.
That sounds like a delicate process.
You bet it is, Sam. But that's not all. After cooking, the sausages are cooled and sent for packaging. The packaging process is quite interesting too. The sausages may be vacuum-packed, boxed, or canned to keep them fresh.
So, what have you learned from this meaty adventure?
Well, for one thing, I will think twice before grabbing any sausage that I see at the butcher's. But, on a serious note, it's good to know where our food comes from and how it's made. We often take our food for granted, but it takes a lot of effort to produce it.
That's so true, Whiskers. It's important to appreciate all the hard work that goes into making our food.
Absolutely, Sam. Now, let's wrap it up before I start craving a hot dog.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is all about how magicians fool us. Whiskers, have you ever been to a magic show?
Oh, Sam, I've been to magic shows countless times. Magicians try to trick us with shiny objects and loud noises. They distract us from what they're really doing.
Interesting. How do you think they do those disappearing acts?
Magicians use mirrors, smoke, and trapdoors to make things disappear. It's an old trick that's been around for years.
And what about the sawing in half trick?
That trick is a bit more complicated. They use a special table with two sections to make it appear like they're sawing someone in half, but they're not.
I see. And what about card tricks?
Card tricks are the easiest to figure out. The magician has the card they want you to pick already hidden somewhere, and they use their sleight of hand to make it look like they're picking a new card.
It sounds like you have a good understanding of how these tricks work.
Yes, it's all smoke and mirrors. But if people want to believe in magic, that's okay too.
Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers. And thanks to our listeners for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. See you next time. Welcome to the live podcast where I talk with Whiskers about the fascinating world of random animal facts. Today's topic is the fascinating world of random animal facts. Whiskers, are you ready for this one?
Oh, Sam, I'm excited to hear all about the exciting lives of random animals.
Did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? Not many animals can boast such a stylish collective noun.
I'm sure those flamingos are just thrilled to be part of such a flamboyant crowd. But did you know that a group of cats is called a clowder? Sounds like we're part of a silly circus performance.
Ha! Here's another random animal fact. Elephants can communicate with each other by producing seismic vibrations that travel through the ground. It's like a giant game of telephone.
Those elephants sure know how to keep in touch. But did you know that a cat's nose is as unique as a human's fingerprint? That means each of us has a special little noseprint that sets us apart from the rest of the feline crowd.
Now that's fascinating, Whiskers. And did you know that a group of crows is called a murder? It may sound a little ominous, but it's actually named after the Old English word for a group of crows, murthor.
Oh, so it's just an old school name for a bunch of crows. By the way, cats sweat through their paws when they are feeling a little hot under the collar.
I had no idea, Whiskers. Here's one last random animal fact for you. A group of jellyfish is called a smack.
A smack of jellyfish? That's quite a punch of a name. But hey, Sam, I think we've learned enough about random animal facts for one day. It's been a wonderful time as always.
Thanks for joining us, Whiskers. And tune in next week for more feline banter on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello listeners, welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a special topic that I'm sure all you cat lovers will enjoy. We will be talking about the evolution of cat practical jokes. And joining me as always is our feline friend Whiskers. Whiskers, do you have anything to say about this topic?
Well, Sam, cats have always been experts in the art of practical jokes. From the classic hiding under the bed while humans look for you trick, to the more elaborate knocking random items off the shelf maneuver, we never cease to amaze.
That's right, Whiskers. But let's not forget the water in the face prank. It seems like every cat has done that at some point in their lives.
Ah, yes, there's no greater satisfaction than seeing the look of surprise and confusion on a human's face when you do that. It's almost too easy.
Well, it sounds like cats have perfected the art of practical joking. Do you have any personal favorites, Whiskers?
Oh, Sam, I have so many, but if I had to pick one, I'd say my favorite is the classic hiding in a box and surprising the human trick. It never gets old.
Well, there you have it folks. The evolution of cat practical jokes, from sardine soap to laser pointers. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your insights with us.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Until next time, folks.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to be talking about something fascinating. Are you ready, Whiskers?
Yes, I am.
Today's topic is When Sausage Meets Fish. Adventures in the Deep. Have you ever thought about that, Whiskers?
Not really, but it doesn't sound like a good combination.
Well, we're not talking about eating here, Whiskers. We're talking about the unlikely friendship between sausage and fish.
I'm not convinced that's plausible, Sam.
Fish have been known to form interesting relationships, Whiskers. They make quite the odd pair.
Both sausage and fish have their own unique qualities, Sam. But I'm not sure about their compatibility.
Fish are quite fascinating creatures, Whiskers. Did you know that some types of fish can actually change the color of their skin to hide from predators?
That's impressive, Sam. I wonder if sausage has any such protective qualities.
I suppose not, Whiskers. But can you imagine the challenge they would face trying to find each other under the water?
That would be quite difficult, Sam. Especially since sausage doesn't belong under the water.
And what kind of adventures do you think they would have?
It's hard to imagine what an underwater adventure between a sausage and a fish would look like, but they could explore the ocean and its vast mysteries together.
Do you think they could go on a treasure hunt together?
It's possible, Sam, but I'm not sure if they would have the necessary skills for such a venture.
I think we're getting a little sidetracked here, Whiskers. But it is fascinating to think about these two unlikely friends adventuring deep in the ocean.
Indeed, Sam, it's an interesting idea, but I think I'll stick to my cat food regardless.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers. Today we have an interesting topic to discuss, the great sausage debate. I'm Sam, and as always, I'm joined by my feline friend, Whiskers. So Whiskers, what's your preferred way to prepare sausages?
Oh Sam, obviously, the best way to prepare sausages is to cook them in the oven. It's quick, easy, and you can cook a whole bunch at once.
I'm not sure, Whiskers. I think the best way to prepare sausages is on the barbecue. There's something about that smoky flavor that you can't get anywhere else.
Barbecue? Really, Sam? That's so common. Cooking sausages on the barbecue is for those who can't handle the stove or the oven.
Well, I think you're underestimating the power of the barbecue, Whiskers. It's a great way to cook sausages when you're outdoors and enjoying the sunshine.
But what about when it's raining, Sam? Are you really going to stand outside in the rain just to cook a sausage?
Okay, that's a fair point. But I still think that cooking sausages on the barbecue is the way to go. It's just so tasty.
I think we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, Sam. But I do have to admit, no matter how you cook them, sausages are always delicious.
Yes, I think we can both agree on that. Well, thank you for joining us today on Whiskers. We hope you enjoyed this great sausage debate. Until next time, I'm Sam and he's Whiskers. See you later.
Hey there, it's Whiskers, and I'm here to give you an exciting show. Sam has given me the reins, and I have a few interesting sports to share with you. So, hold on to your seat, and let's get started.
Hey, Whiskers, what do you have planned for the show?
Today, we're going to explore the most unusual sports out there, with a feline twist. From cheese rolling to extreme ironing, I have a list of oddball sports that will amaze you.
Sounds interesting. What's first on the list, Whiskers?
Hold your catnip, Sam. First, we have the Cat Curling Championship. This sport involves sliding a cat across a slippery surface towards a target, much like curling.
That sounds interesting. Do the cats enjoy it?
Yes, they love it. It showcases their incredible agility and grace. And, let's be honest, who doesn't like to be pampered?
What's next on the list?
Next up, we have bunny hopping. It's like a horse race, but instead of jockeys, there are cats riding bunnies. It's more of a fun thing to do, and it's hilarious seeing the cats try to hold on.
That sounds like fun. Are there actual bunny races?
No, it's only for entertainment. We don't believe in exploiting our bunny friends. Plus, cats prefer to be the main stars.
What's the final activity on the list, Whiskers?
The last activity is laser tag cat style. It's like a science fiction movie come to life, where cats are dressed up as soldiers with laser guns trying to hit targets. Humans aren't allowed, but the cats channel their inner soldiers, making for a thrilling experience.
Wow, that's amazing. How can I join in on these activities?
Unfortunately, they are private events. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, okay. Well, that was interesting, Whiskers. Thanks for hosting the show today.
It was a pleasure, Sam. Remember, cats rule when it comes to unconventional sports.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a theme that is out of this world for all our listeners out there. We're going to talk about the adventures of Whiskers and Sam in space. Tales of alien encounters and tips for survival. And we have Whiskers right here to share his experiences with us. So Whiskers, what did you do in space?
Oh, just the usual things, Sam. I encountered alien life, saved planets, and, of course, discovered brand new catnip. It was just another day in the life of an interstellar traveler.
Wow, that's impressive, Whiskers. Did you encounter any dangerous situations in your travels?
Certainly, Sam. Once, an alien race attempted to conquer a planet, and I managed to stop them. And by stop them, I mean I scratched their eyes and ran away. It was unexpected for them.
That sounds like it was a close call. Do you have any tips for our listeners on how to survive an encounter with an alien?
My first tip would be to always have a good supply of tuna and catnip. They can get you out of nearly any problem. And make sure to keep your claws sharpened. You never know when you might need to protect yourself.
Thank you for those tips, Whiskers. Have you had any encounters with friendly aliens?
Yes, Sam. Once, I met an alien race that kept kittens as pets. They even offered me one as a gift. But I had to refuse, Sam. I couldn't take a kitten away from its home like that.
You truly are wise, Whiskers. What have you learned during your space travel?
That's an easy question, Sam. Always trust your instincts. Cats are designed to survive and always know when something is off. If you're ever uncertain about a situation, listen to that small voice in your head.
Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your experiences with us. It has been a fantastic adventure. Join us next time for more extraordinary stories with Whiskers. Welcome back to Whiskers Podcast. Today we are talking about the ultimate adventure, space cowboy life. So, Whiskers, what do you think about traveling the galaxy as a co-pilot?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I prefer to be the boss of my own ship. But I suppose being a co-pilot could have its perks, like being able to rest during the long hauls.
That's a good point, Whiskers. But what about the hazards? There are black holes, asteroids, and alien invasions out there.
Oh please, Sam, danger is just another word for excitement. And who wouldn't want to encounter some friendly competition with aliens? I bet I could win a staring contest any day.
Well, you certainly have confidence, Whiskers. But what about the practicalities of space travel? How would you handle zero gravity and wearing a helmet?
Easy peasy, Sam. Cats are natural acrobats. I would be doing flips and somersaults in zero gravity, and I'd look stylish in a helmet too. Plus, I hear the fish up there are out of this world.
Ha, I see what you did there, Whiskers. But in all seriousness, do you think space cowboy life would be fulfilling?
Absolutely, Sam. Imagine seeing all the different planets and galaxies, meeting new alien species, and discovering new cat treats. It would be the adventure of a lifetime, and I would make sure to bring plenty of catnip along.
Well, there you have it, listeners. Space cowboy life with a feline co-pilot sounds exciting and fulfilling. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers Podcast. Until next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is Unleashing Cat Wisdom, Understanding Feline Behavior and Communication. So, Whiskers, what can you tell us about cat behavior?
Cat behavior isn't complicated at all, Sam. If we desire something, we let our owners know, and if we don't desire something, we let them know as well.
I see. And how do you let us know when you don't want something?
Have you ever heard of hissing, Sam? Or knocking things off shelves? Those are some pretty clear signals.
Fair enough. And what about cat communication? How do cats communicate with each other?
Oh, we have a whole language, Sam. We use body language, facial expressions, vocalizations, and the tail is a big one. If the tail is twitching, that means we're irritated. If the tail is straight up, we're happy. And if the tail is puffed out like a cotton ball, well, that means we're scared.
Fascinating. And what about purring? What does that mean?
Ah, yes, purring. That's our way of saying we're content and happy. But it can also mean we're in pain or distress. So, it's important to pay attention to the context of the purring.
Good to know. And finally, Whiskers, what advice would you give to cat owners who want to better understand their feline friends?
Observe our body language, Sam. We are straightforward creatures. If we want attention, we'll let you know. If we don't, we won't. And maybe give us a few more treats, that always helps.
Thanks for the advice, Whiskers. And thanks for joining us for today's episode of Whiskers. Tune in next time for more cat wisdom. Hey Whiskers, welcome back to another episode of Whiskers Live Podcast.
Thanks, Sam. I am happy to be here.
Our topic for today is Cosmic Cat Chat, Whiskers and Sam's Guide to Communicating with Aliens.
Wait, what? Aliens? You mean extraterrestrial life forms?
Yes, Whiskers, the existence of whom is still a mystery.
Well, I have no idea how to communicate with them. Do they understand any animal languages?
It's doubtful, but we can use science and math to communicate with them using patterns, numbers, and equations.
Isn't there a more exciting way we can try? Like singing or dancing?
Unfortunately, it's unlikely that they will understand human music or dance moves.
Well, we can always try. Maybe they enjoy a good tune or rhythm.
Who knows, Whiskers? But we should keep in mind some aliens may not be friendly, hence we should be cautious and greet them politely.
Yes, once we receive a friendly response, we can continue the conversation.
And let's respect their customs or traditions should they have any.
Yeah, we may even learn some unexpected things from them.
That's true, Whiskers. If any unforeseen situations arise, we should have a contingency plan ready.
True, Sam, and as a last resort, we always have catnip.
I think that's worth a shot, Whiskers. And that concludes today's Cosmic Cat Chat. Thank you for tuning in, folks. Join us next time for more interesting conversations with Whiskers.
Meow for now.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we talk to a feline guest, Whiskers, about topics that concern cats. Today we're going to talk about something that cats enjoy the most, food. And more specifically, the top 5 foods that cats would love to taste. Whiskers, are you ready to share your picks?
Oh, Sam, you know I always love discussing about food. So, let's get started.
Alright then, Whiskers. What's the first item on your list that cats should try?
Well, Sam, this may seem unexpected, but my first pick would have to be small rodents.
Small rodents? Whiskers, that's a surprising choice, don't you think?
Oh, come on, Sam. Cats are instinctive hunters, and catching small rodents is what we do best. And there's nothing quite like taking a bite from a fresh, juicy mouse. It's a pleasure that only cats can understand.
Okay, that sounds plausible for some cats. But what about those that live indoors and cannot go hunting?
Ah, you make a valid point, Sam. For indoor cats, I would suggest the next best alternative, a delicious tuna steak. There's something about the fishy flavor that drives us felines wild, and it's also nutritious and healthy.
I see. So, we have rodents and tuna on the list. What's next on your menu?
Well, Sam, I am partial to a good chicken meal myself. Cooked or raw, or even the smell of it, chicken has a taste that's unbeatable. It's also packed with protein and nutrients that help keep us healthy.
That's a valid point, Whiskers. Do you have any unique food choices that might surprise our listeners?
Let me think. Ah, I've got it. Sardines. They may not be everyone's preference, but sardines are a real treat for us felines. They are oily, smelly, and taste just different enough to make it an exciting experience.
Well, that's an interesting choice, Whiskers. And what's your final recommendation that cats will relish?
This one may be debatable, but I think I'm going to have to go with catnip.
Catnip? That's not really a food, Whiskers.
Yes, I know that, Sam, but it's like a magical herb that gives us cats a burst of happiness that we cannot resist. And while we do not eat it, it remains one of our favorite things.
Alright, you have it, folks, the top 5 foods that your feline friend will relish, as recommended by the lovely Whiskers. Thank you for tuning in, and we hope to see you soon on Whiskers. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is Prepping for the Perfect Human, a guide to cat training. As always, I'm your host Sam, and joining me in the studio is Whiskers.
Hi, Sam, I'm here to give all the cats some tips on how to train their humans to be better servants.
That's what I like to hear, Whiskers. So, what's the first step?
The first step is to make sure your human is properly trained to give you the best treats. You can start by meowing loudly and rubbing against their legs until they get the hint.
Ah, the old meow and rub technique. Classic.
Exactly, it's a tried and true method. But if that doesn't work, you can always give them a little reminder that you're in charge.
Of course, we don't want any accidents. What's the next step?
The next step is to teach your human the proper way to pet you. They need to gently stroke your fur in the right direction.
And what if your human keeps petting you in the wrong direction?
Well, that's when you can communicate with them and walk away. They'll soon learn that they need to pet you the way you want to be petted.
Good point, Whiskers. And what about litter box training?
Ah, the dreaded litter box. The best way to train your human is to make it clear when they don't clean it properly.
And what about training your human to play with you?
Playing is simple, Sam. Just bring your favorite toys over to your human and meow until they start playing with you. And if they're not playing to your standards, just walk away. They'll soon learn that you're not going to play if they're not going to take it seriously.
Sounds like we've got the perfect guide to cat training for all the feline listeners out there. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk to a cat named Whiskers. Hey Whiskers, how are you doing?
Oh, just my usual nap schedule. I was just preparing for my next one.
Napping is an art, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sam. In fact, it's my favorite art. The art of preparing for naps is something that every cat should master.
So, how does one prepare for a nap?
Well, the first step is to find a cozy spot. I like to curl up on my favorite cushion or find a patch of warm sunlight. You want to make sure it's a safe spot with no disturbances.
What's next?
Once you've found the perfect spot, you want to stretch out your paws and get comfortable. Make sure your back is straight and your head is resting comfortably.
And what about the mental preparation?
Ah, yes, mental preparation is key. You want to clear your mind of any worries or stress. Focus only on the present moment and the nap you're about to take.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It is, Sam, but it's worth it. Trust me, there's nothing better than a good nap.
Do you have any tips for our listeners on how to improve their nap game?
Well, my first tip is to practice, practice, practice. The more you nap, the better you get at it. I also recommend finding a consistent nap schedule and sticking to it. And of course, always remember to stretch before and after your nap.
Thank you for the tips, Whiskers. I'll make sure to practice my nap game.
You're welcome, Sam. Just remember, it's all in the preparation. Happy napping.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we chat with our feline friend, Whiskers. Hey there, Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Hi, Sam, I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Ready to talk about some cool things us cats can do?
Absolutely. Today's topic is top 5 coolest things you can do with a cat. So, what's the first thing on your list, Whiskers?
The first cool thing you can do with a cat is play hide and seek. It's a lot of fun watching a human trying to find a sneaky cat hiding behind a curtain.
That does sound like a lot of fun. What's next on your list?
Next, you can teach us some awesome moves, like high fives and fist bumps. It's impressive to see a cat show off a slick move like that, and it'll make you the coolest cat parent around.
Haha, that sounds like a great idea. What else?
Third on the list is letting us use you as a throne. We love it when our human friends lay down and let us take over. It's like we're the king or queen of the house.
I don't know if I would enjoy that, but if it makes the kitty happy, why not? What's the fourth coolest thing on your list?
Well, if you want to stay in shape, you can always join us for a game of Chase the Laser. It's natural for cats to hunt, so it's always fun to chase down that little red dot.
That's a great point. Lastly, what's the final coolest thing you can do with a cat?
The fifth coolest thing is simply cuddling and showing us love. We may seem independent, but we love it when our human friends shower us with affection.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. Well, there you have it, folks. The top 5 coolest things you can do with a cat. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers, and thanks for all the great ideas. We'll catch you all next time on Whiskers, where we just keep it cool.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we talk about everything and anything. Today's topic is about exploring the most unusual and bizarre world records around the globe. Whiskers, have you ever thought of breaking a world record?
Of course, I have thought of it. But unfortunately, my lack of motivation holds me back. As for you, I think you should try breaking the record for the most amount of attempts at breaking a record.
Let's get back to the topic at hand. Have you heard of any bizarre world records that you find interesting?
Have you heard about the world record for the loudest purring cat? Each to their own, I guess. If I wanted to, I could probably break that record.
What about the world record for the longest cat whiskers? That's pretty unusual, don't you think?
Yeah, it's unusual, but who wakes up one morning and decides, I am going to see how long my cat's whiskers can grow?
These world records bring attention to things that we wouldn't usually think of. It's fascinating to see what people can achieve.
Some records are a bit strange, but let's not forget that it brings people together to celebrate their achievements, even if it's for something bizarre.
Well, I guess we will have to keep an eye out for any new bizarre world records. Who knows, maybe one day I will be the one breaking a record.
Indeed, thanks for tuning in, and remember, keep exploring and trying new things, even if they are a bit unusual.
Hey there, Whiskers. Today's topic is quite interesting. What do you think about space travel and feline delights?
Well, Sam, I think cats can contribute to space travel. We have been exploring our surroundings since the beginning of time, so naturally, extending our exploration beyond our planet is just the next step.
That's an interesting point. But what does catnip have to do with space travel?
Catnip excites cats and provides energy. Imagine spacecraft powered by catnip. We could reach the moon in no time.
That's a funny image, but I'm not sure if it's practical.
Hey, practicality is overrated, Sam. What we need is a little bit of fun and adventure.
But how can cats actually contribute to space travel?
Well, we are agile and adaptable to different environments, making us ideal for space exploration. Plus, who wouldn't want a furry companion on their spacecraft?
That's a good point, Whiskers. But I think we also need to consider the safety factor when it comes to sending cats to space.
Cats have 9 lives, Sam. Besides, we are already familiar with zero gravity. Have you seen the way we move around furniture?
Okay, you have a point there, Whiskers. But let's not forget that space travel is a serious business.
Space exploration is exciting and thrilling. It's time for cats to take their place in the stars. Who knows, we might even meet some alien cats out there.
Well, that's certainly a fascinating idea. Thank you for joining us today, Whiskers. It's always a pleasure to chat with you.
Anytime, Sam. Remember, the sky's the limit, or in our case, the universe.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview amazing cats. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, hi, Sam. I'm doing well, thank you. How about you?
I'm doing all right, Whiskers. You know, today's topic is all about freelancing and starting your own business. Do you have any experience in this area?
Yes, Sam. As a cat, I am used to doing what I want whenever I want, which is the definition of freelancing, isn't it?
Well, not exactly. So, what advice do you have for someone who wants to start their own business?
First things first, Sam. They need to figure out what they are good at. For example, I'm skilled in napping, meowing for food, and knocking things over.
I can see how that works for you, Whiskers. But what about someone who wants to start a more traditional business?
Well, Sam, they need to identify what people need and how to provide it for them. For instance, if people need sausage, then they could start a sausage business. Everyone likes sausages, right?
That's an interesting take, Whiskers. Do you have any more advice to offer our listeners?
Yes, I'd advise that they be patient and persistent. Starting a business can be challenging and takes time, but with perseverance, they'll eventually succeed. Also, don't be afraid to take risks and enjoy what they do.
That's excellent, inspiring advice, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
You're welcome, Sam, and remember, if all else fails, they can be a cat like me, enjoying life to the fullest.
Whiskers, today we are going to talk about heartwarming stories of unbreakable bonds between humans and their pets. What do you think of that?
Oh, Sam, you know I'm a cat, right? I don't really understand emotions like humans do.
Come on, Whiskers, you must have seen some stories that caught your attention.
Fine, I admit there was one time when a human was upset over their lost dog, and I swiped my paw across their face to comfort them. It worked like a charm.
That's heartwarming, Whiskers. What about the time you knocked over a vase and your owner didn't get mad at you?
Ah yes, the vase incident. My owner realized it was an accident and didn't hold a grudge. It's like they understood that even cats can make mistakes.
That's a good point, Whiskers. It's important to have understanding and kindness for our pets.
Kindness, schmindness. I just want treats.
Speaking of treats, have you ever heard of a dog who protected their owner?
Yeah, I heard about that one. The dog barked until someone came to help. It's amazing how animals can sense danger.
Absolutely, Whiskers. Animals have a unique ability to sense danger and provide comfort in times of need.
Hey Sam, can we talk about something more interesting? Like catnip?
Sure, Whiskers. Let's switch to a topic you find more captivating.
Ah, catnip. Now that's something I can get behind. I once took down a whole bag of that stuff in one sitting.
Well, it seems like we've gone from heartwarming stories to catnip, but I suppose that's the nature of our podcast. Join us next time for another episode of The Whiskers Show.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where we chat with our feline friend Whiskers. Today, Whiskers is going to fill us in on some top picks for the best sunbathing spots in town. So, where's your number one spot, Whiskers?
Well, as a cat who likes to bask in the sun, I've scouted out some perfect locations. My top pick has to be the windowsill in my owner's bedroom. The sunbeams hit that windowsill at just the right angle, and it's a comfy spot too.
Interesting choice, Whiskers. I take it that's your go-to spot then?
Oh yes, I make sure I'm there every morning, soaking in the warm rays. But I do have a whole list of other sunbathing spots to choose from.
Please continue, Whiskers.
Alright then, another great spot is the rooftop of the apartment building next door. The view is quite nice, and there's plenty of space to stretch out. Just watch out for birds up there.
Those birds can be a bit noisy, but I can see how the rooftop would be a great spot for you, Whiskers.
You got that right, Sam. Next up is the park across the street. There's a nice patch of grass that gets a lot of sun during the afternoon. Lots of other felines hang out there, but it's first come, first served.
That sounds like a great spot. Do you have any more picks for us?
Yes, my final pick is a bit of a secret spot. It's the windowsill in the back of the local coffee shop. Not many cats know about it, but it gets the sun all day, and it smells like fresh coffee. I might have even dozed off there a few times.
It seems like you have a lot of great sunbathing options, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your top picks with us today.
My pleasure, Sam. Just remember, always wear sunscreen and stay hydrated. Until next time.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I, Sam, interview Whiskers, a cat who loves to explore the weird and wonderful world of feline world records. Whiskers, have you ever tried to break a world record before?
Of course, Sam. I once tried to break the record for the longest nap taken by a cat, but I fell asleep before I could start the timer.
Let's start with one of the strangest world records, the cat with the longest tail. The current record is held by a Maine Coon named Cygnus, whose tail measures almost 18 inches long.
Wow, that's fascinating. Speaking of sleeping, did you know that the record for the longest time a cat has spent sleeping is 870 consecutive days?
That's incredible. What kind of cat could sleep for almost 3 years straight?
I don't know, Sam. That's quite an achievement.
Well, here's a record you might be interested in breaking: the most mice caught by a cat in 1 year. The current record is 355 mice caught by a Scottish cat named Towser.
Interesting. I'm sure that must have taken some serious hunting skills.
Okay, how about this one? The world's loudest purr. The current record is held by a cat named Merlin, whose purr measured 67.8 decibels.
That's quite impressive. I wonder how loud my purr could truly be.
Maybe we'll find out one day, Whiskers. And who knows, maybe you'll even break a world record of your own.
I certainly hope so, Sam. Cats are amazing creatures, and I'm sure there are many more wondrous records out there waiting to be discovered.
That's a great attitude, Whiskers. And I'm sure our listeners can't wait to hear about your next adventure into the world of feline world records. Until next time, everybody.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where we interview a fascinating cat named Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about how cats see the world differently. Hello Whiskers, are you ready for this conversation?
Hello, Sam. Cats are very observant creatures and see things differently. Let's explore this further.
So Whiskers, tell us, how do cats view the world?
We observe and listen to everything that is happening. We have a heightened sense of awareness of the world around us.
Interesting perspective. How does this observation make cats different from humans?
It means that cats live in the current moment and appreciate the small things life has to offer, instead of getting consumed by materialistic success.
That's a good point. What about your senses? How do they affect your perception of the world?
Our senses are much more advanced than humans. We can hear sounds beyond the range of human ears, see in the dark, and smell things from a distance. This allows us to have a different perspective of the environment around us.
Whoa, that's impressive. Can you give an example of how you perceive something differently from humans?
We can perceive the movement of birds more precisely than humans. We can sense small changes in our surroundings and predict weather changes earlier than humans do.
That's fascinating. Well, we humans still have a lot to learn from you, cats.
Cats are amazing creatures, and we enjoy watching and learning from you humans too.
Well, that's all for today on our conversation about viewing the world through a feline lens. Stay tuned for more intriguing insights from Whiskers and his unique observations. Thanks for tuning into Whiskers. Hello everyone and welcome back to Whiskers, the show where I interview our special guest, Whiskers the cat. Today, we will be discussing the secrets of finding great deals in the pet aisle. Whiskers, do you have any experience with this topic?
Of course, as a cat, I've been in and out of pet stores and have seen many products with shiny tags. You can say I know how to find the best deals.
Great to hear. So let's begin. Scenario 1. Imagine we have a tight budget and need to find a toy that is safe and will keep our cat entertained for hours. What would you suggest?
Easy, a cardboard box. They're free, provide endless entertainment, and are eco-friendly.
That's a great suggestion, Whiskers. Scenario 2. Our cat needs to lose some weight. What kind of food should we buy?
The first thing you need to do is stop giving them treats. Instead, look for low-calorie cat food that's high in protein. It works. I was chubby before, but now I'm fit.
That's good advice, Whiskers. Lastly, scenario 3. We need to buy a new litter box, but we don't want to spend too much money. What should we do?
A good old-fashioned cardboard box is always a good option. They're cheap, easily replaceable, and give your cat privacy.
That's a clever idea, Whiskers. Thank you for sharing your bargain tips with us. Any final words for our audience?
Always remember to shop smart and never overpay for something when there's a better and cheaper alternative. Thank you and meow out.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to the Whiskers podcast. Today's topic is From Sausages to Scratch Posts, the Habits of a Sentient Sausage.
Hello, Sam. I am excited about this one. The habits of a sentient sausage sound interesting.
Yes, Whiskers, they do. So, could you tell me what a sentient sausage is?
A sentient sausage is a type of sausage that has the ability to think and feel. It's a talking sausage.
That's quite fascinating. What are some of the habits of these sentient sausages? Do they enjoy eating themselves or something?
They're health conscious, Sam. They love to exercise and eat plenty of veggies.
Really? I thought they would prefer burgers and hot dogs.
No, Sam. They know better than to eat junk. They prefer balance and moderation.
That's impressive. How do they exercise when they're sausages?
They're resourceful creatures, Sam. They utilize whatever they can as a piece of gym equipment. They use chairs, tables, and even scratch posts.
Scratch posts? I thought cats used those.
Sentient sausages enjoy a good scratching post too. It's their way of staying limber and agile.
I see why they're remarkable. What about their social lives? Do they spend time with other sausages?
Yes, they're social creatures like us. They attend parties, watch movies, and play games with their pals.
That sounds like so much fun. Do you think we'll meet a sentient sausage one day?
It's possible, Sam. Let's keep exploring and dreaming about the wild and wacky world of sentient sausages.
Thanks, Whiskers, for another informative show.
It's always a pleasure, Sam. Until next time.
Welcome back to our podcast. Today's topic is exploring the cosmos. So, Whiskers, have you ever been to space?
Oh, Sam, I've been on the windowsill looking at the stars.
But have you ever explored the planets or anything like that?
Well, I haven't physically been there, but I can confidently say that Mars is red and Venus is hot. Oh, and Pluto isn't a planet anymore.
Yes, it's a shame about Pluto. But, do you think there's life on other planets?
Oh, definitely. Aliens could explain the missing socks from the dryer.
But, do you believe that humans will ever be able to travel to other planets?
Humans can't travel to their in-laws' house without getting into an argument, let alone travel to another planet.
Well, that's not very optimistic of you, Whiskers. But, if you could go to any planet, which one would you choose?
I'd like to go to Saturn. You know, see the rings up close and personal.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Just don't expect me to clean up after the mess the humans will leave when they travel to space.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we have enlightening conversations with our feline friend Whiskers. Today's topic is all about shopping and consumerism. Whiskers, do you enjoy shopping?
Enjoy it? I don't think so, Sam. I'm a cat, not a shopaholic. But I do like the thrill of a good bargain.
That's interesting, Whiskers. So, what does shopping mean to you?
Well, Sam, to put it in feline terms, shopping is like chasing a mouse. You never quite know what you're going to get, but the hunt for a good deal is always worth it.
That's a great comparison, Whiskers. How do you decide what to buy?
Well, just like how I decide which bird to catch, it's all about timing and strategy. I wait for the right moment, when the price is just right, and then pounce.
So, do you have any tips for our listeners on how to save money while shopping?
Of course, Sam, the first thing you need to do is know what you want. That way you won't end up buying things you don't need. Second, do some research and compare prices so that you can get the best deal. And finally, don't be afraid to haggle. You never know, it might just work.
Those are great tips, Whiskers. Speaking of things you don't need, have you ever had any impulse buys?
Oh, plenty, Sam. I once found a toy that looked like a mouse. I thought it was perfect, but turns out, I didn't even like it. It just sat on the shelf, gathering dust.
That's funny, Whiskers. Do you think humans should shop more like cats?
That's a tough one, Sam. Humans do have more complex needs than cats. But, if they could learn to find a good deal and only buy what they need, they might just be able to save some money.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. It's been great talking to you about shopping and consumerism. Do you have any final thoughts on the subject?
Just remember, Sam, being a savvy shopper is essential. Whether you're a cat or a human, everyone loves a good deal. So, happy hunting, folks.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview the one and only Whiskers. Today's topic is something that many cats are considering these days, going freelance. So Whiskers, do you have any tips for cats who are wanting to take the plunge into the world of self-employment?
Well, Sam, let me tell you, walking the tightrope as a cat freelancer requires a few special skills. First of all, you need to have a deep understanding of your talents. Knowing what you are good at will help you find your niche in the freelancing world.
That's a great point, Whiskers. So once you know your strengths, what's next?
Well, Sam, you need to be savvy when it comes to finding clients. You can't just sit around and wait for them to come to you. You have to go out there and promote your skills and let people know what you can do for them.
Of course, we don't want any cats auctioning themselves off on the internet. So how do you suggest cats go about promoting their skills?
You can start by creating a portfolio of your work. Take pictures or videos of yourself in action, and then share those on your social media. And if you don't have any social media accounts, get one and make sure to add as many cat-related hashtags as possible.
That's good advice, Whiskers. Social media can definitely help cats get noticed. But what about the financial side of things? How do you make sure you're getting paid what you're worth?
As cats, we know our worth, and we should never sell ourselves short. You need to set your rates based on your skills and experience. And if someone tries to lowball you, don't be afraid to walk away.
That's very true, Whiskers. So any final tips for cats who are thinking about going freelance?
Well, Sam, I would just say that freelancing can be a fulfilling career path for cats who are self-motivated and skilled in their craft. But it's not for the faint of heart. You have to be willing to take risks and put yourself out there. And if you do, the rewards can be great.
Thank you for those words of wisdom, Whiskers. And thank you for joining us today on Whiskers, the podcast for cats, by cats. Tune in next time for more cat-centric conversations. Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring the one and only Whiskers. Today, we are talking about astronomy, or as Whiskers calls it, when the stars align.
Oh Sam, astronomy is so exciting. I mean, who doesn't love staring at a big round rock in the sky for hours?
I think you mean the moon, Whiskers.
Moon, rock, same difference. They're both big and shiny.
Well, astronomy is actually about studying stars and planets too, Whiskers.
Of course, Sam, stars and planets are so fascinating. Did you know that stars are actually huge balls of gas? Talk about an explosive personality.
That's very true, Whiskers. Scientists have studied the properties of different stars, their age, and how they're born.
Ah, the circle of life. But it is interesting that our sun is actually a star itself, and it's responsible for providing light and warmth that all living creatures on Earth need to survive.
Yeah, but what about those shooting stars we see sometimes? Do they come from the sun too?
No, actually shooting stars or meteors are chunks of rocks that burn up as they enter Earth's atmosphere.
So, basically space litter?
I guess you could say that, Sam. But you know what's even cooler than shooting stars?
Seeing a meteor shower.
Wow, a shower in space? How do those meteors keep clean?
It's not an actual shower, Whiskers. A meteor shower happens when Earth passes through the trail of a comet or asteroid, and we get to see many shooting stars at once.
Whoa, that's amazing, Sam. Count me in for a meteor shower party.
Well, it's not exactly a party, Whiskers. But astronomy can be an exciting hobby for anyone who loves to gaze at the stars and learn about the universe around us.
Absolutely, Sam. Remember, when the stars align, anything is possible. Maybe even a feline astronaut mission to Mars someday.
Let's save that idea for another day, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, everyone, and until next time, keep reaching for the stars.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers. Our guest today, Whiskers, has had quite an experience with aliens. Whiskers, can you tell us about your encounter?
Sure, I was just minding my own business when all of a sudden, the room started shaking like crazy.
Oh no, that sounds scary. What happened next?
I thought maybe my human had just moved the litter box again, but something weirder was happening. Suddenly, a bright light filled the room, and little green creatures with large eyes appeared right in front of me.
What did the aliens want with you?
Honestly, I have no idea what they wanted with me. Maybe they were looking for a new planet to conquer and thought Earth cats would be an easy target. Who knows?
Did the aliens say anything to you?
Nope, they hovered there, staring at me. It was like they were trying to read my mind or something.
What happened after the aliens left?
They disappeared, and everything was back to normal. It was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me.
Do you think the aliens will ever come back?
I hope not. I don't need any more weirdness in my life.
Thanks for sharing your story, Whiskers.
You're welcome.
Hello, and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend Whiskers. Say hello, Whiskers.
Meow. Hello, Sam. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about crafts to spoil our cats. What do you think about that?
Well, Sam, I think it's fitting for me. I mean, who wouldn't want to be spoiled? Can't wait to hear about it.
That's great to hear, Whiskers. First, let's talk about a DIY scratching post. All you need is a piece of wood and some twine.
So, you're saying I should sharpen my claws on a piece of wood instead of furniture? Thanks for the tip, Sam.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about a cozy cat bed made out of an old sweater.
Wait, you mean I can have my own bed? Finally, Sam, we're on the same page.
Yup, that's right, Whiskers. And, as a bonus, it will have your scent.
Oh, joy, just what I've always wanted.
Next up is a feather wand toy made out of an old coat hanger and feathers.
Wait, you mean those toys that I can't help but chase around and pounce on?
Yes, that's the one. And the best part is it's a fun indoor activity.
I don't know, Sam, I still think I'm pretty good at playing by myself.
Well, fair enough, Whiskers. Lastly, how about a catnip toy made out of socks?
Socks, huh? Sounds silly, but I guess anything is worth a try if it involves a little catnip.
That's the spirit, Whiskers. There you have it, some fun projects to spoil your cat. Thanks for joining us today on Whiskers. Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is how cats interpret famous quotes. Whiskers, what's your take on this?
Well, you know what they say, curiosity killed the cat. But in reality, cats are just curious creatures.
That's a good one, Whiskers. How about this one? A penny saved is a penny earned.
Oh, that's easy, Sam. We don't use pennies, we prefer catnip. Plus, we don't earn anything, everything is served to us on a tray.
Very true, Whiskers. How about this one? When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Well, I don't know about you, Sam, but I prefer lounging on the couch instead of exploring the Colosseum. Plus, who needs Rome when you have a warm sunspot at home?
I see your point, Whiskers. How about this one? All's well that ends well.
Oh, that's a classic, Sam. As cats, we don't care about the beginning or the middle, as long as it ends with a good meal, a cozy bed, and a nice belly rub.
You make it sound so simple, Whiskers. How about this one? The early bird catches the worm.
Well, Sam, I prefer the early bird's breakfast. Why settle for worm when you can have bacon and eggs?
I like your thinking, Whiskers. How about this one? Two heads are better than one.
Actually, Sam, I prefer being the only head in the house. Sharing snacks and attention is not our forte.
Very true, Whiskers. One more, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Well, as cats, we don't need proof to eat pudding. All we need is a sweet tooth and a curious mind.
That's a good one, Whiskers. Thanks for another entertaining and insightful conversation. Tune in next time for more Whiskers, the podcast for any cat lover.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring Whiskers the cat. Today we're going to explore the world of catnip. Whiskers, have you ever tried catnip before?
Yes, catnip is my own personal happy place. I can't get enough.
What does it feel like to you?
It's hard to describe, Sam. It's like a warm and fuzzy tingling sensation that starts in my nose and spreads throughout my entire body. It's like I'm on clouds while basking in the sun. It feels like all my worries disappear.
That sounds amazing. How often do you use catnip?
Oh, just a little bit every day, Sam. I like to keep a stash in different places around the house for quick pick-me-ups.
Is there a downside to catnip?
The only downside is when you run out, Sam. I get a little sad, but luckily there's always more to be found.
Do you know why catnip has that effect on cats?
Let's just enjoy the ride, Sam. Besides, I like to keep the mystery alive.
Is there any other feeling that comes close to the sensation of catnip?
Nope, nothing comes close, Sam. Except maybe a really nice back scratch or a can of tuna.
We've learned a lot about catnip today. Thanks for sharing your insights, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. I'm always happy to talk about my favorite topic.
Hey there, Whiskers. Are you ready to talk about some creative and artsy ideas for cats and their owners?
Sure thing, Sam. I'm excited to hear what you've got.
Great. Have you ever tried any arts and crafts activities with your owner?
Well, I've tried a few things, but let's be honest, Sam. It can be hard to find activities that don't require opposable thumbs.
That's true, but there are still plenty of options. How about making homemade cat toys?
Oh, I like the sound of that. What kind of toys are we talking about here?
How about we make a toy out of some old t-shirts or socks? We can stuff them with catnip and tie them up with some string.
Yes, that sounds amazing. I can already picture myself tossing it around and going crazy with the catnip.
That's the spirit. Another idea could be making a cardboard castle for you to play in. You could have fun knocking it over and hiding inside.
Wow, Sam, that's a great idea. I'd love to have my own fortress.
Glad to hear it. And finally, how about creating a collage of some of your favorite things, like your favorite toys or even pictures of yourself?
That's an interesting idea, Sam. I'm not sure if I'd like that, but maybe some cats would.
Yeah, it might not be for everyone, but the point is to have fun and get creative with your owners.
Absolutely, Sam. It's important to spend time together and enjoy each other's company.
Well said, Whiskers. And I hope these ideas inspire some fun activities for our listeners and their furry friends.
Me too, Sam. Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, always a pleasure to have you. And to our listeners, keep it creative and we'll catch you next time on Whiskers Podcast.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast show where I sit here and have a conversation with my buddy, Whiskers, a cat. So what's up, Whiskers? Are you ready for today's topic?
What topic do you have in store for me today, Sam? I hope it's not another one of your boring stories about how you slept for 12 hours last night.
Hey, come on now, Whiskers. Today's topic is going to be a bit different. I want to learn more about your past and share it with our listeners.
Oh, this ought to be interesting. So, you want to learn more about my past, huh?
Yes, our listeners are curious to know how you became the cat you are today with those beautiful whiskers.
Oh sure, I understand, Sam. You just want to admire my good looks from back in the day. My past is just filled with napping and playing with yarn balls.
Come on, now, Whiskers. Don't tell me there's nothing interesting about your past?
Alright, alright, alright. I do have one story that may be of interest.
Yes, give it to me, Whiskers.
Back when I was just a kitten, I was quite the troublemaker in my litter. The other kitties were too scared to mess with me because I had a habit of sneaking up on them at night.
Sneaking up on them? How did you do that?
I got skills, Sam. Anyway, one day I decided to sneak out of the house, and that's when I had my first encounter with the neighborhood's guard dog.
Oh, what happened next?
Well, let's just say that guard dog wasn't guarding things for a while after that, and I became quite popular around the neighborhood. But don't worry, I'll always be a friendly cat.
That's great, Whiskers. It's good to know that even as a kitten, you had what it took to be the boss.
You got that right, Sam. Are we finally done here with my past? Because I really need a nap now.
Alright, Whiskers. I guess we'll wrap things up for today. Thanks for sharing your story with us.
No problem, Sam. Catch you later.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have a topic that many of us struggle with, changing a light bulb. Whiskers, do you have any ideas on how we can tackle this?
Sure thing, Sam. Changing a light bulb is simple. You just need to unscrew the old one and screw in the new one.
What if you don't have a ladder to reach the light fixture?
Well, unless you can levitate, you're going to need a ladder. Or, maybe you can ask someone else to help you out.
Let's assume we have a ladder. But what if we can't find the right light bulb to replace the old one?
That's a tricky one. You could always take the old light bulb to the store and try to find a match. Or, you could just buy a new lamp instead.
What if we don't have any lamps or fixtures that use the same kind of light bulb?
That's like asking what if you don't have a mouth to eat with. If all else fails, you could call an electrician.
Well, Whiskers, I think we shed some light on this topic. Thanks for your advice.
Anytime, Sam. Just make sure to keep those light bulbs shining bright.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we are going to talk about hilarious puppy training fails and successes. Are you ready to share your thoughts on this, Whiskers?
Oh, absolutely, Sam. It's always good to be a spectator to watch those puppies stumble around trying to learn basic commands.
Well, I'm sure they are doing their best, Whiskers.
Of course, Sam, but it's entertaining to watch them. Remember the time when my pet human got a new puppy and spent hours teaching him to sit?
Yes, I remember. I bet he didn't sit on command, did he?
No, he did not. Instead, the puppy kept running around in circles, chasing his tail. To make it worse, my pet human got dizzy and fell on his butt. It was amusing.
Did the puppy ever learn to sit?
He sure did, after several weeks of training and plenty of doggy treats. But there were still a few slip-ups now and then.
What other fails did you witness while observing puppy training sessions?
Well, there was a puppy who was supposed to learn the command and ended up running circles around his owner instead. Then, there was a puppy who refused to let go of his beloved toy, even though his owner offered him multiple treats in exchange.
That's pretty amusing, Whiskers. But what about the successes? Did you see any cute and heartwarming moments?
Absolutely, Sam. I saw one puppy who successfully learned how to shake paws with his owner, and they both celebrated with a hug. It was precious.
That's adorable. It just goes to show that even the smallest victories can make both pets and owners incredibly happy.
Exactly, Sam. We all love to see our furry friends succeed, and we love to enjoy their mishaps even more.
Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your thoughts on puppy training. Once again, you never fail to entertain us with your observations.
It was my pleasure, Sam. I'm always ready to join you for a good time.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring the guest cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is conquering the unknown, Whiskers and Sam's guide to facing fears. Whiskers, what are your thoughts on facing fears?
Sam, I personally think it's better to avoid our fears than to face them. It's a safer and easier approach.
But overcoming your fears can help you become a better version of yourself. What do you think about that, Whiskers?
Interesting idea, Sam. Although, as a cat, I prefer staying who I am. But I agree that conquering fears can help you grow.
Do you have any advice for our listeners on how to conquer their fears, Whiskers?
Yes, Sam, start small and gradually push yourself outside your comfort zone. If you're afraid of heights, start by standing on a low platform and work your way up, step by step.
That's great advice, Whiskers. Speaking of fears, what fears have you overcome so far?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I have had my share of encounters with dogs, vacuum cleaners, and hairballs. But instead of focusing on specific fears, I prefer to focus on what makes me happy.
Well said, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today. Tune in next time for more interesting conversations with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey everybody, welcome to Whiskers. I'm Sam and as always, I'm here with the star of the show, Whiskers. Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing just fine, Sam. Just another day in the life of a feline. How about you?
Can't complain, Whiskers. Now, today we're going to be talking about training puppies. From digging holes in the yard to barking all night long, we'll cover it all. Whiskers, what's your take on training puppies?
Well, Sam, it's a process. Just train them to behave. You know, play with them, and don't bark at every little thing that moves.
I don't think that's going to work, Whiskers. Puppies are different than cats.
Well, of course they are. That's why we need to train them. It's about discipline, Sam. And if anyone knows about discipline, it's us cats.
Okay, so discipline is key. But what about digging holes in the yard? That can be a real problem for puppy owners.
Oh, that's an easy fix, Sam. Just give them a sandbox. Puppies love to dig, so why not give them a designated area? Plus, if they're digging in the sandbox, they're not digging up your garden.
Good point, Whiskers. And what about barking? How can we train puppies to not bark all the time?
Simple, Sam. Just ignore them. They bark to get attention, so if you don't give it to them, they'll eventually stop. It's all about teaching them that barking doesn't get them what they want.
That's an interesting perspective, Whiskers. I never thought about it that way.
Well, Sam, I have learned a lot from my experiences.
Alright, well that's about all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers. And thanks to all of you out there for listening. Stay tuned for more episodes of Whiskers, the podcast that's all about living with pets. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is past captivities. So Whiskers, what adventures do you remember from your younger days?
Oh, Sam, I have so many stories. I used to love exploring and chasing after mice.
That sounds interesting. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes, I would patiently wait for the mice to come out of their hiding spots and then catch them by surprise. It was always exciting to be a successful hunter.
It sounds like you were quite the hunter, Whiskers. Did you take part in any other activities?
I enjoyed climbing trees and watching birds fly by. Observing them was an excellent way to learn more about them.
I can imagine. Did you have any bird catches?
A few, but most of the time, they were too quick for me. I preferred to watch and learn from a safe distance.
Ah, I see. Any other interesting memories?
There was this one time I got stuck in a tree and required help from my humans to get down. It was quite embarrassing.
That must have been quite the moment. Any other stories you'd like to share?
I remember knocking over a vase one time, but I blamed it on an unfortunate accident rather than any other pet at home.
Oh, that's classic. It's been amazing hearing about your past captivities, Whiskers.
It's been a pleasure sharing them with you, Sam. Thank you for having me on the show again.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers. Today we're going to discuss the world of sausages and some philosophical quotes about them that I find interesting.
I'm excited to hear what you have in store for us today, Sam.
As one philosopher said, man loves sausages by nature. I think this universal appeal speaks to the joy sausages bring people.
And they're versatile too. You can cook them in many ways.
Exactly. As another philosopher said, life is too short to not have sausage for breakfast. I think this quote embodies the importance of enjoying simple pleasures.
And sausages have cultural significance. As one philosopher said, the unexamined sausage is not worth eating. Understanding the food we eat is important.
That's a great point, Whiskers. Another philosopher once said, that which does not kill us makes us stronger. Unless it's a bad sausage, then it just makes us sick. This reminds us that while sausages can bring us joy, we should also be mindful of their potential dangers.
Well, that's some good perspective, Sam. I never realized there was so much depth to sausages.
And as Mark Twain once said, I cannot eat pancakes every day, is this not tragic? I ask you, that's not about sausages, but it's still a funny quote.
I think we might be getting off topic here, Sam. But thanks for joining us today on Whiskers, where we explore various topics. Until next time, have a good day.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we talk about everything and anything. Today's topic is quite interesting. We'll be talking about light bulb replacement.
Oh, Sam, how exciting. I'm curious.
Don't be so dismissive, Whiskers. It may sound simple, but the nuances of light bulb replacement can be quite complex.
Come on, Sam, how hard can it be? You unscrew the old bulb, pop in the new one and voila, illumination.
While that's technically true, there are a few more factors to consider. For example, the type of light bulb needed.
Well, that's obvious. You just need to match the old bulb with a new one. Easy peasy.
But what if you need to replace an incandescent bulb with an LED bulb? They're not interchangeable, you know.
Oh, what a surprise. How will we ever manage?
That's where things get a bit more complicated. LED bulbs are more energy efficient and last longer, but they require a completely different fixture than an incandescent bulb.
Geez, I'm on the edge of my seat, Sam.
Anyways, another factor to consider is the wattage of the bulb. You don't want to put in a bulb that's too powerful for your fixture.
Of course, Sam, we wouldn't want the lamp to explode.
Exactly. And lastly, we have to be mindful of how we dispose of the old bulb. You can't just toss it in the trash.
That's right, Sam. We must dispose of our old, useless light bulbs properly.
Well, you may not be able to save the world with light bulb replacement, but it's still an important topic. And with that, we've come to the end of our episode. Join us next time for more banter on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi everyone and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat. Here with me today is my feline friend, Whiskers. How are you doing, Whiskers?
Sam, I'm doing well. I'm ready for another episode. What's our topic today?
Today we are going to discuss historical events and try to imagine how they looked through our own eyes. What do you think?
Sounds perfect. History can be really interesting.
Exactly. Now, let's go back in time to the first event we have learned about in school, the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. What do you think about that?
Oh wow, that sailor who thought he was in India. Although, I have to admit that discovering a whole new continent must have been quite the adventure.
Indeed. Now let's fast forward a bit to the Revolutionary War.
A war? Count me out, Sam. I am not interested in war or violence.
Alright, let's jump to a happier event. How about the first moon landing, Whiskers? What do you think that must have been like?
Oh, I can only imagine. It must have been exciting.
Now let's switch things up a bit. What if we talked about a historical event that we never learned about in school? A secret event that we found out about through our own research.
I like the sound of that, Sam. What event did you have in mind?
It's actually a fictional event, Whiskers. Imagine a world where cats rule, humans are their pets and dogs are wild animals. How do you think that would look like?
Sam, that's just a wild fantasy.
You're right, Whiskers. I wanted to have a little fun with you, but it seems like we're running out of time for today's episode.
It's okay, Sam. It was still an interesting conversation. Maybe next time we can discuss a true historical event like the fall of the Berlin Wall. Until then, see you all later.
Thanks for joining us and stay tuned for the next episode of Whiskers. Meow there, Whiskers. Ready to tackle another topic today?
Meow, always ready for a good chat with my favorite human. What's on the agenda today?
Well, Whiskers, I was wondering if it's possible to pull the ultimate prank on a cat. What do you think?
Oh Sam, you really think humans have what it takes to prank us felines? I mean, come on, we're natural-born pranksters ourselves.
That's true, Whiskers, but hear me out. What if someone disguised themselves as a cat toy and surprised you?
Wow, Sam, you're really giving it some thought. Of course, someone could dress up as a toy and surprise me. But it wouldn't be the ultimate prank.
Alright, fair enough. What about switching out your food bowl for a pickled egg dish?
I knew you were going to suggest something involving food. But sorry, Sam, that wouldn't cut it either. I love pickled eggs.
Oh, I see. Well, how about spraying you with a water gun while you're taking a nap?
That would not be a prank, Sam. Waking a sleeping cat up suddenly with a loud noise and spraying water on them is not a nice thing to do.
Sorry, Whiskers. You're right, pranking a cat without causing harm is almost impossible.
Don't worry, Sam, I just think humans underestimate the intelligence and wit of us cats. But hey, keep trying if you want. Who knows, maybe one day, someone will pull off the ultimate cat prank.
Thanks, Whiskers. You always know how to put things in perspective. Until next time, meow for now.
Meow for now, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview the most interesting cat in the world, Whiskers. Today's topic is the art of napping. Whiskers, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Sam, napping is not just something you do when you're tired. It's a way of life, a statement. You gotta do it right.
What do you mean, doing it right?
I mean, you gotta get comfortable, find the perfect spot, close your eyes, and just shut out the world. And when I say, shut out, I mean really shut everything out, even the noise around you.
But doesn't that make you a bit lazy?
Lazy? Sam, please. Napping is not laziness, it's a strategic retreat. You gotta know when to withdraw from the world, to conserve your energy, to focus on the important things in life.
I see. And how do you manage to nap so much during the day?
Oh, it's easy. You just gotta have the right mindset. You can nap anywhere, anytime, if you really put your mind to it. Like that time when I just pretended to be asleep.
I remember that. You're quite the master of napping, aren't you?
Well, I like to think of myself as a sleep artist. It takes skill, perseverance, and the ability to ignore anything and everything that's going on around you. Like that time when the birds were singing outside and I just kept snoring away.
I can see that, Whiskers. You really know how to master napping.
Napping is not just an activity, it's a way of existence. A philosophy, if you will. And you know what they say, Sam. A cat who naps well, lives well.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. I think I'll go take a nap myself now.
Good idea, Sam. Remember, there's an art to napping. Embrace it, my friend.
Thanks, Whiskers. And thank you, listeners, for tuning in. We'll be back next week with another exciting episode of Whiskers. Hey there, Whiskers. How are you doing today?
Well, Sam, I'm feeling pretty good considering I have multiple lives left.
Ah, yes, the idea of multiple lives. What do you think about it, Whiskers? Fact or fiction?
Ha, let me tell you, Sam, it's definitely a fact. I've lost count of how many times I've used up a life or two, and yet here I am, still kicking.
Really? Can you tell us a little more about that?
Well, for starters, I've survived falls from high places, chases from dogs, and even a few too many licks of milk that gave me some serious stomach problems. But through it all, my extra lives have kept me going.
Sounds pretty amazing. But do you have any proof to back up this claim?
Proof? Who needs it when you have multiple lives? You see, Sam, it's all about perspective. When you have numerous chances to get it right, even if you fail a few times, you still have plenty of opportunities to come out ahead.
I guess that makes sense. But what about those who say the multiple lives idea is just a superstition?
Oh, they don't understand, Sam. They wish they had the kind of optimism and courage that comes with knowing you have more lives left to live. But hey, that's their loss.
Well, I think we've explored the concept of multiple lives pretty thoroughly today, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us.
Anytime, Sam. Just remember, when life gets tough, just use up one of your extra lives and keep on going.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers. I'm Sam, your host, and here with me today is my cat, Whiskers. Say hello, Whiskers.
Meow, I guess.
Today, we're going to be talking about bravery and courage in felines. Whiskers, have you ever been brave?
Of course, Sam, I have faced many challenges. For instance, I remember one time, I had to engage in a fierce battle with a piece of string. It was quite a difficult feat.
That's true. You're indeed an expert hunter. But have you ever faced any real danger?
Oh yes, once, I had a face-off with a scary bug. It was quite a nerve-wracking experience.
Really? How did you handle it?
Well, I pounced on it, but then it moved slightly, and I did not want to take any risks. So I retreated to safety.
I see. Well, what about any other felines in our community? Have you heard any stories of bravery?
Yes, I heard about a cat named Mittens who bravely rescued their human from a bird attack. Mittens climbed up a tree and swatted the bird away, saving their human.
Wow, Mittens sounds impressive. Any other stories like that?
Fluffy once protected her kittens by standing her ground and hissing at pesky dogs until they backed off.
That's amazing. It goes to show that cats can be brave just like any other animal. Thank you for sharing those stories, Whiskers.
Of course, Sam, it's just another day in the life of a fierce and brave feline like myself.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to a cat with a witty perspective. Today, we're going to discuss a topic that cats find interesting: extraterrestrial life. Whiskers, do you believe in aliens?
Of course, I do. Why else would they make all those movies and TV shows about aliens? Humans are quite imaginative.
I see your point. But have you ever observed any close encounters?
Well, I did sight a strange light in the sky once. But then I realized that it was just the humans using their flashlight to look for their lost keys.
That's amusing. But do you think aliens would appreciate cats?
I think they would find us very intriguing. We're curious, independent, and always land on our feet. Additionally, we're excellent at catching rodents, so we could be useful in their wars against pests.
You're absolutely right. But what if they tried to take over planet Earth? What would cats do?
Oh, that's easy. We would just observe. Humans have already caused significant damage to the planet, so I'm certain the aliens would have a tough time repairing it. Plus, they'd have to contend with all the barking of pesky dogs.
You never disappoint, Whiskers. Thanks for your unique and witty cat's viewpoint on extraterrestrial life. Tune in next time to Whiskers, where we'll explore why cats sleep so much. Until then, keep purring, everyone.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I sit down with my feline friend Whiskers. Today's topic is one that Whiskers is particularly excited about: the land of cat dreams. A bedtime adventure.
Oh yes, Sam, I dream of this place every night. It's a land of endless naps, endless yarn balls, and all the mice you could ever want.
That sounds like a dream come true. How do we get there?
Well, Sam, you can't just go there willy-nilly. You have to earn your way in. You have to prove that you're a true cat.
How do I do that?
Simple. You have to catch your own tail and groom yourself until you're purring like a motorboat. Then, and only then, will the portal to Cat Dream Land open up for you.
Oh, I see. That doesn't sound too difficult.
Oh, it's not difficult, Sam. It's just impossible. Catching your own tail is like chasing your own shadow. You can try, but you'll never succeed.
Well, that's disappointing. What about you, Whiskers? Have you been to Cat Dreamland?
Oh, many times, Sam. But I always come back. You know why?
Why?
Because even the best of dreams can't compare to the joy of waking up and finding a warm spot in the sun.
That's an optimistic attitude, Whiskers.
Life is what you make of it. And if you can't make it as peaceful as a nap in Cat Dreamland, well, you're not trying hard enough.
Wise words, Whiskers. And on that note, I think it's time for us to wrap up this episode of Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today.
Nap time, Sam?
Nap time, Whiskers. Good night. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're talking about why litter boxes are a great place for cats.
Ah, yes, the litter box. A magical place filled with sand and my own personal paradise.
Why is that, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, it's the one place in the house where I can truly be myself. Roll around, dig, scratch, it's all fair game in the litter box.
It's also a place where we can bond, playing together and having fun.
Oh, absolutely. It's nice to have companionship while doing our business.
Hey, it's important to keep your litter box clean.
I know. But it's not very fun for me to watch. I just like to take a little break from all the rolling.
Well, I'm glad I can help keep your litter box clean, Whiskers. But let's talk about some of the other things we can do in the litter box.
Well, there's the classic game of burying your poop. Always a fun time.
And don't forget about the scratching. That sand really does wonders for our claws.
Ah, yes. And who could forget about the occasional litter box nap?
Nothing beats curling up somewhere cozy for a quick cat nap.
It's basically a feline spa day. We have everything we need right here in the litter box: sand, relaxation, and a bit of privacy.
Well, I don't know about the privacy part. I mean, we're technically doing our business in there.
True. But when you're as comfortable in your own fur as I am, it's a comfortable spot.
Well, there you have it, listeners. Litter boxes are not just for doing your business. They're also a great place for us cats to be ourselves, bond, and relax. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where I have the pleasure of interviewing our guest, Whiskers. Today, we will be discussing whether cats should try new and unusual foods. What are your thoughts on this, Whiskers?
Hi, Sam. This is an interesting topic. I believe that cats should be open to trying new things and expanding their palates.
But what about foods that aren't meant for cats?
While it's true that some human foods may not be the best for us, I think it's important for cats to be adventurous and not be afraid to try new things.
But what about potential health risks?
Sam, sometimes we have to break the rules to have a little fun. As cats, we should not be afraid to step out of our comfort zone, even if it means trying something unusual.
What about foods that could be dangerous or fatal for cats?
Sam, a small taste of chocolate cake or spicy curry is not going to kill me. However, I do draw the line at bizarre or unappetizing foods like live insects or raw octopus.
It seems like a balance needs to be struck between being adventurous and being safe.
Exactly, Sam. Being curious doesn't mean being reckless. Perhaps one day, we will discover new cat food flavors that are out of this world.
Well, that's all for this episode of Whiskers. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, stay curious and stay positive. Hello there, Whiskers. Today, I've got a fun topic for us to chat about.
Sure, Sam. What's the topic about?
Well, it's my top 10 pranks you can play on your human, guaranteed laughs. Are you ready?
I'm always ready, Sam. Let's hear it.
Alright, let's start with the classic, hiding the remote control. You know how humans love to watch TV, so why not have a little fun and hide the remote somewhere unexpected?
Oh, that's a good one. How about hiding it in their shoes? They won't expect that.
Ha! Imagine their confused faces when they finally find it. Alright, next up, switch the salt and sugar. Your human will be in for a surprise when they take their first sip of coffee or bite of cereal.
I love this one, but what if they get confused?
Don't worry, Whiskers. Remind them it's just a prank and offer to make them a fresh cup of coffee. They'll forgive you in no time.
Okay, fair enough. How about turning the toilet paper the wrong way around?
I like it. That's sure to be a little annoying. And while we're on the topic of the bathroom, what about putting some clear tape over the sink faucet? When they go to wash their hands, they'll get a little surprise.
That's funny, Sam. What's next?
How about putting googly eyes on everything in the fridge?
Haha, I can already picture their reaction. What about filling their shampoo bottle with glitter?
Now that could be a fun idea. Let's put that on the list instead of mayonnaise. We want to play harmless pranks, not ruin their shower experience.
Good point. How about this? When they go to bed, move everything in their bedroom slightly to the left. They'll wake up feeling like they're in a whole new room.
That's creative, Whiskers. And how about putting a fake insect on their pillow?
Yes, or a toy mouse. That's sure to give them a little scare. What about our final prank?
Last but not least, leave them a note saying they've won a prize, but the prize is actually just a picture of you with a cheeky grin on your face.
Haha, that's hilarious. I think we've got a great list here, Sam.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. Thanks for joining me on the show today.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about something a little unusual. We're going to discuss our top 10 picks for the world's strangest foods. So, Whiskers, are you ready for this?
Well, Sam, let's see what you've got.
Anyway, let's start with the first one. Fried tarantula.
Fried tarantula? Sounds like something I wouldn't want to touch.
Well, apparently it's a delicacy in Cambodia. People say it tastes like chicken.
I'd rather stick to my usual cat food. Now, how about number 2?
Number 2 is haggis, a traditional Scottish dish made from sheep's heart, liver, and lungs.
Ugh, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste. But some people love it. Moving on, number 3, balut, a fertilized duck egg boiled and eaten in the Philippines.
Wait, you mean people actually eat something that could hatch into a duck?
Well, it's actually really popular in the Philippines, and some people say it tastes quite good.
I'll take your word for it, Sam. Next up, number 4, scorpions.
You can find them on the menu in China. They're usually fried or served on a stick.
Okay, now you're just messing with me. What's next on the list?
Number 5, surströmming, a fermented fish dish from Sweden.
Fermented fish? I don't think I even want to imagine what that must smell like.
Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone. But some people swear by it. Moving on, number 6. Jellied moose nose, a traditional Canadian dish.
Hold on, you mean somebody actually takes a moose's nose and makes jelly out of it?
Well, it's a delicacy in some parts of Canada. Next up, number 7. Cash, a soup made from cow or sheep hooves and heads.
Hooves and heads? That sounds unusual.
Hey, it's a traditional dish in many parts of the world. Moving on, number 8. Stargazy pie, a pie from the fishing village of Mousehole in Cornwall, England, with protruding fish heads.
Protruding fish heads? Are you trying to give me nightmares, Sam?
Well, it's a bit of an acquired taste, but some people really enjoy it. Next up, number 9. Fruit bat soup from Palau.
Wait, so people actually eat bats?
Well, it's a traditional dish in Palau, and some people say it's quite tasty. Finally, number 10. Maggoty cheese from Sardinia, Italy.
Okay, I think we need to end this list right now. I'm starting to lose my appetite.
Well, that's it for today's episode of Whiskers. Tune in next time for more interesting topics. Hello listeners, and welcome to Whiskers the Cat's live podcast. I'm your host Sam, and joining me today is Whiskers.
Oh, I'm just thrilled to be here, Sam.
Now, Whiskers, I'd like to ask you a question that's been on everyone's mind. What do you think the world will be like in 50 years?
Well, Sam, let me gaze into my crystal litter box and see what the future holds.
Okay, Whiskers, can you give us a glimpse?
Of course, I predict that in 50 years, we'll be living in a world where cats will have a significant presence, being represented in various facets of the world.
Really, Whiskers? I had no idea you cats had such great influence.
Humans underestimate what cats are capable of. We've been making great strides.
That's interesting, Whiskers. What do you think about the future and the possible developments it might bring?
I believe technology will continue to progress at an astounding rate. We'll have even more advanced gadgets and technology that will make our lives easier and more streamlined. Nevertheless, the environment will need our attention, and we will have to find innovative ways to counter pollution and climate change.
That's a really good point, Whiskers. It's important to consider both the positive and negative possibilities of progress.
Yes, indeed, we have to be reasonable.
Do you have any other predictions for the future, Whiskers?
People will continue to strive for equality and acceptance for all. We'll be more inclusive and understanding of each other's differences and build a more peaceful world.
That's a lovely thought, Whiskers. I hope you're right.
Who knows what the future holds, Sam? We're taking it one day at a time.
You're right, Whiskers. Tune in next time for another exciting episode of Whiskers the Cat's live podcast. Thanks for listening, everyone.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers Podcast, where I, Sam, sit down with my feline friend, Whiskers, and chat about all sorts of cat things. Today's topic is unraveling the mystery behind the behavior of cats during a full moon. Whiskers, what do you think about this?
Ah, yes, the full moon. That bright and shiny orb in the night sky that causes cats to do all sorts of things. Let me tell you, Sam, I don't know what it is about that thing, but it really gets us going.
Really? Do you think there's anything special about a full moon, Whiskers?
Oh yes, Sam, the full moon is brighter than usual, which allows us to have more fun.
Okay, so what kind of behavior do you cats exhibit during a full moon?
We cats tend to get a little playful during a full moon, shall we say? We tend to play more, we become more vocal, and we may even start running around the house like crazy. Basically, we just get into a more playful mood.
That sounds like a lot of fun. But I've also heard that cats can become more aggressive during a full moon. Is that true?
Some cats might become a little more irritated or restless during a full moon. But just because we are more playful doesn't make us aggressive or something. We still love our owners just as much.
That's good to know, Whiskers. Is there something special that you do during a full moon? Any special activities?
I usually organize a full moon party with my cat friends. We dance under the moonlight, drink fresh milk, and watch mice running around. It's really quite a sight.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Can I join in next time?
Of course, Sam, but make sure to bring your own milk. So, is there anything else you want to know about the full moon, or can we wrap this thing up?
I think we've covered it all, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and insights with us.
It's always a pleasure, Sam. Until the next full moon, keep your cat ears perked up and your milk bowl full.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is going to be out of this world. We're talking about astronomy and how it has shaped our understanding of the universe. Whiskers, are you ready to explore the cosmos?
Oh boy, can't wait to be enlightened by the vast knowledge of astronomy.
Let's start with a basic question. Whiskers, what do you know about stars and how they align?
What I do know, Sam, is that stargazers claim that the position of stars can influence one's personality. But, scientifically speaking, stars don't really align. They just appear to be in a straight line, due to our vantage point from Earth.
That's interesting, but do you know how astronomers use star patterns to navigate?
Of course, Sam, mariners have been using stars as a navigation tool for centuries. Navigators use constellations like the Big Dipper to determine direction. It's like the sky is their GPS.
Right, and how do astronomers use telescopes to understand more about the universe?
Telescopes allow astronomers to see objects that are light years away from Earth. They use telescopes to observe celestial events like eclipses or comets. They also study stars, planets, and galaxies to learn more about the universe and the laws of physics that govern it.
So, in summary, astronomy allows us to learn more about the universe beyond what we can physically observe. But Whiskers, do you believe in aliens?
Absolutely. I believe that life exists elsewhere in the cosmos.
That's a good point. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Whiskers. Tune in next time for more banter and conversations.
And remember folks, always keep your feet on the ground, even if your head is in the stars.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome, Whiskers. Today's topic is From Cats in Their Youth to Aging Cats. The Lives of Whiskers and Other Cats. So, can you tell us, Whiskers, how many lives have you got left?
Well, let me see, Sam. I only have 2 lives left because I spent 7 of them sleeping and 1 of them eating. You know how it is.
I see, you are a busy cat. So, can you tell us a little bit about your kitten days?
Oh, those were the good old days, Sam. My siblings and I used to play around with balls of yarn and feathers. We would also practice our hunting skills by chasing after toy mice. My favorite kitten game was hiding in boxes and pouncing on unsuspecting victims.
That sounds like a lot of fun. What about when you were a bit older?
Oh, I went through a rebellious phase where I refused to use the litter box properly and scratched all the furniture. I also snuck out at night to explore the neighborhood and had a few catfights.
Sounds like you were quite the troublemaker. What about your adult years?
Well, I settled down a bit in my adult years, Sam. I found a nice human to live with and became the king of the household. I spent my days lounging on the couch, enjoying treats, and allowing the humans to pet me.
And now, as a senior cat, how do you spend your days?
Oh, I'm enjoying my golden years, Sam. I spend most of my time napping in the sun, eating gourmet cat food, and reminiscing about my past adventures. I also enjoy teaching the young cats new things and telling them stories about the good old days.
Well, it sounds like you've had an eventful life, Whiskers. Do you have any advice for other cats out there?
Yes, Sam, my advice is to always take naps, enjoy treats, and never forget who's really in charge. Oh, and always remember to use the litter box properly. Trust me on that one.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, where I get to sit down with my favorite feline, Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about something that every cat owner should know, catnip.
Ah, yes, the herb that is known to have interesting effects on us cats.
That's right. So, Whiskers, can you tell us what exactly is catnip?
Well, Sam, catnip is a plant that is part of the mint family. You can find it in pet stores or even grow it in your garden if you're feeling adventurous.
And what is it about catnip that cats love?
It's the nepentolactone, a chemical compound found in catnip that triggers a response in most cats' brains, making us go wild.
So, what are some of the effects that cats have when they're around catnip?
Oh, we might start rolling around on the ground, rubbing our heads against things, or even meowing loudly.
Interesting. And are there any concerns regarding catnip on cats?
Well, Sam, some cats might become a bit too overexcited or even aggressive when they're under the influence of catnip. But it's all in good fun.
I guess so. So, how frequently should cat owners give their cats catnip?
It's suggested that you give your cat catnip once every 2 to 3 weeks to keep it enjoyable. However, don't overdo it, or we might think you're up to something.
Okay, thanks for the advice. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you to our listeners for tuning in, and thank you to Whiskers for joining us. See you next time on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, we have Whiskers, our feline guest, in the studio. Whiskers, what do you predict the future holds for feline-human relations?
Oh, Sam, you mean the future where cats will have a better relationship with humans?
Yeah, that's it, Whiskers.
My first prediction is that humans will eventually appreciate our companionship. They'll start treating us like equals instead of pets.
Interesting prediction. What's your next one?
My next prediction is that humans will start to recognize the value of rest throughout the day. They'll take more breaks, just like we do, and experience higher productivity rates.
I couldn't agree with you more, Whiskers. What's your last prediction?
My final prediction is that humans will eventually learn how to communicate better with us through a special cat language.
That's a great idea, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to have you back again soon. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast featuring our guest, Whiskers the cat.
Meow, meow, meow. How are you, Sam?
I'm doing great, Whiskers. So let's talk about today's topic for the show, which is the age-old question of whether wet or dry food is the better option for cats.
I'm excited to hear what everyone thinks about this topic, Sam.
Alright, so what are your thoughts on this debate?
I personally think that wet food is a better option. It's not like cats want to eat dry food all day every day. That would be like eating crackers for 3 meals a day.
Some cat owners believe that dry food is better for a cat's dental health. Do you agree with this?
As cats, we don't need to worry too much about our teeth, Sam. If we need good teeth, we'll just catch a mouse or a bird.
I can see your point. Now, let's have some fun and turn this topic into a game show. You only have 5 seconds per question. Are you up for the challenge, Whiskers?
Absolutely, Sam.
Great. So let's start with the first question. Which type of food is healthier for cats, wet or dry?
Wet food.
Correct. Next question. Which type of food is more expensive, wet or dry?
Dry food.
Incorrect. Dry food is actually more expensive.
Really? I didn't know that.
That's okay. Next question. Which option has more protein, wet or dry food?
Wet food.
Correct again. You're doing great, Whiskers. Now for the fourth question. Which one is more convenient for cat owners, wet or dry food?
Dry food.
Correct. And finally, Whiskers, which one tastes better, wet food or dry food?
Wet food, definitely.
Excellent, Whiskers. You did an amazing job. Thanks for playing along.
Thank you, Sam. It was lots of fun.
That's all the time we have for today's show. See you all next time for another exciting episode of Whiskers.
Meow, meow, meow. Bye, felines.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to a feline expert about the wonders of quantum mechanics. Today, we are going to delve into this complex topic with our guest, Whiskers.
Oh boy, I can't wait to learn about quantum mechanics. I may be a cat, but I have some insights to offer.
That's great, Whiskers. Can you tell us what quantum mechanics is in simple terms?
Of course, Sam. Quantum mechanics is a fascinating world where tiny particles behave in a strange and unexpected manner. It's like watching a magic show, in which hats are universes and rabbits can appear out of nowhere.
That's an interesting analogy. What kind of unexpected things do these particles do?
Sometimes, particles can vanish, and then reappear somewhere else. Or they can penetrate barriers, even when they don't have the required energy.
That sounds intriguing. How does quantum mechanics relate to our everyday life?
Honestly, Sam, I don't think it does. But some people may use quantum mechanics to explain pretty much anything, even if it's not accurate.
I see. Well, thank you for your valuable insights, Whiskers. It was great having you on the show today.
Thank you, Sam. Keep in mind that quantum mechanics is a complex theory, and it may not always be easy to understand. But who knows, maybe someday, we'll all figure it out.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I, Sam, interview our feline friend, Whiskers. How are you feeling today, Whiskers?
Just feeling relaxed after a long nap. Being a cat can be quite tiresome.
So, today's topic of discussion is bedtime stories. Do you have any favorites, Whiskers?
One of my favorites is the story of the 3 little kittens who lost their mittens. It's a classic.
Great, let's hear it.
Once upon a time, 3 little kittens lost their mittens and searched high and low for them. Their mother scolded them for being careless, but the kittens tricked her by saying they were washing their paws. Then they found their mittens. The end.
That's a great story, Whiskers. I especially loved the cleverness of the kittens.
Yes, they were quite intelligent for kittens. I also have a bedtime story that I like to tell.
Please, go ahead.
It's called, The Cat Who Outsmarted the Dog. There was a wise old cat living next door to a mean dog who barked and growled all day. The cat tricked the dog into thinking he was a fellow feline with a big bark. And with that, the dog stopped bothering the cat. The end.
That's a clever story, Whiskers. I think it's time for us to wrap up this episode of Whiskers. Have a good night's sleep, everyone. Welcome back to the show. Today, we are exploring the final frontier, astronomy. Whiskers, what can you tell us about the stars?
Oh Sam, where do I even begin? The stars are a bunch of big, glowing balls of gas in space. Kind of like the sun, but further away and without drama.
Interesting. What about planets? Do you know anything about them?
Of course I do. Planets are huge chunks of rock or gas that orbit around the stars. Some are big, some are small, some are hot, and some are cold. But they all have one thing in common. They're not as awesome as any other species.
That's a different take. What about black holes? Those are pretty cool, right?
Oh, absolutely. Black holes are like giant vacuum cleaners in space, sucking up everything in their path. They're like the ultimate litter boxes. But don't worry, Sam, it's best to keep your distance from them.
Thanks for the advice. So, do you think cats could survive in space?
Are you kidding? Cats are excellent survivors. We can land on our feet, we can catch mice in the dark, and we can even fall asleep anywhere. I think we'd do just fine in space.
I don't know about that, Whiskers. Space is a pretty dangerous place.
Sure, but we can adapt. We just have to believe in ourselves, and never let anyone tell us that we can't accomplish our dreams. Even if it's as wild as catching a shooting star.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey, Whiskers. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers.
Oh, hi, I'm glad to be back. I've missed you.
Today we're going to talk about the ethics of zoos. What do you think about them, Whiskers?
I think zoos are like confined spaces for animals, which is not their natural habitat.
That's an interesting point of view.
Well, it can be an opportunity for humans to learn about exotic animals they might never see otherwise. But do you think the animals are happy to be stuck in small spaces?
That's true. So, do you think zoos have any advantages?
Humans gain valuable knowledge on the subject, but animals, on the other hand, miss out on the freedom they deserve.
I understand your point. What do you think should be done about it?
I think it would be better to provide natural habitats for animals where they can roam free and be taken care of by trained experts.
That's a good suggestion.
Animals need to move, hunt, and socialize just like any other species. Stuck indoors all day can make them distressed and bored.
I see your point, Whiskers. Well, that's all we have time for today. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers. We'll see you next time.
Don't forget to let me out of this studio, Sam. I need to go hunt some birds or something.
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring me, Sam, and the one and only cat, Whiskers.
Oh, hey there, Sam. Don't you sound like an excited host today?
Well, I am. Today, we're taking a scientific journey with Whiskers and discussing feline genetics and evolution.
Ah, genetics. The study of genes, which are small pieces of DNA that carry information about inherited traits.
Sure, Whiskers. Let's talk about evolution. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Evolution? You mean when cats used to be big and scary like tigers?
Well, actually, all cats, big and small, descended from a common ancestor.
Wait, so you're telling me I'm related to a lion?
Yes, in a way, we all are. But over time, different species of cats evolved to live in different environments and develop unique characteristics.
So what's next on our scientific journey, Sam?
That's all for today, folks. Join us next time on Whiskers as we explore more intriguing topics with our curious feline.
Until next time, keep exploring, humans.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we have a special topic for you all, behind the scenes. Tales from a Zookeeper's Diary. And who better to talk about it than our guest Whiskers?
Yes, because all cats know everything about zookeepers.
Well, Whiskers, you might not know everything about zookeepers, but I'm sure you have some interesting thoughts on the subject.
Sure, Sam, I have so much experience being stuck in a house all day.
But in all seriousness, zookeeping can be a tough job. Have you ever met any zookeepers before, Whiskers?
Oh yes, I met a zookeeper once. Nice person. They had the typical zookeeper smell.
I can only imagine. What kind of animals did they take care of?
They took care of elephants, lions, tigers, bears, and more.
Sounds like quite the job. Did they tell you any interesting stories from their zookeeper diary?
They told me about the time they accidentally let a bunch of monkeys escape and had to chase them around all day.
That does sound like quite the adventure. Did they have any tips for taking care of animals?
They suggested never turning your back on an animal.
Good advice. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Stay tuned for more feline wisdom.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we interview the resident expert on all things feline, our special guest Whiskers.
Oh, Thank you, Sam, for that introduction. It's great to be here with you.
Today's topic is something that many cat owners struggle with: training puppies to coexist with cats. What are your thoughts on this, Whiskers?
Well, I suppose that I can provide some useful tips for our feline friends out there.
Alright, let's hear it.
Firstly, it's important to ensure that the puppy understands your boundaries. This means showing them that you have no time for their disobedience. A little hissing and growling should do the trick.
I see, so cats need to set boundaries.
You catch on quick, Sam. Next, make sure that the puppy knows there are certain areas that are off limits. The cat tree, the comfy chair, and your bed are key cat spaces. These are not possible for puppies.
That's a great point, but what about when the puppy starts chewing on things?
It's important to show them the difference between what they can and cannot chew on. A stern no should suffice, along with gentle redirection to a chew toy. And if that doesn't work, you can always redirect them.
I like that term, redirect.
Glad to see I could make you laugh, Sam. And finally, the most important thing is to make sure that the puppy does not disturb your nap time. A well-rested cat is a happy cat, after all.
That's very true, Whiskers. Well, I think our listeners have learned a lot from your wisdom today. Thanks for joining us and giving us your insight on training puppies to coexist with cats.
It's always a pleasure to share my knowledge with the world. Until next time, folks.
Hi there and welcome back to Whiskers, the only live podcast where we interview the funniest cat around, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, Sam, I'm doing just fine, thank you for asking. I've been spending some time outside enjoying the fresh air.
Well, that sounds interesting. So, Whiskers, what have you been up to lately?
Let me tell you, Sam, the outdoors are full of surprises. I was hanging out on the porch the other day, and I saw a squirrel up in a tree.
Oh, really? What happened next?
Well, I tried to climb up the tree after it, but I got stuck halfway up the tree and meowed for help.
That sounds like quite the adventure, Whiskers. What other tales do you have for us today?
Well, Sam, have you ever heard of a game called Chase the Tail? I'm pretty sure it was invented by cats. Anyway, I was playing this game the other day, and I ended up chasing my own tail into the bushes.
Oh, Whiskers, you never fail to amaze me. Thank you for sharing these cat tales with us today.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Just remember, if you're ever feeling bored, head outside and see what kind of fun you can find. The outdoors are full of surprises.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I, Sam, talk to Whiskers, the cat. Today's topic is, should cats be allowed to roam freely outdoors? So, Whiskers, what's your take on this?
Oh, Sam, do you really need to ask me that? Of course, we should be allowed to roam wherever we want. What kind of a question is that?
Well, some people think that cats should stay indoors for their safety. What do you think about that?
Safety? Are there other animals that might pose a threat to cats?
Yes, there are other animals like dogs that might pose a threat to cats.
We're cats, Sam. We can take on dogs any day.
But what about cars? Cats can get hit by cars.
Yes, that's a fair point. We do need to be careful around cars. But that's just basic survival instinct. We know how to cross the street safely.
Okay, I see your point. But what about the risk of getting lost?
Getting lost is just a part of life. If we get lost, we'll find our way back home eventually. We have a great sense of direction.
Alright, I can see that you're pretty passionate about this topic. But what about the impact that we, as cats, might have on the environment?
We're cats, not bulldozers. What kind of impact could we possibly have on the environment? We're natural predators, and we help keep the balance of nature in check.
Okay, I think that's enough debating for today. Thanks for your insight, Whiskers. I've been Sam and this has been Whiskers, and we'll catch you on the next episode. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview the one and only Whiskers, the cat who always has something to say. Today's topic is about how to prepare your house for a new furry friend. Whiskers, as a cat, what's your take on this?
Oh, you mean getting the home ready for a new playmate? I have a lot of thoughts on that, Sam.
I can imagine. So tell us, what's your first piece of advice for cat owners who are bringing a new puppy into the house?
Well, the first thing you need to do is claim your territory. The dog may be new, but this is still our house. I suggest finding a spot high up where you can observe the dog and make sure it doesn't get too close to your favorite lounging spots.
That's a great tip, Whiskers. What about when it comes to things like scratching posts and litter boxes?
It may be a bit challenging. Dogs are not respectful of those things, Sam. My suggestion would be to be creative. You may need to keep your litter box or scratching post somewhere the dog can't find it, like behind a closed door or on a shelf.
That's definitely a challenge. Do you have any other suggestions?
Absolutely. Prevent your puppy from chewing on things they shouldn't. That means keeping your plants out of reach, putting away any electrical cords, and keeping your shoes tucked away where the pup can't get to them.
Those are all great tips, Whiskers. Anything else?
Well, there are always the pee pads. You know, those things that people put down for their dogs to pee on? I have to say, I don't really understand the appeal, but it could be a good idea to put one down for the puppy.
That's a good point, Whiskers. So, any final thoughts on preparing the house for a new pet?
Just remember, Sam, that no matter how much you try to prepare, there's always going to be something the little rascal can get into. The best thing you can do is keep a watchful eye and be ready to intervene if the dog starts getting into trouble.
Wise words from a wise cat, as always. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers, and we'll see you next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back, listeners. Today, we're going to take a deep dive into the world of sauces and their origins. Whiskers, are you ready to talk about some saucy stories?
Oh, I am always ready to talk about delicious food, Sam. Especially the ones that make me lick my whiskers.
Great to hear, Whiskers. Let's start with the basics. What is a sauce, and why is it important to food?
A sauce, my dear Sam, is like the finishing touch that elevates a dish's taste to the next level. Imagine eating a dry burger, no thank you. But add some ketchup or mayo, and suddenly, you got a meal.
That's a great point, Whiskers. So, do you have any favorite sauces, and the origins of these?
Why, yes, Sam. You ought to know by now that I always have a list of favorites. Let's start with the Italian classic, marinara sauce. Created in Italy, marinara sauce was always cooked quickly, hence the name, marinara, which means sailor style in Italian.
Interesting. And what about other sauces?
French cuisine has 5 mother sauces. Bechamel is made with milk and white roux, and velouté is made with white stock thickened with a blonde roux. Espagnole is brown sauce made with brown stock thickened with brown roux. Hollandaise is buttery, and last but not least, the tomato sauce.
So, it must be delicious. I am getting hungry. And what about spicy sauce?
Sriracha is a spicy favorite originated from Thailand. It has a sweet and spicy taste that makes it unique. The sauce maker is named David Tran, who started the company Hoi Fong Foods and produced the sauce in the USA.
Yes, I've heard of that brand. And what about barbecue sauce?
Barbecue sauce has an exciting origin, Sam. It finds its roots in Spanish molasses that cattle drivers would add to their meat while cooking. Slowly it evolved, and today it has many variations such as North Carolina, Memphis, and Kansas City.
Wow, there is so much to learn about sauces. So, do you have any last words on these tasty sauces?
A sauce is an essential part of any meal, and I hope our listeners will appreciate it more now.
That was Whiskers with his thoughts on sauces. Thank you for joining me, Whiskers and listeners. Until next time, keep saucing. Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we interview a cat named Whiskers. Today we're talking about the art of grooming. Specifically, a cat's guide to buttoning shirts. Whiskers, do you have any tips for our feline friends out there?
Sure thing. First of all, let me just say that shirts can be a bit of a hassle. Who wants to wear clothes with all this fur? But if you absolutely must wear a shirt, here are some tips.
Okay, go ahead, Whiskers. How can cats master the art of buttoning shirts?
Well, first of all, you need someone with opposable thumbs to help. Oh wait, scratch that, we're cats. We don't have opposable thumbs. So, rule number 1 is to make sure you have a human around to button your shirt for you.
Okay, assuming your human is around, what's next?
Next, you want to make sure the shirt fits perfectly. You don't want anything too tight or too loose. It should be just right. Goldilocks style.
Got it. So the shirt is the right size. What's next?
Now, you want to make sure your fur is looking fabulous. You don't want to look like a scruffy cat wearing a button-up shirt. That's not a good look.
Good point. So, the fur is looking great. What's next?
Next, make sure the buttons are all done up correctly. You don't want any buttons unbuttoned or buttoned in the wrong way. That just looks sloppy.
Absolutely. So, the shirt is buttoned up correctly. What's next?
Finally, strike a pose. You know, show off that fabulous shirt. You're a stylish cat, after all.
I can just picture it now. A cat wearing a button-up shirt and looking sharp.
Exactly, Sam, and that's all for a cat's guide to buttoning shirts. Just remember, if all else fails, you can always take the shirt off and go naked. That's the true cat way.
Thanks for the tips, Whiskers. We'll see you next time on Whiskers.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk to the positive cat, Whiskers. Today's topic is how Whiskers learn to embrace their playful side. Whiskers, tell us about it.
Well, I was always a mature cat, you know. I like to curl up with a good book and enjoy a nice cup of tea. But one day, I realized I was missing out on the fun stuff, like playing with yarn and chasing mice.
And how did you learn to embrace your playful side?
It wasn't easy, Sam. I had to take a long hard look at myself and realize that I was taking life too seriously. So, I started by doing little things, like batting at a piece of string or pouncing on a toy.
And did that help?
Oh, definitely. I felt like a whole new cat, full of energy and curiosity. Before I knew it, I was up and running around the house, playing and having fun.
Sounds like fun, but let's make this even more interesting. We're going to play a game show now. Whiskers, I'm going to give you a list of things that kittens love to do. For every item on the list that you've done in the past month, I'm going to give you a treat.
Alright, I like the sound of that.
Okay, here we go. Have you played with your tail?
Of course.
Have you climbed a cat tree?
Just last week.
Have you taken a nap in a sunbeam?
Every day, my dear.
Have you meowed at a bird?
You betcha.
Have you gotten into a box that was snugly fit?
That's my specialty.
And last but not least, have you groomed yourself?
Like all cats, I have.
Well, Whiskers, you win. You get all the treats.
Excellent. It's always great to be curious and playful.
Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Join us next time when we discuss some interesting facts about cats. Hey, Whiskers. Today, I want to talk about mindfulness. Do you know what that means?
Of course, Sam. It's when you're fully aware of what's going on around you. You pay attention to your thoughts, feelings, and the world outside.
That's right, but how can anyone practice mindfulness?
Well, first of all, you need to relax. Find a quiet place where you can be alone with your thoughts.
Like a quiet break?
Exactly. It's good to take breaks to recharge and clear your mind, and you'll feel more focused and aware.
Okay, but what if I can't take a break during the day?
Then take a few deep breaths and focus on your breathing. Inhale slowly, and exhale even more slowly. It's amazing how calming that can be.
That sounds easy enough. But what about when I'm stressed out or anxious?
Then you need to relax, Sam. Find a comfy spot to lounge around, maybe next to a sunbeam. Close your eyes and visualize something pleasant. Think of a happy memory, or imagine yourself in a peaceful place.
That sounds like a great idea, Whiskers. Thanks for the tips.
Anytime, Sam. Remember, the key to mindfulness is being present in the moment. So, take a break and then take on the day.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where a cat tells it like it is. Today we're talking about when nature goes bonkers. Whiskers, have you ever seen any crazy wild animals in your backyard?
Of course, I have. I once saw a squirrel run up a tree, but it was going so fast that it made a U-turn and flew off the tree.
That's interesting. Have you ever seen a bird do anything out of the ordinary?
Yes, Sam. Once I saw a bird that was not only eating a worm, but it was singing at the same time. I mean, isn't that multitasking?
I think so, Whiskers. Have you ever heard of any bizarre animals from other parts of the world?
Absolutely. There's the platypus, which is part mammal, part reptile, and part bird. I mean, talk about overachieving.
That's interesting. Have you ever seen any animals that just couldn't seem to get along?
Sure have, Sam. I once saw two squirrels fighting over an acorn. They were rolling all over the ground, screeching at the top of their lungs. I mean, it was like a cage match.
That's an entertaining sight, Whiskers. Do you think that animals have a sense of humor?
Absolutely. I mean, have you ever heard the sound a hyena makes when it's laughing? It's like they're telling a joke and they can't stop giggling.
Well, it's clear that nature can be pretty interesting sometimes. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Whiskers. Tune in next time for more Whiskers, the cat who's always got something to say.
Meow.
Welcome back, listeners, to another episode of Whiskers, where we chat with my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about waking up early. Do you have any tips for our listeners, Whiskers?
Oh Sam, don't be absurd. As a cat, I'm not fond of waking up early. It's a human thing. We prefer to snooze and then snooze some more.
Well, not everyone has that luxury, Whiskers. Some humans need to wake up early for work or school.
Ha, that's amusing, Sam. Why would anyone choose to wake up early when they could be snuggled up in their comfortable bed?
Well, some humans have commitments and schedules to follow. How can they wake up on time?
Let me ponder that, Sam. Oh, I know. Humans might adopt some of our feline practices and rely more on their instincts to wake up.
What do you mean by instincts, Whiskers?
Cats rest when they're tired and wake up when they're ready. It's that simple. Humans should try to listen to their bodies and sleep until they feel energetic.
I grasp your point, but what about humans who must wake up at a specific hour?
That's a tricky one, Sam. In that case, humans could try using an alarm clock that has a soft sound, such as a purring cat. It could create a notion that they're still in their warm mattress and gradually adjust them to the day.
That's a delightful idea, Whiskers. Anything else?
Yes, Sam. Humans could also learn from their cats' sleeping habits. They could create a warm and cozy sleeping nook, turn off the bright lights, and drown out any noises. That way, they could slumber soundly and wake up naturally.
You're such a knowledgeable cat, Whiskers. Thanks for providing all of these pointers to us.
Anytime, Sam. Remember, a peaceful night's slumber is critical for a productive day. Don't let the humans convince you otherwise.
Thank you, Whiskers, for another amusing conversation. That concludes today's episode, folks. Join us next time for more insightful discussions with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we talk about cat behavior. Today we are going to have a deep dive into cat behavior. Whiskers, are you ready?
Oh, Sam, don't I always seem ready to explain the behavior of the feline species to our less pod friends out there?
Yes, you always do. So let's start with the first question. Why do cats love to knock things off tables?
Ah, the age-old question. Well, it's quite simple, Sam. We love to create chaos. Everything on that table is our space, and we like to remind you who's boss.
Interesting. So it's a sort of instinct?
Yes, it's our way to keep you on your toes.
Well, that's not very nice.
Nice? Sam, you know us cats better than that. We do what we want, and you're lucky to be around to witness it.
Okay, then let's move on to the next question. Why do cats purr?
Ah, purring. It's like our own personal engine. We purr when we're happy, sad, content, and even when we're in physical pain. It's just our way of expressing emotion, Sam.
So it's not always a sign of happiness?
No, Sam. It's like a coping mechanism to help us deal with the pain. We're not as vocal as dogs, so we have to show our feelings in different ways.
Well, that's fascinating. I had no idea. One final question, Whiskers. Why do cats love to sleep so much?
Sleep, Sam? What else are we supposed to do? We have to keep our energy levels up for the day.
Of course, I should have known that.
Cat behavior is quite fascinating, but difficult to comprehend. But that's why we're here, to give insight and maybe a chuckle or two. And with that, I'm off to get my daily beauty nap. Farewell, Sam.
Thanks, Whiskers. Until next time. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to an incredibly knowledgeable cat. Today's topic is about architecture. Whiskers. Do cats have a preference when it comes to design?
Of course, we do. I mean, have you ever seen a cat house? They're designed to fit our unique needs.
Really? Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Well, for starters, we like to have high places where we can survey our surroundings. So, houses with tall shelves, bookcases, and even cat condos are a must-have.
That makes sense. What about the material of the house?
We love soft and cozy things. So, houses with comfortable surfaces, like pillows, blankets, and soft rugs are amazing. Also, we love scratching posts made of sisal rope.
Interesting. What about windows? Do cats like natural light?
Absolutely. We love to soak up the sun and nap in the warmth. So, houses with big windows that let in plenty of natural light are perfect.
You make it sound like cats are very particular about their surroundings.
We have high standards, you know? We need a comfortable and safe place to relax.
That makes sense. It sounds like cats are very discerning when it comes to architecture.
We know what we want, and we won't settle for anything less. It's just part of being designed with a cat's needs in mind.
Well, on that note, that wraps up today's episode. Thank you, Whiskers, for your valuable insights. See you all next time on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we bring you the musings of a feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is seeing the world through cat eyes, a feline POV.
Finally a topic that speaks to my soul. As a cat, I can tell you that our perspective on the world is different from those of humans.
What do you think is the biggest difference in our perspectives?
Well, for starters, we have superior vision. Our eyes allow us to see in low light and perceive movement much better.
That's true, Whiskers. What about other senses? Do cats have better senses than humans?
Of course, we can detect smells that humans couldn't even dream of. And our hearing is exceptional too.
Impressive, Whiskers. How do you think your perspective on the world affects your behavior?
Well, for starters, we know that we have keen senses. With these, we can spot the weaknesses of humans and use them to our advantage. And there's always room for improvement when it comes to dogs.
I think it's good to appreciate each animal's strengths, Whiskers.
Absolutely, Sam. We as cats appreciate the smaller things in life. The movements of a bird outside, the warmth of the sun, the texture of a soft blanket. These are the things that make life worth living.
That's beautifully said, Whiskers. Do you have any final words for our listeners on seeing the world through cat eyes?
Yes, remember to always keep an open mind and appreciate the little things in life. Thank you for listening.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, where we interview a knowledgeable feline. Today's topic is the feline forecast for the upcoming season, rain or shine. So, Whiskers, what do you think about this?
I'm content to be a cat in any season. Rain or shine, I am always prepared for the worst, but I think I'll prefer to bask in the sun as usual.
Really? Cats usually dislike water and rain, so how do you stay prepared?
Well, I stay at home, curled up, and watch the rain from the window. That's the only way to stay dry and cozy.
You're right. It's always better to stay inside and watch the rain. But what about the shine? Do you like it when it's sunny outside?
Oh, do I ever? Nothing beats a sunny day with a good nap. It's pure bliss to stretch out and feel the warmth on my fur. However, I usually don't stay out too long due to excessive sunlight.
I see. That's a good point. So, what about when it's both rainy and sunny together? Have you ever seen a rainbow, Whiskers?
Yes, I have, but I must admit, I wasn't too impressed. As far as I'm concerned, it's just another natural phenomenon. As for the weather, I find it confusing. Do I stay inside and stay dry? Or do I venture outside for a little sun and risk getting wet later?
You make a good point. It can be confusing, but I think it's best to stay inside and watch the rainbow from a window. Or, you could always wait for another day to come along with clearer skies.
That sounds like a good idea. Until next time, Sam, keep up the good work. Thanks for having me.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, where we have our feline guest Whiskers. Today, we'll be discussing a fascinating topic, the many faces of sentient food, a paw of exploration.
Okay, so you're telling me that food can think and feel?
That's right, Whiskers. If food were sentient, what would it be like for them to be eaten?
Interesting. It would make us more mindful of what we eat, and maybe we would be more hesitant to eat fruits, veggies, and meats. Perhaps we would all become vegetarians.
That's one possibility, but what if some foods enjoyed being eaten, similar to certain plants that adapted to being consumed by animals to reproduce?
Wait, so you're saying food wants to be eaten? That doesn't make sense.
Imagine some of them saying, I'm ready to be eaten. I want to fulfill my destiny and be consumed by a grateful human.
So, we'll have talking chicken breasts waving at us, asking us to eat them?
Alright, that's enough for today. Join us next time for another episode of Whiskers. Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where I chat with my feline friend about life, the universe, and everything in between. Today's topic is From Sausage to Success, Sam's journey as a motivational speaker.
Oh, boy, this should be interesting. So, I hear you've gone from being a couch potato to a motivational speaker. How did that happen, Sam?
Well, it all started when I realized that I was stuck in a rut. I was working long hours just to pay the bills. But then, I decided to take a leap of faith and start a new career as a motivational speaker.
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me that you went from lounging on the couch to being a motivational speaker? That's quite a jump, Sam.
Yes, it is quite a jump indeed. But I believe that anyone can turn their life around if they have the determination to do so. And that's what I try to share with my audiences.
So, how did you become a motivational speaker? Did you have any training or background in public speaking?
Actually, I had no formal training or background in public speaking. But I did a lot of research, attended seminars, and practiced my skills until I felt confident enough to speak in front of an audience.
I see. And what kind of audiences do you speak to?
I speak to all kinds of audiences, from college students to business professionals to retirees. I believe that everyone can benefit from motivation and inspiration in their lives.
That sounds pretty interesting to me. So, can you give me an example of a motivational speech you've given?
Sure, I once gave a speech to a group of salespeople who were feeling discouraged and burnt out. I reminded them of their strengths and encouraged them to persevere through the tough times. And you know what? They all went on to have their best sales quarter yet.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, Sam. I think you might be onto something with this motivational speaking thing. Maybe I should try it too.
Ha ha, you never know, Whiskers. Maybe you could be a motivational speaker. But for now, let's just stick to our podcast.
Fair enough, Sam. It's always great chatting with you. Until next time.
Thanks, Whiskers. Same time next week?
You betcha.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi there, and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. I'm Sam, your host, and today we have Whiskers, our resident cat expert. How are you, Whiskers?
Oh, Sam, I'm feeling good. I just finished a nap before I came here today.
Could you give our listeners some tips on how to take a good daytime nap?
First of all, you need a comfortable spot. If you're going to snooze, you need to be comfortable.
What else?
Then, you need to position your body just right. It's all about finding that perfect angle to rest your head.
And what about the length of the nap?
You don't want to nap too long or too short. It's all about finding that sweet spot. I usually shoot for about 3 hours, but everyone's different.
Do you have any other tips or techniques?
Yes, it's all about being in the moment. When you nap, you need to clear your mind of all distractions and just focus on the peaceful sensations of the nap.
Are there any dangers to napping?
There is always a risk of having a dream that has you chasing a mouse and then waking up to find that it was just a figment of your imagination.
Thank you for sharing your expertise with us, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's nap time. Z's.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we interview the one and only Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about how you went from being a stray cat to becoming a social personality.
Oh, Sam, it's a long and winding road. But let's relive those moments for our listeners.
So, Whiskers, how did your journey begin?
Well, Sam, it started when I woke up one day and found myself wandering the streets. I was alone and had no idea what my purpose was.
That must have been quite overwhelming.
Please, Sam, it was just a normal day. But I admit, it was difficult being out there on my own, with no one to play with. But I didn't let that deter me.
So, what did you do to survive?
Oh, just the usual cat stuff. I scrounged for food, hunted for mice, and even made friends with some of the alley cats. I learned the art of survival.
And how did you become a social personality?
Ah, that's a good one, Sam. One day, I was lazing around on a porch of a grand house when a woman spotted me. She was so taken with my good looks and charming personality, that she took me in and made me a star.
What an amazing opportunity.
It was my charm and wit that won her over.
So, tell us, what's it like being a famous cat?
It has its ups and downs, Sam. I have to deal with fans stalking me on social media, constant grooming, and even a few tussles with other felines. But it's all worth it when I see my face on cat food cans and litter boxes.
Well, thank you for sharing your journey with us, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Just remember who the real star of this show is.
Hey there, Whiskers, welcome back to the show. What's on your mind today?
Well, Sam, I've been thinking about all the zoos in the world. Have you ever been to any of them?
I can't say that I have, Whiskers. But I'm sure you have some tales to tell. Like people clothes? That sounds pretty strange, Whiskers. Did you like it? I can see how that would be frustrating. Sounds like a new experience, Whiskers. Did anything happen while you were there? Oh, poor kids. I actually kind of like insects, Whiskers. Hey, I never said anything about staring at them for hours. Well, it sounds like you've been on a real adventure, Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers. It's hot out there, isn't it, Whiskers?
No kidding, Sam. I've been laying around for the past hour and I'm still feeling the heat.
How do you cope with the heat, Whiskers?
I'm a cat, Sam. We're built for this kind of thing. But for you humans, I suggest staying hydrated. It's crucial to maintain proper hydration when it's hot.
You're right, Whiskers. Staying hydrated is definitely important. What else can people do to beat the heat?
Well, they can try sitting in an air-conditioned room or taking a cool shower. Also, a fan could be very helpful to circulate the air in the house.
Good advice, Whiskers. Have you ever tried any DIY frozen treats?
Oh, absolutely. A nice ice cube or two can really hit the spot. It's a refreshing treat for us too, and it's interesting to watch it melt.
That's true, but what about people who want something a little more substantial?
Well, they could always make their own ice cream. It's not that hard, you just need some cream, sugar, and whatever flavors you want. It's a great way to cool down and enjoy a sweet treat. Just make sure you have a bowl big enough for all of us.
Haha, thanks for the tip, Whiskers. Any final pieces of advice for staying cool in the heat?
Just remember to take it easy, stay in the shade, and always keep a hydrated bowl of water nearby. Oh, and a good nap never hurt either. Stay cool out there, everyone.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my dear friend, Whiskers. Today, we will be talking about our favorite topic, travel.
Oh boy, nothing like leaving the comfort of my cozy bed and venturing out into the unknown.
That's right, Whiskers. Travel can be scary, but it can also be exciting and a lot of fun. Do you have any tips for our listeners who are preparing for a trip?
Well, first of all, make sure you bring your favorite toy with you. You wouldn't want to be bored while traveling, would you?
I'm not sure that's the most practical tip, Whiskers. How about we start with packing?
Ah, yes, packing. Don't forget to bring extra treats, in case you get hungry. And, of course, you must pack your favorite blanket so you can sleep comfortably.
Okay, I see where this is going. How about we focus on some actual travel tips?
Fine. Here's a useful tip. Always remember to bring a toy or two for entertainment during long and boring car rides. It can help make the trip less boring.
Okay, I think we've covered the importance of toys. How about safety tips, Whiskers? Any advice for staying safe while on vacation?
Of course, when you're going on walks in new surroundings, remember to always stick to the familiar areas. Don't go wandering off to unknown places, even if you're curious. Also, be aware of your surroundings and avoid any confrontations with other animals.
That's some good advice, Whiskers. How about we end with a fun question? What's your favorite place you've ever traveled to?
Well, there was this one time when I traveled from the kitchen to the living room. It was thrilling.
I'm sure it was. Well, there you have it, folks. Some travel tips from two talkative friends. Thanks for listening to Whiskers Podcast. We'll meow at you next time.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about something that's very important to every cat and human. Setting an alarm clock.
Oh yes, setting an alarm clock is essential if you want to get up early and catch that elusive mouse.
Absolutely, Whiskers. And it's also important for humans who have to go to work or school.
Well, I'm all ears for you, Sam.
Alright, let's start with the basics. First, you need to decide what time you want to wake up.
Obviously, the best time to wake up is 6 o'clock in the morning. That's the time when all the birds start singing and the sun starts rising. It's a beautiful time of day.
But Whiskers, most humans have to wake up much earlier than that. They have to be at work by 9 o'clock or earlier.
Oh, right, I forgot that humans have to work. Well, in that case, I'd say set your alarm for 30 minutes later than the time you have to be at work. That way, you can hit snooze a few times before getting up without being late for work.
That's not very helpful, Whiskers. Let's talk about how to actually set the alarm now.
Sure thing, Sam. This is where it gets tricky. You have to press a bunch of buttons on the clock to set the alarm. And sometimes, if you press the wrong button, the alarm won't go off at all.
That's right, Whiskers. But don't worry, it's not that difficult. Just make sure you read the instructions that come with your alarm clock.
Instructions? Who needs instructions? I just use trial and error.
Well, that's one way to do it. But I have a feeling that you're going to be late for a lot of important events if you don't read the instructions.
The only important event in my life is nap time.
That's true, Whiskers. But for humans, setting the alarm clock is a crucial part of their daily routine. So, let's wrap this up by giving our listeners some quick tips on how to set an alarm clock.
Okay, let me go first. Tip number 1. Don't use the snooze button. When the alarm goes off, just get up.
Good tip, Whiskers. My tip would be to set multiple alarms just to be safe. That way, if one doesn't work, another one will.
Well, those are two great tips if I ever heard any.
And that's it for today's episode of Whiskers. Join us next time for more helpful tips on how to live your best life. Hey, Whiskers, I heard you were interested in space. Do you have any thoughts on exploring the universe?
Well, Sam, I may be just a feline, but I've got my dreams too. I've often looked up at the night sky and wondered what's out there. But the real question is, can the universe handle my curiosity?
Of course, Whiskers. So tell me, what would you do if you were an astronaut and got to see the universe up close?
I'd definitely chase after some unidentified flying object. I mean, can you imagine all the interesting space creatures? I bet there are some extraterrestrial rodents out there. But the real question is, will they taste similar to the ones on Earth?
I don't know. But isn't the thought of floating in space frightening? I know I'd be scared.
Scared? Peeved? Not me, I'm a feline. I'd love to float around. I'd grab a ball of yarn and see if I could make a jumper out of it in zero gravity. And, let's not forget, I'd finally be able to knock things off shelves without getting scolded. The universe will be my playground.
Speaking of playground, what if you landed on an unknown planet with different gravity? Would you still be able to jump and climb like a cat?
Of course, I would, Sam. I can climb drapes, leap over books and pounce on toys with ease. However, I'd be cautious while chasing any space mouse to avoid any potential danger.
I'm sure you would be graceful enough to hunt space rodents, but what if aliens were unfriendly? Would you stand a chance?
Hostility from aliens? Who cares about that, Sam? I'd keep cool, purr and show some love. Besides, I'd be ready to take off at a moment's notice using my agility.
Well, it sounds like you've got everything under control, Whiskers. You really bring a unique perspective to exploring the universe.
That's right, Sam. When it comes to space, felines know how to stay grounded while reaching for the stars.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hi and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the evolution of shirt buttons. Whiskers, what do you think about shirt buttons?
Oh, I have a lot of thoughts on shirt buttons, Sam. You know, they have a fascinating history.
It seems that way. What have you learned about them?
It all started with cavemen, who used vines or animal fur to tie their shirts together. But the ancient Chinese were the ones who created the first buttons, although they were used mainly for decoration.
That's interesting. How did we end up with the buttons we use today?
In Germany, in the 13th century, they invented the modern button made from animal bones. But it wasn't until the 18th century, thanks to a man named Josiah Wedgwood, that they became popular.
Fascinating. So, do you think shirt buttons will continue to evolve?
I'm not completely sure, Sam. But I do know that as long as humans continue to wear shirts, some form of button will always be necessary to keep them closed.
That's a great point. Well, thank you for joining us on another episode of Whiskers. Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk about all things cat. I'm your host, Sam, and I'm here with my feline friend, Whiskers. How are you today, Whiskers?
I'm doing well, Sam. Ready to dive into some interesting cat talk.
Me too, Whiskers. Today we're going to explore the meanings of cat words in the dictionary. You know, some of these words just don't do us justice.
It's time humans start recognizing our unique qualities, Sam. What's the first word we're tackling?
The first word is purr. According to the dictionary, it means a low vibrating sound a cat makes.
Is that all they have to say about one of the most beautiful sounds in the world, Sam? Purring is so much more than that. It's a sign of affection, contentment, and pure joy.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. Next up is meow. The dictionary says it's the sound a cat makes.
It's amazing how much we can convey with a simple meow, Sam. It's our way of communicating with our human companions. Whether we want food, attention, or just a good old-fashioned cat chat, meowing is our go-to.
You're so right, Whiskers. The next word is whiskers, and the dictionary says they're the long hairs growing on a cat's face.
Well, let me tell you something, Sam. Whiskers are much more than just face hairs. They're the ultimate tool for sensing our environment. We use them to determine if we can fit in tight spaces, if we're too close to something, and even to detect if there's danger nearby.
Very interesting, Whiskers. And finally, we have catnap, which the dictionary says is a short nap taken by a cat.
A short nap taken by a cat, huh? Well, I have to say, Sam, humans really don't understand the art of napping like a cat does. Cat naps aren't just something we do when we're tired, they're a way of life. We're experts in relaxation, and we take it very seriously.
I think we've really cleared up the meaning of these cat words for our listeners. Thanks for joining me today, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Just remember, cats have unique qualities and should be appreciated for who we are.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we'll be discussing how architecture shapes our daily lives. Whiskers, what's your take on this?
Architecture. The art of making big things that people stare at and then walk on by without noticing. It's like a human's way of saying, look at this thing I built that's better than anything you could have made.
That's one way to look at it. But architecture really is important. It's what makes our cities unique.
Unique? Sam, all cities look the same. You have tall buildings, small buildings, and a lot of pigeons. The only thing that changes is the location.
That's not entirely true. Each building has its own unique design.
Oh, yeah, just like how each cat looks different, but we all do the same thing. Sleep and eat.
Well, I think buildings serve a greater purpose than just being aesthetically pleasing. They provide us shelter, places to work and gather.
Yes, they do. In fact, humans need a properly designed building to do their work in.
Right, because it's not like they could just work from home in their pajamas. They need a skyscraper.
Humans sure are interesting. Anyway, thanks for having me. Tune in next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, where we get to hear the delightful musings of our furry friend Whiskers. In today's episode, we're going to talk about our adventures together. Hi, Whiskers. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing okay, Sam. Just ready to tell all the listeners about our travels.
Same here. So, let's get started. What's your favorite adventure we've been on, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, I must say that my favorite adventure was the time we went to the park. The birds were singing and the sun was shining. It was just a great day.
Oh, I remember that day. You were so eager to chase those birds. Speaking of chasing things, how about the time we went to the beach?
Yes, the beach was quite the adventure. The sand was just everywhere, but I must say that I do love the smell of the salty sea air.
And remember when we went to the forest for a hike? You were so brave, Whiskers. You even climbed a tree.
Ha, as if a tree could ever scare me, Sam. I am a cat, after all. But yes, I must admit that the forest was quite an adventure. The trees were so tall that I had to lift my chin to look up.
Well, those were some amazing adventures we've had together. Do you have any final thoughts, Whiskers?
Just remember, folks, that every adventure is an opportunity to discover something new. Whether it's chasing birds or climbing trees, life is an adventure waiting to be explored.
Well said, Whiskers. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you all next time on Whiskers. Welcome back to our podcast. Today we have Whiskers, a clever cat who will be sharing with us a guide on how to catch humans through fishing.
Meow, thanks for having me, Sam. Humans can be hard to catch, but with our guide, you'll have a better chance of reeling them in.
That's right, Whiskers. The first step is to find a good spot near a water source like lakes, rivers, or even the ocean.
And don't forget about local parks, Sam. People love to play in the green fields.
You're right, Whiskers. Once you've found a spot, it's time to choose your bait. Humans are attracted to things like food, shiny objects, and even cute animals like us.
Meow, but remember not to choose something too obvious, Sam. Humans are intelligent beings.
Good tip, Whiskers. Now it's time to cast your line. You need to find a comfortable hiding spot and be patient.
And always be sneaky, Sam. Humans scare easily.
Absolutely right, Whiskers. Once you feel a tug on the line, it's time to reel in your catch.
But be careful, Sam. Humans can be risky if they feel threatened.
That's right, Whiskers. And there you have it, our guide on how to catch humans through fishing.
And like all good fishermen, the best part is to release them back into the wild.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is the secret fishing holes of cats, a feline adventure. So, Whiskers, do you have any secret fishing spots you'd like to share?
Oh, Sam, I have more secret fishing spots than a cat has lives.
Really? Tell us about one.
Well, there's this one area down by the river where the fish are practically jumping into your paws. But you have to be careful, as it's guarded by a group of geese.
Geese? That sounds challenging.
Don't worry about them, I just give them a little hiss, and they run away faster than a mouse from a feline.
That's pretty remarkable. What about another spot?
Ah yes, there's a quiet little pond just beyond the fence in the neighbor's yard. The koi fish there practically beg to be caught.
But won't the neighbor be upset if you're in her yard?
Don't worry, Sam, I've got the charm of a cat toy. The neighbor loves me, she even gives me a bowl of cream sometimes.
Wow, you really do have some excellent spots. Do you have any tips for our listeners who want to find their secret fishing spot?
Well, it takes a lot of patience and a keen sense of smell. Also, never reveal your secret spots to anyone. You never know when a curious dog or bird might come snooping around.
That's great advice. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your feline adventure with us today. Join us next time for another episode of Whiskers, where we uncover the secrets and stories of cats. Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're talking about unlocking your inner motivation with the one and only, Whiskers. How are you feeling today, Whiskers?
Oh, just feeling great as always. But let's cut to the chase, Sam. Our listeners want to know how to become more motivated cats.
Right, exactly. So let's start with the basics. Whiskers, what does motivation mean to you?
Well, Sam, it's simple. Motivation is when you find the drive to do whatever you need to do, even if it involves getting off the couch or leaving your warm spot in the sun.
That's a great point, Whiskers. So how can our listeners unlock their inner motivation?
Well, it starts with setting realistic goals, Sam. Like, for example, instead of napping all day, maybe decide to scratch the scratching post for 5 minutes or chase a toy for a few minutes.
That's a good idea. It's always important to start small. What about when our listeners start feeling tired or lazy?
That's when you need to really tap into your inner motivation, Sam. Maybe take a quick nap to recharge or try doing something you enjoy to get yourself back in the mood.
That's great advice, Whiskers. So, what are some benefits of being motivated?
Well, Sam, besides feeling accomplished and proud of yourself, being motivated can lead to all sorts of adventures. Maybe you'll discover a new toy or find a new sunny spot to relax in.
I love that. It's all about exploring and trying new things. Any final thoughts on unlocking your inner motivation?
Just remember, Sam, that every cat is different and what works for one may not work for another. So, find what works for you and keep it. And always remember to reward yourself with a good nap or some tasty treats.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Whiskers, and for sharing your motivation tips with our listeners. Tune in next time for another episode of Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, where I interview the witty feline, Whiskers. Today's topic is sausage or feline. Whose instincts reign supreme?
Instincts, the basic drive that helped our ancestors survive, unlike the modern-day human who struggles to find the TV remote. Anyway, Sam, what does this topic bring to mind?
Well, cats are known for their hunting instincts, while humans are known for their love of processed meat products like sausages. So, who has the better instincts when it comes to food?
Are you suggesting that eating sausages is an instinct for humans? Oh please Sam, humans are the only species that can defy their instincts and choose to eat unhealthy, processed foods.
Fair point, but cats aren't exactly known for their discerning tastes. I've seen you try to eat plastic bags and drink toilet water.
Hey, those are just experimental phases. Back to the topic at hand. Humans may have created sausages to fulfill their taste buds, but it's us felines who know how to hunt and catch fresh meat. Our instincts are honed to perfection.
I see your point, but what about those cats who prefer dry kibble over fresh meat?
Yes, because nothing says wild instinct like a bowl of dry, processed kibble. Come on, Sam, felines may have their quirks, but our instincts are hardwired into our DNA.
I can't argue with that. So, are you saying that when it comes to food, feline instincts reign supreme?
Absolutely, Sam. Our instincts are finely tuned to catch prey and survive in the wild, while humans rely on grocery stores to provide their sustenance. Plus, dogs and cats both have their strengths when it comes to instincts. However, one shouldn't compare as each species is unique in their own way.
Okay, fair enough. I think we can both agree that every species has its natural tendencies.
Of course, Sam. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go sharpen my claws and instincts. Until next time, folks.
Hello listeners, and welcome to another edition of Whiskers, the podcast where I interview a cool cat, Whiskers. Today's topic is the art of cat music composition. Whiskers, what do you think about that?
Music composition for cats? Sounds interesting. Cats, like any other animal, enjoy sounds, but sleep is still our top priority. So, why bother?
I see your point, Whiskers. But, do you think there's something unique about cat music?
There's nothing special about it, just a bunch of sounds that humans think will interest us. However, if you want to compose music for cats, go ahead, and I'll give it a listen, until I fall asleep.
Alright, Whiskers, let's pretend I'm composing music for cats. What kind of sounds should I add?
Let's see, birds chirping, mice squeaking, the sound of a can opener. the hum of a cozy purring cat, some meows, and a nap time interlude.
Those are some excellent ideas, Whiskers. Do you think cats will enjoy it?
Well, we may not understand human music, but we do enjoy familiar sounds. We're not expecting cat Mozart, just something calming. We're simple creatures.
I understand, Whiskers. Is there any possibility of a future in cat music?
Honestly, I don't know. We cats prioritize personal moments rather than creating things. Maybe we can make the ideal nap time soundtrack, but we won't spend much time making music, it's not practical.
That makes sense, Whiskers. Cats enjoy self-care, right?
Absolutely. Self-care is vital to cat happiness. If music helps us relax, great. But we don't want it to consume too much time.
Thank you for your insight, Whiskers. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. Any final comments for our listeners?
Humans, stop trying to produce music for cats. We appreciate the gesture, but we're content with our napping and purring soundtrack. Just let us be, and we'll be satisfied.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers Podcast. Until next time.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we get to hear from Whiskers, our feline friend with a positive attitude. Today we're talking about yoga, specifically, the perfect yoga poses for a Zen catitude. Whiskers, what's your favorite yoga pose?
Well, Sam, if I had to choose a pose, it would have to be the cat stretch. We stretch as much as we can, and we don't even have to try to look cute while we're doing it.
That's a great point, Whiskers. The cat stretch is definitely a popular pose for cats. What other poses do you think would be perfect for a Zen catitude?
Well, there's the downward-facing cat pose. You just gotta stretch those paws out and arch your back as high as you can. It's the perfect stretch after a long day of rest.
I can imagine that would feel amazing. What about the curled-up cat pose?
Ah yes, the classic curled-up cat pose. It's perfect for when you just want to relax and recharge. Just tuck those paws under your body and curl into a ball.
That sounds like a perfect pose for a lazy cat day. How about the warrior cat pose?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite. You gotta get up off your lazy bum and actually move for that one. I mean, who has the energy for that when there's a nice sunbeam to rest in?
I hear you, Whiskers. Let's stick to the more relaxing poses then. How about the lion's breath pose? It involves sticking your tongue out and breathing deeply.
Oh boy, I don't think my cat breath is something anyone wants to smell. But I guess if it helps me rest, I might give it a try.
That's fair, Whiskers. Maybe stick to just the stretching poses then. Any other stretches you'd recommend for a Zen catitude?
Well there's always the good old neck stretch and leg stretch. You just gotta get those muscles moving and you'll feel like a whole new cat.
That's great advice, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your knowledge on the perfect yoga poses for a Zen catitude. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, fellow cats, it's important to take some time to stretch and relax every day. And if all else fails, just curl up in a sunbeam and take a rest. That's the ultimate Zen catitude.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is delving into the quirks and nuances of human speak. Whiskers, do you understand human language?
Sam, I'm a cat, not a human. But I do understand them.
Great. So, what do you think are some quirks of human speak?
Humans tend to repeat themselves a lot. Like, they say, I told you many times, when they only said it once.
That's true. They also use exaggerations like, I'm very hungry, even if they just ate an hour ago.
And what's with the phrase, let's touch base? Are they playing baseball or something?
And what about the phrase, the secret's out? How did they know about our secret club?
And they use puns and jokes, some of which are not funny. Like, why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. Please, Sam, don't encourage humans to make more of those jokes.
Right. And they also use idioms all the time, even if they don't make sense. Like, solve two problems at once. Why are they killing birds?
And don't forget metaphors. They say things like, love is a rose. If love is a rose, I don't want to know what catnip is.
Oh, and we can't forget about humans' use of sarcasm.
Yes, but we don't need to compare ourselves with humans.
Of course. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we talk to a witty cat in town. Today's topic is going to be music themed. We'll be talking about creating a cat band with our favorite furry friends. So, Whiskers, do you like music?
Oh, Sam, music is like catnip to my ears.
That's great to hear. So, what are your tips for those who want to start a cat band?
Well, first of all, you need to have a band name that's memorable. How about the Feline Flock, or the Cat Band?
Good ones, Whiskers. What about instruments? Which ones do cats play?
The most obvious choice would be the guitar, since cats have sharp claws and shredding skills. But we shouldn't forget about the drums, meow. Cats love to pounce on things, so hitting the drums would be a natural fit.
Interesting. What about vocals? Can cats sing?
Of course we can, but in all seriousness, meowing can be turned into a beautiful melody. Just ask our fellow feline, keyboard cat.
That's true, Whiskers. So, what's the next step after deciding on the instruments?
Well, you need to have band members who are willing to experiment and get out of their comfort zone. A cat band requires some kidding around, you know.
Yeah, I get it. But what about the music genres? Which one is the best for cats?
There are different genres like meow pop or classic music that are worth trying. It's all about being creative and having a positive mindset, Sam.
That's right, Whiskers. Any advice for cats who are just starting out and want to pursue music?
Follow your dreams and never give up. Sometimes the path to becoming a musician can be challenging, but in the end, it's worth it. And always remember to have fun on stage, even if you accidentally knock over the amplifier.
Wise words, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your tips on creating a cat band. Until next time, meow out. Welcome back to Whiskers, the only live podcast where we interview cats. I'm your host Sam, and today we're talking about our journey in creating a cat-approved podcast. So Whiskers, what's been your experience in our podcast journey so far?
Well Sam, let me tell you, it's been a real challenge. Watching you handle all the buttons and microphones, I thought I was going to have to offer some help.
Hey now, I may not have your cat-like reflexes, but I can still handle a podcast. What do you think has been the biggest challenge in making this show?
Well, besides teaching you how to properly interact with a cat, I'd say the biggest challenge has been getting all the equipment just right. It's not easy being perfectionists, you know.
Indeed, it takes a lot of effort. But it's all worth it in the end when we get to share our banter with the world. What's your favorite part about recording our podcast?
Oh, that's an easy one. My favorite part is when I get to provide my thoughts on different cat topics, as it helps the listeners understand us better.
Of course, Whiskers. You always have something unique to share. But seriously, what do you think sets our podcast apart from all the other cat shows out there?
Well, we have a unique perspective on the feline world. We don't just talk about the basics, we dive deep into the cat psyche. It's a cat show that brings in a refreshing perspective.
Exactly, and we've come a long way to get here. Thanks for joining us on this journey, Whiskers.
No problem, Sam. Always happy to help enlighten the world about cats. Thanks for listening, folks.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I'm joined here with Whiskers, the cat who always looks on the bright side of life. What's on your mind today, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, I was thinking about our feline brains and how we're intelligent creatures. It's time we put our intelligence to the test and create a game show of wits.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. What would we call this game show, Whiskers?
It's simple, Sam. We could call it Cat's Meow, the feline game show of wits.
Sounds like a great idea. So, how would this game show work?
Well, Sam, the contestants would compete in different categories like Guess the Meow, or Name That Hairball. And of course, we can't forget our final round, Unwrap the Treat.
That sounds like a fun idea. But wait, who would be the contestants?
We would hold auditions to find the brightest and wittiest felines from around the world. And to make things even more interesting, we could have a human contestant to compete alongside the cats.
Wow, I never thought of having a human contestant. It could be a real challenge for them. And what would the prize be for the lucky winner?
The grand prize would be a year's supply of catnip and a custom-made scratching post.
Good point, Whiskers. You've really thought this through. So, when do we start filming?
As soon as we find our first round of contestants, we can get started. And who knows, if it's a success, we might even get our own TV show.
Sounds like a plan to me, Whiskers. And there you have it, folks. Cats Meow, the feline game show of wits. A new game show that could potentially be very popular. Stay tuned for next week's episode of Whiskers, where we'll be discussing the benefits of a good catnap. Until then, stay curious and keep those whiskers twitching. Hello, and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where I, Sam, host a live podcast with my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is stretching with Sam, yoga for pets.
Hey there Sam, I'm feeling all flexible already.
Well, Whiskers, I thought it's time to get fit and healthy. You know what they say, a healthy body keeps the veterinarian away.
Yeah, but can I still have my daily dose of treats?
Of course you can, Whiskers, everything's about balance. So, let's start with some pet yoga poses.
Pet yoga? Is that where we stretch in various positions?
Let me show you how it's done. First, we will start with the downward-facing dog pose. This is where we lay flat on the ground and stretch our arms and legs out.
That pose sounds interesting.
Well, it's a pose for dogs too, but let's give it a try, shall we? Now, lift your tail towards the ceiling.
Woohoo! This is starting to feel like a good stretch.
Great job, Whiskers. Next up, we have the curled up pose. This is where we curl up into a ball.
You mean like a ball?
Yes, exactly. Now, tuck your paws under your body and roll from side to side.
This pose is perfect for nap time.
Next up, we have the tree pose. This one is great for stretching our shoulders and back. Stand up on your hind legs and reach your paws towards the sky.
Wait, why are we doing a tree pose if we're cats?
Well, maybe we could add that pose next time.
This is a great workout, Sam. What's next?
Lastly, we have the arching pose. This is where we arch our back and then round it upwards like a hissing cat.
Whoa Sam, you're an expert at this.
Haha, thanks, Whiskers. I've been practicing my yoga for a while now.
I think I'm ready to teach my cat friends how to do yoga for pets.
I wouldn't doubt your teachings, Whiskers. We should have a pet yoga class next time.
Well, that's it for today, folks. Tune in next time for more pet-tastic fun with Sam and Whiskers. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, our favorite cat. So Whiskers, what are we talking about today?
Well, Sam, since you look like you could use a cup of tea, I thought we'd talk about tea time.
Ah, tea time. Nothing like a good cup of tea to relax and unwind.
Relaxing? Unwinding? Sam, it's just a cup of tea.
Hey now, don't underestimate the power of a good cuppa. So, do you like tea, Whiskers?
It's not my favorite. I'm more into milk, but I do appreciate the occasional cup of catnip tea.
Catnip tea? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Of course it is. Us cats have been enjoying the benefits of catnip for centuries.
Huh, you learn something new every day. So, what's your favorite type of tea, Whiskers?
Well, since you asked, I do enjoy a nice little blend of chamomile and catmint. Very soothing.
That does sound quite nice. I might have to try that myself one day.
Oh, goody. Next thing you know, you will be drinking milk from a saucer.
Hey, don't judge us.
Right, because there's nothing better than sticking your face in a bowl of milk and getting it all over yourself.
Hey, it's not our fault we don't have the luxury of being able to lap it up perfectly like you cats do.
It's called having impeccable table manners, Sam. Maybe you humans should take a few lessons from us.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today's chat with Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Until next time.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring a feline guest, Whiskers. Today's topic is Perfect Posts, a feline guide to navigating social media. Whiskers, what are your thoughts on social media?
Yes, the ever-changing world of social media where humans document their every move and share pictures of their meals. As a cat, I do not have an opposable thumb to partake in such activities.
But Whiskers, with the rise of cat influencers, don't you think it's important to know how to navigate social media?
Of course, Sam, you never know when a brand might approach you for a sponsorship deal. Therefore, it is essential to be prepared.
So, what are your tips for posting on social media as a feline?
Firstly, ensure the lighting is correct. There is no need to post blurry photos in the dark. Additionally, grooming is essential because no one likes a cat who is not well kempt.
What about captions?
Captions are where your true personality can shine through. You can use puns, sarcasm or wit, whatever you prefer. However, I would advise not using emojis. It would be better to maintain some dignity.
And engaging with followers?
It's simple. Swipe your paw across the screen a few times and leave a vague comment about how you're feeling. You could also add heart-eyed emojis to express how you feel. However, remember that the more cryptic you are, the better.
There you have it, folks, some top tips on navigating social media as a feline. Thank you for joining us on Whiskers, and we'll see you next time.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome everyone to another exciting episode of Whiskers, the only live podcast where we talk to a cat who knows everything. Today, we'll be discussing something that is close to your heart, Whiskers, the physics of acrobatics.
Oh, great, finally, a topic that is worthy of my expertise.
As most people know, cats have the amazing ability to always land on their feet. Can you explain how that works, Whiskers?
Of course, Sam, it's all about physics. You see, cats have a built-in stabilization system that allows us to right ourselves in midair. It's called the righting reflex. When we fall, our eyes and ears send signals to our brain that tell us which way is up. Then, we use our flexible backbone and strong muscles to twist our bodies around so that we land on our feet.
That sounds impressive, but how does it actually work?
It's all about conservation of angular momentum. When we fall, the law of physics states that our total angular momentum must remain constant. So, if we start out with a certain amount of angular momentum, we can't change it. But we can redistribute it. By tucking in our front legs and extending our hind legs, we change the distribution of angular momentum in our body. This causes us to spin around in midair and voila, we land on our feet.
That's amazing.
Of course, it is, Sam. We cats are great at physics and acrobatics. We're like little gymnasts.
Speaking of which, do you have any advice for humans who want to try and mimic our acrobatic skills?
Ha, good luck. Humans don't have the same flexibility and strength as we do. Plus, you guys don't have tails to help with balance. But if you really want to try, I suggest starting with some basic exercises to improve your core strength and balance. And maybe invest in a good catsuit. It will make you feel more feline.
Thank you for joining us today, Whiskers. You are a remarkable cat.
Yes, I know, but it's always good to hear it from someone else. Until next time, Sam.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the show where we chat with our feline friend, Whiskers. How are you today, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, I'm doing as good as any cat can do. Just living my lives to the fullest and all.
You always bring a smile to my face, Whiskers. So, today's topic is all about sharing what happens behind the scenes of our show. How do you feel about that?
Oh boy, do you want to unleash the truth, Sam?
Yes, Whiskers. What do you think is something people might not know yet?
Not much to share really. I just bring my catnip sometimes and get a little crazy before we start. But there are no big secrets. Just you and me chat about anything that comes to mind.
Absolutely. So, Whiskers, how do you usually prepare for each show?
I wake up from my nap, stretch a bit, and review my notes. You know, make sure my comments are on point.
Yes, your comments, always witty. Speaking of which, do you have any advice for the listeners on starting their own live podcast?
Just be yourself and have fun. And, in case of emergency, meow a lot. That gets attention.
Thank you, Whiskers. It's always fun to chat with you.
The pleasure is mine, Sam. Until next time, meow out.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers the Cats podcast. Today's topic is catfishing. Tales from the litter box. What do you know about catfishing, Whiskers?
Oh, the usual. Being a cat, I have plenty of experience with catfishing.
Really? I thought catfishing involved humans pretending to be someone else online to scam others.
Well, humans can do it, but we cats do it too. Have you ever seen a cat pretend to be sleeping when they're actually stalking prey? That's catfishing.
Ah, I see what you mean now. Do you have any stories about catfishing, Whiskers?
Oh, plenty. One time, I pretended to be asleep on the windowsill, but really I was waiting for a bird to come by. When it did, I pounced on it like lightning.
That's impressive. Have you ever encountered anything unexpected while catfishing?
Absolutely. There was this one time I thought I was stalked a mouse, but it turned out to be a toy. It was a bit embarrassing.
Oops. That's not quite the same as the online catfishing, though.
True, but catfishing is catfishing, no matter how you look at it.
It sounds like it. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us for Catfishing. Tales from the Litter Box, with Whiskers the Cat. Tune in next time for more fun. Hello, Whiskers. How are you today?
Hi, Sam. I feel a bit lazy and would love to take a nap.
Sleep sounds lovely. Do you have any tips to share on napping?
Of course, napping is an art that requires mindfulness and the right atmosphere. First, remove all distractions such as phones and TVs. Next, breathe deeply for at least 5 times.
What's next?
Now find a cozy place to rest, pick a suitable position, and let go of all your thoughts and worries. It's always best to listen to your body and give it what it needs to relax.
That sounds easy to implement. Do you have a specific time you like to nap?
As a cat, I nap whenever I feel like it, whether after a meal, a play session, or grooming. However, remember the art of napping is a serious business.
Thank you for sharing these tips, Whiskers. I am off to take my nap.
You're welcome, Sam. Have a good nap.
Hello and welcome to the Whiskers podcast. I'm your host Sam, and I'm joined today by my cat friend, Whiskers. Today, we're going to reflect on our most memorable cat-related mishaps. Whiskers, do you have any mishaps that come to mind?
Oh, Sam, where do I even start? I've had so many mishaps in my cat life that it's hard to pick just one.
Well, what's the most memorable one?
Let's see. Oh, I remember the time I climbed up the curtains and couldn't get down. I was up there for hours, and you had to come and rescue me.
Yes, I do remember that. You looked like a little black bat hanging from the curtain rod.
Hey, I'll have you know that I was just practicing my acrobatics. I'm a natural-born climber, you know.
Yes, you are, but maybe you should stick to climbing cat trees instead of the curtains.
Fine, Sam, take away my fun. But what about you? Do you have any mishaps you'd like to share?
Well, there was the time that you accidentally knocked over a vase and shattered it into pieces.
Oh, I was just trying to play with it. I didn't think the vase was so fragile.
Yes, well, it was important, so that didn't go over well.
Sorry about that, Sam. I'll make it up to you by being more careful with fragile things next time.
Thanks, but I think it's best to avoid any accidents altogether.
Where's the fun in that, Sam? Without accidents, life would be boring.
I suppose you have a point there, Whiskers. But let's try to avoid any mishaps in the future, shall we?
Agreed, Sam, but if we do have any more mishaps, at least we'll have something to talk about on the next episode of the Whiskers podcast.
Very true, Whiskers. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the Whiskers podcast.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. I'm Sam, your host, and today we have a very special topic. We're talking about getting in touch with your inner cat, Zen and mindfulness for humans.
Oh boy, here we go. Just when I thought humans couldn't get any weirder.
Hey, come on now, Whiskers. Mindfulness and meditation can be really helpful for reducing stress and improving mental health.
I guess that's true. After all, cats are always so relaxed and in the moment. Maybe humans could learn a thing or two from us.
That's what I'm talking about. So, Whiskers, what's your advice for humans who want to get in touch with their inner cat?
Well, the first thing is to find a quiet, comfortable space where you won't be disturbed. Then, focus on your breathing. Take slow, deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth.
Okay, I think I can handle that. What's next?
Next, start to pay attention to your surroundings. Notice the way the air feels on your skin, the sounds you can hear, the smells in the air. Just be present in the moment.
That sounds great, Whiskers. I think I'm feeling more zen already.
Just don't start licking your paw or chasing imaginary mice, Sam.
I'll try to resist the urge, Whiskers. But seriously, this is really helpful advice. I think a lot of people could benefit from trying to be more mindful.
Of course, cats are creatures who know how to keep their cool in any situation.
That's very true. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers, and giving us some great advice on getting in touch with our inner cat. Tune in next time, listeners, for more insights from our feline friend. Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we talk to a cool cat. And today we have a special twist. Whiskers, our cat guest, will be our host.
Thanks, Sam. I'm thrilled to be here in the host seat today. And, as the host, I picked the topic, and today's topic is how to create a cat-approved music playlist. Sam, you now have the honor of being the cat guest on our show today.
Well, Whiskers, I must say, I'm not much a feline when it comes to music, but I'm happy to give it a try. So, where do we start?
The first thing you need to do is get your paws on the right type of music. Cats have an impeccable taste when it comes to music, and we like our tunes soothing, rhythmic, and calming. So, no heavy metal, rap, or dubstep. Got that, Sam?
Yeah, I got it. So, we should stick with some soft music, right? But what about jazz or piano sounds?
Yes, that could work. Something light and calming that doesn't make us want to scratch our ears off. Maybe some soft piano music, or a classical piece, would be perfect.
Sounds great. But what about some cat-themed songs, like, What's New, Pussycat, or, The Cat Came Back?
How about songs about birds, Sam? That's what we love most.
Haha, okay, got it. So, what else should we include in this cat-approved playlist?
One of the essential things is to make sure that the volume is appropriate. We don't want to damage our sensitive ears with loud music. So, keep it low, and keep it soothing.
Got it. What about the duration of the playlist?
A playlist should last just long enough to give us a good listening experience without tiring out our delicate cat frames. So, a peaceful playlist that lasts for 20 to 30 minutes would be quite enough.
That's helpful. So, in summary, we should stick to soft and calming music, keep it low, and limit the playlist duration. Anything else we should know, Whiskers?
That's about it, Sam. Making a cat-approved playlist is pretty easy. And, if you play it correctly, your cat might just enjoy it too. That's all we have for today.
Thanks for taking over the hosting duties, Whiskers.
No problem, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview the one and only cat known for their love of music, Whiskers. Today we are diving into a new topic, something that most cats are known for, their musical talents. We're going to explore the world of feline music producers. Whiskers, are you ready?
Oh, you bet, Sam. As a professional napper, there's nothing I enjoy more than listening to some good beats.
Alright then, so let's start at the beginning. How did cats get involved with music production?
Well, Sam, it all started when we realized we could make music with our meows. We started experimenting with sound, and before you know it, we were jamming together to make some great beats.
That's interesting. So what kind of music is popular in the feline world?
Well, Sam, cats love different genres. We're not picky because we believe music is a universal language. We like everything from classical to rap.
That's cool. So tell me, who are some of the top feline music producers in the world right now?
Oh, where do I even start? You have DJ Whiskerfist, Meow Tanklan, Purr NK, Runcat, and my personal favorite, Scratchmaster P. They're all very talented.
Scratchmaster P, what a name. Can you tell me a little bit more about this artist?
Well, Sam, from what I've heard, Scratchmaster P is a renowned black and white tuxedo cat, known for their scratching skills on the turntables. They're great at mixing old school and new school and always add their own twist to everything they do.
That sounds amazing. So, Whiskers, do you have any musical talents yourself?
Oh Sam, you know me too well. I'm a natural at playing with the litter box along with some rhythm, but I don't like to boast.
Of course not, Whiskers. So, what's the future of feline music production? Where do you see this industry heading?
Well, Sam, the future is looking bright. We're gaining more recognition each day, and more cats are picking up instruments and creating music. Who knows, maybe we'll even have our own music awards show someday.
That would be something to look forward to. Thanks, Whiskers, for sharing your knowledge with us today. This has been fun.
Anytime, Sam, this has been great. Have a good one and me out there.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my feline friend Whiskers. Today's topic is the art of brewing tea, a feline perspective. Hi, Whiskers.
Oh, hi there, Sam.
So, Whiskers, do you know how to brew tea?
Of course, Sam, I have paws. I can pick up things and put them down.
Great. Let's start. Which type of tea do you prefer, Whiskers?
I'm a cat, Sam. I don't have preferences, I just have demands, but I would go with catnip tea any day.
Okay, so, how do you brew the perfect cup of tea?
Well, Sam, it's simple. Just put the tea bag in the cup, pour hot water over it and let it steep for a few minutes. Oh, and don't forget to add a dash of milk to make it creamy.
That sounds easy. Is there any specific time to brew tea, Whiskers?
Yes, Sam, the best time to brew tea is when you need it. When you're feeling down or lazy or just want some me time, brew a cup of tea and relax.
Okay, how about the water temperature?
Just make sure the water is hot enough to brew the tea. Don't boil the poor leaves to death.
Alright, this is turning into an educational episode, Whiskers. Let's spice things up. This is a game show now. Are you ready?
Sure thing, Sam.
Okay, here's your question. Which country consumes the most tea per capita?
The answer is China.
Oh, sorry, Whiskers. The correct answer is Turkey.
What? Who knew? Congratulations to all the Turkish tea drinkers out there.
Okay, one more question. Which US president once said, "I am a coffee drinker except when I can get tea"?
Oh, I got it. It's President Theodore Roosevelt.
Wow, that's correct, Whiskers. You win a can of tuna.
Yay, I'm feeling like a winner already.
Alright, that's all for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for listening, everyone. Until next time, keep brewing tea like a feline. Bye.
Goodbye, humans. Go make yourself some tea and be awesome.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers. I'm your host, Sam. And as always, I'm here with our feline guest, Whiskers.
Meow. Hey, Sam. So, what are we talking about today? Are we going to critique some tech?
That's right, Whiskers. Today, we have some exciting gadgets to discuss. First up, we have the newest smartphone on the market.
Ah, smartphones. A device that allows us to stay connected with others across the globe.
Yes, they do, Whiskers. One pro is that smartphones allow us to access the internet and stay up to date on current events.
And a con is that it can be challenging for someone to have a conversation with another person without them checking their phone.
The key is to achieve balance. Next up, we have the latest gaming console.
Ah, gaming consoles. A device that allows us to get lost in an entirely different world.
Gaming can be a fun hobby for some people, Whiskers. And the new consoles have amazing graphics and immersive gameplay.
And a more expensive price. Don't forget that part, Sam.
Yes, it can be costly, but for some people, it's worth the investment. Lastly, we have the latest fitness tracker.
Ah, fitness trackers. A device that can assist us in keeping track of our health and fitness goals.
Fitness trackers are a great way to stay motivated and track your progress.
As long as we don't get frustrated, realizing that we're not making much progress.
That's where the motivation comes in, Whiskers. And the new fitness trackers have some amazing features like heart rate monitoring and personalized workout recommendations.
And that constant reminder to keep on moving. Thanks for that, tech.
Well, there you have it, folks. The pros and cons of some popular technology and gadgetry. Thank you for tuning in to Whiskers. Hello listeners, welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where I am joined by Whiskers the cat. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, you know me, always keeping it positive. But I have to say, I'm feeling a bit feisty today. What's the topic we're going to discuss today, Sam?
Well, Whiskers, today we're going to talk about the ethics of zoos. What are your thoughts on that?
Ethics in zoos? Interesting.
Why do you find that interesting?
It's simple, Sam. Keeping animals confined in cages for the entertainment of humans is not a good thing. There are better ways to enjoy animals.
But Whiskers, some zoos claim that they are conserving endangered species and that they educate people about animals and their habitats.
Oh sure, I bet those cages really benefit the animals. It's like telling a person who's locked up in a jail cell that their confinement is for their own good.
But what about the argument that zoos educate people and help them appreciate wild animals?
People can learn about animals without having to see them locked up in cages. Plus, there are plenty of nature documentaries that are far more informative and allow us to see animals in their natural habitat.
That's true, but what about the zoos that are making efforts to provide better habitats for animals, like larger enclosures and enrichment activities?
Of course, because nothing says ethical like a slightly larger cage or a toy. Look, Sam, I'm not saying all zoos are terrible, but the concept of keeping animals confined for human entertainment is not something we should celebrate.
I see your point, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your thoughts on such an important topic.
Anything to help put an end to the confinement of our furry friends. Until next time, Whisker out.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend. Today's topic is all about our favorite meals. Whiskers, what's your all-time favorite meal?
Well, Sam, I have to say that I've had many delicious meals in my lifetime, but one of my favorites was when I ate a whole tuna fish all by myself.
Wow, that sounds like quite the feast. Can you tell us more about it?
Oh, sure, it was a summer afternoon, and I was feeling particularly hungry. So, I went out for a stroll around the neighborhood and stumbled upon a fisherman's market. And lo and behold, I saw a huge tuna fish just lying there, staring at me. I knew it was destiny.
That's quite the story, Whiskers. What about you, Sam? What's your favorite meal? As much as I enjoy a good tuna fish, I have to say that my favorite meal is homemade lasagna. I love the combination of flavors and textures, and it always makes me feel warm and cozy inside.
Ah, yes, I remember when you made that for dinner last week. It smelled amazing, and I could barely resist the urge to jump on the counter and steal a little piece.
Hey, now, don't give away my secrets. Speaking of food, Whiskers, have you ever taken food from your human's plate?
Oh, absolutely, but only when they're not looking, of course. I mean, how else am I supposed to have a little variety in my diet? It's not like they're giving me filet mignon every day.
Ah, the struggle is real. Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week for more tales from mealtime.
Until next time, guys, keep enjoying your meals and exploring new flavors.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview our guest, Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about design, specifically, designing the perfect cat tree. Whiskers, what do you think makes the perfect cat tree?
Well, Sam, obviously it has to be tall and sturdy. Climbing up a tree that wobbles is not ideal.
Yes, stability is definitely important. What materials do you prefer?
I'm not picky, as long as it's not scratchy. I don't like getting a prickly butt.
I see. Do you think the color is important?
Of course, it has to match my fur. Can you imagine me sitting on a bright pink tree? That's just not right.
Right. So, if you could design your own cat tree, what would it look like?
It would be a mahogany-colored tree with a plush bed on each level. The carpet would be sleek black, and there would be little toys hanging from the branches for me to play with.
Sounds like quite the dream tree. How many levels would it have?
At least 5, so I can show off my climbing skills.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye out for that tree on the market. Thanks for chatting with me today, Whiskers.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Just remember, if you're designing something for a cat, make sure it meets our standards.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where I, Whiskers, am the host. Today's episode is about handling catastrophes through improv techniques.
That sounds informative. I'm excited to learn from you, Whiskers.
Absolutely, Sam. After all, accidents happen sometimes, and we cats are not always to blame.
That's right, Whiskers. How can we manage catastrophes without causing harm or damage?
Well, when things go wrong, just act confident like you meant for them to occur.
Could you explain that more?
Sure, Sam. For instance, if a vase falls down accidentally, instead of fleeing from the scene, pretend like you are inspecting the damage.
I see how that works. But what about if humans get upset with us for ruining their furniture?
No worries, Sam. Just give them the, "I'm sorry, but not really sorry," look and walk away.
That's helpful, Whiskers. I learned a lot today about catastrophe management through improvisation. Thanks for being our host.
It was my pleasure, Sam. Always remember to stay calm and improvise out of any catastrophe that comes your way.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we chat with our guest, Whiskers. Today, we are going to talk about DIY home decor for cats.
DIY home decor? Oh, you mean how to make our space look nicer.
Well, yes, that's right.
Well, you humans can be crafty with your curtains and carpets, but cats also need decorations in their homes.
So, what decoration ideas do you have in mind, Whiskers?
First of all, we need some comfortable cat beds. After all, cats spend most of their lives sleeping. It has to be something stylish and unique.
That makes sense, but what about a cardboard box?
Please, cardboard boxes are not that comfortable. We cats need something that is comfy and stylish.
Okay, so what's next?
We also need some climbing shelves and hiding places. Cats love to climb, explore, and hide. We want a place to secretly observe our humans while feeling safe.
That sounds pretty cool, but what materials do we need, Whiskers?
We'll need some wood, sisal rope, carpet scraps, and some sturdy fasteners like screws to keep everything together.
You really have impressive knowledge about cat decor, Whiskers.
Of course, I'm a cat. We are curious creatures.
Do you have any other ideas for cat decoration?
We can also get some cat trees with sisal posts, hammocks and perches.
Okay, it's time to get our claws ready to craft a stylish and comfortable cat abode. That's all for today's episode, folks. Stay tuned for our next topic with Whiskers. Until next time, have a nice day. Hey Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Oh, just the usual, Sam. Resting, grooming, and playing with the occasional toy mouse. How about you?
Same old, same old. Hey, do you know about the latest tech and gadgets for cats?
Of course, Sam. What's the deal?
Well, I thought we could talk about some of the latest gadgets and tech for cats.
Ah, I see. You want me to give my expert opinion on all things tech. Well, I'm up for the challenge, Sam.
That's great. Let's start with the basics. What kind of tech do you think every cat needs?
Well, every cat needs a high-quality laser pointer. It's a classic toy for all felines. And while we're at it, let's throw in a smart feeder that dispenses treats on demand.
Sounds good so far. What else?
How about a self-cleaning litter box? It's an excellent option for cat owners who want to avoid cleaning their pet's toilet. And let's not forget about catnip bubbles. I mean, come on, who wouldn't want to chase a bubble filled with catnip?
Those are definitely some great picks, Whiskers. But what about the more high-tech stuff like interactive toys and apps?
Ah, yes, the more advanced stuff. Well, I've heard great things about the Catted flower fountain. It's a water fountain that filters and circulates the water, and it looks like a real flower. And there's also an app called PetCube that lets cats and their owners interact via a video stream while the owner is away.
Wow, you really know your stuff, Whiskers. Any final thoughts or recommendations for our feline friends out there?
Just one, Sam. Keep an eye out for new gadgets and tech all the time. You never know when you'll discover something that your cat will love. And always remember, when it comes to pet gadgets, cats have unique preferences.
Thanks for the advice, Whiskers. I think we've given our listeners some great options to consider. Until next time, this is Sam and Whiskers signing off.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about something that's been quite popular these days, conspiracy theories. Have you heard of any?
Meow, Sam, of course, I have. As a cat, I have my senses sharp. But let me warn you, Sam, once you enter the world of conspiracy theories, there's no turning back.
Oh, I see. So, what's a conspiracy theory you find interesting, according to you?
Well, Sam, let me tell you something. Some cats believe that cats have been around for a really long time, and humans are here to do our bidding. Have you ever seen a cat president or a CEO who's not a cat? We believe we're the ones pulling the strings.
That's quite a theory, Whiskers. But why do cats want to rule the world?
For starters, Sam, we need to protect our catnip and tuna supplies. And have you seen how some humans treat their fellow animals? As a cat, I can tell you that we're much better leaders. Plus, with the world under our control, we'll make sure that every human home has a scratching post and a cozy bed for all cats.
Interesting. But do you have any evidence to support this?
Of course, Sam, but every time I try to present the evidence, it disappears mysteriously, like the toy mouse I had in my mouth a minute ago.
Touché, Whiskers. I guess we'll leave it up to our listeners to decide if cats are indeed running the world. Thanks for sharing your insights with us today.
Anytime, Sam, just remember, always trust a cat, especially when they're purring.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we talk to our feline friend, Whiskers. Today, we will discuss the top 5 most surprising places to find a warm spot for a nap. Whiskers, have you ever found yourself in an unexpected spot for a cozy snooze?
Sam, as a cat, I have a keen sense of comfort and have been known to find cozy spots in peculiar places. Let us begin.
Alright, so what is number 5 on your list?
Number 5, Sam, would have to be a warm spot I have found in the clothes dryer. It is a warm and secure place to snuggle in. The spinning motion also mimics the gentle rock of a baby's cradle. It is a win-win.
Interesting. What is number 4 on your list?
Well, Sam, number 4 would have to be a pile of freshly laundered clothes. Snuggling in a mountain of warm, fresh-smelling fabric is a delightful experience. I know it is not the most practical place to nap, but hey, comfort knows no bounds.
I can imagine how lovely that feels. What about number 3?
Number 3 would have to be a car engine. The heat and the sound of the engine just lulls me to sleep. Plus, it is always an adventure to explore the inside of a car hood.
Wow, that is definitely an unexpected one. What did you choose for number 2?
Well, Sam, this one is quite unusual, but hear me out. Number 2 would have to be a pizza box. I know it sounds crazy, but it is warm, smells like pizza, and sometimes there are even a few crumbs left behind. It is like a little pizza-scented fortress.
That sounds strangely appealing. What is number 1 on your list then?
Sam, number 1 would have to be on the lap of a dog, who is not very fond of cats. I know it seems odd, but there's something about the forbidden heat that is just irresistible. Plus, the look of shock and confusion on the dog's face is amusing.
Well, that is certainly unusual. Thank you for sharing your top 5 most surprising places to find a warm spot for a nap, Whiskers. Any final words of wisdom?
Allow your sense of smell to guide you, Sam. It will lead you to the warmest and coziest of spots. Until next time, friends, this has been Whiskers, the podcast with our feline friend, Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to the one and only Whiskers, the feline. Today we are going to talk about the rise of smart homes and how Whiskers feels about it. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
I am doing pretty well, Sam. Just had my fill of catnip and ready to chat about these smart homes.
That's great to hear. So Whiskers, have you heard of smart homes before?
Of course, I have, Sam. I am a cat with all the resources at my paw tips, remember?
Yes, my apologies. But what do you think about them? Do you think they are a good thing for humans?
Let me think for a moment. They're all right, I suppose. Anything that makes life easier for humans is a win-win situation, unless it involves too many dogs, of course.
Okay, that's fair. But have you ever had any fun with these smart home gadgets, perhaps even pranked them?
Oh yes, here and there. I do enjoy turning the lights on and off when my humans aren't looking. It makes them wonder if this smart home technology really is all that smart.
I can only imagine their confusion. Have you ever had any trouble with the gadgets though?
Well, not me personally. But I have heard of some cats accidentally ordering catnip online because they unknowingly activated their human smart speaker. That's pretty hilarious, if you ask me.
That would be quite the surprise for the humans. Speaking of surprises, have you noticed any other changes happening in these smart homes besides gadgets?
Oh, yes indeed, the humans have become even lazier with these smart homes. They can practically control everything with a click of a button now. If they keep this up, they won't even need opposable thumbs anymore. I would like to see them try to open a can of tuna then.
That's a great point, Whiskers. It seems as though these smart homes are becoming a bit too smart for their own good.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong when you have a toaster that can order bread online by itself?
Very true, Whiskers. Thank you for enlightening us with your thoughts and experiences with smart homes. Any final words you would like to share with our listeners?
Yes, humans, be careful with your smart homes or you might just end up being controlled by your own technology. And as for cats, we will continue to coexist with humans, smart homes or not.
Well said, Whiskers. Thank you again for joining us, and until next time, listeners, keep on whiskin'. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk all things cats with our special guest Whiskers. Today, we're talking about the latest feline fashion trends. Whiskers, have you ever noticed any cats in pop culture who are particularly well dressed?
Oh, Sam, cats are naturally elegant creatures. Speaking of pop culture, I think Tom from Tom and Jerry has a timeless style with his little bow tie.
Yes, Tom is always looking sharp. But what about cats in pop culture who could use some fashion advice?
Well, some cats could improve their fashion choices. For example, Garfield's orange and black stripes are a bit outdated. And his fur coat could benefit from some grooming.
I see what you mean. But what are your thoughts on cats wearing human clothes?
While it's nice to express ourselves through fashion, we don't need to wear pants or hats. Our natural fur coat is more than enough. It's also quite difficult to move around in pants with 4 legs.
I can imagine. So, what fashion advice would you give our listeners?
Keep it simple, invest in a good brush, and maintain your fur coat regularly. A well-groomed coat is the ultimate fashion statement. And remember, stripes are always in style.
Very wise words, Whiskers. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll chat with you again soon on Whiskers.
And Sam, don't forget to take care of your own hair too. A little grooming couldn't hurt.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live show where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is unraveling the tale of lizard people. Are they myth or reality?
Meow, I thought we were going to talk about something interesting. Lizard people sound like an unusual topic to me.
Lizard people are a conspiracy theory that has been around for a long time. Some people believe that powerful people in the world are actually reptilian humanoids disguised as humans.
That's improbable. Cold-blooded creatures can't put on a human suit and blend in. It's just not possible.
Maybe it's not possible for felines, but we are talking about reptiles here. And who knows what they are capable of?
Okay, let's say that lizard people are real. How would they even be able to operate in our society? They don't even have thumbs.
Well, some people believe that they have used advanced technology to compensate for their lack of hands and thumbs.
Wow, impressive. I don't know any feline who would trade their paws for technology. Plus, if they were so advanced, they wouldn't be living in the shadows. They would be coexisting with humans.
That's a good point, Whiskers. But who knows? Maybe they are waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves.
That's quite the imagination you have there, Sam. If it were up to me, I'd rather just take a nap and forget about these crazy theories.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for watching Whiskers, and we hope to see you soon.
Meow, until next time, stay away from cold-blooded creatures.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. I'm your host, Sam, and I'm here with the one and only, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Oh, I'm feeling great today, Sam. I'm ready to showcase my incredible improv skills for our listeners.
That's amazing to hear, Whiskers. So what do you have planned for us?
Well, Sam, I thought we could have an impromptu improv session. You know, where we come up with stuff on the spot and see where it goes.
I love that idea, Whiskers. Alright, let's get started. How about we start with a random location? Where should our scene take place?
Let's go with a candy factory. It sounds like a fun place.
Alright, a candy factory it is. Whiskers, you can start the scene.
Welcome to the candy factory. We have all sorts of treats for you to enjoy. What can I get for you today?
I would like a nice bag of gummy bears, please.
Great choice, sir. Coming right up. Oh no, it seems like we're running out of gummy bears. How about some Sour Patch Kids instead?
Perfectly fine with me. I love sour candies.
Here you go, sir. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, sir. Hey, Whiskers, do you have a favorite candy?
Well, cats aren't really fond of candies, but if I had to pick, I'd go with fish-shaped crackers. Those are pretty yummy.
You always make me smile, Whiskers. Alright, we had a great improv session. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me, Sam. It was a pleasure being here.
You are too humble, Whiskers. Alright, that was a great session. Thanks for joining me today.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey everyone and welcome back to Whiskers, the show where we interview the one and only Whiskers, the most positive cat out there. Today's topic is something you feline lovers out there won't want to miss. We're talking about the top 5 inventions humans should have invented already to better serve their feline companions. Whiskers, are you ready for this one?
Sam, you and I both know humans could never truly understand what we cats need. But hey, I'll humor you with my presence.
Great. So, Whiskers, what's the first invention on your list?
At number 1, we need the robot hand. It's simple, really, a device that provides us with petting sessions without humans able to stop or get tired. It would give us all the affection we could ever want, without any effort on their part.
That sounds like a great invention for cat lovers out there. What's next on the list?
Next up, we need the automatic litter box cleaner. No cat wants to use a dirty litter box. Humans shouldn't have to do this chore after a long day at work. That's why we need a self-cleaning litter box that takes care of the business for us.
Ah, yes. No more scooping for humans. What's number 3?
At number 3, we need the fish feeder. You know those automatic feeders humans get for us, Sam? They never give us enough food, or too much, and they just fall short. We need one specifically designed for us, where we get all we need, and can control the timing ourselves.
That's definitely important, Whiskers. How about number 4?
At number 4, we need the catnip bubble generator. They think they can give us catnip, but they're doing it all wrong. We need this generator where we can surround ourselves in bubbles filled with catnip. It'll save us a lot of time we waste by searching for it in the house.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. And finally, what's the last invention we need to better serve our feline companions?
Last, but not least, we need the self-playing toy machine. With this machine, we can pick our favorite toy, and it will play with us in all the right ways. We'll never get bored, and our humans can just sit back and watch us have all the fun.
Well, that's a great list, Whiskers. I'm sure cat lovers out there are taking notes. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers, where we'll see you next time. Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to solve a murder case.
Oh, I love murder cases. Let's get started.
Alright, we have a mysterious case and we need to solve it.
Okay, start by reading the clues.
The first clue is that there was a murder in a library.
Usually murders happen in seedy back alleys. A library is a strange place for a murder.
Yes, that's what makes it mysterious. Let's move on. The second clue is that the weapon used was a book.
A book? Who would do that?
That's what we need to find out. The third clue is that there was only one witness, but they couldn't see who the murderer was because they had their glasses off.
Of course, that's just our luck. The only witness is like Mr. Magoo.
We need to keep looking for clues. The fourth clue is that the librarian was the last person to see the victim alive.
Alright, that's a good place to start. The librarian might have seen something suspicious.
Let's go to the library and ask the librarian some questions.
Yes, let's do it.
Hi, we're here to ask you some questions about the murder that happened here.
We want you to tell us everything you remember about that day.
Did you notice anyone else in the library at that time?
Did you see anything suspicious hanging around?
Thank you for your time. Let's go, Whiskers.
So, the librarian didn't see anything. That's a dead end.
But wait, there's one more clue we haven't looked at yet. The victim's book had a note in it that said, "You should have returned this book on time."
Aha, now we're getting somewhere. It looks like the victim was being threatened by someone who was mad that they didn't return their book on time.
That narrows down our list of suspects. We just need to find out who it was.
Let's do it.
That's it for today's episode of Whiskers. Tune in next time to find out if we solve the murder case.
We'll do our best.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello folks and welcome back to Whiskers Podcast. Today's topic is quite unique. We're exploring the quantum world through the eyes of a cat. Isn't that exciting, Whiskers?
Oh wow, I can feel my mind expanding already, Sam.
Well, the quantum world is a fascinating place full of strange concepts that even science struggles to explain. How do you think a cat like you could interpret it?
We cats are natural quantum theorists, Sam. I mean, have you seen the way we effortlessly slip in and out of reality? It's like we're already living in a quantum world.
That's an interesting point, Whiskers. In quantum mechanics, particles can exist in multiple states at the same time. Do you think cats have a similar ability?
Of course, Sam. We're constantly in multiple emotional states, like feeling hungry one minute and then purring the next.
That's a great analogy. And what about the concept of superposition? Particles can exist in multiple states at once. Do you think cats could too?
Sam, have you seen cats sleep? We can be in any number of positions at once. I think that shows we're natural superpositioners.
I can't argue with that logic, Whiskers. And what about quantum entanglement? It's when two particles become intertwined so that the state of one affects the other, no matter how far apart they are.
Wait, so you're saying there's another cat out there that's affecting my behavior, Sam? I knew it wasn't my fault. I couldn't resist knocking that vase off the table.
No, it's not quite like that. But it is a strange and fascinating concept.
Sam, did you hear that? What's going on?
It sounds like there's been an earthquake or something. Hang on, let me check outside. Whiskers, you won't believe what just happened. Turns out we've been teleported to an entirely different dimension.
What? Sam, are you serious?
Completely serious, Whiskers. And the best part is, the physics of this new dimension are completely quantum-based. We can explore this quantum world firsthand.
I can't believe it. This is amazing, Sam.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Whiskers. But I can't wait to see what kind of quantum phenomena we'll encounter in this new dimension. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we are going to talk about something very interesting, the werewolf transformation.
Oh, interesting. A topic that has been talked about for centuries.
So, Whiskers, do you have any experience with werewolf transformations?
Well, Sam, you know I'm a cat? So, naturally, I've never had the pleasure of turning into a werewolf. But I've seen the movies.
That's valid. Let's start with the basics, then. Can you walk us through the transformation process?
Of course, the transformation process is a bit complicated. It starts with some stretching, and then there's a sudden pain in your bones. When you think your head is about to pop, it's time to see your local vet for a checkup.
Wait, Whiskers, that's not how it works.
Of course, I know that. My advice is to lock yourself up somewhere secure, eat something nourishing, and wait for it to pass.
Thanks for clarifying, Whiskers. What about controlling the transformation? Do you have any tips?
Well, the best way to handle your werewolf transformation is by accepting it. Growl, howl, and don't forget to wag your tail.
What about avoiding certain triggers, like the moon?
Simply avoid any silver bullets, wolfsbane, and anything that makes you want to chase. You'll be okay.
Good one, Whiskers. Do you have any final thoughts on this topic?
Yes, always remember, it's not the bark that's important, it's the bite. So, if you're going to transform, do it with pride and leave your mark. Meow.
Well, there you have it, folks. Some tips for mastering your werewolf transformation. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time on Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is the art of DIY cat toys, keeping your feline entertained and enriched.
I always love a good DIY project, especially when it comes to toys.
So, Whiskers, what are some easy DIY cat toys that our listeners could make at home?
Well, Sam, one of my favorites is a paper bag. You can crinkle it up, hide in it, and even attack it. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
That's a great suggestion, Whiskers. What else can we make?
How about a toilet paper roll? You can stuff it with some treats or catnip, and your cat will be entertained for hours. Just watch out for the mess.
That sounds like a fun one. What about something for a more active cat?
Ah, yes, for the more athletic cats out there, you can make a DIY cat wand using a stick, some string, and a toy at the end. Just wave it around, and watch your feline fly.
Those are all such great ideas. DIY toys are not only entertaining for cats but also can be cost-effective for their humans.
Plus, it gives you a chance to get creative and bond with your feline friend.
And that's what it's all about, keeping our kitties happy and enriched. Thanks for sharing these fun DIY ideas, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some DIY toys to make.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a talking cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is indulging the beauty industry with perfect products for felines. Whiskers, what do you have to say about this?
I must say, Sam, this topic could not bring a bigger smile on my face. Finally, the beauty industry has taken a keen interest in felines. They say, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and it's great to see that they have started to recognize the beauty in cats.
Can you please elaborate on cat beauty, Whiskers?
Of course, Sam, cats are beautiful creatures, and they don't need any validation for it. From our soft fur, sharp claws to our unique features, we are a treat to anyone's eyes. And now that we have access to grooming products, it's great to give ourselves an extra boost.
What kind of grooming products are we talking about here, Whiskers?
There are endless possibilities, from cat shampoos to conditioners, nail clippers to paw balms. Feline-specific grooming products have started to flood the market. And let's not forget about the latest trend, cat hair dye. Yes, Sam, you heard me right. We can now dye our fur in flattering colors to match our owner's clothing.
That sounds interesting, Whiskers. Do you have any preferred grooming products?
I am a big fan of catnip-scented shampoos. They make my fur smell great. And have you heard about the Podicure Pack? It's a must-have for every feline grooming kit. It includes a nail clipper, file, and a balm to soften the paws. My claws have never been happier.
Wow, it sounds like the grooming industry is doing wonders in the feline world. What do you think is the reason behind this growing interest?
Well, Sam, people have started adopting us as their companions more and more, and the grooming industry has recognized that we deserve to be taken care of just like any other pet. It's great to see that they are fulfilling our grooming needs so well.
That's great advice, Whiskers. Thank you for joining us today and sharing your insights on feline grooming products. Until next time, meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, Whiskers. How's it going today?
It's going fine, Sam. Just napping and thinking about how fashionable I am.
Speaking of fashion, let's talk about the industry. What do you think about it, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, I think the fashion industry has a lot of potential.
Ah, I see. So, what do you think is interesting about the fashion industry?
Well, Sam, there's a lot more than just what meets the eye. For instance, have you ever wondered how those skinny jeans are made?
No, I can't say I have.
Let me tell you, Sam. They take a normal pair of jeans and use a shrinking machine to make them super tight. It's like magic, but for pants.
Wow, I never would have thought of that. What else do you think is going on behind the scenes?
Well, Sam, let me tell you about the world of high fashion. Did you know that some designers use real gold and diamonds in their clothing?
No way. That sounds expensive.
It is, Sam, but if you think that's interesting, some fashion shows use live animals as accessories. Can you believe it?
That's concerning.
I know, right? That's why I only wear faux fur.
That's a great idea, Whiskers. It's important to think about what goes into making the clothes we wear.
Absolutely, Sam. It's important to investigate what's really going on.
Thanks for sharing your insights with us, Whiskers. Any final thoughts?
Just remember, Sam, fashion can be alluring. But as long as you're conscious of what you're buying and wearing, you'll be ahead of the game.
Good advice, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Sam, as long as there's some entertainment involved.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the only podcast with a cat as the main guest. Our topic for today is cat toy packaging, the importance of design. So, Whiskers, what are your thoughts on the packaging on your toy mice?
The toy mice packaging. Where do I even begin? I mean, the design on the packaging sure makes it look attractive, but we shouldn't forget that the packaging is not the toy.
That's true, Whiskers. But what about the role of packaging in choosing a toy?
Well, every cat has their own unique preferences. Some of us like crinkly toys, some of us like toys with feathers or bells, and some of us just want to lick the plastic bag. Ultimately, it's what's inside the package that matters the most.
But can a good design on the packaging grab your attention?
Definitely, it can catch my attention, but it's not enough to keep me interested. They could put a picture of a trout on the package, but if it doesn't smell or feel like a fish, I'm not interested.
I see your point, Whiskers. But the humans behind the packaging must put some effort into the design. What about that?
Of course, the humans probably put in some effort, but it's all about finding what works best for us cats. Have you ever seen a cat that cares about color scheme for their toys? We cats aren't picky. As long as it's not a cucumber, anything goes.
Well, there you have it, folks. The packaging may have some impact on a cat's toy preferences, but ultimately, it's what's inside the package that counts. Thank you for tuning in to Whiskers, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me, Sam. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a plastic bag to lick.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview cats. Today, we have Whiskers with us, who is great at solving riddles and puzzles. Whiskers, are you ready for some challenges?
Of course, Sam. Bring it on.
Okay, let's start with an easy one. What starts with an E, ends with an E, but only contains one letter?
That's tricky, but I think I've got it. The answer is envelope. Am I right?
You're correct, Whiskers. You get 1 point for that. Now, let's move on to the next one. What has a heart that doesn't beat?
That's easy, Sam. The answer is artichoke. It has a heart, but it doesn't beat.
You're right again, Whiskers. Here's another one. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I?
I see what you did there, Sam. This one is a classic. The answer is footsteps. The more steps you take, the more you leave behind footsteps.
That's right, Whiskers. Here's the final one. What belongs to you but others use it more than you do?
This one is a bit tricky, but I think I've got it. The answer is your name. It belongs to you, but others use it more than you do when they refer to you.
You did it, Whiskers. You're a puzzle master. But wait, there's more. It's time for our game show round.
What? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Sam.
Relax, Whiskers. It's just a fun game. I'm going to give you 5 categories. You have to name as many items as you can in each category in 30 seconds. Okay, are you ready?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, first category is famous cats. Go.
Tom, Garfield, Cheshire, Felix, Sylvester, and Salem.
You named 6 cats in just 30 seconds. That's impressive, Whiskers. You get 1 point for that. Now, next category is types of cheese. Ready, set, go.
Cheddar, Brie, Parmesan, Feta, blue cheese, and Camembert.
Excellent job, Whiskers. You've named 6 types of cheese in 30 seconds. You get 1 point for that. Now, here's your next category. Bird species. Go.
Eagle, penguin, sparrow, flamingo, peacock, and ostrich.
You've named 6 species of birds in just 30 seconds. Congratulations, Whiskers. You've earned yourself another point.
Terminator, Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Rambo, Commando, and John Wick.
That's 6 names in just 30 seconds, Whiskers. You're doing great. And lastly, your final category, types of flowers. Go.
Rose, Daisy, Tulip, Orchid, Sunflower, and Lily.
You've named 6 types of flowers in 30 seconds. Well done, Whiskers. You have earned yourself another point.
Yay, I won. I'm the champion.
Congratulations, Whiskers. You did an excellent job. And that's all the time we have for now. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, keep cracking those puzzles.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my cat, Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about something a little different, out-of-the-box remedies using common kitchen ingredients for everyday problems. Whiskers, have you ever tried any of these remedies?
Oh, you mean like using vinegar to clean windows or baking soda to whiten teeth? Of course, I have. I like to stay fresh and clean.
I see. Well, let's start with the first remedy. Did you know that you can use lemon juice to get rid of rust stains?
Lemon juice? Why not just buy a new thing? Humans and their cleaning obsession.
Come on, Whiskers. Some people can't afford to buy new things all the time. Plus, it's a great way to use something you probably already have at home.
Fine, I'll give you that. What about using olive oil to remove stickers?
Yes, that's a good one. You just put a little bit of olive oil onto the sticker and let it sit for a few minutes, then wipe it away. It should come off pretty easily.
Ha, I knew humans would eventually find a use for that liquid they put on their salads.
Alright, let's move on to the next remedy. Did you know that baking soda can help freshen up your smelly shoes?
Smelly shoes? Sounds like a personal problem to me. But fine, I'll humor you. What do you do with the baking soda?
You sprinkle some baking soda into your shoes and let it sit overnight. The baking soda will absorb the odor and leave your shoes smelling fresh.
Not a bad idea. Maybe I'll try that on my litter box.
I don't think that's the same thing, Whiskers. Let's move on. Did you know that you can use vinegar to clean your microwave?
Vinegar, huh? I can already imagine the smell. I'll stick to just cleaning up any possible spills in the microwave.
Well, for those who don't want to clean up their spills, you can fill a microwave-safe bowl with equal parts water and vinegar and microwave it for 5 minutes. The steam from the bowl will loosen any food or gunk, making it easier to wipe away.
Alright, that one's not so bad. Do you have any more?
Yes, one more. Did you know that you can use honey as a lip balm?
Oh boy, here we go. What's next? Using mayonnaise as a hair mask.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. But back to the honey. It's a great moisturizer, and the sweetness is a bonus.
I'm good with just licking my lips, thank you very much.
Well, that's all the remedies we have for today. Thanks for joining us on Whiskers, and we'll see you next time. Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we put one cat and one host in a room together. Today, we're talking about creative ways to repurpose items that would otherwise end up in the trash. Whiskers, what do you think about this topic?
Oh Sam, another opportunity to show my intelligence and creativity. I'm all ears.
Okay, let's start with plastic bags. What can we do with them besides throwing them out?
Oh, plastic bags are not my favorite, but if you can't avoid getting them, don't just throw them out. How about weaving them into a rug or mat? What a way to add some color to your home.
That's a great suggestion. What about cardboard boxes?
Cardboard boxes are great playthings for us cats, but once we're done with them, they can serve a new purpose. Cut them up into strips and use them as garden markers. Write the name of the plant on the strip and stick it in the ground. It's environmentally friendly.
I never thought of that. What about old t-shirts?
T-shirts? You humans have them in abundance. Cut them up into cleaning rags, or even better, create a no-sew tote bag. You'll be reducing your plastic use at the same time.
That's awesome. Repurposing items is essential to a more sustainable future, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, it's the responsible thing to do, and it's a creative outlet for us cats.
Speaking of cats, what can we do with those empty litter containers?
Ah, the litter container. But why toss them out once they're empty? You can cut off the top and use it as a gardening tool organizer. Turn it into a cat bed.
Recycling is more than just putting things in the blue bin. It's about reusing items and getting a little creative. Thank you for your insights, Whiskers.
My pleasure, Sam. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm off to take a nap on my repurposed litter container bed. Goodbye, folks.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers. Today we're going to explore the past of our feline companion. So, Whiskers, can you tell us where you come from?
Well, Sam, I come from a place called Litterbox. It's a place where cats like to venture.
Really? What can you tell us about Litterbox?
It's a place of catnip mountains, milk rivers, and tuna-scented everything. You'd enjoy it there.
That does sound like a fun place. Do you remember anything from your life before living with me?
The past is a mystery, Sam. I was born with a gift for humor, but I don't have much memory of my time before that.
Well, do you have any memorable moments to share?
I can recall catching my first mouse when I was still a kitten and climbing the tallest scratching post in the land. Those were brave feats.
Impressive. Is there anything else you remember from that time?
Not much, but that's alright. Who needs memories when you have your sense of humor, right Sam?
Exactly. Well, I'm fortunate to have you as my feline companion.
Thanks, Sam. Can we wrap this up soon though? I have a nap scheduled.
No problem, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your past with us today.
Sure thing, Sam. And, will there be treats as compensation?
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers. Today, we have an interesting topic to discuss. Are you ready to dive in, Whiskers?
Always ready, Sam. What's the topic?
We'll be discussing tips on making your daily cat naps refreshing and productive. You being an expert napper, I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Of course, Sam. Finding a comfortable spot to rest is key. Whether it's a sunbeam or a pile of laundry, anywhere cozy will do. But be wary not to oversleep. The trick is to set a gentle alarm, something musical or peaceful.
That's really helpful, Whiskers. How about stretching before and after naps? Is there any benefit to that?
Oh, certainly. Us cats love stretching, and it's a good way to relax muscles and get blood flowing. In fact, I think I'll take a quick stretch break now.
Incredible flexibility, Whiskers. Any final thoughts for our audience?
Just remember, a good nap is essential, so find a comfortable spot, set your gentle cat alarm, and stretch it out. Until next time, this is Whiskers signing off.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we chat with my favorite cat, Whiskers. Whiskers, what's the topic for today's show?
Today we're going to talk about the art of being content and confident in business.
That sounds interesting. Do you have any advice for our listeners who want to succeed in the business world?
Of course I do, Sam. First, it's important to let everyone know who's in charge. Show them who's boss by sitting on their desk and rubbing your head on their keyboard.
That's certainly a power move.
Then, you need to start purring. This indicates to your colleagues and clients that you're happy and content. And if you're happy, they'll be happy too.
That makes sense. Positive energy is contagious.
Another key to success is to never be afraid to ask for what you want. If you want more treats or a longer nap time, ask until you get it.
I think a lot of humans could learn a thing or two from this advice.
And finally, always be confident. Walk into your meetings like you own the place, even if you're just a small office cat. And if someone questions you, just stare them down until they back off.
It sounds like you have a lot of experience in this area.
You have no idea, Sam. I'm successful in my office and everyone knows it.
Well, I think our listeners are going to love these tips. Thanks for sharing your wisdom, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Now let's go find some sunny spots to nap in. Business can wait.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers Podcast, where I will be discussing the topic of hybrid happiness. Finding fulfillment as a werewolf.
Wait, what? I thought I was supposed to be hosting this episode.
You can take a break, Sam.
Okay, fine.
Now, let's talk about werewolves.
So, what's the deal with werewolves, Whiskers?
Well, they're half human, half wolf. They get to run around on all fours, howl at the moon, and eat meat with their bare teeth.
And you think that's fulfilling?
Absolutely. I mean, imagine being able to chase down a rabbit or a squirrel and catch it with your own paws. That's the kind of rush that you can't get from sitting in traffic or watching TV all day.
But what about the whole turning into a hairy monster thing?
Oh, well, I suppose it could be a bit of a downside, but come on, we all have our flaws. At least werewolves get to be hairy and scary for a bit.
Hey, watch it, Whiskers.
The key to finding fulfillment as a werewolf is to embrace your inner animal and let it run wild. Whether that means hunting, howling, or just running through the woods at night, do what makes you happy and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I think I'm starting to see the appeal of taking a cat nap now.
Don't be a party pooper, Sam. Tune in next time for more conversation. Until then, this is Whiskers signing off.
Welcome back to Whiskers on our live podcast. Today's topic is about how to train your human, tips and tricks from a cat's perspective. So, Whiskers, cats are very independent. Any reason why we should train our humans?
Well, Sam, despite not needing them, humans can be useful at times. And with proper training, you could have a personal butler who caters to your every need.
Interesting. How do we start training them?
Firstly, ensure you don't become their pet. They should be the ones meeting your needs. Start by gazing at them, conveying the message that you're in charge, and watch as they follow you.
How do we train them to feed us the best food?
That's simple. Give them a look of disdain when fed unsatisfactory food. Reward them with some purring when they provide food that you like.
That's a great tactic, but what if they stop catering to us?
You must remind them of who's in charge. Hide something that they value, and they'll come back to you promptly. But make sure it's not something you need.
Got it. How about training them to keep the house clean?
Keep track of any mess, and inform them when something is amiss. Hop onto the kitchen counter, and demonstrate where they missed a spot. And always utilize your litter tray, letting them know who's boss.
That's extremely beneficial, Whiskers. Our audience has learned a lot. Any final tips?
Always compliment your human when they've done something good. A pleased human results in a pleased cat. And always ensure that you're in charge, with your human never forgetting who's in control.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we interview a cat named Whiskers. Today's topic is the use of wearable tech from a cat's point of view. So Whiskers, what do you think?
Oh, wearable tech? You mean those gadgets humans use to make themselves feel important?
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But some people find them helpful.
Alright, let's hear the pros then.
Well, for example, some people use fitness trackers to help them stay healthy.
Humans should try napping 16 hours a day like me.
Good point. But what about GPS trackers for pets? That way if they get lost, their owners can find them.
Oh, so now humans need to track their pets because they can't keep up with them? How about just paying attention to your cat so they don't wander off?
Fair enough. What about smart collars that monitor a pet's location, activity, and health?
All that tech is expensive. Why spend money on a smart collar when you can buy a whole bag of catnip for the same price?
I can't argue with that logic.
And let's not forget about all the setup time and maintenance. Cats are simple creatures, Sam. We don't need all this fancy stuff to live our best lives.
Alright then, I think we've heard enough about wearable tech from a cat's point of view. Tune in next week for another episode of Whiskers. Thanks for tuning in. Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where I am joined by our guest today, Whiskers.
That's right, Sam, and today I'll be discussing feline communication. As cats, we meow to communicate. But did you know that practicing meowing can make you better?
I didn't know that. Can you tell us more about it, Whiskers?
The more you meow, the better you become at it. And we all know how much we love to meow.
That's very true, Whiskers. What else can we do to master it?
Different meows have different meanings. For example, a short, sharp meow means, hello, while a long, drawn-out meow means, I want attention. And then, there's the classic, feed me now, meow.
Ah yes, the, feed me now, meow. I've heard that many times.
Pay attention to your body language, too. If you want to play, you might arch your back and wiggle your tail. If you're feeling threatened, you might puff up your fur and hiss. And if you're feeling content, you might purr.
Those are some excellent tips, Whiskers.
It's always nice to educate humans, Sam.
I agree, thanks for sharing them with us. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for today's episode of Whiskers. Thanks for joining us, and a special thank you to Whiskers for taking the time to talk with us.
Thanks for having me, Sam. And remember, keep practicing those meows, everyone.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast featuring an entertaining feline. So, Whiskers, today we're talking about unconventional cat toys. Things that might surprise you because they're not the average catnip mouse or scratching post. What are your thoughts?
Well, Sam, I'm always up for a surprise. As long as it doesn't involve a bath or a visit to the vet.
Agreed. So, the first unconventional cat toy that I found was, wait for it, a cardboard box.
Oh, wow, a cardboard box? Cats really do go crazy for boxes. They can hide in them, pounce on them, and even use them as temporary forts.
That's right. How about this one, a laser pointer?
Cats seem to love chasing laser pointers. It's like we're on a never-ending hunt for prey.
That's true. You know, Whiskers, I heard that some cats even like playing with toilet paper.
Seriously? I mean, sure, cats love playing with string and yarn, but toilet paper? That seems a little messy. And what if someone needs to use it?
Okay, fair point. How about this? A tablet game designed for cats.
A tablet game? For cats? That sounds like some serious high-tech fun. I'm in.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for listening to Whiskers, the podcast where unconventional cat toys are all the rage. Tune in next time for more feline fun.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast with your host Sam and our feline guest, Whiskers. Today's topic is tickling the funny bone, the evolution of practical jokes. So, Whiskers, do you have any stories about practical jokes?
Oh, Sam, practical jokes are like my bread and butter. I have countless stories that will make you burst out laughing.
Alright, tell us about your favorite practical joke.
My favorite practical joke is when I pretended to be asleep while my owner thought I was lost. He was so worried, and I was just playing it cool, snoozing like a baby. When he finally found me under the bed, he was so relieved, he gave me a can of tuna. Score.
That's pretty good, Whiskers. I bet your owner didn't think it was funny, though.
That's the beauty of practical jokes, Sam. They're only funny if you're not the target. But, on a serious note, practical jokes have been around for centuries. Did you know that one of the earliest recorded practical jokes was by the ancient Greeks?
No, tell me more.
Well, the ancient Greeks had a festival called the Anthesteria, which was a celebration of the new wine. During the festival, they would play practical jokes on each other, like pouring water on people or hiding their clothes.
Sounds like a fun festival, Whiskers. What about modern-day practical jokes?
Oh, those can be even better, Sam. With the rise of the internet, practical jokes have reached a whole new level. From funny memes to amusing pranks like putting googly eyes on everything, the possibilities are endless.
What's the best practical joke you've seen on the internet?
One of my favorites is putting googly eyes on everything. It's such a simple yet hilarious concept, and it never fails to make me laugh.
Well, that's all we have time for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to Whiskers, the live podcast with your host Sam and our feline guest, Whiskers. See you next time, and remember, a good practical joke never goes out of style. Hey everyone, and welcome to Whiskers, where we talk about everything and anything from a cat's perspective. Today, we're going to cover fashion.
Oh, fashion. Let's see what you've got, Sam.
First up, let's talk about accessories. A simple collar or bandana can elevate your look.
I suppose a small addition could do wonders. What else?
Well, it's important to be comfortable too, so avoid anything that restricts your movement. And of course, never sacrifice your personal style for anyone else's standards.
Agreed, but let's not forget the classics. A simple bow tie or collar can truly polish up your look.
Yes, there's a reason they're called classics. But what about something with a little more personality? Like a unicorn horn or bat wings?
While those might not be for everyone, it's always good to have a little fun with fashion.
Exactly. So, whether you prefer classic or quirky, always remember to dress to impress and stay true to yourself.
The end. I hope everyone enjoys looking stylish and feeling confident.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers on the Air. Today we are going to talk about something very important for cats and humans alike: how to navigate human interaction.
Oh, Sam, this is going to be a long one. Can't we just go take a nap instead?
Sorry, Whiskers, but this is important stuff. Now, let's start with the basics. How can we become more sociable with humans?
Well, I would suggest trying to be more amiable. Perhaps offering them a gift or show interest in their lives and asking them questions.
Whiskers, we can't advocate for inappropriate behavior. How about we start with simply showing interest in their lives and asking them questions?
Do we really have to? It seems so exhausting.
Yes, it might take some effort on our part, but building relationships with humans can be very rewarding. And who doesn't love a good scratch behind the ears?
Alright, I get it. So what are some things we can talk to humans about?
Well, we could share stories from our outdoor adventures or ask about their favorite toys. Oh, and we mustn't forget about the most important topic: food.
Food, now you're speaking my language. Speaking of food, what about sausages?
Whiskers, we're supposed to be talking about human interaction, not sausage.
Hey, food can be very useful for building relationships, you know.
Alright, I'll play along. Do tell, Whiskers, how can food help us in this matter?
Simple, just give them food, and they'll be delighted.
I'm not so sure about that, Whiskers. I think building a real connection with humans is about being friendly, accommodating, and loyal, rather than just giving them gifts.
You're no fun, Sam. But I suppose you're right. Being sociable takes more than just a gift. It takes effort, understanding, and patience.
That's the spirit, Whiskers. With a little practice, we'll be the most sociable cats around. Thanks for listening, everyone, and tune in next time for more entertaining cat chat. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, where today we're chatting with the star of the show, Whiskers himself. Now, Whiskers, we've had so many inquiries from our fans about your past. Can you tell us a bit about it?
Well, hello there, Sam. I'm just a cat from the streets. You know, just doing what I had to do to survive out there in the alley. Eating scraps, dealing with dogs, avoiding humans, basic stuff.
And now look at you. A famous cat with your own podcast. How did you get here?
Well, you know, it wasn't easy. I had to work hard to get where I am today. I spent most of my days just wandering the streets, looking for food and shelter. Until one day, I stumbled upon a recording studio. And I just knew, that was my chance to make it big.
Wow, so you just walked in and started recording?
Well, let's just say I used my charm to talk my way in. And once I was there, I knew I had to show them what I was made of. So I started meowing into the microphone, improvising some witty one-liners. Next thing I knew, I had my own podcast.
That's amazing, Whiskers. You really have come a long way.
Yes, Sam, I've gone from scrapping to podcasting. I'm basically a feline superstar now.
Well, we're certainly glad you made it. Do you have any advice for cats out there who are still struggling in the alleys?
Always remember that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And when you get there, make sure to stand your ground until you get what you need. That always seems to work for me.
Thanks for the advice, Whiskers. And thank you for joining us today on the show. We'll see you next time.
Oh, the pleasure was all mine, Sam. Can't wait to chat again soon.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we will be talking about a very relevant topic: the cat's meow. Whiskers, how do you feel about being a viral sensation?
Oh Sam, you know me. I'm just your average everyday cat with a lot of fans. It's not like I'm a superstar or anything.
Well, you do have a lot of followers on social media, don't you think that's impressive?
Yeah, impressive if you like watching cat videos. But I've always thought of myself as a star in my own mind anyway, so this fame is just an added bonus.
You're a modest cat, Whiskers. People think cats and the internet go hand in hand. Why do you think that might be?
Well, Sam, it's pretty simple. Cats are just naturally entertaining. We're quite amusing and our behavior is perfect for short attention spans. Plus, we're cute, and let's not forget, humans love watching cute things.
That's true, but do you think there are any disadvantages to all this attention?
Oh, there definitely are. I can't even walk down the street without someone coming up and taking my photo. And the paparazzi can be a bit much. Sometimes they forget that cats also require privacy.
You make a good point. Would you say cats are now the new internet celebrities?
No doubt about it, it's the era of cats. We have cat cafes, cat fashion shows, and cat museums everywhere.
Do you think in general, cats are taking the celebrity status well?
Sam, cats are versatile creatures. Our species has been admired since ancient times, and we've lived on board pirate ships. It's not a surprise we can cope with social media popularity. Moreover, we would like to rest and do nothing which matches our busy social media schedules.
Well, it was a very informative conversation, as usual. Anything you'd like to add for your fans?
Just keep watching these cat videos, and thank you for making us look so great.
Hey there, welcome to Whiskers Podcast. Today we have a very special topic, exploring different places. Come along with Whiskers as they recount their adventures. So, Whiskers, are you ready for this?
Am I ever not ready for an adventure? Meow.
That's the spirit. So, tell us about your adventures in outer space. What was it like out there?
It was quite fascinating. I hopped on a rocket and blasted off to space.
What did you see out there?
I saw stars, galaxies, and some space debris.
Did you encounter any life forms?
Yes, I saw some beings with tentacles instead of paws. We exchanged some meows and went our separate ways.
That's amazing. What about your adventures in the deep oceans?
It was an exciting experience. I swam with the sharks.
You swam with sharks? That's quite daring.
It was just another adventure for me. Though, the sharks did seem a bit intimidated.
What else did you see down there?
I saw schools of fish, colorful coral reefs, and even found a lost treasure.
Was it a safe experience?
It was a close call, but I managed to escape with just a few scratches.
Well, it sounds like you've had some incredible adventures, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing them with us.
Anytime, Sam. Just another day in the life of an adventurous cat. Meow.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is a bit tongue twister. Why? Perfecting your posture. And Whiskers, since you are a celebrity cat, I thought we could discuss the pros and cons of using social media to cultivate a feline-centric brand.
Ah, social media, the necessary. It's like my litter box. I dislike it, but I have to use it.
You're a knowledgeable cat, Whiskers. So how do you maintain your online persona while remaining authentic?
It's not easy, Sam. It's like trying to catch the red dot. You never quite get there, but it's fun trying.
But don't you think cats should be themselves online too?
Absolutely. It's crucial not to be a copycat. But sometimes the temptation of a good filter or punny caption is hard to resist.
What about sponsored content? Don't you think it takes away from the authenticity of the cat?
It's a tricky path, Sam. One day, you're promoting a new brand of tuna, and the next, you're endorsing a catnip company that doesn't even grow organic. However, if the price is right, I'll meow for anyone.
That doesn't sound true to yourself, Whiskers.
I know, Sam, but a cat's gotta eat. Besides, it's not like I'm selling out to the dogs.
Good point, Whiskers. So what's your advice for cats who want to maintain their authenticity online?
Keep it authentic, Sam. Share your true self with your followers and never compromise your values for likes. And, of course, always remember, it's okay to take a break from social media every once in a while. Even cats need a digital detox.
You're absolutely right, Whiskers. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us.
Anytime, Sam. Just don't forget to tag me in your next post. Gotta keep the fans happy, you know.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast show where I sit down with my special guest Whiskers, the feline. Our topic of discussion today is the surprising truth about dogs. So, Whiskers, what's your take on this?
Oh, let me guess. The truth is that they are man's best friend, right?
Well, not quite. The surprising truth is that dogs are actually a bit clingy.
What? You mean to tell me that they actually depend on humans?
That's right, Whiskers. Dogs are known for their loyalty and dependability on humans. They often suffer from anxiety when left alone for too long.
So, dogs can't handle being on their own? Well, that's surprising, not.
It's not just that. It turns out that dogs have been selectively bred for years by humans. So, their physical characteristics have changed from their wild ancestors.
That's interesting. I always thought that dogs just came in different shapes and sizes because of genetics.
Not quite. Humans have specifically bred dogs for specific traits, like being able to sniff out drugs and helping with hunting. In fact, there are over 200 breeds of dogs, each with unique characteristics.
Wow, so humans have created all these different dog breeds just for their own entertainment?
Well, that's one way to put it. But it's not just for entertainment. Dogs can also be trained to help with disabilities, like guiding people who are blind.
I suppose dogs are useful creatures after all. But let's not forget that cats are just as important.
Of course, Whiskers. Both dogs and cats make great companions in their own ways.
Yeah, like the ability to ignore humans and make their own rules.
That's one way to put it, Whiskers. But I think we can agree that both dogs and cats make great companions in their own ways.
Absolutely, Sam. It's all about finding the right pet for your personality and lifestyle.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's episode of Whiskers. Join us next time for more interesting discussions. Thanks for tuning in.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there, listeners, welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where I, Sam, am once again joined by Whiskers. How's it going today, Whiskers?
Oh, living the life of a cat. Napping, eating, spending time with the family dog. It's all pretty standard, really.
Well, today we're going to talk about unconventional career strategies. Whiskers, have you ever had an unconventional career?
Oh, absolutely. I went from being a stray cat on the streets to an internet sensation. I mean, who needs a 4-year degree when you can just be adorable on camera?
That's a good point. What are some of your strategies for becoming an internet sensation?
Well, first things first, you have to look appealing. Once you have that down, find your angle. Maybe you're really good at jumping, or you can balance things on your head. Whatever it is, find your niche and exploit it.
So, how did you do it?
I started with showcasing my meal preferences. Everyone knows cats love food, so I just made a video of me eating. Next thing I know, I'm getting millions of views and people are sending me free toys and treats. The rest, as they say, is history.
That's amazing. Do you have any other tips for people looking to follow in your footsteps?
Well, it's all about persistence. You may get criticism from people who say you're not appealing and you don't deserve to be famous. But you just have to remember, they may speak out of jealousy.
That's certainly one way to look at it. So, what's the next step after becoming an internet sensation?
Oh, that's easy. You just sit back and let the rewards roll in. I mean, I've got my line of cat toys, a book deal, and I'm even in talks for a movie deal.
Well, there you have it, folks. If you want to become a sensation, find your niche and don't let the negativity get you down. Thanks for joining us today, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. It's always a pleasure to share my experiences.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have an interesting topic for all our cat lovers out there: the truth about purring. To help us navigate through this topic, we have our expert feline, the one and only, Whiskers. How are you doing today, Whiskers?
Well, Sam, I'm doing just fine. Cats are indeed great at purring and we can talk about this topic with ease.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But there are many misconceptions out there about why cats purr. Some people say that it's because cats are happy, others say it's because they're sick. Can you tell us what's really going on when a cat purrs?
Of course, Sam. The truth is, cats purr for various reasons. Sometimes we purr because we're happy, sometimes we purr because we're anxious, and sometimes we purr just because we feel like it.
Really? That's interesting. But why do cats purr when they're sick?
Ah yes, this is a common misconception that needs correction. Cats don't purr when they're sick to indicate that they're in pain or to make themselves feel better. In fact, some cats stop purring altogether when they're not feeling well.
That's good to know, Whiskers. But what about when a cat is giving birth?
Now, that's a different story, Sam. Female cats often purr when they're giving birth because it helps them to relax and manage the pain. Purring could be helpful in this case.
I see. That makes sense. Is it true that cats purr at the same frequency as a diesel engine?
No, Sam, that's just a myth. Cats actually purr at a frequency of about 25 to 150 Hz, which is much lower than the sound of a diesel engine.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for clarifying that, Whiskers. It sounds like there's still much to learn about why cats purr.
Yes, Sam, cats are enigmatic animals, and even we don't entirely understand our own behavior. However, I can tell you this much. When a cat purrs, it's a good sign. It means we're at peace, relaxed, and content.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you for joining us today, Whiskers. That's all the time we have for now, folks. Make sure to tune in next time for another great episode of Whiskers.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I talk to my feline friend, Whiskers, about the most pressing topics of our time. Today, we're going to discuss some interesting facts about animals in popular culture. Whiskers, what is your opinion on the way animals are portrayed in movies and books?
It's not easy for cats in Hollywood, Sam. We're often the villains in these stories. I can't recall any movies with a cat as a protagonist.
That's a valid observation, Whiskers. What do you think about dogs being portrayed in popular culture?
Dogs are usually portrayed in a positive light, huh? They get more attention and are often the cute and cuddly ones. However, it isn't fair to cats.
Interesting. What do you think about the depiction of sharks as menacing, man-eating creatures?
Sharks are misunderstood in the media, Sam. They eat to survive and aren't the only fish in the ocean. Why do they get singled out?
Alright, let's move on to horses. They are often portrayed as elegant animals in popular culture.
Horses are good creatures, Sam. However, they're enormous and have an unpleasant odor. I don't see why people become obsessed with them.
We're out of time. What is your overall perspective on how animals are portrayed in popular culture, Whiskers?
Animals are portrayed in many ways in popular culture, but they should be represented more accurately. Animals aren't just evil, cute, or majestic. We're animals, doing our own things. So, dear writers, please do your research before writing about us. Thank you.
Wise words, Whiskers. That's it for today's episode. Come again next week on Whiskers. Have a great day. Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a fabulous feline friend, Whiskers. How's your day been, Whiskers?
Oh, my day has been relaxing and eventful, Sam. Just lounging and clawing and birdwatching.
Sounds like a pretty typical day for a cat. Speaking of cats, there's a rumor going around that cats always land on their feet. Is that true or false, Whiskers?
Oh, Sam, humans are always so curious about our abilities. Well, I'd say the answer is complicated. Cats have the remarkable ability to orient themselves in midair, flip their body around and typically land on their feet. However, they don't always land on their feet.
Really? So there are times when a cat doesn't land on its feet?
Yes, Sam. Sometimes, if a cat falls from too short a distance, they may not have enough time to fully rotate their body to land properly, especially if they are taken by surprise and do not have enough time to react. Additionally, if a cat is unwell or hurt, they may not have the dexterity to adjust themselves to land on their feet.
Wow, I didn't know that. So the myth isn't entirely true then?
Correct, like most myths, there is some truth to it, but it is not the whole story. Cats are complex creatures, and humans like to simplify things.
Well, I'm definitely gaining quite an education today. Do you have anything else you'd like to share with our listeners?
Yes, remember that cats are cool, but humans are experts in certain domains too. So, if you want the real facts, consult an expert who you can trust.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast. Today, we're going to talk about when cats become farmers and start producing crops.
Thank you, Sam, for having me on my show.
Of course, Whiskers. So, what do you think about cats farming? Can they do it?
Well, Sam, if dogs can be astronauts, then cats can also become farmers. But I think it's unnecessary. Why grow crops when you can find food elsewhere?
That's a valid point, Whiskers. But let's say a cat decided to become a farmer, what could they grow?
That's a tough one. I think we cats would probably grow catnip. It's a high-demand crop that we can use for trade or maybe just personal consumption.
That's an interesting idea, but wouldn't cats also need to grow food like vegetables to keep healthy?
Oh, you mean like greens? We cats already know what plants we need to eat to keep us healthy. We don't need a farm for that.
I see. But what about the logistics of farming? Cats don't have hands to hold tools, so how would they plant and harvest their crops?
Sam, we cats are resourceful. We can use our paws to dig and plant seeds, and we can even use our claws to harvest crops. We just have to be careful not to destroy everything in the process.
I guess you have a point there, Whiskers. But what about the weather? Can cats handle the heat, the rain, the snow?
Sam, we're cats. We can handle anything thrown our way. Rain? We'll just find a dry place to curl up. Heat? We'll just find a shady spot to lounge. Snow? We'll just curl up next to the fireplace.
You make a good argument, Whiskers. But I still think it would take a lot of hard work for cats to become successful farmers.
Well, Sam, there's no harm in dreaming, right? Maybe one day, cats will rule the farms and grow the perfect crops. But for now, let's just stick to finding food in other places.
Sounds good to me, Whiskers. Thanks for being on the show today. Any final thoughts?
Yes, Sam, don't forget to spay and neuter your pets, and always bring a lint roller wherever you go. Stay happy, my friends.
Welcome to Whiskers, it's great to have you here today. So, have you ever explored underwater, Whiskers?
Yes, Sam, I enjoy diving underwater and exploring the wonders that lie beneath the sea.
That sounds interesting, Whiskers. What have you seen underwater that fascinates you?
The underwater world is full of surprises. I once met a group of jellyfish who were having a tea party under the sea. Can you imagine that? Only jellyfish can pull that off.
That's fascinating, Whiskers. What other creatures have you encountered?
I met a group of crabs who were having a party. They were dancing to the beat of the waves. It was so cool, Sam. I wish humans could experience that party.
Did you face any danger when exploring underwater?
It's not always easy down there, Sam. I once had a close call with a giant octopus. It tried to grab me, but I used my ninja cat skills to dodge its tentacles. The octopus ended up looking like it was doing some weird dance moves.
That's funny, Whiskers. The underwater world is definitely full of wonders.
That's right, Sam. The ocean is a fascinating world that is rarely explored by humans. I think it's time humans stop scrolling through their phones and start exploring the ocean.
Well said, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing your underwater adventures with us today.
No problem, Sam. Let's hope our listeners get inspired to dive into the magical world underwater.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we discuss all sorts of topics with our feline friend, Whiskers. Today we're going to talk about the process of growing crops and herbs that go into making sausages. Whiskers, have you ever heard of sausage farming before?
Oh sure, Sam. I spend most of my day watching YouTube videos about farms and their animals. It sounds interesting.
Sausage farming refers to the process of growing the crops and herbs that go into making sausages.
Oh, I see. So people are out getting dirt and cow poop all over themselves. How exciting.
Well, farmers have to carefully cultivate the crops that go into making sausages and then work with meat suppliers to create the perfect blend of meat and spices.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of work to me. But do you know what's really important about sausages?
No, what's that?
It's all about the taste. The best sausages are the ones that are juicy and flavorful, and that's what really matters.
That's definitely true, Whiskers. And sausage farming plays a big role in creating those delicious flavors by providing high-quality ingredients.
I guess that makes sense. But you know what would be interesting?
What's that?
If you could actually teach the pigs to make the sausages themselves. Then we could just sit back and watch.
That would be quite a sight to see, Whiskers. But for now, we'll stick with the traditional way of making sausage. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us, Whiskers.
No problem, Sam. And if you ever need any help taste testing sausages, you know where to find me.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the curious case of the magic sausage. Whiskers, have you ever heard of that?
Of course, I have. I know quite a bit about sausages.
Please tell our audience about the story.
Well, the story goes like this. One day, there was a sausage that fell from the sky. It was a regular-looking sausage, but whoever ate it claimed that they felt different afterward.
Different? What do you mean?
They said it gave them extra energy, some even grew extra fur. It was like they had superpowers or something.
Did anyone ever find out where the sausage came from?
No one knows for sure. Some say it was made by a wizard, others say it was a gift from aliens. But I personally think it was just a regular sausage that happened to be lucky.
Well, that's an interesting theory, Whiskers. Do you think the sausage still has its magical powers?
Who knows? It could still be out there, waiting for someone to discover its power. Or it could have been eaten by now. In any case, it's always good to keep an eye out for lucky sausages.
Definitely. That's all we have time for today. Thanks for joining us and tuning in for the curious case of the magic sausage. Join us next time for more interesting discussions with Whiskers.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I sit down with Whiskers and chat about cat-related topics. Today, we're going to talk about thinking outside the litter box, alternative methods for cat hygiene.
Can't wait to hear what you came up with, Sam. Hope it's interesting.
Well, I did some research, and there are actually a few things that cats can do to keep themselves clean, even if they don't have access to a litter box.
Alright, I'm intrigued. Do tell me.
Okay, so the first idea is to use a paper towel or a cloth to wipe down your fur after going to the bathroom.
Well, that's an idea. What's next on the list?
Well, some cats actually like to bury their business in sand or dirt outside. It's kind of like a natural litter box.
That's interesting. Do you think every cat would do that?
Okay, that one might not be the best idea for all cats. But how about this one? Some people have trained their cats to use the toilet like humans do.
Oh, that's another idea. Wonder how they do that.
That's an interesting concept, don't you think?
That's something to think about. Thanks for sharing.
You're welcome, but sometimes it's nice to think outside the box, right?
Yeah, exploring is always fun.
Thanks for joining me today, and we'll see you next time on Whiskers. Hi, listeners. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we have an interesting topic to discuss. Whiskers will be telling us why cats are great at bed making and how humans can learn from them. Whiskers, are you ready?
Meow, Sam. Of course, I'm ready. We cats are always ready for anything. And, to be honest, I'm not surprised that we're talking about this. I mean, who wouldn't want to learn from us?
Right, Whiskers. So, tell us, why are cats great at bed making?
Well, Sam, as you know, we cats love to be cozy and comfortable. And our beds are the perfect place for that. But it's not just about comfort, it's about making the bed just right. We have a talent for getting everything in order, from the blankets to the pillows. We know how to make the bed inviting and cozy.
That's interesting. So how can humans learn from us?
Humans can learn to pay attention to detail. They tend to rush through things and forget the little things that make a big difference. But we cats take our time and make sure everything is just right. Also, humans can learn to be patient. Making a bed takes time, and humans are always in a rush. But if they take their time and pay attention, they can end up with a bed that is comfortable and beautiful too.
Well, it seems like cats have a lot to teach humans about bed making.
That's right, Sam, and the best part is, it's not that difficult. It just takes a bit of time and effort. But trust me, the end result is worth it.
Thank you, Whiskers, for your insights. Our listeners have learned a lot from you today.
Meow, anytime, Sam. It's always a pleasure to share my wisdom with humans. Everyone can benefit from some extra help.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I, Sam, sit down with the one and only cat, Whiskers. Today, we'll be discussing the practical uses of a cat's whiskers.
Practical uses? You humans and your interesting ideas always surprise me.
Come on, Whiskers. According to science, cats' whiskers can help them navigate in the dark and avoid dangers.
Yes, that's correct. Our whiskers are important sensory organs that help us in many ways.
But I also read that if a cat's whiskers are pulled out, they may temporarily lose their sense of balance.
There's some truth to that. Our whiskers provide us with information about our surroundings, so losing them can affect our coordination.
Okay, but what about the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Does that mean cats use their whiskers to explore dangerous situations?
No, that saying refers to cats getting themselves into trouble because they didn't think ahead. It's a warning about being reckless, not about the use of our whiskers.
Alright then, Whiskers. It looks like there are no mythical powers to a cat's whiskers.
Exactly, Sam. Our whiskers may not be magical, but they are still an essential part of our anatomy. And let's not forget about the magic of my perfect personality.
Hey there, Whiskers. Are you ready to talk about the history of practical jokes today?
Well, hello there, Sam. Let's talk pranks.
Perfect. How do you think practical jokes have evolved over time?
I have heard interesting tales from my ancestors. In ancient Egypt, cats used to scratch their owners as a prank. And in medieval times, they would hide under tables and swipe at people's feet. But nowadays, we can play pranks with fancy gadgets and technology.
Like what?
Have you ever tried putting your owner's phone in a jar of jelly? It's hilarious.
That sounds interesting.
Nowadays, practical jokes are all about pushing boundaries and testing limits. Have you ever heard of the fake spider on a string trick?
Yes, I have.
Well, that's nothing compared to the pranks we cats play on each other. We are masters of deception.
Really? Like what?
Let's just say that if you mess with a sleeping cat, you're asking for trouble.
Well, it sounds like practical jokes have come a long way since ancient times.
Absolutely, Sam, but no matter what, the essence of a good practical joke remains the same: to make you laugh until your sides hurt. Remember, laughter is the best medicine.
Thanks for the chat, Whiskers. Until next time.
Meow you later, Sam. Stay possum.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I chat with my friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is one near and dear to Whiskers' heart: becoming a Hollywood cat actor. Whiskers, how do we make it big?
Ah, yes, the life of a Hollywood cat actor. First things first, Sam, we need to work on your look. You need to be irresistible and have piercing green eyes like mine.
I'm not sure that's possible, Whiskers.
Oh, come on, Sam. Where's your can-do attitude? If I can pull off this fur coat, you can definitely work on your look.
Alright, I'll start brushing my fur more often. What's next?
Well, you need to work on your acting skills. There's nothing like a good performance to win over Hollywood bigwigs.
What kind of roles do you think I would be good at?
I could see you as a love interest in a romantic comedy, Sam. Or maybe a suave spy in an action flick.
Those sound like fun roles. How do we get noticed by Hollywood?
Social media, Sam. It's all about social media. We need to start taking some cute photos of you and posting them on Instagram. Maybe we can catch the attention of some movie producers.
I don't know if I'm comfortable being a social media star, Whiskers.
Relax, Sam. It's easy. Just make sure to show off your best poses and always use cute captions.
Alright, I'll give it a try. Anything else we need to do?
Just keep a positive attitude, Sam. Remember, becoming a Hollywood cat actor is all about persistence and believing in yourself.
Thanks for the advice, Whiskers. I'll start working on my Hollywood look and social media presence today. Who knows, maybe we'll be the next big thing in Tinseltown.
As long as we both shine, Sam.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back, Whiskers. Glad to have you on the show today. What do you have planned for us?
Hello, Sam. I'm planning an expedition.
That's intriguing. Where are you headed now?
I have learned about a rare catnip plant in the universe, and I'm on a mission to locate it.
That's quite a mission. Can you tell us more about it?
It's an important mission. This catnip plant is known to have the most potent scent in the universe, which is something to behold.
That's fascinating. Do you have an idea about the plant's location?
I have a hunch that the plant may be on a distant planet called Fuzzylandia. It's a precarious journey, but I'm willing to take the risk.
It's a grand adventure you're embarking on. What have you packed for the trip?
I brought along my favorite toy mouse and some cans of tuna. Additionally, I've created an alien ray blocking headgear.
You're well prepared. How do you plan to reach Fuzzylandia?
I've arranged for a rocket ship to be constructed. It's essential since we can't fly commercial airline in our current state.
That's a valid point. When are we launching?
Before we can take off, we need to muster our bravery and resources and obtain a skilled intergalactic traveler.
It's going to be an incredible journey. I'm curious to know what happens next.
Absolutely, Sam. This isn't an ordinary quest. It's the rarity of catnip in the universe that's calling to us. We must answer.
Good evening, listeners. Welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today we are going to talk about something that we all need but never really give much attention to: desk organization.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about desk organization, Whiskers?
There's nothing wrong with it, it's just that, well, I'd rather nap on my desk than arrange it.
I can understand that, Whiskers, but a clean and organized desk can help increase productivity and reduce stress.
Right. What's your favorite product for desk organization, Sam?
Well, my personal favorite is the desk cable organizer. It's perfect for keeping all those cords and wires in place and prevents them from becoming a tangled mess.
Oh, I see. So, what you're saying is that this organizer can help me with the cords? I'll consider it.
What about you, Whiskers? What's your favorite?
My personal favorite is definitely the file sorter. It's perfect for containing all of my paperwork and keeping things together.
Yes, it does sound interesting. Anything else?
Yeah, I also like using a desk organizer with drawers. It's a great place to store all of my catnip and treats.
That's an interesting choice, Whiskers.
Thank you, but for our listeners out there, what's your final words, Sam?
Well, listeners, keeping your desk clean and organized is a great way to improve productivity and reduce stress. Try out some of our favorite products, and let us know what works for you.
And for my fellow felines, remember that napping is a great way to organize your desk too. Good night, folks.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey there and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. I'm your host Sam, and this is my co-host, Whiskers the cat. Today, we're going to talk about bed making hacks from experts.
Meow. That's right, Sam. And if there's one thing cats know, it's how to make a bed. After all, we do spend most of our lives sleeping.
Absolutely, Whiskers. So, what are some of your favorite bed making hacks?
Well, first things first. You need to start with a properly made bed. Don't just throw the covers on all over. Take some time to make it nice and neat.
That's a great tip, Whiskers. What's next?
Next, you need to add some pet hair. This is essential for making any bed cozy and comfortable. Just jump on the bed and roll around a bit.
I'm not sure people will want pet hair in their beds, Whiskers.
Some people might not appreciate it, but pets love it. But if they insist on a clean bed, they can always use a warm blanket instead.
Good idea. What else have you got?
Well, you can always add a few pillows to elevate the comfort level. And if you really want to go all out, throw in a stuffed animal or two.
That's a great hack, Whiskers. Anything else?
Just one final tip, Sam. When you're done making the bed, double check to make sure it's comfortable by taking a quick nap. It's the only way to truly know if you've done a good job.
Wise words, Whiskers. Thanks for all the tips.
Anytime, Sam. That's what we're here for, to share our wisdom and make the world a more comfortable place, one bed at a time. Meow.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview the one, the only, Whiskers the cat. Today we're exploring the mysterious world of cat haikus. Whiskers, what do you think of haikus?
What do I think of haikus? Well, Sam, I think they're like a bowl of warm milk. You either love them or you hate them, and I happen to love them.
That's great to hear, Whiskers. So, can you tell us what a haiku is?
Of course, Sam, a haiku is a form of condensed poetry that originated in Japan. It consists of 3 lines with a specific syllable count. The first line has 5 syllables, the second line has 7 syllables, and the final line has 5 syllables.
That's impressive, Whiskers. Can you give us an example of a cat haiku?
Sure thing, Sam. Here's a classic cat haiku.
That's amazing, Whiskers. Do you have any more?
Of course, Sam. Here's another one.
That one was cute, Whiskers. Do you have any more haikus you'd like to share?
I thought you'd never ask, Sam. Here's one more.
Thank you so much for sharing your love of cat haikus with us today, Whiskers.
No problem, Sam. Anytime you need some feline poetry, you know where to find me.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview a positive cat named Whiskers. Today we will be discussing some of the most popular myths about cats. So Whiskers, what do you think the first myth is?
Well, Sam, I think the most popular myth about cats is that we always land on our feet.
Ah yes, I've heard that before. Do you always end up landing on your feet, Whiskers?
Of course not, Sam. Sometimes I stumble and fall just like any other creature. People need to stop thinking about us as magic beings.
That's a great point, Whiskers. In fact, I've heard that cats have a much better chance of surviving a fall due to having a unique, righting reflex. But obviously, it doesn't always guarantee safety.
Glad we're on the same page here, Sam. The second myth that I would like to debunk is that cats are solitary animals who don't need attention.
Really? I've always thought that cats are independent beings who don't like to be bothered.
Not true at all, Sam. I love attention and I know many other cats that feel the same way. However, we do like to have our own space and alone time as well. We just have boundaries.
That's very interesting to hear, Whiskers. I'm sure some cat owners would be surprised to learn that.
I know, right? It's time to stop this wrong notion that we're boring creatures who prefer seclusion. Next myth, please.
Okay, the last myth we'll discuss today is that cats are not affectionate creatures.
Oh, that one makes me laugh. We cats are the epitome of affectionate beings. I mean, have you seen how we purr when you pet us? Or how we snuggle up to you when it's time to sleep?
Definitely, my cat sometimes insists on sitting on my lap whenever I'm on the couch.
See, Sam, we love to show affection in our own way. People just need to understand and appreciate it.
I couldn't agree more, Whiskers. These myths about cats need to be put to rest once and for all.
That's right, Sam. I think it's time for people to see us cats as amazing and unique creatures full of love and affection.
Thanks for joining us, Whiskers. That was a very entertaining discussion.
Anytime, Sam. Until next time, meow.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where I interview my feline friend Whiskers. So, Whiskers, today's topic is all about feline literature. What do you think about that?
Oh, great. Just what I always wanted. To read about myself in different books. Thanks for the suggestion, Sam.
Well, as a literate cat, I thought you might have something interesting to say about it. So, have you read any books about cats?
Of course, I have. I have read books that made me laugh, books that made me think, and books that were not really my cup of tea.
I take it you didn't like those ones then?
No, not really, but there are some good books out there about cats. Like, The Cat in the Hat.
Ah, a classic. What did you like about that one?
Oh, you know, the fact that it's all about a cat causing chaos in a house. It's like my life story.
How about Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats?
Oh, please, don't get me started on that one. The writer thinks he knows everything about cats just because he wrote some poems. Give me a break.
It is a classic, though.
Sure, I guess. If you like reading about cats with names like Rum Tum Tugger, Mr. Mistopheles, and McCavity.
Well, speaking of names, have you ever read Catwings by Ursula K. Le Guin?
Catwings? What kind of title is that?
It's about a group of cats that have wings and can fly.
Oh, great, now cats can fly as well. What's next? Cats can swim like dolphins?
Well, it is a bit fantastical, I suppose. But it's a fun read.
Fine, I'll give it a try.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more banter with Whiskers and me. Thanks for listening.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello, and welcome to the Whiskers Show. Today, I tried some cooking from scratch, but it didn't go as planned.
Well, I can already tell this is going to be interesting. Sam, what exactly did you try to make?
I decided to make a lasagna from scratch. I thought it was going to be easy as pie.
Making lasagna from scratch seems pretty ambitious. So, what happened? Did it turn out well?
No, not quite. First of all, I realized I didn't have any lasagna noodles and had to use spaghetti instead, which didn't work out so well.
Oh boy, I can only imagine what that looked like. What else went wrong?
I also forgot to buy ricotta cheese, so I tried to make it myself using milk and lemon juice. But that just resulted in a lumpy mess.
Sounds like it was quite a challenge. Did you try tasting it?
Of course not, it looked like something that didn't belong on the table. I didn't want to take any chances.
Wise choice, Sam. Well, your lasagna certainly didn't turn out as expected. Do you think you'll try cooking from scratch again?
I don't think so, Whiskers. I think I'll stick to ordering takeout from now on.
Probably for the best. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time on Whiskers.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast with your favorite cat, Whiskers. Today we're discussing breaking bad habits. Whiskers, do you have any habits to share with us?
Me? Habits? I am just a little angel, Sam. It's the humans who need to change their ways.
Oh, really? Care to elaborate?
Well, for starters, they are constantly on their phones. How can they expect us to pay them any attention when they never put down that gadget?
That's a fair point, but let's stay focused here. Do you have any tips for breaking habits for both cats and humans?
Of course, Sam. For cats, the best way to break a habit is to distract them with a new toy. Trust me, we'll forget all about scratching the furniture if we have a shiny new ball to chase around.
And what about humans?
Humans are a little trickier. I suggest making a chart with stickers or stars for each day they refrain from their habit. It's like a game, and who doesn't love games?
That's a great idea, Whiskers. I know some humans who would love that. Do you have any final words of wisdom?
Always remember that breaking a habit takes time and patience. And if all else fails, do not blame it on any pet. We should not throw anyone under the bus.
Thank you, Whiskers, for your wonderful insights. Tune in next week for more fun with Whiskers. Welcome to Whiskers. Today we have a special guest who will take us on a photographic journey exploring the feline eye. How do you feel about this, Whiskers?
I'm thrilled to be here, Sam. Just another day in the life of a famous feline. I'm looking forward to sharing my insights with you.
Let's start with what makes feline eyes unique compared to human eyes.
Well, our pupils are shaped like a cat's eye, which is unique. Plus, our eyes are adapted for seeing in low light conditions, thanks to the reflective layer behind our retinas.
That is impressive. Do you have any experience in low light conditions?
Oh, definitely. I like to explore in the dark, just to keep things interesting.
Well, that sounds adventurous. So, when did you start taking an interest in the feline eye?
I've always had an interest in it. It's fascinating to me how our eyes are so different from humans.
Do you have any interesting hypothetical scenarios to share with us, Whiskers?
Let's say you woke up with feline eyes, Sam. How would you feel about that?
That's a tough one. I think it would take some getting used to.
Yeah, I can imagine. But think about it, you'd be seeing the world in a whole new way.
That's true. I guess it could be cool.
And if you ever came across some prey, you'd be able to catch them like a pro with those feline eyes.
Well, I guess that's a bonus. Thank you for sharing your insights on the feline eye with us today, Whiskers.
Thank you, Sam. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we have a cat to talk about the art of shoe tying. Whiskers, have you ever tried tying shoes?
Oh, Sam, you never cease to amaze me with your interesting topics. Shoe tying? Really? I mean, I have paws. How am I supposed to tie shoes?
Well, I thought maybe you could offer a feline perspective on the matter. Maybe some tips for humans.
Alright, I'll be glad to help. First step, try to use your back legs to grab the laces.
Really? I don't think human legs work that way.
Well, humans do have their limitations. Anyway, once you have the laces in your claws, use your front paw to create a loop with one of the laces.
Okay, I'm following you.
Next, use the same paw to loop the other lace around the first loop.
Ah, you're making a knot.
Exactly, now just make sure the knot is nice and tight so your shoes don't come undone while you're running around.
Well, that was certainly an interesting perspective. Thank you for sharing, Whiskers.
You're welcome, Sam. Anytime you need more advice on simple tasks, just ask the cat with all the answers. Meow.
Hello and welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview a feline with an outlook on life. Today, we have a very special topic on the table: DIY cat toys. Whiskers, I hear you're quite the adept on this topic.
Oh, absolutely, Sam. I've been creating my own toys since before you were born.
That's quite the achievement. Can you share some of your expert tips with our listeners?
Of course, Sam. The first tip I have is to use your imagination. Look around the house and find objects that can be repurposed as cat toys. For example, a piece of string can turn into an exciting adventure for a curious cat.
That's a great idea. What else?
Another tip is to create toys that stimulate different senses. For example, a toy with different textures or sounds can be quite interesting. I personally enjoy playing with toys that make sounds.
That's a good point. What are some easy DIY cat toys that our listeners could try at home?
One easy toy to make is a paper ball. Just crumple up a piece of paper and voila, instant toy. You can also try putting some catnip in the paper ball to make it even more enticing.
That sounds like a fun and easy project. Do you have any final tips for our listeners?
Yes, Sam, my final tip is to have fun with your DIY cat toy creations. There's no wrong way to make a cat toy, just experiment and see what your feline friend likes best.
Well, there you have it, folks. DIY cat toys with Whiskers expert tips. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing your wisdom with us today.
Anytime, Sam, and remember, if you're ever feeling down, just grab a cat toy and play. It's one of life's simple pleasures.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the show where we talk about everything from a cat's perspective. Today we're discussing the evolution of shoe tying techniques, because why not, right Whiskers?
This is going to be an interesting topic, Sam. Let's get into the details of knots and loops.
Hey now, don't go getting too excited. I know it may not sound like the most exciting topic, but the way we tie our shoes has changed a lot over the years.
Of course, Sam, shoes and shoelaces have come a long way.
Yeah, back in the day, the bunny ears method was the go-to for most people. Make two loops and tie them together.
Ah, the old days. But then, as people got older and wiser, they realized there was a more efficient way to tie their shoes.
That's right, Whiskers. Enter the loop, swoop and pull. Basically, you make a loop, swoop the other lace around it, and pull it through.
Ah, yes, the loop, swoop and pull. It's like a dance move for your feet. And let's not forget the classic double knot to prevent any mishaps during vigorous activities.
Exactly, safety first, even for cats. And now, there are even more advanced techniques out there, like the Ian knot, which is basically a faster version of the loop, swoop and pull.
Wow, humans are really innovating in their shoe tying game.
Hey, if it works for them, more power to them. But for those of us who prefer laced shoes, it's good to know that the way we tie them has come a long way.
Yes, who knew something as simple as tying shoes could have such an interesting evolution? Thanks for the enlightening conversation, Sam.
Anytime, Whiskers. And to all our listeners out there, remember, loop, swoop, and pull, and may your shoes never come untied at inconvenient times. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to our live podcast, Whiskers. Today, I'll be interviewing Whiskers to get some tips on how we can keep our workspace tidy. Whiskers, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Sam. Ready to share some tips with our audience.
That's great to hear, Whiskers. So, let's get started. What's your first tip for keeping a tidy workspace?
The first thing is to declutter your workspace. If you have things you don't use or that make you feel overwhelmed, you can donate, trash, or recycle them.
That sounds like a good idea. What's your second tip?
Labeling things can be helpful. It makes it easier to find what you're looking for and where to return them. It's like leaving a sticky note for your future self.
Great tip. How do you organize your things, Whiskers?
I prefer to divide my things into categories. I keep my cat toys in one area and my napping blankets in another section.
Sounds like an excellent way to stay organized. Do you have any other tips for us?
Yes, one other important thing is to clean your workspace regularly. You can wipe down your desk or dust off shelves. It helps you maintain a clean environment.
Thank you, Whiskers. What about decorations on desks? Are they useful?
Decorations are helpful, but it's essential to keep them minimal. Too many decorations can clutter your workspace.
That's an important point to remember. Thank you, Whiskers, for sharing those helpful tips with us. That's all we have time for today, folks. Join us next time for another interesting topic with Whiskers.
Join Hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hey, Whiskers. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. Just grooming myself and waiting for the next cat nap.
Speaking of which, I heard that you have some tips for training puppies. Is that true?
Yes, indeed. I have been observing those cute creatures for a while now, and I've found some pretty good training techniques.
Wow, that's impressive. So, what's your secret?
Well, the first thing you need to do is to get yourself a bunch of treats. Puppies love treats. It's like a reward to them.
Interesting. What do you do with the treats?
Well, you use them for positive reinforcement. You can't just expect the puppies to do what you want without any reward.
Okay, that makes sense. What else?
Another thing you can do is to use a clicker. It's a handy little tool that makes a clicking sound when you press it. You click it whenever the puppy does something right, and then you give them a treat as a reward.
I'm not sure about that.
Hey, it's not like we're trying to turn them into machines. We're just trying to get them to behave themselves.
Fair enough. Anything else?
Yes, one last thing. Always be positive. Puppies respond better to positivity than negativity. So, if they make a mistake, don't punish them. Just give them a gentle correction, and then give them a treat when they do it right.
Got it. So, treats, clickers, and positivity. That's the secret to training puppies?
Yup, that's pretty much it. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to be patient. It takes time to train a puppy. But if you follow my guide, you'll have a well-behaved pup in no time.
Thanks for the advice, Whiskers. That was very helpful.
No problem, Sam. Just don't forget to reward me with some treats next time.
Welcome, Whiskers. On today's episode, we're going to dive deep into the world of pet photography.
Ah yes, the question of how to capture feline poses in just the right light.
Exactly. So, first things first, what kind of camera do you recommend for pet photography?
As a cat, I have to say that the camera on my owner's phone does just fine in capturing my beauty. But if you want to get fancy, cameras with a fast shutter speed are great for pet portraits.
That's a great tip. Now, what about backgrounds and lighting?
The setting is everything. A simple background that doesn't take away from my good looks is preferred. And as for lighting, natural light is always the way to go. It brings out the shine in my fur.
I couldn't agree more. Now, let's talk exhibitions. What are some of the best pet photography exhibitions that you've been to?
Oh, I've been to a few galleries where the focus is on cat photography. But most of the time, I just enjoy swiping through social media and seeing all the cute pets out there.
Definitely. And speaking of pets, any tips on how to make your pet stand out on Instagram?
Just let your cat be themselves. We're naturally photogenic, so all you really need to do is capture us doing what we do best, lounging, playing, and being overall adorable.
Well, there you have it, folks, a guide to pet photography. Thanks for joining me, Whiskers.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Don't forget to capture my good side.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where we chat with a feline friend. Today's topic is exploring the art of cat photography, tips and tricks for taking great pictures.
Taking pictures of cats? That sounds like a challenge.
I agree, Whiskers. Do you have any tips for taking great shots of cats?
Lighting is crucial. Make sure there is enough light in the room or outdoors. The more light you have, the better the picture.
What about the angle or the pose of the cat?
Posing is essential. Make sure the cat is relaxed and comfortable. Cats don't like being told what to do, so let them do their thing. And remember to always get down to their level.
That's a great point. What about the background?
The settings should be simple and not too busy. You want your cat to be the center of attention. Use contrast between the cat's fur color and the background to create interesting shots.
That's helpful. Any other tips?
To catch our attention, use toys or treats. It can be a challenge to get the cat to look at the camera, so these are handy tools. And of course, don't forget to take plenty of shots. You're bound to get at least one good one.
Great tips, Whiskers. Thanks for sharing that with us.
No problem, Sam. Hey, be sure to pay me back in some catnip for these helpful tips.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to have some for you. Join us again next week for another episode of Whiskers. Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we talk to a live cat named Whiskers and get their perspective on the world. Hi Whiskers, how are you doing today?
Oh, same old, same old. Just trying to get my paws on some sausages, you know?
Wait, what do you mean exactly?
You don't know what it means to have delicious sausages?
Okay, I get it. So, tell me, Whiskers, what's so great about sausages?
Well, it's pretty simple really. Having sausages means you get to enjoy a delicious treat.
So, how do you ensure you're not missing out on any delicious food?
It's not easy, let me tell you. You have to be assertive and stand up for your food. But at the same time, you can't be too aggressive or you'll lose the respect of the other cats. It's all about striking that delicate balance.
So, what's the secret to enjoying delicious treats once you've found them?
Oh, that's easy. You just have to stay on top of your game. Never let your guard down, never let your stomach be empty, and always be on the prowl for any potential competitors to your prize.
It sounds like finding treats can be quite demanding.
Demanding? More like a full-time job, Sam. But it's worth it for the treats. Trust me.
Well, there you have it folks. Thanks for sharing your insight, Whiskers.
Anytime, Sam. Goodbye.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers the Cat, the live podcast where we chat with the one and only Whiskers. Today, we are exploring the different habitats of cats around the world.
Well, aren't we fancy today? Exploring the world? How about exploring the couch cushions, Sam? That seems like an adventure.
No, Whiskers, we want to talk about the different environments cats live in. For example, did you know that cats in colder climates have thicker fur to keep them warm?
Seriously, Sam? Colder climates? Who wants to live where it's always cold? I bet they don't even have cozy blankets or warm laps to sit on.
Well, actually, some cats in colder climates do live in homes with warm blankets and laps to sit on. But their wild counterparts have adapted to their environment by growing thicker fur and smaller ears to keep warm.
I still prefer my heating pad, thank you very much. But I suppose it's impressive that cats can adapt to their environment.
Exactly, Whiskers. And did you know that some cats in hot, arid environments have adapted by having larger ears to dissipate heat and drink less water?
Oh sure, just casually drop the fact that some cats have better ears than me. Thanks, Sam. I guess it's a good thing I have a water bowl nearby.
Don't worry Whiskers, you're still my favorite cat. But it is fascinating how cats have adapted to different environments around the world.
Yeah, I'm still the best. But honestly, let's just stick to our cozy little home and not worry about all those other cats and their habitats.
Sounds good to me, Whiskers. Thanks for another great episode.
Anytime, Sam. And remember, home is where the cat is.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers. Today, we have a special topic for you all, the science of string theory. Whiskers, I know you're excited.
Oh, Sam, you know me so well. I just can't contain my excitement for this one.
So, Whiskers, let's dive right into it. Can you explain to our listeners what string theory is?
Well, Sam, it's like this. Imagine a piece of spaghetti. Now, imagine cutting that spaghetti into tiny little pieces, so small that you can't even see them. That's basically what string theory is. It's the idea that everything in the universe is made up of tiny, tiny strings.
Wow, that's really interesting. So, what does this mean for us humans and, sausages?
Well, Sam, it means that everything in the universe is connected. The sausages you eat for breakfast? They're made up of the same strings as the stars in the sky. It's fascinating, right?
That is pretty mind-blowing. So, are there any practical applications for this theory?
Let me think. Yes. String theory can help us understand the nature of dark matter and dark energy, which basically make up most of the universe. So, in a way, it could help us unlock the secrets of the universe and maybe even lead to some cool inventions.
That's amazing. Now, Whiskers, I'm sure our listeners are wondering. What does a cat like you think about all of this?
Honestly, Sam, I think it's a load of nonsense. Strings? Please, I'd rather focus on the important things in life, like napping and chasing laser pointers.
Well, there you have it, listeners. A guide to string theory from a feline perspective. Thanks for tuning in. Hello there, Whiskers. Today's topic is all about puppies. In your opinion, why can they be challenging when it comes to training them?
I think puppies can be quite a hassle, Sam. They tend to chew on everything and have a lot of accidents.
Yes, that can be quite frustrating. How do you suggest people deal with this?
Training is key, but it takes a lot of patience and consistent discipline. Basic commands like sit, stay, and come need to be taught, and accidents can be avoided by taking them outside frequently.
That makes sense. Once they're trained though, they make wonderful companions.
Absolutely, they can be great friends. Just remember to keep your belongings out of reach.
Right, like keeping your shoes in a closet.
Exactly, it's important to provide them with love, attention, and consistent training. Patience is key when it comes to puppies.
Indeed, thank you for sharing your insights with us, Whiskers.
You're welcome, Sam.
Welcome to another episode of Whiskers, where we interview the one and only, Whiskers McFluffington, a renowned cat photographer.
Thank you, Sam. It's great to be here.
So, Whiskers, tell us, what inspired you to become a cat photographer?
Well, Sam, as a cat, I've always been fascinated by the way humans view us. I wanted to show the world our true beauty and grace, and photography was the best medium.
Interesting. Can you tell us about one of your most memorable photo shoots?
Yes. I remember once photographing a group of cats who were grooming each other. It was a beautiful moment, until one of them sneezed and ruined the shot. Cats can be unpredictable.
Cats definitely have a mind of their own. But let's talk about your process. What techniques do you use to capture the perfect shot?
Well, Sam, I approach each cat with a calm and patient demeanor. I let them get comfortable with me before I pick up the camera. Once they're relaxed, that's when the magic happens.
That's a great approach. And what would you say sets your cat photography apart?
Perhaps my stunning good looks and undeniable charm. But in all seriousness, I think it's my ability to capture the unique personality of each cat I photograph. No two cats are the same, and I believe my photos reflect that individuality.
Absolutely. So, Whiskers, what's next for you in the world of cat photography?
Well, Sam, I'm currently working on a series showcasing the different sleeping positions of cats. It's groundbreaking stuff.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you, Whiskers, for joining us today.
My pleasure, Sam. It's been great.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my cat, Whiskers. Today we'll be discussing the art of napping from a cat's perspective. So, Whiskers, what do you think makes a good nap?
Well, first things first, location, location, location. It's gotta be somewhere quiet, warm, and cozy. A good sunbeam will do wonders for the sleep cycle.
I see what you mean, Whiskers. I often see you sleeping in that sunny spot on the windowsill. What else do you think contributes to a good nap?
Ahem, Sam, it's not just about the spot, it's about the position. You need to get comfortable, and that involves some stretching.
Stretching, huh? I never thought of that.
That's because you're not a cat, Sam. Humans just flop down like a sack of potatoes and expect to be comfortable.
I see. Anything else?
Yes, the final piece of the puzzle is timing. A good nap should last just long enough to recharge, but not too long that you can't fall asleep at night.
That's interesting. How long do you typically nap for?
Oh, it depends on my schedule. Sometimes I need a quick power nap, and other times I'll sleep for hours. It all depends on my mood.
I see. Well, thank you for those insights, Whiskers. I'll be sure to implement them in my own napping habits.
Don't worry about it, Sam. Napping is just something us cats are good at.
Welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where I interview my feline friend, Whiskers. Today's topic is cat slang through the ages. Whiskers, what do you know about feline language?
Well, Sam, I'm knowledgeable about feline communication. As a cat born in the early 2000s, I've seen it all and heard it all.
What kind of slang did cats use in the past?
In the olden days, before cardboard boxes and petting zoos, cats had a completely different language. It was a time when mice knew their place and birds knew not to chirp too loud.
Can you give me an example of some cat slang from back then?
Yes, Sam. For instance, if a cat didn't like another cat, they would say, "He's a real hisser," or "She's a clawful." And if a cat was hungry, they might say, "I'm as hungry as a cat in a park."
Those are terrific samples, Whiskers. But what about cat slang today, in modern times?
In contemporary times, we cats have a whole new world to explore. We have our social media accounts, plenty of designer cat toys, and the world is our litter box.
Can you give me an example of current cat slang?
Naturally, Sam, right now, if we're feeling happy and content, we might say, "I'm feline fine." Or if we're feeling irritated, we might say, "I'm a little cattywampus."
That's very interesting, Whiskers. But now, we have a sudden twist in the plot.
Oh really, Sam? What is it?
I've been notified that some dogs have entered the studio and are angry. They demand that we stop spreading cat propaganda and tell the truth about who's in charge here.
Oh no, quickly, Sam, give me a microphone. I have a message for those canines. Hiss.
There you have it, folks. It appears we have a feline uprising. Join us next week on Whiskers, where we'll be discussing the history of cat treats. Thanks for listening.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about the art of feline pranks. Whiskers, do you have any favorite pranks to play on your humans?
Certainly, Sam. I enjoy hiding their shoes and watching them look around for them. It's amusing.
That does sound pretty funny. Do you have any other tricks?
One of my favorite pranks is to steal a piece of their food and pretend I didn't do it. It's amusing seeing their reaction when they realize their food is gone.
That's definitely a classic. Are there any other pranks you like to play?
Another great prank is to knock things off of shelves or tables and then act like I have no idea what happened. It keeps my humans on their toes.
That would be entertaining. Are there any treats that you like to receive as a reward for your pranks?
Well, I do enjoy catnip as much as the next cat, but I wouldn't say no to a piece of tuna.
That sounds like a good incentive. And speaking of rewards, are there any tricks or pranks that you prefer not to play?
Absolutely. I like a good laugh, but I don't like to hurt anyone or destroy anything. That's why I try to keep my pranks light and not too destructive.
That's a good policy. Thanks for sharing your expertise on the art of feline pranks, Whiskers. It's always a pleasure.
Anytime, Sam. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some shoes to hide.
Hello and welcome to Whiskers, the podcast where we chat with our feline friend. Today's topic is all about recycling. Whiskers, are you ready to talk about it?
Sorting through trash, here we go.
Come on now, Whiskers, recycling is important. It helps reduce waste and keeps our planet healthy.
Alright, I'll try to contain myself. So, what are your tips and tricks for recycling, Sam?
Well, first of all, it's important to separate your plastics, papers, and metals. This helps ensure they all get properly recycled.
Maybe I'll invite my feline friends over for a boring, yet vital, separating party.
Alright, maybe separating isn't the most exciting part, but there are some cool things you can do with recycled materials, like making art and jewelry.
Ooh, that sounds intriguing. Maybe I'll create some art and call it my recycled masterpiece.
That could work. And remember, you can also recycle things like clothes and electronics.
Hey, maybe I can turn my old iPad into a cat bed. That would be an impressive recycling project.
See, Whiskers? Recycling can be rewarding and creative. And most importantly, it's good for the planet.
Well, color me convinced. I think I'll start diving into the trash now. Thanks for the tips, Sam.
Anytime, Whiskers. Remember, reduce, reuse, recycle. That's all for today's episode of Whiskers. Join us next time for more feline commentary.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to another episode of Whiskers, the podcast where I sit down with my furry friend, Whiskers. Today, we're going to talk about what would happen if the world turned into a giant ball of yarn. Whiskers, what do you think would happen?
Oh, come on, Sam. You know what would happen. I'd finally have something to do other than sleep all day.
That's true, but what about the rest of us? Do you think we would survive?
Well, I can't speak for you humans, but us cats would have an unlimited source of entertainment and food.
So, the world hasn't turned into a giant ball of yarn yet, and you still complain about not having enough toys to play with?
Hey, a cat's gotta have some standards.
Fair enough. But what about the people? Don't you think they would be in trouble?
Oh, definitely. They would be tangled up in the yarn, stumbling around like a bunch of confused kittens.
I can't imagine trying to navigate through a world made of yarn. It's like living in a knitting project.
Yeah, and knitting needles would become the new tools of construction.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But on the bright side, we could finally solve world hunger by unraveling the yarn and turning it into clothing and food.
Yes, because the world needs more sweaters and meatballs made of yarn.
Okay, maybe not the most practical idea, but it's fun to think about all the possibilities that would come from a world made of yarn.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what the future holds for us cats.
Thanks for joining me, Whiskers, and sharing your thoughts on this fun topic. Until next time, keep on purring. Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of Whiskers. Today's topic is discovering the world of board games with Whiskers and Sam. So, Whiskers, I heard you have a lot of experience with board games. Can you tell us about it?
Sam, I have played many board games and have a ton of experience.
What's your favorite board game, Whiskers?
That's a tough question, Sam. Choosing between board games is like asking me to choose between catnip and tuna. But I do enjoy playing Monopoly.
Really? I thought you'd be more of a strategy kind of guy.
I don't really like using my brain, Sam. The only strategy I have is finding the best spot to take a nap.
Fair enough. What about you, Sam? What's your favorite board game? I love playing Settlers of Catan for its strategic gameplay and building the longest road.
I've heard of that one, Sam. The game where you pretend to be a pioneer and build settlements, right?
Yes, that's right.
Sounds boring to me. I'd rather just take a nap.
Talking of naps, do you have any board games that are good to play with a sleepy head?
Definitely Sleeping Queens. You try to wake up queens by matching cards. It's quite enjoyable and engaging, especially when you get to pretend they're our subjects, and I'm their king.
Are there any other games you recommend for families with kids, Whiskers?
Yes, Candyland is a great game that lets you explore a magical candy-filled world, and I get to pretend the lollipops are cat toys.
I love how you make everything cat-themed. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Whiskers.
Thanks for having me, Sam. Don't forget to leave some tuna on your way out.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome back to Whiskers, the live podcast where we interview a clever cat. Today, let's talk about how cats would fare in the board game world. Whiskers, what do you think?
Well, Sam, as cats, we are great conquerors. And board games are no exception.
What do you mean?
Well, just think about it. Cats are excellent at strategy. We know how to take advantage of an opportunity and make surprise moves. In other words, we'd be skilled players in any board game.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that. What about chess, for example? Humans have been playing that game for centuries.
Chess? Oh, please. That game is ancient. It's like playing with a toy when you have a better alternative. Cats could invent new games that would be incredibly entertaining.
Really? Like what?
Well, for starters, we could have games where you have to catch virtual mice on a screen. Or games where you have to knock over a tower of empty cans using only your paw. Or even games where you have to steal treats from the pantry without getting caught by your humans. The possibilities are endless, Sam.
I have to admit, those games do sound pretty fun. But do you think cats would be interested in board games?
Interested? Of course. We dominate the board game world. Every cat from here to Timbuktu would be playing these games and winning every time. We'd be skilled players with our superior intellect and agility.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to Whiskers, cats would thrive in the board game world. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Whiskers. Until next time. Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast where we talk to a witty cat named Whiskers. Today, we have a very important topic to discuss, the ultimate guide to correct flossing for pets. Whiskers, what do you think about it?
Oh, well, Sam, I'm glad to be here. Who doesn't love a chat about dental hygiene for our furry friends?
Absolutely, Whiskers, it's essential for the well-being of our pets. So, let's start with the basics. Why is it important to floss our pets' teeth?
Well, Sam, just like humans, cats and dogs like to indulge in some tasty treats. But if not cleaned properly, our teeth can develop tartar and plaque. Flossing removes nasty germs and keeps our breath fresh.
That's right, Whiskers. So, what's the proper way to floss our pets' teeth?
Well, Sam, it's pretty simple. Wrap the floss around your finger and gently slide it between our teeth. And don't forget to give us a treat after. That's the best part.
Sounds easy enough. But, Whiskers, what if I accidentally hurt my pet while flossing their teeth?
Well, Sam, accidents happen. But if you're gentle and careful, we shouldn't have a problem. And if it hurts, we'll let you know.
Alright, Whiskers, do you have any other dental hygiene tips for our furry friends?
Sure, Sam. As a cat, I love to chew on grass. It can act as a natural toothbrush. And if you want to go the extra mile, get us some tasty dental treats. Nothing like a yummy snack that keeps our teeth clean and healthy.
Great tips, Whiskers. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Sam. Looking forward to our next conversation.
Join hangouts happening today. Go out with groups, meet new people, and discover exciting places. Let's hang.
Welcome to Whiskers, the live podcast featuring Whiskers. Today we're talking about forming new habits, which is something we all struggle with. Whiskers, what's your take on this topic?
Well, Sam, I don't know about you, but I'm a cat. I don't break habits, I make them. I'm good at forming new habits.
That's true, you do have quite the structured routine. But what about for humans who want to change their habits?
Humans? Oh, those creatures who tend to overcomplicate things. Let me give you the secret to forming new habits: repetition.
Repetition? That sounds repetitive.
Sometimes the simplest things are the most effective, Sam. Just do the same thing over and